Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 101, 92. Allies. Alex quickly snapped himself out of the thought process and looked over to the others chatting happily with each other. "Where's Mara's counterpart?" Alex asked while looking around the place. Mara gave him the side eye when she heard his words. "Why do you want to meet her?" she asked a bit vigilantly. "Just genuinely curious." Alex replied and looked at Aquaman. "She was hidden away by me before Superman could use her to threaten me." Aquaman replied back seriously with some melancholy. "I see, and it was a very wise decision." Alex nodded his head in appreciation. "Most people don't think of these things and usually suffer in the end." He continued and looked at Aquaman. "Glad you understand." Aquaman smiled and said, "Okay, enough chit-chat. Now we have to get a move on," Alex said while standing up from his chair. All the others stood up with him and bade them farewell while escorting them out of the palace. All of them waved and flew out of the Atlantis. Arthur and Mara didn't need them to carry because they were in their home turf. Soon they were on their way to Themyscira and were gaining distance very fast with their top speeds. "Stop right there." A voice came in front of them and a yellow-green wall blocked their path. Two people floated in front of them with their arms crossed in front of their chests. "Hal Jordan and Victor Stone," Alex said and looked at them with a smile. "Who are you?" Hal asked while looking at Alex vigilantly. "Your worst nightmare," Alex said with a dangerous smile and snapped his fingers. "Oh, what might this be?" Alex said, twirling a cube in his hand. The cube had vein-like lines all over the cube and a big red dot in the middle. "My mother box," Cyborg cried out. "Oh, so this is a mother box. Quite the nifty thing, isn't it?" Alex said and played around with it. "Give it back." Hal growled out and sped off towards Alex to take the mother box. He used the yellow lantern ring and made drill to attack Alex. Alex dodged the attack and attacked Hal up close. He closed the distance and delivered a punch right to Hal's gut with hold experience equipped on himself. He used gold experience's full strength to punch Hal's gut. Hal was sent flying straight to the ocean bed. A massive hole opened in the middle and the ocean water quickly filled it up. Alex's whole arm was gone and Avalon's healing power was working overtime, and in 5 seconds, his whole arm was back to normal. Diana, Mara, and Aquaman were engaging Cyborg. Cyborg was playing defensive and engaging them into a drawn-out battle. His abilities are truly numerous and he can withstand the onslaught of 3 superheroes at the same time. They were trying to get close to him, but he kept maintaining his distance and only used long-range attacks against them. Mara was the only one able to attack him, but he was able to defend against the attacks of one person. But the problem he was facing now was that his power was draining away too quickly and he didn't have the mother box to replenish it. He will soon be out of power and then nothing will be able to stop these guys. Hal also came out of the ocean with a bleeding mouth. His internal organs were badly damaged from the punch that Alex had dealt him earlier. He spat out the blood in his mouth and looked at Alex vigilantly. Alex waved his hand and the communicators burst into flames with a small bang. Everyone looked at him to confirm his intentions. Bursting communicators means that he has something to say. "Are you willing to defect to insurgency?" Alex asked while looking at the two of them. "Why should we?" Victor asked with uncertainty. "Because we are the heroes summoned from Earth Prime and we can definitely stop Superman." Diana quipped from the side while Aquaman and Mara stood behind Alex. "No need to lie. I can sense your intentions clearly." Alex waved his hand when he saw Hal's heart rate change. "I am shielding this area. No one can know what happened here." He also added to give them some confidence. My girlfriend is in his hands." Hal sighed and said. This time, he was telling the truth. "My dad is also captured and currently working for the regime," Victor said while looking at the others helplessly. "Let's do this then. We are going to do some things, and after finishing those, we will try to get your family secured. Then we can form our own working relationship. All you have to do is go back and say that you were beaten by us. And I will take this mother box with me. Superman will not be able to blame your failure." Alex said and quickly shot them both down with a punch. He punched them hard and sent them hurtling into the ocean. The shockwave and impact of their fall was astounding. Alex had punched them hard enough to blast off his own arms. "I feel like my brain is feeling a bit funny these days," Alex thought and shook his head. "But I haven't used reality manipulation in a large scale often. This power is really cursed." Alex thought and affirmed that he should use this power less often. All of Marvel's reality manipulators start to descend into insanity eventually and become crazy in some way. He didn't want to end up like that, so he could only use the power less often. Just have to restrict the usage on a large scale. Or maybe I am just horny. Haven't had sex with the girls in like more than 2 years and I could be considered desperate. He thought and laughed at himself. Victor and Hal didn't come up again after that shot by Alex. Probably acting in defeat to make it more authentic, or they were really knocked out from the blow. It doesn't really matter because their powers can keep them safe without breathing. Chapter 102, 93. Themyscira. All of them shared a look and sped off towards Themyscira for their final agenda in the list of things today. As soon as they reached the island, Alex and Arthur waited outside the island for Mare and Diana to do the work. They couldn't step into the island without permission or it will be counterproductive. Which is not good to their goal. Diana and Mara looked forward and stepped into the island. Alex was keeping track of everything with his hockey. Even without stepping inside. He could tell and feel everything going on inside the island. Both of them were confronted by the Amazons as soon as they entered the island, but the Amazons didn't take any action because first, both of them were females and it was Princess Diana that they were facing. What brings you here, outsiders? Hippolyta's voice came and she appeared in front of the two of them. We are the summoned heroes from Earth Prime. We are here to ask you to defect to insurgency. Diana spoke with conviction and seriousness. You will not be doing that. Another Diana came out and spoke up before Hippolyta could say anything. Hippolyta sighed and kept quiet. She let Diana handle this matter herself. She was already becoming a figurehead rather than a proper queen. You are pathetic. Diana, Prime, said to Wonder Woman. You are following a man who doesn't care about you at all. He is using you like a fiddle and doesn't even reciprocate your feelings. Diana continued to taunt condescendingly. That's my business. It has nothing to do with you. Wonder Woman argued back and quickly took her lasso of truth in her hand. Then let me show you if it is my business. Diana also took out her lasso of truth. Both of them rushed at each other and met their fists together. The collision caused the shockwave and the Amazons around them staggered back. Diana grabbed Wonder Woman's arm and tossed her straight through several buildings. Wonder Woman shook her head and just when she was going to attack, several water lances greeted her face. She dodged them and deflected some with the arm guards. Diana took the chance and blasted her off with a punch again. She punched her in the gut and a huge pit formed in the ground. Mara quickly flooded her mouth with water and choked her out. Wonder Woman was knocked out cold by Diana's punches and Mara choking her with water. The others didn't interfere. This was their battle and they were against following the orders of a man in the first place. Now that a chance has presented itself, why should they refuse to take it? After putting Wonder Woman into a coma, both Diana and Mara dusted their hands and smiled at each other. People of Themyscira, are you willing to defect to insurgency? There, you don't have to take orders from a man. We will only ask you when we are in dire need of help. So will you help us? Diana voiced out and asked every one of them. We aren't willing to bow down to a man either. But how do we trust your words? Hippolyta asked and looked at the two women. Themyscira is also my home in the other world and I wouldn't see my people be treated the wrong way. Diana said passionately and looked straight into Hippolyta's eyes. Hippolyta looked into Diana's eyes scrutinizingly and nodded her head in agreement. Very well, you have my word. We will stop associating with the regime. Hippolyta said and waved her hand. Afterwards, she left with her royal guards and ministers. That's good. Diana nodded her head with a smile before she left. But we have to imprison her for the time being. She looked at Wonder Woman and said. We have the place, don't worry. Hippolyta stopped and nodded her head while signaling the royal guards around her. They quickly captured and bound Wonder Woman with the lasso of truth and took her to the special prison. She will be kept here until they are able to overthrow the regime and gain control of this world again. Diana and Mara seeing this felt relieved and left the island with satisfaction. Is it done? Alex asked even though he knew what happened. Yeah, they agreed. Diana nodded and smiled contentedly. I did good, right? Mara tilted her head up arrogantly with a proud smile. You did very well. Alex patted her head. She is acting cute again. He thought to himself. Now let's go back and give them the good news. Alex said and all of them flew back to the headquarters. This place is so gloomy looking. Just what you would expect from Bruce. Alex thought when he got inside the bunker. Hey, can't you make this place a bit more like warm rather than this cold gloomy apocalypse shelter? Alex said to Batman when he looked around the place. Batman gave him a side eye and continued to look into the computer. He ignored his presence completely like it was no big deal. I was just wondering. Do you want to meet Mom and Dad after all this is over? Alex asked casually while patting Batman's shoulder. For some reason Batman had no defense against him, or he wouldn't allow someone to touch his shoulder like this. Batman's hand stagnated for a while when he heard Alex's words. He nodded his head slightly and continued doing what he was doing on the computer. Alex smiled and went away from the place. He started to roam around the bunker and map out everything in his mind for the future. "Dear." Hancock called and walked over to Alex. "What is it?" Alex asked while looking at a picture. "We have found that Superman is going to ambush the Joker clan and we plan to intercept him at that time," she said while circling his neck. "We'll need a good strategy," Alex said and touched her arms. "That's taken care of," Zatanna said and walked over to them with a smile. Chapter 103, 94. Plans. "Oh, mind filling me up on that?" Alex asked and smiled at her. "The regime will attack the Joker clan in 1 month from now and we plan to take advantage of their distraction to attack their headquarters. Me and you will go to support the Joker clan, but the rest will be going for the headquarters. We are only in this part of the plan," Zatanna said while hugging Alex from the other side. "That's good. Superman is weak against magic. So you will be able to handle him good." Alex nodded his and pecked Zatanna's mouth. "Yeah, I will be fighting him." Zatanna also nodded her head and just closed her eye. She was resting her head on his shoulder. "Ahem, it's been a while, right?" Alex said with a perverted smile on his face. He was groping both of their asses with his dishonest hands and they were squirming around because his hands were arousing them. "We've never had a threesome," Alex said and his smile widened even more. "Humph, you pervert." Zatanna snorted, but her body was being honest. She was sticking close to Alex. "Dear, we can do it whenever you want," Hancock said while literally throwing herself in his arms. Hee hee, let's go then." Alex laughed and put them both on his shoulders. He quickly took them to the room assigned to him and started undress each other. After removing their clothes, all of them were naked and started to kiss each other in turn. "Here we go." Alex smiled and threw both of them to the bed. Zatanna was licking Hancock's pussy while Alex was licking hers. Hancock was grabbing onto Zatanna's hair and moaning up to the sky. Alex carefully licked every place of Zatanna's pussy and nodded with satisfaction when she was sufficiently wet. Alex stood up and plunged his dick straight into her pussy. "On." Zatanna moaned and let go of Hancock's pussy. Hancock grabbed her head and put her face back on her pussy. She wanted to be ready when Alex would come for her. Alex fucked her pussy and put Hancock beside her. He was going to fuck them both turn by turn. Soon, both of them were moaning. Alex was taking turns in fucking both of them with his dick. After a few more turns, Alex took Hancock and put her on top of Zatanna. He started to fuck them more conveniently. He continued to fuck one's pussy with his dick while using his hand to stir up the other. Very soon, all of them reached the limit and orgasmed like a flood. Alex didn't care and continued to fuck them hard like before. Both of them were moaning on top of their lungs from his incessant pounding. Alex shoved his in Hancock's pussy and ejaculated into her womb. "You guys can't do it alone." The door to the room opened and Barbara, Diana barged into the room. They were going to have an orgy with Alex right now. End. Alex woke up the next day with all of the girls sprawled on top of him. Hancock and Zatanna were holding his arms while Mara was lying on top of his chest. Diana and Barbara were holding his legs and sleeping with their faces on his thighs with a smile. They had went wild and continued to have sex for 2 days straight. Alex had to make food and water with his reality manipulation for supplementing them before continuing their fun. The whole base knew what was going on in this room by now, but they didn't have the guts to disturb them. I want his luck." Hal sighed and lamented when thinking about Alex. "Ha ha ha, I can invite you to one if you want," Arthur said and patted his shoulder. "Thanks but no thanks." Hal smiled and shook his head. His girlfriend will kill him if she knew about this. All of them were dry after Alex had left for so long and the girls weren't willing to let him go today. They would have continued going at it if Alex didn't have something to do. Ha ha ha. Arthur laughed uproariously when he heard his words. Joker had left the bunker long ago to reunite with the Harley of this reality. He was already bossing around in the Joker clan. Only people left in the insurgency are Batman, Catwoman, Hal Jordan, Arthur, Harley, Joker, Diana, Alex, Lex Luthor, Zatanna, Red Hood, Constantine, Alt-Uni, Batgirl, both Uni, Alfred Plasticman, Ares, Hellboy, Mara, and the 3 that have defected. The enemy also has a solid lineup with a lot of powerhouses on command. The battle will not be resolved even if they are able to stop Superman. The others will not give up the rule so easily. When a carnivore tastes blood, he can never go back to normal easily. Alex was currently resting with the girls in the room. He had no plans to get up for a day, but after that he would do some training. Aquaman and Hal were currently bickering with each other. Catwoman had come back and was currently accompanying Batman in his cave. "Here is the chip," she said to Batman in a sultry voice and stood behind him. "Good," Batman said and took the chip. He was analyzing the data inside the chip to uncover any hidden secrets. Lex can provide them with critical intelligence, but sometimes, having another insurance is better. This has always been Batman's style, except from family. He trusts no one. He read the files and decrypted the whole thing. The more he read, the more his frown deepened. This will be troublesome. He rubbed the bridge of his nose while sighing. Their surveillance is tight and not many will go to eradicate Joker clan. We'll have to fight with full power, Batman said and turned to look at Lex, who was coming over from the door. "I know, that's why I said that we should only send Zatanna and Alexander to Joker clan for support," Lex said with a serious expression. "I guess so." Batman nodded his head and started to make other plans in his mind. Chapter 104, 95. Preparations. "Don't worry, I will go with them." Bruce came in from the door and said to them. "That's also a good option." Batman nodded his head. He could trust himself, but he was still vigilant. "My kryptonite serums should be completed soon. Then we will have the capital to fight the others 1 to 1 inch. Lex said with a smile. "What is that?" Bruce asked while looking at Lex. "It is a serum that empower your cells and bodies. We will be able to fight on par with the other superpowered individuals, but it will shorten our lifespans," Lex said with a confident smile on his face. "I don't need it," Bruce said and waved his hand. "Why?" Lex asked while frowning. He couldn't understand why Bruce said this. "Follow me." Bruce didn't care to explain and led them towards the gym in the base. It had everything equipped and could even go to extremely high weights for the powered individuals to train their bodies. All of them walked into the room and Bruce immediately started the weightlifting machine. He set the weight to the minimum and it will continue to increase until he tells it to stop. He lied down below it in bench press position and gripped it tightly. He started pumping and the weight started to increase immediately. From 50 kilograms to 100, and it slowly kept going up and up until it reached a good 4,000 tons of weight. At this time, Bruce started to feel the pressure and he stopped the weight from increasing. Everyone else was astonished by this discovery. They were sure that he was a normal human and not a freak like this. They didn't know that Bruce had been in the hands of Alex for a whole year and he was pushed to the limit again and again physically. Hell, Barbara, Selena, and Pamela were even stronger than him in physical strength. They have been trained since young. Hancock has the abnormal physique and can pump 15,000 tons at her maximum strength. She doesn't look like it, but she is very strong. "But how?" Lex asked with incredulous colors in his eyes. "I was trained by a specialist. He helped me break through my body's limits," Bruce said while clicking his neck. "Did you use some kind of serum?" Lex asked. He was more interested in this than the others. Batman was also in thought when he heard Bruce's words. If he can gain power by training, then who wants to shorten his lifespan, but they don't have time now. "How long for the serum?" Batman asked and looked over to Lex. "Give me 10 days and you will have it, but I have to warn you. This serum is not permanent. It will only last for a week and then you will be back to being normal." Lex warned seriously and glanced at everyone in the room. "Don't worry about your lifespans. I can take care of that problem." Alex suddenly barged into the room and said to everyone. Everyone turned to look at him immediately. "When your lifespan shortens, it means your life energy is depleting and going down. I can replenish that life energy easily. So there is no worry to your lifespans," Alex explained with a smile. "That's good. You've got to teach me that," Lex said eagerly and looked at Alex like looking at a treasure. "It's not teachable." Alex waved his hand to dismiss him. Catwoman had dipped from there at some point and didn't know where she had gone to. "So, I will like to see your serum as well," Alex said while looking at Lex. "No problem." Lex nodded his head. Alex disappeared from the room like a mirage as soon as the talk was finished. He was still sleeping. He just used his powers to appear in front of them and talk. It was just a projection. So that was something, Lex said while looking at Bruce and Batman. Both of them ignored him and went back to the computer for what they were doing. After some time, Alex stirred up and started to wake up. He was greeted with a mix of red and black hair on his face. "Wake up everyone. I've got to go as well." Alex stretched his arms and patted their backs to wake everyone up. 5 more minutes." Mara stirred on top of him and rubbed her head on his chest before settling down again. Alex smiled helplessly and just disappeared from below them and headed straight to the bath. All of them groped about with discontent and stirred awake because of absence. "Couldn't you stay still for a bit longer?" Barbara complained while stretching and waking up. Now that I have let go of some steam, it is time for training. Alex cracked his neck while moving onto the bath. I have to meditate on Avalon's powers and break my own body to master it further if I want to achieve a faster regeneration with it. It is my greatest assurance against Superman. Alex thought while taking a bath. After finishing the bath, he drove everyone out and told them not to disturb him for a while. Now to start. He thought and teleported to the Avalon world. Alex materialized the strongest metal that he could think of and started to punch as hard as he can. He removed the limiter on his body. He was removing the natural limiter on a human body that prevents it from doing irreversible damage. He removed it fully and went on a mad punching spree. Nth metal is the kind of metal that you can't even make with reality manipulation. Every time that he broke his body, he would sit in meditation and try to shorten the time of healing as much as possible. He can regrow his limbs in 5 seconds, but it takes him longer to grow the important parts of his body like the heart. He was puncturing his own heart with his hands to shorten the time of healing for important organs. Chapter 105, 96. Preparations 2. He kept at it for as long as time permitted to him. He didn't waste a single moment that he didn't do it. He enhanced the healing of the Avalon as much as possible to make sure that he can regrow his limbs at a moment's notice. He also found the reality marble of Avalon. For some reason, it was Fate series power and he could bring people in to suppress. The defense of this realm was also terrifying. Because it is an infinite realm with a supply of power that doesn't end. As long as the opponent is not strong enough to destroy this realm, no one can break its defense. And even if it is destroyed, it will slowly itself back to where it was before its collapse. Its power can also be strengthened. When Alex gets stronger, the realm will also get stronger with him. Now, it can block attacks from powerhouses that can destroy universes with their punches, but nothing above that. This is already a lot for me at the current stage. Alex thought and continued the self-abuse on himself. This realm can keep him sustained. He doesn't need to eat, drink or even breathe as long as he is connected to Avalon. Through breaking and rebuilding, he was also strengthening his body more and more. This time, I have increased my strength by about 0.5%, but it is quite a lot if you think it only took me such a short time. Alex kept his mind wandering elsewhere while punching and kicking away. The others were also going through training after being injected with the serum. Only people that needed the serum were the ones without substantial amount of strength in them. Batman and Bruce were duking it out with each other. Red Hood and Robin, Damian, were going at each other. Catwoman and Barbara were going against each other and Batgirl was fighting Harley. Lex was also fighting against Joker with serum injected for both of them. Alex would go and supplement the life energy for all of them every now and then. Their training continued this way and soon it was the last week before the attack and confrontation with the regime. Now, we have detailed plan of their actions. Lex spoke and looked at everyone in the hall. Everyone had gathered together for this meeting. Alex's Mirage was also here for the meeting. What numbers are coming? Alex asked while his arms were folded in front of his chest. We know that not the entire regime will follow up on this attack. We know for sure that Superman, Sinestro, Aquaman, Green Lantern aka the now Yellow Lantern and Cyborg are going. Lex looked over to him and said. From our side only 5 people are going. Namely, Alexander, Zatanna, Harley, Batman and Joker. Lex pointed to the 5 people and said. That's a solid lineup as well, but I am afraid Sinestro will take the whole Yellow Lantern Corps with him. Alex said and relaxed back into the sofa without a care. That will be troublesome, but we'll have to do it this way. Lex shook his head regretfully. I will take care of it. You need to make sure that the enemy base goes up in flames. I will give you Superman. Alex said and closed his fist in a slow dynamic motion. You not afraid of a whole Yellow Lantern Corps? Arthur asked and looked at Alex. It's okay, I can handle them. Alex waved his hand and cut off the topic. We still can't be careless. Bruce and Batman said at the same time. Both of them shared a look and got back into the topic. We have to keep an escape plan and make enough preparations. Bruce said and surveyed everyone in the room. Ares will be joining us on the day as well. Catwoman said with a smile. What is that prick doing now? Alex said in dissatisfaction. He was not very fond of the guy. Apparently regime's rule has made him weaker and he wants to call dibs. Catwoman answered and her smile widened. You know, I have been thinking. Alex said and everyone focused their attention on him. Why are you so opposed to the regime? Alex looked at Batman and asked. Because he is running a dictatorship. He is treating people like objects. A small crime and everyone gets killed. Batman said emotionally with his fists clenched tight. Let me get you something straight. Ever since Superman has established regime, the crime rate in the world has gone down. There is less famine and poor who cannot afford food. Yes, being a dictator has its downsides, but the benefit outweighs the losses. Don't forget that if you think he doesn't have the right to control the life and death of others, then the original government is also human. They have no right to put prisoners in death row. A lot of prisoners are killed every day, whether publicly or hidden, and there is nothing you guys do to stop it. Now stopping Superman seems hypocritical in my opinion. Alex leant back into the sofa and looked at everyone. He doesn't have the right to rule. Catwoman tried to support Bruce's claim and said, No one has the right to rule. The Queen of England didn't have the right to rule. The right to rule is also made by human hands, and it is not only royal or higher blood of some kind that can have this right. Some dictatorship or kings are not good, and that's why people change kings through force. Democracy that the humans are so proud of is a flawed concept. Any kind of rule for that matter can go wrong. Honestly, I think that a single ruler of a planet is much better than multiple countries fighting each other for interests. The common people get stranded in the process and the rich gain everything. A single in that regard can be held accountable for everything that goes wrong, and he can make quick and decisive decisions when it is needed. Which is not the case when interests of different parties clash in a democracy and important decisions cannot be reached quickly in a dire situation. Alex continued while looking at her. Chapter 106, 97. Confusion. Everyone was silenced by Alex's words and couldn't refute it easily. Yes, they can also see the difference between the two, but people like freedom rather than what they are getting now. Superman is forcefully taking everyone under his command without giving a thought about their feelings. I know you guys are thinking about freedom, but there was no freedom even before this incident. Batman should understand the best. The conglomerates with vast amount of money control everything in society. People are just ignorant of these facts. Personally, I think Supes is doing a good job in controlling everything and giving people a safer and fulfilling environment. Rest is up to you. I will still stand on your side because I can't abandon my family. Alex shrugged high shoulders and said. All of them were reflecting on his words, but they had come too far to turn back now. This was also being done to restore calm and democracy back into the world. You guys do you. I only know that I will be fighting in a week. So I have to train a bit more. I will make my plans myself. Alex said and got up to leave. Dear. Hancock called him softly just as Alex was getting up to leave. Alex hummed questioningly. I have some problems with my practice. Can you help me with it? Hancock asked. She was practicing and felt stuck for some reason. Yeah, come to my room. With that, Alex's mirage disappeared from the room. Hancock also got up and prepared to enter his room for her problem. Everyone else also dispersed slowly and started to make their own preparations. Hancock entered Alex's room and saw him sitting on the sofa and enjoying coffee by himself. She smiled and sat down on his lap naturally. So what is the problem? Alex asked while circling her waist with his arm. I feel like I have hit a ceiling in my practice and it is difficult to progress. Hancock said and leaned back on Alex's chest. Okay, come with me. Alex nodded and took her with him to Avalon. He had built some training grounds for himself inside there and it was quite convenient to say the least. Okay, come at me. Alex put his hands in his pockets and looked at her lazily. Hancock nodded her head and rushed at Alex instantly. She delivered a roundhouse kick and Alex dodged it effortlessly. Hancock slid her leg on the ground and punched him. Alex dodged again and slid her back by just the pressure of wind from the swing of his leg. Hancock crossed her arms in front of her face to block the shockwave and stabilized her figure. Your flaw is in your form. I told you to not skip the basics and practice them more, but you don't listen, do you? Alex shook his head and relaxed his body from the combat state. Hancock looked down at her feet like a child who had done something wrong and didn't dare to refute. Go back and practice the basics first before trying to do these fancy moves. Alex waved his hand to dismiss her from the realm. Wait, dear. Hancock called out before she could be thrown out. What is it? Alex raised his eyebrow and asked. Can I practice here? She asked, a bit nervous about his answer. You can, but you will have to keep some distance from me to not get hurt. He nodded his head and headed towards his practice dummies. Then he focused on his own training. He was fully practicing the use of Avalon. He had made a lot of progress these days. His healing time for limbs had shrunk down from 5 seconds to 1 second. He could regrow the whole limb in same time as well, and he could be considered successful in his practice. Now he only has to fully integrate the healing into him like an instinct that he doesn't even have to think before it happens on its own. Hancock. Alex called after a short training session. Yeah. Hancock replied. Can you help me test something? He asked. Sure. Hancock nodded her head and stood still. Okay, I will try to suppress you with this realm and tell me how much weaker you feel. Alex asked. Hancock nodded her head and took a combat stance while arousing her spirit. Alex operated the reality marble in Avalon and tried to suppress Hancock with its power. Hancock suddenly felt a lot of pressure welling up from inside her rather than outside. She felt like someone was restricting her soul with chains. She felt her powers being weakened as well. She had a succubus and serpent demon heritage from what she found out in the underworld. She could charm people and confuse them. She also had the power to tame and communicate with snakes. She even had 3 transformations. She could either become a succubus, a half-snake or a succubus and snake hybrid. Alex did have some exotic fun with her the other day after a session of his training and they both went wild. I feel that my strength has been reduced by 30%. Hancock said while moving around her body and testing her strength. Sweet, that's a pretty big suppression. Alex said with a happy smile when he heard her words. Another trump card in my possession. And I also feel that meditating inside Avalon has took out the suppression on my soul from using too much reality manipulation. Alex thought and smiled contentedly to himself. Things were going good and he was well prepared for the attack in a week's time. But I can try something more. Alex mused to himself. What if I try to cover my body only with Avalon's defense and then try to punch? Alex thought and grew more and more certain of his line of thought. If he is able to develop this, then he will have a higher defense than Superman himself, which will be very good. Guess we can only try. Alex thought and started immediately. Chapter 107, 98. Fight. The week of wait has finally ended and today's the day of Regime's attack. Alex was looking forward to it. He had done a lot in this month to strengthen his chances against the heavy hitters. He was able to control the defensive range of Avalon somewhat and could warp it on his finger only and nothing else for the moment, but this gave him confidence. He was at least thinking on a correct route and could probably fully develop this power before long. At least I know what to do in the future. Alex thought and shook his head to focus on the current situation in front of him. We've gotten to know that what Alexander said really happened. They took the whole Yellow Lantern Corps to raid the Joker clan. Lex said while showing some pictures on the table. There are at least 20 Yellow Lanterns in this group along with Sinestro and others. Lex pointed towards the pictures and continued. The rest of us will be going for the regime headquarters while you 5 will go for the Joker clan. Even if you don't win. You just have to hold them back for the time being. Lex said and looked at the 5 people who were going to act separately. Don't worry, I will make sure that they stay there for long. Alex said while nodding his head. That will be for the best. Lex nodded his head in agreement. We will leave in an hour. Bruce said and stood up from the sofa. He was always wearing his Batman attire and it could get confusing between the 2 Batman in the base. They were both carbon copies. Always scrutinizing people at every turn of the way. Only saving grace is that the Batman of this reality is older than the Batman from Earth Prime. Let's go make our preparations. Alex said and went towards his room with Zatanna. You seem a bit tense. Zatanna asked when both of them were inside Alex's room. I just have a feeling that this will not be as simple as we think it is. Alex shook his head and looked towards her seriously. Maybe I can try to foreshadow. Zatanna said and prepared to use her magic. Don't, if it is the person I think it is, then you will get a severe backlash. Alex quickly stopped her before she did anything stupid. Zatanna nodded her head and didn't try to think about doing it again. Okay, go and prepare. We are leaving on time. Alex waved his hand to dismiss her and stressed the words on time. Zatanna nodded and quickly left the room to prepare for the battle ahead. In an hour, everyone was prepared and ready to take action. Catwoman would stay in the base along with Barbarous from both universes to give support on the situation. The 2 of them were good at background support and Hancock was also left in the base for just-in-case situations. Everything was prepared and all of them set off for the showdown. They quickly arrived at the Joker clan and took positions to surround the enemy before they are hit. In about 2 hours after they reached the Joker clan, people started to pour in like tides. Atlantis fleets, Yellow Lantern Corps along with Sinestro and Hal Jordan. Superman also came with other grunts from the regime. Cyborg was in the back row and analyzing the whole situation. So you have summoned heroes from an alternate universe. Superman said and scanned the whole base with his X-ray vision. Yeah, neat isn't it? Alex smiled cheekily with a smug face. He flew over to them and folded his hands in front of his chest. Who are you? Soup squinted his eyes and looked at Alex. You know, this line is getting more and more annoying. Alex tilted his head left and right while taunting Superman. I know your story. You are doing all this because Joker killed Lois, right? As soon as Alex said this, Superman sped off at him and punched him with all his strength. His fist tore through the air and created sonic booms in its wake. His face was distorted with anger. Alex equipped Gold Experience and caught his punch with his palm. Half of his body was gone instantly as soon as the fist connected to Alex's palm, but the next second, all of it regrew back to how it was. Surprise, motherfucker. Alex shouted and punched Superman's face with all his strength. Superman was sent flying back from the punch. Alex's broken arm was also healed back shortly. Alex had used spirit force to bypass Superman's biological force field that he has on his body and damaged his internals. Superman shook his head and hurled himself back at Alex. Little crybaby, listen to me first before you start punching away, Alex said and took him inside Avalon. Zatanna didn't even get her chance to confront him and he was taken away by Alex. Now, you should feel weaker, right, and we can also talk better, Alex said and looked at Superman playfully. I heard that after Lois' death, you killed Joker and everyone associated with him except Harley. Although she didn't take part in it anyway, Alex said seriously this time. What are you getting at? Superman asked and scrutinized Alex. If you had your revenge, then why go on this mad killing spree? Alex asked while looking into his eyes. To rid this world from injustice and crime. Superman generously opened arms to both sides and said in a majestic voice. I can understand your motives, but unfortunately family comes first, Alex said and just left Superman inside Avalon. He had isolated Lobo in a different area and no one could it without his consent. Alex came out, but he found out that he couldn't put Superman inside Avalon like this and he came out with him. Guess it doesn't work like this. Alex mused to himself and readied himself for further combat. This is going to be a long day, Alex thought to himself and looked at Superman. Chapter 108, 99. Fight 2. Just as they were about to continue the fight, a small guy popped in like a cartoon with a plop. Ha ha ha. A hearty laughter came with a small body. So what's going on here? The guy said while looking around with a hand above his eyes. Mr. MXYZPTLK is here to make your acquaintance, the short guy said while lifting his hat in front of his chest and bowing towards the both of them. I see my big boy is having a serious fight with someone, he said and comically spun his head towards the both of them. You better have a good fight. After all, we have an audience watching, he said while looking towards a different direction with shining eyes. What does he mean? Alex thought himself, but then his thoughts diverted and he couldn't think about it anymore. Superman was also shaking his head like he was a bit dizzy from something. Anyway, I will be erased if I don't let you continue this fight. See you guys later. After that he disappeared with a plop. That's your grandpa or something, Alex said while pointing to the place where Mr. MXYZPTLK had been. Superman snorted and again rushed at Alex. This time Zatanna intercepted in between and didn't let him get close to Alex. You are mine, blue boy. It's gray boy now, huh? Zatanna said with a confident smile and whispered the last part to herself. Nib, she said, and invisible shackles bound Superman. He struggled for a bit and broke the shackles with brute strength. Zatanna didn't care. She just needed some time to conjure her magic anyway. She muttered something in her breath and giant beams of lightning fell from the sky. They targeted Superman like homing missiles and didn't give him time to breath. Superman kept on dodging the beams of lightning. Every time he was struck, he would get stopped and his body would suffer from some minor injuries. Zatanna kept up with her onslaught without giving him the time to breath, let alone retaliate against her. Alex on the other hand was facing against the whole Lantern Corps with Hal Jordan, Aquaman, and Victor. Joker and Harley were wrecking havoc with the grunts and Batman was setting something up on the battlefield. So you betrayed us, Sinestro said while looking at Aquaman, Green Lantern, and Cyborg. Yeah, enough chit-chat. Alex mocked him and rushed towards them with the others. The whole armies were already surrounded and the others couldn't escape from here. Atlantis' army was on their side and together with the Joker clan. They had plenty of manpower to fight the regime equally. Devastating rounds of fighting broke out with Alex handling 6 lanterns himself. One of them was Sinestro. He was dodging and retaliating at the same time. The lantern rings are totally hacks. It can make anyone strong without any training. Alex was also feeling the pressure while facing 6 opponents physically stronger than him. Their cooperation was really good. Sinestro was doing head-on collision while the others were providing support. They were conjuring various different things with their rings to bombard Alex, and Sinestro was enhancing as much as he can to confront him. Alex was feeling a good amount of pressure and his face had a feral grin. He was dodging and fighting back with everything he had. Injuries were a minor problem for him at this moment. He left everything to Avalon and didn't care about anything. He was confronting them head-on. One guy suddenly fell out of the rhythm and missed his timing by a small amount. Alex quickly took the chance and grabbed the lantern by the neck. And this finishes it, he said while looking at the others with a dangerous grin. He tightened his grip with all his strength and broke the guy's neck like chicken. He then threw the body aside like garbage and looked at the rest of them. Now it's your turn. Alex said and flew at them with full speed. Shockwaves and sonic booms happened behind him. He was using a lot of speed from gold experience plus spirit force to shield himself. He quickly narrowed the distance and plunged his hand through another guy's chest. A beating heart was in his hand and it came out from the guy's back. 2 dead, 4 to go. Alex said with a happy smile and rushed towards the others. Focus and don't panic. Sinestro said to the others and focused on attacking. Sinestro was sweating a bit. This was the first time he saw heroes of Earth kill others like this. He has always been detained and never killed whenever he came to attack them. That's why his courage was so bloated to attack the Justice League again and again. Snap out of it. Sinestro shouted in his mind while he rushing at Alex. He made a giant yellow hand and swatted at Alex like a mosquito. Alex dodged the hand from between the fingers and punched Sinestro in the chest. The other yellow lanterns quickly took action and again surrounded Alex from all direction. One of them was using a rocket turret while the others were various advanced weapons from their rings. Alex dodged all the attacks and narrowed the distance between them. Their fights went on for a long time and literally changed the landscape in the place. They were in the outskirts near the wastelands and wilderness. So the damage to public property was negligible but the landscape was completely different. Alex finally solved all of them and left their bodies without giving them any mind. They weren't useful to him anyway. The only problem with lanterns is that all of their powers are given by the ring and they are normal otherwise. Alex dusted his hands and looked at the others still confronting the lanterns. He was just observing for the moment with no plans to interfere. This was valuable combat experience plus it was their battle and he didn't deem it appropriate to interfere. Chapter 109, 100. Finally. Slowly, the other 3 were overwhelmed by the large number of lanterns and Alex finally had to step in. They continued for a while more and finally solved all the lanterns by the time it was late afternoon. Now only Supes was left. Superman had already found out the whole situation and he was already tattered after receiving so many attacks from Zatanna. Superman looked for an opening and rushed out instantly. He cannot fall here or his hard work will go to waste. He has to be there to handle the helm of the regime. If he can regroup back in the headquarters then he will have the confidence to face these heroes. He cannot stop all of them alone but he can run and they can't stop him. Zatanna was stupefied by Superman's decisive retreat. She didn't even think that the blue boy will run away like this. But even if he went to the other side, he will still have to face some of the powerhouses from insurgency this time. The plan cannot be stopped at all costs. Alex was also ready to give chase when needed but before he had to resolve things here first. They took a small amount of time to sort everything out first by capturing the prisoners. Aquaman, Green Lantern and Cyborg will stay here with Joker and Harley. I will be going with Batman and Zatanna. Alex said while motioning towards each of them. All of them nodded their head and Alex picked Bruce up before blasting off into the distance. All of them quickly reached the regime headquarters and saw a great battle already going underway. All the classic villains were there fighting against the others and Superman was wreaking havoc here. Black Adam was also there and they had perfect counter to Zatanna. Things were going to get tough because Mr. MXYZPTLK was also there and he was most powerful. I will fight Mr. MXYZPTLK and you guys try to contain Superman. Alex ordered and put Bruce on the ground before blasting off towards Mr. MXYZPTLK. Oh, aren't you that guy? You were fighting my boy, right? Mr. MXYZPTLK didn't look stressed and joked about with Alex. How about we do this? I will give you a question. If you can't solve it then you obediently go back. Alex asked him with a smile. Boy, your challenge is redundant and I know what you are trying to do but I will entertain you. Mr. MXYZPTLK said with a wave of his hand. Oh then tell me what this is. I want a specific name. Alex said while patting Gold Experience's shoulder with a smile. The smile on Mr. MXYZPTLK's face froze and a deep frown appeared on his forehead. Strange, truly strange. I have never seen this kind of creature or power in all my life of collecting everything in the Omniverse. Mr. MXYZPTLK said while circling Gold Experience and poking it with his finger. Intriguing. His face kept constantly changing from a frown to a smile intermittently. He was analyzing Gold Experience but he wasn't able to find out anything because Gold Experience was blocking him from analyzing himself. I can't tell. Mr. MXYZPTLK shook his head in defeat and looked at Alex eagerly. You have to tell me what it is. Mr. MXYZPTLK asked with an eager and impatient tone. Why do I have to tell you? That wasn't our agreement. Alex shook his head and laughed when he heard his words. Humph, then we can fight. I'm not going back. Mr. MXYZPTLK also snorted and prepared to use his abilities. All right, but I will only tell its name. Alex sighed and agreed. Right now it was imperative that he should save as much time as possible, and Mr. MXYZPTLK wasn't an easy foe to handle. This ability is called a stand. Alex said while patting Gold Experience's shoulder. I see. Okay, then I will come later to talk more about it. Mr. MXYZPTLK nodded his head and waved his hand, but his eagerness was still there. He left the reality with a plop and fulfilled his promise of not interfering in the battlefield. Alex also nodded in satisfaction and immediately turned his head towards Black Adam. He leapt forward and touched Black Adam without being felt and pulled him into Avalon. Gold Experience. Alex shouted, and Gold Experience immediately got to work in engaging Black Adam. I will turn you into ashes. Black Adam growled out and engaged Gold Experience. They fought each other, but Black Adam was suppressed inside Avalon. Alex also took this chance and closed the distance with Black Adam. Both of them engaged Black Adam and started fighting fiercely. Black Adam could only contend because of his magic, or he would be on the ground way sooner. Alex wasn't using any of his 3 special abilities. He was fighting with just spirit force and physical strength. In a couple of rounds, they subdued Black Adam and Alex quickly killed him. Now to get the sweet fruit. Alex licked his lips and touched Black Adam's head. He used Hammond and sucked out all the life energy inside of him. His power kept getting stronger and stronger, and he quickly broke 20 megatons. His strength soared all the way to 100 megatons, and he finally stopped absorbing because that was his limit, and Black Adam turned to dust. Alex exited Avalon and saw that because of Black Adam's absence, they had quickly contained everyone. Superman was also bound with magic. Constantine, Alt-Uni, and Zatanna had both bound him together. He was struggling hard but couldn't break free from the bindings. Batman and Bruce were standing on either side of him. The whole regime had been rounded up with just small resistances here and there. Finally finished, huh? Alex smiled and walked over to everyone. Yeah, Barbara and the others helped a lot. Zatanna smiled and started telling him everything. Alex also smiled and heard everything from her patiently. Everything was according to plan, and any changes were quickly dealt with by Batman on the spot. He was just too prepared for every scenario. Chapter 110, 101. Meeting. All of them smiled when they heard her cheerful words except Batman and Bruce. They were as stoic as ever. How are you going to handle it now? Alex asked while looking at Batman. I will imprison him and all others whose crimes are too heavy. Batman said and kept his attention at Superman. Well, that's also a solution, but that's not what I am asking. Alex agreed but then shook his head at him. I am asking about the government. How are you going to handle that? He asked. Listen to my suggestion. Alex said and made a couple of chairs for everyone. Bow that you have overthrown the regime and the whole world is already united, then keep it this way. You want to keep freedom supreme, then keep it supreme. Set up a world government. A democratic world government that will keep the world united and prevent wars with other countries. Bloodshed will be reduced and the world will have better prospects. You should think about it. You can intervene in it only when the government foes injustice to the public. No president can stay more than 2 terms in the office like the US system. It is a fairly good means to prevent the president from becoming a tyrant. Alex said while looking at Batman sitting in front of him. Batman was also deep in though from Alex's words. The whole thing sounded good and was definitely better than before when the other countries had contradictions with each other, plus they could keep control on it. Make sure to think about it. Alex said and stood up from the chair. As soon as he stood up, all the chairs vanished underneath everyone. Everyone fell to the ground except Batman and Bruce. They were still in the same sitting position. Got ya. Alex laughed out loud at their misery and pointed at them. All of them grunted and looked at him with unkind eyes. Stay right there. Zatanna shouted and started chasing him down with Mara and Diana in tow. Alex ran in the front while the 3 ladies ran to chase him down and give him a good beating. They were just talking so seriously and he suddenly made the chairs vanish below them. They were caught off guard. Alex was laughing hard while running around the rubble and debris. After a while, the 3 of them got bored and left without actually catching him. Humph, can't catch me. Alex mocked while patting his butt at them. Just then a hand was placed on his shoulder. Alex turned his head mechanically like a broken robot and saw Bruce looking at him. That's enough, he said while adding a little force on his shoulder. Humph, party pooper. Alex snorted and went towards everyone with a dissatisfied face. All of them were looking at him with a smile. They were happy at his misery. Who told him to do this to them? Come on, let's put this guy in prison and then I can go home. Lex said while urging them impatiently. Batman looked at him and without saying anything led the way towards a secret location. He had already prepared these things even before they stopped Superman and the regime. They put him in a fully isolated room with red sun radiation. This would make sure to seal his powers and he will not be able to get out of here. All right, that settles this. Alex smiled when he looked inside the cage. They turned around and went out of the facility. Not knowing that Superman's eyes were glowing red when they exited the facility. He hadn't lost all his powers just yet. That is for another day. Now to fulfill my promise. Alex looked over to Batman and said. First of all, I can revive them, but before you jump the gun. Alex said lightly with a smile and put a hand in front to stop Batman from speaking. I can only revive one person. I cannot interfere too much with reality or some very unsavory people will come after me. He said while patting his shoulder. Batman nodded his head and didn't say anything further on this point. Even if from a different reality. You can still be considered my brother. So this little help won't hurt. Alex thought in his mind. Now, to let you meet your 3 family members. Alex said and snapped his fingers. Batman and Alex disappeared from the place like a mirage. They soon found themselves in front of a dark castle-like building. What bring you in my domain, friends from the living? A raspy and cracking voice came into their ears as soon as they stepped into the underworld. Here to ask a favor. Alex said calmly while facing the castle. As soon as he said this, a man appeared in front of them surrounded by black fumes. He was wearing a black suit with black hair and eyes. What favor? He asked while looking at them. His expression could not be made. It was masked by the black fumes. I want you to let him meet his family. Alex patted Batman's shoulder and spoke while looking at Hades. Why should do this favor for you? Hades asked. Because one more friend is better than one more enemy and I will owe you a favor. Alex said with a smile. One more friend is better than one more enemy, huh? Okay, follow me. Hades nodded his head and led the way. They came to a separate manor which was a bit of a distance away from the castle. They are staying here because of their good deeds while alive. His brother is just enjoying the fruits of their labor. Hades said while pointing at Batman. Batman looked indifferent in the face of meeting his parents, but there was a great turmoil going on inside him. He stepped forward and opened the gate of the manor. In the middle of the hall, he could see his parents and his brother sitting and talking with each other. All of them turned to look at him and astonishment flashed in their eyes. Oh, we should let Damien meet his grandparents as well. Alex said and snapped his fingers. Damien was immediately transported there with a naked body. The poor guy was taking a bath and came here. Alex waved his hand while covering his eyes and made some clothes appear on his body. Go meet your grandparents. Alex said and pushed him in before closing the door. This is a transceiver that you can use to call me if you need my help. I owe you one, just send them back. Alex gave it to Hades and left the underworld after getting his affirmation. Chapter 111, 102. Revival. He came back to the regime headquarters and saw everything was already cleaned up like nothing ever happened here. Good work, guys. Alex said and looked at all of them on the site. Where's Batman? Catwoman asked with worry visible on her face. She had come over when she found that she couldn't connect to Batman anymore. He's fine, just visiting his family. Alex said calmly to placate her worries. That's good. Catwoman gave a sigh of relief and relaxed a little after hearing his reply. Don't worry, he will be back in 24 hours. Alex said and went past her. Where did you send him? She asked after turning around and looking at him. The underworld. He is chilling with Hades. Alex said with a smile and continued on his way. Catwoman was a bit dumbfounded by his reply and stood there blankly for a second. By the time she snapped out of it, Alex was long gone and already talking to others. Someone's trying to open a portal here. Alex said when he felt a disturbance in the hem space around them. A portal opened and 3 people quickly came out of it. Flash, Superman, and Cyborg were the new entries. They quickly looked around and saw the others looking at them like clowns. We are here to take you back. Flash said with a grinning smile and ran to them instantly. Didn't really need to. Arthur said and patted his shoulder. How's the situation there? Wonder Woman asked and walked over to the 3 newcomers. I wasn't dragged with you to this reality. So I thought something happened and quickly asked Cisco to find you guys. Carl spoke but was cut off in between. So here we are. Flash said quickly while pointing to himself with his chest puffed up. Good to see you guys. Alex smiled and walked over as well. Oh, you are here as well. Green Lantern said. Yeah, I came back a bit later than these guys. Alex nodded his head and affirmed what they were saying. Oh, I just remembered. Can you 2 come over here? Alex motioned to Superman and Batman while walking towards a separate area. All of them looked at each other curiously but didn't intend to intrude between them. I went to the future for 2 years. I got to 31st century and saw your descendant and your sister there. Alex said and made seat for all three of them there. The others looking at this smiled and each other gloatingly. They knew what was coming after this, but Barry and Hal were clueless. I trained them for 2 years. Can you believe it that they were literal rookies with no discipline or anything to their names? Alex said exaggeratedly while waving his hands. Your descendant, Tina Sung, was using giant Batman mechs to fight. Kara was the leader of the group. They replicated and cloned you guys to the future, but literally all of you died except Wonder Woman, and Batman was the only one perfectly replicated. The problem is that you guys didn't have your memories and all of your powers were also wacky. A Superman that can't fly, Flash that cannot run without triggering friction, Green Lantern that got hurt from his own powers, and a female Guy Gardner. Alex said while gloating at their misfortune. I had plenty of fun with them. It was a good time. Alex said and looked at them attentively to see their reaction. That sounds like a good adventure. Superman said with a smile. What do you want to prove with that? Batman said and squinted at him. I want to prove that someone might already have your child like the one here, and I want to confirm if it's true. Alex said and looked straight into Bruce's eyes. You know very well that I haven't forgotten what happened that day, and you also know what I want to do. Alex's aura flared and killing intent started to ooze out of him when he remembered the incident. I know. I just wanted you to forget about it. Bruce said and sighed when he looked into Alex's eyes and felt his aura. What are you guys talking about? Superman asked and looked between the both of them. You know Batman's true identity, right? Alex asked and looked at him. I know. Superman nodded his head. Then it's easy to say. The night of our parents' murder attempt wasn't that simple, and they would have died that day if it wasn't for my power, and I don't plan to forgive that guy. He said with a dangerous glint in his eyes. He was waiting for Superman's response. We won't stop you. I also nearly killed Luthor for attempting something hideous at Lois. Superman sighed and said helplessly. Good that we got it out of the way first, because you will not like what will happen. Alex nodded his head and got up from the chair. He didn't forget to make the chairs vanish below the both of them, and this time, because of his sadness, even Bruce was caught. Everyone laughed when they saw this, and Superman just stood up while shaking his head with a smile. He already knew that Alex loved to do pranks on people, but he still got caught so easily. Okay, we will wait for a day and go back tomorrow after Batman comes back. Alex said and clapped his hands at everyone to get their attention. They waited in that reality for 24 hours, and Batman finally came back the next day. His eyes looked a lot more lively and filled with vitality than before. Apparently, he had a good chat with his family and his mood had stabilized. Ready for revival. Tell me one person. Alex took him away to the far side. So that he doesn't get hurt by anyone else. He made sure to isolate them from the others with his spirit force. Revive my brother. Batman said and looked at Alex. Alex nodded his head and his eyes glowed for a while before another Alex was standing near them. This one was ordinary with a normal physique that a 20-year-old guy should have. Chapter 112, 103. Back home. Alex got back to the others, but not before warning Batman to hide his brother elsewhere and making up some excuse about his sudden appearance. Alright guys, we should hoe back as well. Alex said and looked at others standing in front of the base. Yeah, we can't stay here for too long. Everyone agreed and nodded their heads. How much time has passed on Earth since our disappearance? Alex asked and looked towards Superman. You guys have been gone for a year. He said with a smile. That long, huh? Alex sighed and didn't say anything further. Everyone from the alternate reality, or Earth 1 for that matter, came to bid farewell to them except the ones in jail. Alright, no need to be so soapy. We can always come to visit. Alex waved away the others when they came over to him for a hug. He wasn't having any of this soapy thing from them. He had enough emotional moments. Mr. J, stay with me. A very discordant voice cut through their talks and spread in the surrounding. Harley, I have to go back to my fun. Joker laughed crazily and kicked her away before striding over to the returning home team. Mr. J. Harley cried out loud with comical tears coming out of her eyes. Okay, let's go. Alex waved his hand and all of them disappeared from their place. They were again thrusted into the wormhole going back to reality. Very soon, all of them landed in the watchtower through the tunnel and saw the three of Martian Manhunter, Black Canary, and Hawkgirl sitting in the hall. You finally brought them back. Hawkgirl said with a big sigh and smiled. Yeah, good to have you guys back. John, Martian Manhunter, said and smiled as well. Hey, can we finish our match? Black Canary said while looking at Barbara. She was more interested in her match against her than their return. Since she knew they were safe, then there was no need for all the soapy things. We will do it tomorrow. I just returned from the future. Barbara also looked back at her with equal fighting spirit and said. Black Canary nodded her head and didn't take the matter any further. Oh, you guys having some competition? Alex asked while looking at the both of them. Yeah, we are at an equal amount wins and losses at the moment. Barbara nodded her head and explained. Why don't the both of you try and come at me? Alex smiled leisurely and said. Humph, don't be cheeky. Black Canary snorted and immediately attacked him. Barbara shook her head because she already knew what would happen. And just as she predicted. The next second, Black Canary was seen flying through the hall and hitting the wall of the room. Can't you keep your hands a little? Barbara said with a sigh and went to help Black Canary up. Black Canary stopped her and slowly got up on her own. Training should be done full force. Alex didn't relent and retorted back. Everyone was just looking at their antics for a while and decided to ignore them. Again. Black Canary stood up and again lunged at Alex. Alex avoided her charge, threw her straight at the wall by the head. Black Canary was launched like a cannonball and hit the wall with her head. Enough. Diana said and stopped their fight. You guys will never end this if no one stops you. Diana said angrily while looking at the two of them. She wanted to train. Alex shrugged his shoulders and pointed at her. I'm not finished yet. Black Canary said while looking at him. She didn't even look at Diana's angry face. You can come at me anytime. Alex said with a smile and walked over to the 6 girls sitting around at the side. Diana had also went back to talk with the girls after sighing. I think we should go back home. Mom must be worried about us. Alex said and looked at all of them while standing. Yeah. Hancock nodded her head and prepared to go with him. That includes you guys too. Alex said and motioned the others as well. But. Diana, Mara, and Zatanna wanted to protest but it didn't work. Alex didn't even listen to them and snapped his fingers. All of them were gone from the watchtower and went back to their house. Bruce was also included in the list. He was talking about something important but he couldn't finish what he was saying. He just resigned himself to his fate and sighed when he saw where he was. Martha and Thomas were sitting in the middle of the hall. Martha was looking haggard with Thomas accompanying her. Her eyes had deep eye bags and she looked like she was suffering from depression. Just then all of them came to the hall and she looked up at the sudden appearance of other people. Alex, Bruce, girls. Martha called softly and stood up with a shaky body. She looked weak and helpless. Mom. Bruce and Alex hurriedly called out and rushed to support her. They hugged her together and supported her back to the couch. Your mom has been all this time since you disappeared. She has been blaming herself and look what she did to herself. Thomas said in a tone like he was reprimanding Martha. He was also distressed for his wife when she wouldn't rest or sleep properly. She even restricted the consumption of her food. She was just so worried that she couldn't be asked to eat anything. Pamela and Selena also came regularly and stopped going and doing their villain things to look after her but it didn't help much. Alex. Pamela and Selena came from the side with their heads down like they did something wrong. Okay guys, sit down first. Alex said to everyone and sat down on a couch. Everyone took their seats and 3 girls were a bit restless while the rest were taking care of Martha and talking with her. Chapter 113, 104. Visit. Alex snapped his fingers and Martha's condition improved to like she was before they left to rescue Hancock. Mom, you know you are really. Alex couldn't finish his words. He was speechless at Martha's behavior. He could understand that she was worried but what she did was too much. I don't think your mom did anything wrong. Anyone would be worried from what happened. Thomas supported Martha in this regard because demons coming to house was too much for anyone. Hancock got very nervous from what they said. They won't drive me out, right? She only had this thought in her mind. She didn't want to be separated from Alex. Martha saw through her worry and took her hand in her hand to tell that she wasn't against her because of this. Mom, you have to be more careful in the future. I am powerful enough to not be hurt by anyone in this universe. Alex boasted extravagantly to provide her assurance. Okay, son. Martha smiled at Alex's words and assured him. Master, madam, would you like some tea? Alfred asked with a smile. He was happy for that all the children were safe and back home. He was getting old and his temperament was becoming more and more like a grandfather towards Alex and Bruce. You sit down as well, Alfred. Alex said and got up to make some tea for everyone. Alfred wanted to refute but Alex didn't listen and forcibly made him sit down with everyone. He made a big pot of tea and bought it for everyone. Gold Experience was moving the trolley while he was slowly moving with it. All the cups flew into their hands and Alex sat down on a free seat. Everyone laughed and talked about what they experienced in the past time. Martha, Thomas, and Alfred listened intently to their ramblings with a smile on their faces. Let's visit Atlantis. I have been meaning to go back there with everyone and we can also visit Zeeble. Alex said while standing up from the chair. It was just around noon and there was plenty of time to go to Atlantis. Yay! Mara cheered when she heard his words. She wanted him to visit her kingdom for a long time, but he never came around because of various other things. Today could be considered a chance and she was happy enough to take it. Everyone nodded their heads and stood up a bit eagerly to go and visit Atlantis. You guys go. I need to manage some things in the company and watchtower. Bruce waved his hand and went away from the lounge. You do you. Alex shrugged his shoulders and let him go. All right then, let's go. Arthur should be back in Atlantis as well. So no care about consumption. Alex laughed and snapped his fingers. All of them got teleported straight into the palace hall of Atlantis. All the ministers and soldiers were alert when they saw some unsuspecting people come in the palace out of nowhere. Yo. Alex greeted and looked at Arthur sitting on the throne. What brought your busy steps here? Arthur asked a bit sarcastically. Just came to visit with my family. This is my mom, the famous Martha Wayne, and my dad Thomas Wayne. These you don't need explaining. You know them already. Alex introduced the two, then pointed to the rest and waved his hand. Let me get someone as a guide for you. Just tell him what you need. All your expenses will be covered by me. Arthur nodded his head with a smile and motioned towards a minister. The minister quickly operated his transceiver and called in a royal guard. The royal guard was a woman and she quickly kneeled as soon as she came into the throne room. You will be the benefactor of this kingdom and help him look around the city. Make sure to be respectful at all times. Arthur looked at the mermaid and instructed sternly. The servant obeys. The mermaid bowed and quickly saluted. Please, sir. She motioned with her arms respectfully. Thanks, man. Alex waved at Arthur and followed the mermaid. No need. Arthur shook his head and laughed. They exited the palace and got to Central Square of the kingdom. Everything could be found here. There were various shops and all kinds of entertainments. Even though they didn't have cinemas, they still had some theaters for stage play and other forms of entertainment. Everyone followed behind the mermaid curiously and looked around the square with various mermen and mermaid going here and there. What would you like to see? The mermaid asked and looked at her followers respectfully. Ask them. Alex and Thomas stood to the side and motioned towards the girls. Both of them smiled at each other in understanding. Alfred was just standing there silently without minding anything. He had a small smile on his face and looked at everyone happily. Clothes. All the girls and Martha said in unison, and they were ready to go shopping for clothes. The mermaid led them to a huge building and talked about something to the manager. The manager bowed his head towards them and the shopping started. Perhaps they knew the time constraints. So the girls didn't take too much time and finished their shopping in just 2 hours. Alex was quite surprised by this but didn't voice it out. I would like to see the history of your civilization, Diana said while looking at the mermaid. Please follow me. The mermaid quickly led them towards a high-tech museum with the whole history of Atlantis. From their island incurring the wrath to the submersion of their island. How they developed because of the trident of the first king and enveloping the whole kingdom in a protective shield. Their evolution to their advancement in technology. All of their previous kings. Everything was recorded in detail. Everyone looked at all this with fascination except Mara and the mermaid. They quite liked the history of this place. It was kind of magical and grand. Now this gives the fantasy feeling that people should have after rebirth. Alex thought with a pleasant mood. Chapter 114, 105. Zeeble. After touring the museum, everyone came out with a look of realization and understand like they learned something grand. Then everyone went for a late lunch. The lunch was shark fins, whale meat, and all other kinds of exotic fishes. A unique lunch, I would say. Alex said while looking at the table full of dishes. But it's tasty. Selena said with a smile was stretching from ear to ear. Once in a while, this is also good. Pamela said while eating her food. She was wearing normal clothes rather than her Ivy costume that she usually wears. Alex could have changed the clothes for her but she changed them in the clothing store. After lunch, they wanted to roam around some historical places. Let's go to Zeeble. You have never been there. Mara protested before anyone could voice their opinions and set the matter in stone. All right everyone, we will follow the whims of Princess Mara. Alex said grandly like a minister to his king and lined up behind her with everyone. Mara chuckled at his axe and shook her in amusement. Let's go. Mara pointed forward and Alex snapped his fingers. All of them disappeared from their place while leaving a very perplexed and worried mermaid behind. The mermaid quickly got out of the square and went to the palace to report their disappearance. She didn't want to take any responsibility for it. On the other hand, Alex and the others were standing in front of a canyon full of pointy buildings and dome-like houses. So this is Zeeble, huh? Alex said while looking around at the pointy buildings. Yeah, we pride ourselves in our warriors and culture. Mara puffed up her chest and said with pride. Oh warriors. Diana and Barbara said at the same time when they heard her words. Dear, you don't want to challenge, right? Hancock caught Alex's arm when she saw a gleam in his eyes. You go and enjoy with Zatanna and the others. I will go and look with Diana and Barbara, but first we have to go to the palace. Alex said and looked at the incoming soldiers. Princess Imra, your father has been expecting you. The soldiers immediately bowed and saluted Mara. Lead the way. Mara nodded and motioned them to move. The soldiers saluted again and started moving in the front. They quickly got into the palace and saw Nereus sitting on the throne with a smile. Welcome to my kingdom. I am happy that you gave us a chance at hospitality. Nereus immediately said grandly and looked at Alex with a certain gleam in his eyes. Who doesn't have ambitions in their bones, but he also knew that he can't move Alex. Still, he can ask him to protect their kingdom when needed. Everything in this world works on what benefits you can provide to the other party. No one likes to work for free. No need to be like this. Let me introduce you to everyone. Alex said and started to introduce everyone to Nereus. Nereus nodded his head with a smile and didn't say anything about Alex's multiple girlfriends. It was quite common in their monarchy. After finishing the introduction, they asked him to let them roam around the city, and Nereus generously gave them 2 guards for their tour. They roamed around the whole kingdom and saw everything that this kingdom has to offer. So, how do you guys came to be? We saw Atlantis founding, but what about you? Diana asked while looking around the structure and different things in the city. We can also go to the museum in our kingdom. Mara said and motioned the guards to lead the way. Everyone nodded their heads. Martha, Thomas and Alfred were talking with King Nereus about whatever, and the rest were here roaming around the kingdom. We were also under the rule of Atlantis at the start. Then our first king felt that the oppression of Atlantis on mermen who don't look human was too much and left the kingdom with a large of people. There were challenges because Atlantis wasn't willing to let such a large number of cheap labor or slaves go out of their hands. But through the persistent efforts of several generations, this large kingdom was set up for the mermen that looked different from humans. And to this day, we continue to strengthen our army and warriors for any unforeseen circumstances. The royal guards guided and introduced the story and history of the place. Atlantis is a monarchy with nobles and the royal family. The bottom rung of civilians are treated no different from slaves and are completely oppressed by everyone. But they have lost the will to fight or change their destiny after so many generations of the oppression. This now just feels normal to them. They have food and a roof. They already content with what they have. Alex also felt this when he went to Atlantis for the first time. The situation has improved a little from what he saw, but every change takes time. Even Arthur is helpless in this regard and cannot change everything so easily. He has to listen to his subjects, and he is slowly changing their perception on things. Alex and others roamed the whole museum and saw their old weapons, portraits, and city structures that were clearly displayed there. Everyone felt like they had come to a history when they decided to come on this trip, and it also helped them to relax their tightened nerves from the fighting. After a satisfying tour of the museum and the city with a small amount of shopping for clothes and different accessories, they were finally done with the tour. Get ready, you two. Today, you will get your just desserts. Alex whispered in Pamela and Selena's ears lightly while emitting hot steam. I have heard that you've been bad girls, he said, and lightly spanked their asses. You can try me anytime. Selena circled his neck and kissed him right there. Pamela didn't shy away either and joined in the fun. Quickly, the other girls joined in as well. Alex saw the situation was not right and quickly took them away with a snap of his fingers. Chapter 115, 106. Fun, R18. Alex quickly took them to the bedroom in Wayne Mansion and completely forgot about Martha, Thomas, and Alfred. They can take care of themselves, plus they are in a safe location anyway. Everyone quickly undressed and the girls literally ripped the clothes on Alex's body. Everyone was impatient for the fun next and atmosphere was getting very heated. Alex used reality manipulation to change the time dilation of inside the room for plenty of time for action. Pamela and Selena surrounded him and started to kiss his lips and neck alternatively. Barbara and Hancock were licking his dick while Diana and Zatanna were using his hands to pleasure themselves. Guess, I have been summoned to join in on the fun as well. Commandar laughed and got ready to take action. She was also summoned by Alex to join the fun. Since all of them were here, then another person wouldn't hurt anyway. Mara and Commandar were their nipples and pussies in anticipation because Alex's body was already full and there was no space. Alex motioned them with his eyes and they immediately came to him. He didn't wait and used his hand to flip the two on top of each other and inserted his dick. Hancock and Barbara's took the turn to play with their own pussies. On, MMN. Both of them moaned because of Alex fucking them one by one. He kissing Pamela and Selena while finger fucking Diana and Zatanna. The scene was wild and he was surrounded by girls. The bliss is unimaginable. Alex thought while pounding away. After finishing the both of them once, he dragged Zatanna and Diana in front of him. Soon, everyone had their turns and it started to get wilder and wilder. The whole room was shaking from their intense actions. They broke the bed, the table, and literally anything that could support a person. Rubble and debris were collecting in the room and Alex had to replace everything in between. The more he made, the more they broke them. The whole situation was completely and there was no stopping them at all. Their incredible recovery and tough physiques just made them go at it more and more intensely. No one questioned about Commandar because they had more important things to do for now. They didn't have time for useless things. They went at it for 4 whole days before everyone was knocked unconscious by Alex. Even after spending 4 days fucking like rabbits in the room. Only 1 night had passed in the outside world. Alex just put them all on the bed after expanding the area on it and slept comfortably in between. All of them had a contented smile and a pleasant dream after the intense exercise with Alex. The next day, Alex woke up with a lot of weight on his body. Hancock and Barbara were squeezing up on his chest while Selena and Pamela were using his arms like a pillow. Mara's face was on his crotch while Diana and Zatanna were using his legs like a pillow. Commandar was already awake and looking towards him with a smile. She was sitting on the sofa and enjoying some tea with the morning breeze coming from the window. Hey! Alex got up from the bed and disappeared from below the girls. He sat down in front of Commandar and took a cup of tea as well. This is a good drink, Commandar said while motioning the cup in front of her. I can prepare the seeds and other things for you if you want it. Alex said and took a sip of his tea with finesse. Yeah, I would like that. Commandar nodded her head with a smile. Dear. A weak voice came from behind and Hancock woke up while rubbing her eyes. The rest also started to wake up slowly. Everyone was groggy and lethargic because of the intense fighting. Commandar had also woken up not too long ago. She was only good because she stretched and let the blood flow in her body before sitting in front of the window to take some fresh air. We should watch a movie today. Also show Commandar some of the entertainment around here. Alex said to the already awake girls in front of him. Yay, movie finally. Mara cheered and stood up from the bed quickly. She had become addicted to the cinema after her first experience with Alex. Let me see. Alex said and closed his eyes. He was looking to see what new movies are there. Oh, there is Hellboy on cinema at this time. We can go watch that. Alex opened his eyes and said with a bit of joy on his face. He quite liked Hellboy actually even in his previous life and it was a good chance to watch it in cinema with the girls. Let's go, what you waiting for then? Mara urged quickly and shook his arm. Wait, you little addict. I need to get Mom, Dad, and Alfred before we can go to watch the movie. So get ready before I come back. Alex said and disappeared from the place. He went to the Zeeble Palace and saw the 3 of them having dinner with King Nereus in the dining hall of the palace. Oh welcome, would you like some breakfast? King Nereus smiled and invited Alex when he saw him coming in. I could sure use some, thanks. Alex nodded and sat down to have some breakfast first. After breakfast, he took the 3 back home and took the girls to the cinema. He booked the hall and got some popcorn and drinks for everyone. Snacks and everything was prepared and all of them quickly entered the screening hall. Mara literally ordered 4 tubs of popcorn and 2 drinks for a single movie. Everyone was more or less holding some kind of snack and enjoying themselves in the movie with gusto. After the movie, they had a simple dinner. Well, as simple as it could get when you book a whole Michelin restaurant for dinner. After dinner, another great battle started that lasted for several days before everyone was finally content and went to handle their affairs. Chapter 116, 107. More. Alex was currently looking at some people below him. He was standing on a building and looking at a smaller building that was being patrolled regularly. This was the 10th base of League of Assassins that he was going to destroy this month. It has been more than 2 weeks since he had that huge orgy with the girls and he finally got back to taking out the League of Assassins. The slow grind of taking out bases was feeling really good to him and he liked getting on Ra's al Ghul's nerves. Alex was now looking and mapping out the patrol route of the base. He couldn't take it out in one fell swoop because of the density of other buildings around. Time to start. He thought and dived down, silently landing on the roof of the building like a cat. He looked at the assassin walking in front of him. He walked up silently and broke the guy's neck before he could even make a squeak out of his mouth. Then he hid behind a corner with the body of the assassin already stored in Avalon. He waited and another came close to this patrol route. The assassin looked suspicious because the other assassin didn't come to this spot on time. Their patrol routes intersected with each other and they would surely meet at this spot at a set time. Alex didn't give him the time to respond and took him out before he could take any action. 2 gone, 50 to go. Alex said while listening to the heartbeats in the base. He had scanned the whole base with his hearing and knew how many people were in there, and there was a dispute going on as well. Alex took this chance and quickly cleaned up the whole base. He killed any assassin that he found. He spared no one after taking out the assassins all over the base. He walked into the main room. There was a young girl inside. Probably in her teenage years, around 15 to 16 years of age, with dead eyes. And a middle-aged man with a mask was standing next to her and looking at an assassin killed by the girl with indifferent eyes. From the heartbeat, Alex could feel that the girl was unwilling in this, but she had no choice. Her heartbeat was frantic, like someone who hadn't killed for the first time but was totally unwilling. It was a strange mixture, but Alex had picked up all the clues that he needed to pick up from it. You know, you shouldn't teach people this kind of stuff, Alex said in a light tone from behind his jester mask. David Kane, the supposed father of Cassandra Kane, didn't care to waste words and immediately took action as soon as he heard Alex's words. But his actions were in vain. Alex subdued him quickly without even wasting a moment of time. A world-class assassin was easy to subdue as a hapless child in front of him. So mate, do you have anything to confess? Alex asked with a happy voice while stepping on his head. He was looking at the girl, who was just silently looking at all of this happening with a gleam of hope flashing in her otherwise dead eyes. She could read people's intentions by their body language. This was a special ability that only she and her mother had. They could just instinctively see through all this with absolute ease. You won't get away with this. David spoke viciously when he felt Alex stepping on his head. So miss, is he your guardian? Alex asked and looked over to Cassandra even though he knew the answer. Cassandra just kept looking at him for a while and didn't answer. Soon she slowly shook her head. Good. Alex nodded his head and pushed David's head further inside the floor. You wanted to make an assassin that was perfect and listen to your whims, right? Alex kept laughing while stomping his head and mocking him. You even had the gal to collude with League of Assassins. For that, you get death. Alex said for the last time and immediately exited the room to not show Cassandra what he would do next. He went out of the room and brutally separated David's head from his spine amidst his screams. After disposing the corpse into Avalon, Alex again entered like nothing ever happened. So miss, what would you like to do now? Alex asked while making a chair for both of them. Cassandra sat down and just stared at him without speaking. There was some life back in her dead eyes. She looked much better than before, like a huge crisis had passed from her head. We aren't gonna know anything like this if you only stare at me, he said while sighing at her. Oh, so you can't speak but your vocal cords are completely fine, Alex said with a puzzled voice. Of course she can't speak. That twat never let her know how to. It's a miracle she is still sane, Alex thought in his head. He knew everything about her, but he had to act the part. You for sure don't have any other guardian, and I doubt you can fit into an orphanage with your circumstances, Alex said while looking at her. Guess we can only do this, huh? He said and sighed again. Okay, get up. We need to go, Alex said and stood up from his chair. Cassandra followed suit and immediately stood up like an obedient little secretary. Let's get you some clothes first, he said and immediately led the way by jumping on rooftops. Cassandra followed closely behind because he was controlling his speed for her. They soon reached a clothing store run by some shady people, but the products were genuine. Just that to take the products away, you have to have the capital. Alex bought the clothes and immediately started to make his way back to the Wayne Manor. Cassandra followed behind him without asking any questions or even doubting anything. She had confidence in her skills and she could read his intentions clearly. So she didn't hesitate. Chapter 117, 108. Trouble. The mansion was quiet. It was a bit too quiet for good measure. There wasn't even an insect sound in the surroundings. Alex could heard fighting sounds in the mansion and his face immediately turned hideous. His family is his reverse scale and no one messes with his family and get away with it scot-free. He upped his speed and rushed straight into the mansion. He saw what was going on in front of him. Martha, Thomas, Alfred and Hancock were fighting multiple assailants in black combat suits. They were wiping the floor with them and their fists were causing bones to break and shatter every time. Guess me training them wasn't in vain, he thought smugly and also joined in the fun. Cassandra wasn't behind and also joined in eliminating all the assassins in the mansion. Quickly, all the assassins were cleaned up and not a single assassin was left in the mansion. None of them were killed right now, but Alex will take care of that later. For now, he HD to find out some critical intel from their mouths, whether they like it or not. Good job defending yourselves, Alex praised them after sorting everything out. Glad that you actually trained us, Thomas said and laughed boisterously. Yeah. Martha and Alfred also nodded their heads. Dear, who's this? Hancock smiled and pointed at the girl behind Alex. Same as you. Found her being kind of tortured by a guy that deserved worse than what I gave him. Alex said with an angry face and stroked Cassandra's hair in a soothing way. Oh, poor girl. Martha sighed and gave Cassandra a hug. Don't worry, Mom. She will live with us. Dad can sort out the paperwork. Alex smiled and assured Martha. You have to teach her how to speak. The abominable guy didn't let her speak. Alex said and again patted Cassandra's head. Don't worry, you can live here safely. Martha took Cassandra's hand and said to her reassuringly. Everyone also smiled at her welcomingly and tried to make her feel relieved and at home. Cassandra didn't dodge Martha's hand either because she could tell her intentions, but she was still standing close to Alex vigilantly. Okay, no need to be on guard. Let's have something to eat, then you can go and rest. Alex said while clapping his hands and led the way to the dining room. Cassandra just followed behind him and quickly came to the dining table full of fragrant dishes. Alex led her to a separate room after dinner and went on his way out of the mansion. Now to uncover your secret. Alex thought and entered Avalon. I know your secret, I know your secret. Your dirty little secret. All of them were awake but couldn't move their bodies. Alex came in while skipping like a child and sang in a heavy and grim voice behind his jester mask. By the time I finish with you, you guys will be tweeting like birds. Alex said in a light tone that would send shiver down your spine. The assassins looked at him blankly like they couldn't hear his words. Alex didn't make any nonsense with them and immediately started the torture. Death with 1,000 cuts, 1,000 pins inserted all over the body and embedded deep into the flesh. All kinds of perverse methods of torture, and Alex did them like nothing. His Hanma blood was protecting his psychology while he was going rampant on the assassins. After a while, they couldn't hold and started tweeting like little birds in a cage. So they finally couldn't hold on and made another move. Alex thought to himself while his aura started to flare around him and a massive grin was plastered behind the mask. Oh, Court of Owls, this time you have done it. I wanted to deal with you after dealing with the League of Assassins, but I guess you can't wait, huh? Alex thought while killing and cleaning up all the assassins on the scene. Your death date will be soon now. Alex thought with a dangerous gleam in his eyes and exited Avalon. It was already daytime by the time he came out of Avalon. He had tortured those assassins for a whole night. When Thomas came to the Wayne Enterprise again. Sir, we have report that Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne have returned. A member quickly reported with a startle, and he sounded quite hurried. What? The leader stood up from his seat in shock. Are you sure? He asked while looking at the member. This has already appeared in news. The member said and showed him a newspaper. I have been busy and haven't had time to check news. The leader said and took the newspaper to check. Those damn liars. Anger boiled inside him the more he read the newspaper. Sir, the League of Assassins have cheated on their deal. Another member stood up and said indignantly. No, they didn't cheat. I still remember that day people said that there was an intense flash of light right at the time of the attack. This could be what saved them that day, and it could also be a chance for us to get immortality if it can save those two from the verge of death. The League of Assassins isn't that incompetent that they cannot even take out two normal people. It must be that light which saved them. We need to get them alive and get the secret out of them. The leader said passionately with greed burning in his eyes. The rest of the members heard the leader's analogy and quickly understood it. Their eyes also flashed brilliantly with this discovery. If they can really uncover the secret to immortality or eternal life, then they will do everything in their power to get it. Now, we have to wait for the chance and send our own people for the task. The leader said and looked at everyone eagerly. Everyone were also really eager after hearing this and nodded their heads like a rattle. They have been sending more and more assassins, but those assassins were never successful. Still, they were determined, and the next wave wins be do simple. Chapter 118, 109. Another one. A/N, an extra chapter in celebration of me finishing the novel in drafts. This was a month from when Alex had gotten Cassandra back to his mansion. She was coming along nicely and a little smile had started to appear on her face because of everyone's care towards her. She was close to Alex because of his occasional spars with her, because she could convey her feelings through fighting and she liked it. She didn't like killing, but fighting was in her blood and she liked it more that she did it. Plus she had a sparring partner that she couldn't even see through, which made it even more worthwhile. She could tell in a glance what move someone would make with a twitch of their muscles and other factors. This was her extraordinary perception and power that she was born with. It was also the first time that she couldn't see through someone's moves like this, and it was fascinating to her. Currently though, she was sitting in the lounge and listening to Martha talk about Alex and Bruce's childhood memories that she had before they were teleported to Avalon. There was a very small smile on her face and she was listening to her intently. Alex, on the other hand, was destroying a Lazarus pit in front of him. He had already destroyed nearly every Lazarus pit that Raz Al Ghul owned. He was slowly torturing him by taking out every base and Lazarus pit that he ever owned. All his contacts in the government and the police were being cleaned up and he was doing it efficiently in a steady rhythm. As soon as he destroyed the pit, a very discordant voice cut through the earpiece on his left ear and resounded in his mind. Green Lantern to Justice League. It's an emergency, get to the watchtower. Hal's voice came through the speaker and it sounded really urgent. Alex looked around him and saw that the pit was satisfyingly destroyed without a hope for recovery. He snapped his fingers and disappeared from the place without a trace. Yo. Alex greeted and sat down on the head seat of the table. Hawkgirl and Martian Manhunter were already here. That left Batman, who was coning in right now. Only Supes, Flash and the rest were left to go. Alex was just sitting while twiddling with the marble ball on the table and waiting for everyone to come. So why are we here? Diana asked as soon as she stepped into the watchtower. Beats me, the guy himself is not here yet. Alex shrugged his shoulders and said. My magic show was about to start, you know. Zatanna came in while whining to everyone. It must be something critical, so wait. Bruce said and looked at everyone to silence them. Here I am, perfectly on time. Flash came in with a blur and sat down on his seat while munching on some hamburgers and drinks. Pass me one, man. Alex asked, lifted his hand. Flash threw a burger to him and focused on the rest in front of him. Thanks. Alex started to slowly enjoy the burger in his hand while waiting for everyone. In less than a minute, everyone was in the room and ready to convene the meeting. Where's Green Lantern? Flash asked while tilting his head left and right extremely fast. Guys, it's not good. Just then a projection opened in the conference room and Hal's projection came out of it. A very powerful being is currently laying siege on OA. If he is able to defeat the Guardians, then the universe will not be far from destruction. Hal said with a blazing anger and seriousness in his voice. Will was an important factor of a Green Lantern, and fighting in the face of adversity was an important trait for the Lanterns, or they won't be the Guardians of the universe. He's currently trying to besiege us with antimatter. It is getting harder to resist. I need your help. With that, the projection was cut off due to loss of signal. This is worrying. We need to sortie ASAP. Superman said while standing from his seat and getting ready to go. We need to know what it is. Alex, think you can find out? Bruce said while musing to himself and looked at Alex. Only one I can think of that can manipulate antimatter and has strength to besiege OA is Anti-Monitor. Trust me when I say this, we will need everything we have to fight this guy. Alex said with a serious and worrying voice. He has casualty manipulation. So my reality manipulation cannot directly impact him in any way. We will need to work together on this 1-inch. Alex said and looked at everyone one by one. Everyone nodded their heads and were ready to go. So the Monitor could not hold him, huh? We have to get him out of the Phantom Zone as quickly as possible. Alex thought and tried to figure this out. Batman, I've something important for you. Alex said and looked at Bruce after thinking about a solution. You will have to go to Star Labs. Take Cisco from Central City and Cyborg. Get me this guy from the Phantom 1-inch. Alex said and projected an image in front of Batman. Who is this? He asked while looking carefully at the picture. This is the Monitor. The archenemy of Anti-Monitor. We need this guy to take him on and contain him. Alex explained quickly and stood up from the chair. You have to make sure that you can get him out of the Phantom Zone at all costs. It doesn't matter where you take him out. It could be any universe. He just has to be out of Phantom Zone. Alex said grimly to Batman because this has to be done. Alex can keep him at bay, but Anti-Monitor isn't a vegetarian either. Once it escalates, then OA is sure to be destroyed. Alex can take him out of this universe, but that guy will just keep coming back. There has to be the Monitor to keep him in check, or this thing will never end in a million years. I will go ahead to OA. Alex said and looked at the rest before fading out of existence. Chapter 119, 110. Fight. Alex appeared a very long distance away from OA because he couldn't get any further with reality manipulation. He had to take things into his own hands from here, but physically. He will never be able to damage Anti-Monitor. And there is no point in sucking out his vitality because he doesn't any. He is a being of pure antimatter. Alex equipped Gold Experience and wore Avalon's defense around his surroundings before speeding off to OA. He has trained enough to wear Avalon on his arm only, but not enough to cover his body. So he just covered his surroundings. Very soon, he was at OA and looked at destruction going on in front of him. Hal was trying to keep Anti-Monitor in check with the rest of the Lanterns providing support. John Stewart and Guy Gardner were also there beside him and getting bitch-slapped by Anti-Monitor. All of them combined with the Lantern battery supporting them couldn't fully contend against the Anti-Monitor. Another one is here, ha ha ha. Anti-Monitor said in a booming voice with a wicked laughter. His only goal in life is to eradicate all life from the Omniverse and nothing else. This is what he was born for and what he will keep doing forever. Alex quickly appeared in front of Anti-Monitor and used GER's power to try and contain his moves. You are finally here. Where are the others? Hal sighed and smiled in relief. They are coming as well. Alex said and focused his attention on Anti-Monitor and stopped talking. You cannot atop me today. Anti-Monitor said with a laugh. I won't be so sure about victory. Alex also laughed and punched the incoming fist with his fist. The arm covered with Avalon's aura was able to withstand the impact because of the defense, but the shockwaves were something else and Alex thrown straight into the planet. After smashing a long gully into the city, Alex finally came out with blood leaking from all over his body. He again jumped straight and got healed in the process. His control over healing from Avalon was phenomenal, and now he was truly immortal because of it in soul and body. His existence couldn't be erased either because of reality manipulation. Alex appeared in front of Anti-Monitor again and cancelled an antimatter beam heading his way with GER's ability and blocked another punch with his own. Fighting Anti-Monitor was no joke. Just need to hang on for accumulating energy. Alex gritted his teeth and used GER's speed to deliver a devastating punch and combined it with Avalon's defense to not get backlashed. GER has enough strength to pierce King Crimson's hand, and it certainly has the strength to contend against others as well. It's just that Alex has to withstand the backlash of the attacks and damage that GER takes. So it is best for him to wear it on his own body and fight himself. Alex got in close to Anti-Monitor and punched his huge helmet on the forehead. The guy was as big as a planet. Alex couldn't even be found when exchanging fists with him. He was just that huge. Anti-Monitor staggered back from the punch and released antimatter beams from his eyes. Alex crossed his arms in front of his chest and took the beam head-on. The power of the beam was corroding his arms at a fast pace. He used the life energy from GER to keep it at bay, or there wouldn't even be a speck of him left. Anti-Monitor grinned and Alex punched his huge teeth and finally broke one of them with GER's strength added on top of his. Though it even bypassed the defense of Avalon on his arm and actually hurt his arm as well. Anti-Monitor isn't multiversal for nothing, huh? His defense is probably as strong as a universe itself. Alex said, whole shaking his arm that was already healed. Alex felt that because the defense of Avalon itself was equal to a universe. He was just a tad bit away from 100 megatons. He just estimated it wrong last time, but he was really close to that line. Once he achieved that line, the defense of Avalon will go one step further and be equal to a couple universes combined. It is hard to estimate because he hasn't achieved it yet. Alex looked back at the Anti-Monitor who was holding his mouth in pain. His huge tooth had snapped off and dissolved into antimatter in moments. His tooth was already back, but it was really painful for him to have it snapped off. Abominable insect. Anti-Monitor yelled in anger and let off a massive beam of antimatter. Alex spotted a space debris on the side and quickly caught it. He converted it to a living elephant with GER's power and reflected the beam straight back at Anti-Monitor. The elephant dissolved itself right after the beam was reflected back. Anti-Monitor got hit square in the chest with his own power and couldn't counter it in time. He took a good amount of damage from the attack and shook his head because he was disoriented. Anti-Monitor shrugged it off because he was quickly healed and upped the strength behind his attacks. Alex also started to use some artificial life creations to bounce the attacks back at him. The lanterns were providing support by sometimes blocking or distracting him. The fight had entered a certain rhythm between him and Anti-Monitor. He needed something to break this rhythm and accumulate energy to push this guy out of this universe. Killing this guy or capturing him is a pipe dream because reality manipulation doesn't work against his casualty manipulation. So Alex could only fight this way. GER's main skill cannot act on him directly, but it can act on his attacks that have left his body. They have been slugging it out for half a day. Neither are getting tired and the lanterns are using wave tactics to change shifts and attack with him. By now, at least 10 lanterns have been killed by Anti-Monitor. This number has been contained, or the destruction would be even higher without a shred of a doubt. Chapter 120, 111. Fight 2. Just then, Hal, John and Guy found a chance and got behind Ant-Monitor. They formed a gigantic plier and caught Anti-Monitor's arms in the plier, which effectively restrained him. Do something heavy, we can only hold him for a short time. The three of them said in a strained voice. The other lanterns saw the chance and added their strength behind the restraint as well. Suddenly, the strength behind the plier restraint increased exponentially. Even Anti-Monitor was having trouble trying to get free. The lanterns were sifting through the battery in their rings really fast. Anti-Monitor's strength was no joke. They couldn't restrain him for long even with all of them working together. Let me go. He yelled and let antimatter run all over the surroundings like tidal waves from the ocean. All the lanterns made an additional layer of armor on their bodies to resist the attack while keeping their restraint tight on him. Batman, have you gotten the monitor out yet or not? Alex asked in the comms given to him by Bruce. His voice was hurried and urgent. Alex needed to know before he blasted Anti-Monitor off to another universe. We are on it. Just give us a short time. Cyborg's voice came from the other side of the comm. Hurry up. Alex shouted and started to punch wantonly on Antimatter's body. Pits started to appear on his armor. Anti-Monitor was going crazy. He was using all his strength to get out of the restraint on his body. He was constantly emitting dark matter around him that was quickly eating away at all the energy that they were emitting. The lanterns were about to lose all their power, and this would go back to how it was before the restraint was placed on him. Alex was getting a bit anxious because the Monitor was still not out of his confinement from the Phantom Zone. Alex had consumed a lot of Anti-Monitor's power by constantly damaging his armor and dealing heavy damage to his form. And he had to constantly heal the armor as well as make sure to emit the antimatter. It was also taxing on him, but he could go at it for years, which had happened before with the Monitor. The lanterns finally snapped and their powers were fully drained. They started to fall down like flies. Alex used the Avalon's defense to give them enough time to get away from there. Now there is no one to help you. Now I'll see how you fight me. Anti-Monitor mocked and laughed uproariously. Humph, he's not alone. A haughty voice came from behind him and a jet stopped really close to them. Diana quickly stepped out of the jet with the others following closely behind. Only the heavy hitters had appeared here. Just Aquaman, Wonder Woman, Superman, Flash, and Martian Manhunter. Even Hawkgirl was here with her nth metal mace. That was more helpful than any other ability. The 6 of them quickly got out of the jet and lined up around Alex like a full squad. Who's driving the jet? Alex asked while pointing at the jet on the side. Ivy. Diana answered and kept her eyes straight at Anti-Monitor. Anti-Monitor was looking at them grimly. He had just gotten rid of the lanterns and others arrived right after. Damn cockroaches. Anti-Monitor cursed and rushed at them like a cannonball. A massive cannonball. Superman rushed forward and punched him in the head along with Martian Manhunter. Hawkgirl struck his back from top and Aquaman used the trident along with her. Diana and Flash came towards the front to attack him. Just keep him busy. I just need a small amount of time. Alex conveyed his message to their minds and concentrated in accumulating a vast amount of energy. Cyborg, is it done yet? Alex asked in the comm. We have found him. Just 5 minutes. Cyborg cried out quickly. Okay, only 5 minutes. Alex agreed and concentrated on the task at hand. The others were surrounding Anti-Monitor like flies and squaring off against him in turn. Anti-Monitor's attention was divided in dealing with them and he was trying to catch them. This was giving Alex the chance that he really needed. He felt the energy slowly accumulating in his hands in a steady rhythm. Done, we've got him out. A voice came out of the comm in exactly 5 minutes. Good. Alex exclaimed happily and his pressure was relieved by a large amount. Now to see where they got him out. Alex thought and found that he was in an alternate dimension of a totally barren universe. Alex quickly lifted his hands and prepared to use the power and open portal straight there. Don't come to this universe. I will send the Anti-Monitor straight to you. Alex thought about it and conveyed his message to the Monitor. Okay. An old and gruff voice came from the other side and the Monitor stopped what he was about to do. Guys, use everything you have and push him into the portal. Alex yelled and opened a massive portal connecting to the barren dimension. Go. Superman yelled and attacked his head. Hera, give me strength. Diana was yelling at the top of her lungs for some reason as well. Aquaman used all of his power and punched him in the chest along with Hel, who had recovered the ring battery. Everyone was making their utmost efforts to fully push Anti-Monitor into the portal. Damn you. Anti-Monitor yelled in indignation and anger when he saw them pushing him into the portal. He got even more angry when a pair of massive hands got out of the portal and firmly grasped his shoulders. Alex himself was fully focused on keeping the portal open and stable at all costs to finally take this guy out of their universe. Anti-Monitor didn't want to go out without a fight and used his full power to send a beam of antimatter at the planet to destroy OA. Alex quickly got in front of the beam and took the attack head on. He was blasted straight to an unknown part of universe. No. Diana and Ivy cried out together when they saw this. They wanted to go after him but were stopped by the others or they will also get stranded in space. He will be fine. He is stronger than us. Superman reassured them. Kakik, you deserve that. A cocky laughter came for the last time and the portal closed on its own. Chapter 121, 112. Unknown. Alex opened his eyes and found himself in a cell. He was sleeping on a hard metal bed with a big metal collar on his neck. He put his hands on the collar and tried to rip it away, but a high-velocity current went through his body as soon as he tried it. He didn't feel it much because Yujiro's resistances to these things, but it left a bad taste in his mouth and it made him uncomfortable. Don't bother, if you force it. It will blow your head. A gloomy voice came from the other side of the cell. The voice was feminine but devoid of hope. It sounded depressed and cracked in his ears. Alex looked up and saw a girl about his age. Although it could be different because she wasn't exactly a human. She had orange skin like a tamarin with fiery red hair and green pupils. She resembled Commandar by a large margin. And who might you be? Alex asked and looked at her with a raised eyebrow. He was just minding his own business and she started speaking to him out of nowhere suddenly. I am Coriandar. I was on my way in an attempt to escape my pursuers but found myself here. Coriandar sighed and said with a long face. So that's why you haven't reached Sector 2814. You've been here all this time. Alex shook his head with a smile and found it funny. He had been looking for her on Earth and just thought that she didn't want to appear in front of people for the time being. So she didn't show herself in public. Never did he guess that she was actually captured on this ship. Haha, do you know me? Coriandar quickly distanced herself from Alex strangely and asked in a confused voice. Her eyes were vigilant and her body was fully tense. If Alex did anything abrupt then she won't spare him. Yeah, I am. How do you say this? Alex said in a puzzled manner while thinking about what to say. Oh yeah, the royal consort or something of your sister aka her fiancé. Alex hit his palm with a fist like he had realized something. Coriandar's mouth was hanging loose when she heard his words. Why you are saying that my tomboy sister already has a lover? Coriandar said it in such a disbelieving voice like the sun had come out of the west. You know, you are saying that out loud and I can tell that to Commandar. Alex smiled and pointed it out for her. Coriandar quickly covered her mouth with her hands and looked at him sulking eyes. Sigh, what's the point? You are stuck here as well. Coriandar sighed again but at least her voice wasn't gloomy anymore. Maybe having someone that was like a relative made her much more relieved and less lonely. Plus she is pretty naive. Finally, I have someone to talk to. Coriandar cheered in her mind and thought about the pleasant things that she could do now. Let's change the ambience of the room, shall we? Alex smiled gently and snapped his fingers. The cell changed to a high-class hotel room with soft couches and a big bed with some hot tea and snacks in front of the two people. What? Coriandar exclaimed in surprise and looked around the change in the scenery in a daze. She was astonished by this display of power. It was a first for her to experience the whole room being changed with a snap of fingers. Don't worry, from outside it looks the same as always. Just the inside is totally different. Alex explained with a smile and made some tea for both of them with the ingredients. Oh. Coriandar replied blankly with a sluggish expression and nodded her head. Here, try some. Alex said and pushed a cup of tea towards her. Coriandar picked up the cup and took a sip in a daze while touching her neck and looking around the room. But how? She said finally after taking a sip of the tea and regaining her senses. One of my powers. Alex shrugged nonchalantly and enjoyed his tea. One of you say? She said while looking at him with a twitching eye. I was worried for nothing. She thought in her mind with embarrassment that she tried to dissuade him so much. She looked deflated and just looked at the cup while lost in thoughts with taking occasional sips here and there. Alex on the other hand had a natural smile on his face while enjoying his tea slowly. It was like he was on a vacation rather than being a captive. So tell me the situation on this ship. Alex put the cup on the small dish and asked while enjoying the cake on the side. Coriandar looked at him enjoying the cake so much but didn't eat it yet. This is like a coliseum of some kind of mad guy. He calls himself Mongol and makes people fight in different locations for his and his kingdom's entertainment. Coriandar started explaining everything grimly with a serious expression. He is very powerful and has a lot of weird things like plants under him that he uses to torture people sometimes. She continued with fear when she mentioned the weird plants. These damn villains popping up one after the other. Alex sighed when he heard her words. Fucking hell, a guy with the same strength as Superman. If I remember in the comics, he was at multiversal level in strength. Hope he is weaker than that. Alex shook his head in dismay when he thought about it. These guys are just too strong for him. Even before the dark side that he fought with was just a meager projection or avatar for that matter. These guys are easily multiversal and he can only contend because of his reality manipulation. At their peaks, they can square off against the mightiest of foes in the multiverse. It is a surprise that the universe is still okay. Only because forces like OA and others are there that these guys are keeping in check. Alex thought and looked at Coriandar with complicated eyes. He was kind of lamenting at her bad luck and probably sensing his vision. Coriandar flinched back a bit and her eyes dodged left and right awkwardly. Chapter 122, 113. Match. Alex finally put down the tray and swept everything away after Coriandar finished enjoying the cake in front of her happily like a little hamster. Now, here's the deal. I can take you away right now or we can wait and I will find out everything about this and we then destroy it. Alex said with a gleam in his eyes while looking at her. Okay, we will free all the innocent prisoners here. Coriandar clenched her fist and said with determination. Good. Alex nodded his head with a pleasant smile. Someone's coming. Alex looked towards the outside of the room and said. He snapped his fingers quickly and reverted everything to how it was before. Get out, His Majesty wants you to fight. A guard banged on the cell bars and said. Let's go. Wait for me here. Alex got out of the cell but not before greeting Coriandar. Coriandar nodded her head and continued to eat the sweets that Alex gave her before. It was a big bag of candies and she was slowly chewing them. She was taking a handful at a time and her cheeks were constantly bulging. Alex laughed a little and followed the guards towards the place of his fight. Laugh all you want, but this place will teach you how to behave. The guard in the back laughed mockingly and continued to escort him. Both of them were snickering at his misery while guiding him towards the challenge ring. Alex didn't pay attention to their derision and just focused on seeing through everything here. Soon, they came to a portal-like projection. Alex was pushed into it and came to a separate dimension altogether. Welcome our new challenger to the war world. He will be matched against our undefeated champion Draga. A yellow-skinned guy with a massive body and purple clothes said in a holographic projection. His voice was strained and rough like someone was choking his neck. From the other side of the arena, a brown-skinned guy came in with golden and black armor that just covered his crotch. He had golden gauntlets on his hand with golden boots and a golden belt. He was holding a black stick-like thing in his hand. Roar. Draga roared as soon as he came to his designated position. The crowd looking at the projection and listening to the voice cheered at the top of their lungs. If I am not wrong, then this guy is only at the city level. So just my brute force is enough for him. No need for any fancy shit. Alex though and cracked his knuckles and neck along with a good stretch of his body. Alex didn't chat or say anything to him and just assumed a fighting stance. Take this. Draga yelled and the stick suddenly glowed with a white light and an axe head emerged on the stick. He chopped it down with all his strength as soon as he neared Alex. Alex ducked below the axe and swept his legs, making Draga fall on his back. He then mounted his upper body and swept the axe away from his hand before he started smash his face with both hands. Draga was disoriented and couldn't muster up any strength because of Alex's precise control of punching area and strength. His nose and cheekbones were smashed in, although he didn't have much of a nose to begin with. After knocking him out effortlessly, Alex stood up and shook his hands to take the blood out of them. And we have our new champion. Whisper, what's his name? Mongol yelled but then asked his confidant on the side because he didn't remember getting a name for the guy. He never even thought that this new guy will be able to beat Draga in the first place. So he never bothered, but he was wrong. Our new champion, the Reaper. Mongol announced in a loud voice along with the cheers of the whole audience. Alex had registered his name in OA's bounty hunting guild. So his name was fairly known and it was no surprise that Mongol was able to get it as well. Alex again stretched his limbs a bit and looked towards Mongol's position. It was like he could see through the dimension and pinpoint Mongol's position easily. Alex put his thumb on the left of his neck and dragged it across while looking at him with a pleasant smile. Suddenly, a cold weapon was placed on his neck and it actually swept across his neck. Mongol narrowed his eyes and looked at Alex with a gloomy expression. He knew that he had invited a menace onto his own ship this time. Although normal weapons aren't strong enough to hurt him, and even if they did, this was just an avatar of his. Multiversal level beings weren't really allowed to exit the higher dimension with their true bodies after the crisis. The same was true for Darkseid and multiple other gods and beings in the Omniverse. The Presence had strict control on this type of thing for some reason, even though he usually didn't bother with anything else. But the process of appearing in a universe wasn't easy. A pure soul had to corrupt it with their powers to make it their avatars and appear in the universe. Alex knew all this, that's why he was confident of defending the universe from these kind of people. Even the anti-monitor before was only at universal level and could be countered with the help of Avalon and GER. Alex dusted his hands and walked over to the portal opened in the field and exited the war world safely. He came back to his cell and changed it again as soon as he stepped inside and the guards were gone. So the Mongol is definitely not at the multiversal level. This makes things easier. Alex thought to himself while looking at Coriandar still eating candies like a squirrel with puffed cheeks. Puffed. He laughed because he couldn't handle the cuteness of her munching on candies like this. Chapter 123, 114. Destruction. Okay, stop munching on candies and listen to me. Alex waved and made the candies in her hand come to his own. Coriandar pouted and ate the remaining candies in her mouth with a sulking face like Alex had taken something very precious from her. Do you want to go back to your planet or somewhere else? Alex asked while looking straight into her eyes. Coriandar gulped down the candies in her mouth and looked at Alex. I don't want to go back. It's boring there, I want to go to a fun place. She shook her head and said with a beaming smile. Apparently her mood was finally up and back to normal after the cake and the candies that she ate. That's easy to solve. I can take you to my planet for sightseeing and you can stay for a while. I will inform Commandar about it. Alex nodded his head and agreed to her words. Okay. Coriandar nodded happily and looked expectantly at him. Not so fast, have to tell you something else. Alex waved his hand and denied her expectations, mercilessly crushing them to dust. The ruler of this ship has a powerful cannon that I want to obliterate to dust in style before we go off on our own. Alex said and projected a massive cannon hologram in front of him. Yeah, that way he won't be able to hurt other people. Coriandar said with a resolute face while looking at the cannon's hologram. That settles it then. Alex said and stood up from his place before going out of the room. He literally phased out of the wall like it wasn't even there. After going out, he turned himself invisible and started to make his way towards the cannon's location. The security along the way was getting tighter and tighter. There were even pressure sensors around the hallways that could tell the different pressure in the air, making sure that no invisible person could pass through here like it was nothing. But Alex had his expertise and effortlessly evaded the sensors and got into the cannon room. He saw the futuristic cannon in all its glory. It was currently being charged. Poor Draga, he just lost a match but he lost more than he can imagine. A scientist said mockingly with a face like he was having pleasure in the guy's misery. Yeah, his home world that he was trying to protect will be obliterated for His Majesty's entertainment. Another one nodded and agreed with a smile like it was nothing big. Alex looked at this and felt sick in his stomach when he saw that they were taking the destruction of an entire planet like a game. I know that I can't stop everything and I certainly can't stop like hundreds of planets from getting destroyed every day, but at least I can do what is in front of me. Alex thought while clenching his fists and anger burning in his eyes. He saw that every guard and scientist had a plain face like it was no big deal to them. Alex saw through the expression of every single person in the room to ascertain their fate before he took action. He slowly started to take out the people in the room one by one. First he killed the guards in a subtle way and left illusions in their stead to keep it masked. He took out all the guards and half of the scientists before he made himself appear in front of the remaining 5 scientists in the room. Yo. He greeted them with a smile that took the colors out of their faces. Guards. The scientists yelled and looked around but only saw a barren room with corpses everywhere. Shall we talk about some things? Alex smiled and walked over to them. He bound on the chairs and looked at them with his aura radiating out of him. This made them more and more fearful of him. They were shivering in their seats and their teeth were clattering. Now, get ready to see the fireworks. I do need some live audience for my performance, right? Alex smiled and snapped his fingers. His projection was displayed in front of every single person on the ship automatically. Citizens of this god-forsaken place. I don't really give a shit about you cursed madmen, but I do want to enjoy some fireworks here. Alex said with a disgusted at first but then changed it to pleasant smile. Kinda in the mood, you know. So what better way to destroy this big boy and make a wonderful firework out of it? He continued while patting the big cannon with his hand. You mongrel. Mongol's shout radiated in the whole ship and he was literally bursting through the doors and walls to get to Alex. Hold your horses. Here we go. Alex said in a sing-song voice and materialized a mallet-like hammer. It was a hammer that people would use in a whack-a-mole. Just that this hammer was used for whacking a futuristic cannon. Alex used all his strength and smashed down. The hammer smashed on the cannon while it kept getting bigger and bigger. It was big enough to cover the whole cannon in one go. He smashed it down and the whole cannon was flattened like a steel plate. The internal wires and other parts of the cannon were completely broken and flattened. Alex didn't stop there and started playing whack-a-mole with relish. Where do we smash next? He looked around comically and saw all the control panels nearby. Ah, here we go. He lifted the hammer and started to smash the control panels in the room fervently. He smashed and smashed without stop. Only stopped when everything in the room was flattened and only debris were left. Now, this is not enough. I know. Alex took a thinking pose and suddenly clicked his fingers with a light bulb glowing near his head like he just thought of something. Hole. In. 1. Alex shouted each word individually and smashed a cricket bat at Mongol as soon as he stepped into the room. Chapter 124, 115. Fight. Mongol was sent flying like ball as soon as the cricket bat connected to his body. He bursted through multiple walls again and traveled all the way out of the ship and into the space. Alex rushed at him again and appeared behind in a single moment. Ultra Bu-Bu volleyball attack. Alex shouted and bound Mongol in yellow rings. He turned him into a ball and started to bounce him around all over the space. Sometimes in another galaxy or solar system. He was using his full speed and attack power to play with Mongol like a real volleyball. How do you guys like my space volleyball? Alex asked into the hologram and smirked at all of them. Mongol finally snapped and bursted through the volleyball. He cocked back his arm and slammed it against Alex's chest heavily. Alex went flying straight through and crash-landed into a planet. The impact left a large crater on the surface. I felt that. Alex smirked ferociously. He blasted off the planet and punched Mongol's fist with his own. A massive shockwave got sent in the surroundings and was felt in the spaceship and other planets as well. Alex ducked under another punch and gave a straight uppercut to Mongol's chin and sent him hurtling in space again. Coriandar was also looking at the spectacle with wide open eyes. She didn't think that the gentle person she was speaking to could fight like a savage in the next moment. But his movements were smooth and without any awkwardness. They were flowing like nature and looked like an artistic dance rather than a slugfest. Mongol stabilized himself quickly and came back with more power while adding as much momentum behind his attack as possible. Missed me. Alex narrowly dodged his punch and jeered at him. Mongol turned around and blasted towards him again. Can't catch me. Alex kept dodging and taunting him again and again. They had kept fighting for a while and Alex was having fun fighting a powerful foe. Albeit he was making fun of him half the time, but it was still a good fight for him. Enough, man, let's finish this up. Alex dusted his hands and prepared to deal the finishing blow after a while of fighting. Mongol narrowed his eyes and teleported away with the entire spaceship in tow. Oh yeah, I forgot he had this power. Alex patted his forehead while thinking of his teleportation. Good thing I had taken Coriandar out of there with me. He thought and rushed off towards Coriandar. He had kept her a distance away from the fighting place to make sure that she doesn't get caught up in it for no reason. Finally dealt with that guy. I made sure to erase everything about the cannon. Alex got close to her and walked over with a smile. She was in a fairly habitable planet with no one around. It was like the life was just being born here. It was a beautiful planet with an entirely untouched flora. It is quite beautiful here, huh? Alex said while flying in the air and looking at the sights. Yeah, very beautiful. Coriandar nodded and looked around eagerly. What is my reward for saving you? Alex asked while wriggling his eyebrows. Laughed. Ha ha ha. Coriandar laughed at his antics and shook her head. What would you like? She asked with a sweet smile. Nothing much. How about a date? Alex asked and winked at her. You are my sister's fiancé. Are you hitting on me? Coriandar smiled and asked him with narrowed eyes like she was being fierce with him. Does the royal family practice monogamy? Alex asked and smirked at her. Not really. Coriandar shook her head. Then no problem, right? He asked while taking her hand. Coriandar flinched a bit but didn't pull back. He just felt nice to her, plus he saved her from the gloomy place when she thought that she will never be able to get her freedom again. This did light a little spark in her, and all Alex had to do now is to give that spark some fuel for it to grow into a wildfire. Now, ready to head back to my home? Alex asked while winking at her. Sure. Coriandar nodded her head and smiled. All right, we'll be there after a small pit stop. He said and snapped his fingers. Both of them vanished from the planet and appeared in another place soon after. Where's this? Coriandar asked curiously while clutching onto Alex's arm nervously. She looked around at the large amount of species of people going around the place hurriedly. She was a bit nervous when she suddenly came to such a crowded place. She was sheltered from the start when she was young and didn't really mingle with any people other than the servants in the castle and her family. And when she finally went out of the castle with her sister, she was caught and experimented on. After escaping from there, she was caught again in a gloomy cell alone. She is naive and trusts people really easily, but she is also afraid of any more accidents. She is keeping a facade. She still doesn't trust Alex fully, but she can't resist because he is too powerful. Alex also perceived this but didn't break the subtle atmosphere between them. He found her cute, trying to be vigilant from him, and was finding moments to tease her more. This is OA, the planet of the Guardians of the Universe, or Green Lanterns for short. Alex introduced to her patiently and told her a lot of things that he knew about here. Let's go, I don't really want to go to your planet or we won't be able to leave afterwards. So we will just calm them from here. Alex said and led her towards one of the towering buildings. It was a communication building. You could video call or just normal call anyone from here. Granted that they had the equipment for the said call. Alex was going to call from here to take out Coriandar's suspicion and tell Commandar about it as well. Chapter 125, 116. Return. How can I help you? A clerk asked as soon as both of them stepped inside the building. I want to contact this sequence right here. Alex said and handed her a piece of paper. The clerk took the paper and looked at the sequence to confirm. Sir, the sequence is from the Vega system. So the charges will be higher. The clerk warned when she saw the sequence written on the paper. No problem, please do it as fast as possible. Alex nodded his head with a smile and went towards a booth on the side. Coriandar followed behind him curiously. She was looking at everything with intrigue like a brand new adventure. Kacha 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 kacha, kachak. The call connected and a magistrate-looking guy with proper formal clothes from olden days came in front of Alex and Coriandar. Yo. Alex greeted with a lift of his hand when he saw the call connect. Your Highness. The person immediately straightened his waist as soon as he saw Alex's face in the call. Can you call Commandar for me? Alex asked with a smile. Right away, sir. The guy responded steadfastly and started to operate the comms beside him. In about 5 minutes, Commandar was running towards the call booth while jiggling her chest. Alex, how are you? She asked worriedly. She looked impatient while looking at him. I'm fine as you can see. Alex spread his hands to show her. That's good. Commandar gave a sigh of relief and patted her chest while looking at Alex with a happy smile. He. A soft giggle came from behind Alex. It sounded like the owner of the giggle wanted to repress her laughter but couldn't do it and came out forcefully. Who's that? Commandar narrowed her eyes and asked gloomily. She felt a bit upset when someone laughed on her unknowingly. Guess what I found? Alex also didn't hide and caught Coriandar by the shoulders, pushed her in front of the video call. Coriandar? Commandar asked in disbelief when she Coriandar coming out from behind Alex. Hi sister. Coriandar waved her hand with a happy smile when she saw Commandar again. Even though they have rivalry and bicker a lot, but they are still sisters. Where have you been, brat? You even forgot to contact your family. Commandar's anger flared up instantly when she saw that it was Coriandar. Sister. Coriandar made a bit of a pitiful face and wanted to explain. That's not going to work here. Tell me, where have you been? Commandar asked again without letting her act weak. Okay, don't scold her. It wasn't her fault. Alex interjected in between and mediated quickly for Coriandar. Okay. Commandar instantly calmed down and nodded her head. Coriandar's mouth was agape and she shook her head left and right and kept looking at the two of them in turn. She was captured by Mongol and she couldn't really be asked to contact you guys when she couldn't even save herself. He patted Coriandar's shoulder in sympathy and said to Commandar. What? Commandar's eyes widened when she heard Mongol's name. Coriandar may be ignorant of it, but she wasn't. She was very informative about these things and knew perfectly about it. Coriandar, are you okay? She asked worriedly while looking Coriandar. Coriandar felt about her sister's worry and a sweet smile came to her lips. I'm fine, Commandar, Alex saved me. Coriandar said with a smile and turned around to look at Alex. Now to the main point. Alex quickly interjected, or their talk would go on for too long. I want to take her to my planet. She doesn't want to go back home. Alex said and looked at Commandar inquisitively. You brat. Commandar looked at Coriandar with an exasperated expression and sighed. You can go. I will tell father and mother. She nodded and agreed with a smile. Great. Coriandar cheered as soon as she heard her words. She was bouncing around happily. You guys chat for now. Alex said from the side and went away from there. Help me open another with this sequence. Alex came back to the counter and asked. You can go to booth 10, sir. The clerk immediately operated and asked him to go. Alex nodded his head and headed over to the booth leisurely. Kacha 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 kacha, kachak. The call was picked up and John, Martian Manhunter, came into view. Yo John. Alex greeted with a wave of his hand. Hey Alex, glad you are okay. John said as soon as he answered the call and heard Alex's greeting. Just wanted to say that I'm all right, and how's the situation there? Alex asked with a smile. Everything's okay here, no problem. John answered while dodging Alex's eyes. You are sounding and looking really suspicious. Alex narrowed his eyes and asked when he saw John dodging his gaze. Nothing really. John said and shook his head. Just then a huge tremor and blast came from behind him and the watchtower's hatch was blasted to smithereens. A gray-skinned behemoth with sharp bones jutted out of its body was standing there and growling at John. For fuck's sake. Alex cursed as soon as he saw the thing behind John. First Anti-Monitor, then Mongol, and now this fucking twat Doomsday. My fucking month, or I don't know what time, has been totally hectic these days. Sometimes I suspect that there is an omnipresent being behind all this mayhem. Alex thought while lamenting his fate. What was I thinking coming here? His lamenting didn't stop there and he was just looking at the screen with dull eyes. He might be out of it at the moment, but Doomsday certainly wasn't. He roared at the top of his lungs when he locked onto John. Without waiting any longer, Doomsday lunged and punched John in the face, which sent him flying through the watchtower. John had crossed his arms in time to take the punch and minimize the damage. He came back and caught hands with Doomsday in a wrestle of strength. The both of them were doing equally fine in their try overpower each other, but Doomsday was getting stronger and stronger. Doomsday was increasing his strength. He was already stronger than John, but he was toying with him. Chapter 126, 117. Fight. Alex snapped out of his lamenting and quickly took Coriandar without saying anything to Commandar. He settled the bill as quickly as possible. He snapped his fingers and appeared right next to the knocked-out John in the watchtower. Alex punched Doomsday from the side and sent him hurtling away. It was sent flying straight to the earth like a piece of meteor. Alex followed suit without waiting, and Coriandar also followed behind Alex. On Earth, it was a scene of carnage. Batman, Wonder Woman, Superman, and others were all lying in pits and bleeding from various parts of their bodies. Doomsday was wreaking havoc while roaring up to the sky. Alex quickly transported all the heroes to Avalon and looked over to Doomsday. How did you fight all of them? Let me see. Alex thought and operated the reality fabric to look back in time. His reality manipulation was getting stronger and stronger the more he used it, but it was also affecting his brain. I am sure that if I don't have Avalon, I will be even worse than Joker someday. Alex mocked himself and continued operating the reality fabric in suspended time with the world ability. So this guy learned his lesson from last time and actually singled them out. Clever, I will give you that. Alex thought and saw through the whole process. Doomsday had actually taken them out separately with the help of other villains who wanted their revenge. He might not have thought of it himself, but he did advantage of the moment to beat all of them up. They were just left a few moments away from death, and they would have died if Alex didn't interfere on time. I have a nagging feeling that this was purposefully orchestrated by a higher dimensional and not just a coincidence. Alex rubbed his head irritatedly when he felt the feeling again. I will look into it after this. He thought and faced Doomsday in front of him. I have heard that you can adapt and form resistance to anything that dealt you really heavy damage, but what if I erase your very existence itself? Alex narrowed his eyes and looked at Doomsday dangerously. Someone's trying to interfere again. Alex's eyes turned dangerous when he felt the interference in the reality of this universe again. This guy's is so annoying. Alex's mood was getting really irritated from this unknown interference. Alex did care and rushed at Doomsday to confront him head on first. He wanted to see the power of this creature himself. Doomsday is just so hyped up by everyone, and he also felt the hype when he read the comics. Now it is his turn to see it firsthand. What kind of creature this guy really is. Alex connected fists with Doomsday using only his brute strength. The fists connected and created a massive shockwave that broke all the glass material around them. Whatever was left of it after Doomsday's rampage was also gone after this collision. The collision sent Alex flying straight through multiple buildings and straight into the ocean. Alex shook his head and spat out the blood in his mouth. Now let's see you handle this, he said, and equipped gold experience on himself. Immediately, he moved fast while leaving sonic booms behind him and punched a hole through Doomsday's chest. Not so tough now, are ya? Alex smirked and started to operate the reality around me. Bye-bye. He waved his hand and Doomsday was erased from reality with light particles scattering in all directions. The others are healed as well. Alex looked into Avalon and saw everyone already healed and looking around in confusion. Just as he was about to take them out of there, a bright lighting spark came out not too far from him, and a guy came flying with a red suit and a small white cape behind him. There was a big lightning mark on his chest and he looked muscular like all the DC heroes. Hey dude, I'm here to help, he said cheerfully with a smile and landed near Alex. So this was the interference again. Alex thought without answering Shazam's words immediately. With my interference, a lot of things should have changed, but nothing seems to be different. He was totally lost in thought at the moment. Dude, you listening? Shazam stood in front of Alex with his arms curled in front of his chest. He couldn't see Alex's face because he was looking downwards. He only knew that this guy was a hero since he stopped Doomsday. Yeah, sorry, I was just preoccupied. Alex lifted his head and looked over to Shazam with a smile. Are you Alexander Wayne? As soon as Shazam saw his face, he was gone straight to fan mode and asked quickly. That's me. Alex nodded his head affirmatively. Can I an autograph right here? He turned around and pointed at his back enthusiastically. He even forgot about Doomsday and was more focused on meeting his idol. Alex smiled and materialized a pen before he signed his name on his back. There you go, Alex said and dematerialized the pen. That's not right. Where's the guy that was beating everyone up? Shazam quickly shook his head and looked at the surroundings vigilantly. Got erased out of existence by me, Alex said lightly, like it no big deal. Shazam swallowed his saliva nervously when he heard Alex's words. You are so cool, he said, put his fist towards him for a fist bump. Alex also didn't reject and did the fist bump with him. Oh, I almost forgot about Martian Manhunter. Alex said and quickly went to the orbit and found the knocked-out John floating in space like debris. Wake up. Alex said and smacked his face hard with a slap. Ah. John shouted when he felt the stinging pain on his face and looked over to Alex. Can't you wake me up normally? He asked while looking at him a bit angrily. You were knocked out cold. Best thing I could think of. Alex shrugged his shoulders and didn't care. He flew back to Earth and released all the others in Avalon. Chapter 127, 118. Talk and warm up. Alex looked at everyone and also saw Coriandar coming towards him and stood behind him while looking at the others vigilantly. Glad you guys are safe. Alex smiled and greeted all of them. Alex/dear. A couple of loud shouts later. Alex was buried below a lot of girls like a mound of bodies. I'm happy to see you guys as well. Now get off of me. Alex smiled and kissed each of them once before talking. Coriandar's lips were twitching behind him when she saw so many girls hugging Alex at the same time. Where's Doomsday? Clark asked with sharp eyes and anger bubbling in his eyes. That thing nearly killed Lois. Clark clenched his fists tightly. Gone, erased out of existence itself. Alex said lightly while standing up and dusting his clothes. Want me to bring it back? Alex said while lifting his hand. No. Clark took a deep breath to take out the anger inside him and shook his head. Yo. Alex looked at Bruce and greeted with a smile. Glad you are still safe. Bruce nodded his head and patted his shoulder. It's been a while since we just competed on skill alone. Let's have a match today. I will limit my strength at your level. Just pure skill match. Alex smiled and said to Bruce with anticipation. You just came back, can you only think of fighting? Zatanna said with dissatisfaction while looking at him. The other girls on the side weren't any better and were looking at him with eager eyes. I guess you are not getting away for a while. Bruce said mockingly and disappeared from the place just as everyone turned to look at Zatanna. But who is she? Diana asked most sensibly while pointing at Coriandar. She looks familiar. Mara said and scrutinized her. She looks like Blackfire. Ivy said from the side with a calm smile. Yeah, you guessed it right. She is Blackfire's sister Starfire. She will be living with us from now on. So make sure to get along well. Alex said and pushed Coriandar towards the others. Cassandra at some point had come close to Alex, was clinging onto his back like an octopus. Is it another Selena now? Alex questioned in his mind when he saw her behavior. He felt a dangerous vibe coming from somewhere and saw Selena looking at them with her hair standing on end. She was acting like her place had been taken away by someone. Alex, you need to take care of some problem. Selena walked up to Alex and circled his neck with her arms while speaking in a sultry voice. Oh, and what's the problem? Alex raised his eyebrow and asked with a smirk. He was pretty sure of the problem that she was saying. Of course, the problem has to be solved privately. She traced her finger on his chest while looking into his eyes. Cassandra was looking a little confused at the two of them. She didn't know what they were doing and talking about. If you have a problem, then why are you smiling so happily? She thought in her mind while looking at them blankly like a piece of wood. Ahem, let's go. Alex coughed when he saw Cassandra's expression and led the way. Selena and the others giggled when they saw him finally getting a little embarrassed for once in his life. It is really hard to make him embarrassed no matter what they do. He is just so shameless all the time. They came to a separate villa that Alex bought in Metropolis. It was on the outskirts with a good view of a lake beside it. It was a distance away, but it doesn't matter to any of them when they can just be teleported there with Alex's powers. We haven't been to an amusement park in a while, huh? Alex said and looked at the others sitting on the couches. Yeah, I would love to go again. Barbara nodded her head enthusiastically when she heard his words. I don't mind. I will go wherever Dad wants to go. Hancock smiled and literally threw her whole body's weight on Alex. Cassandra was sitting on other side of him while Selena was sitting on his lap and grinding her hips. Plus we can show Starfire around and have some fun. Mara said and while smiling from ear to ear in anticipation. She has been there once and it was a fun place for her. She had a lot of fun with the others when she went there. Yeah, I also need to relax. So that settles it. We will go to amusement park tomorrow. Now, maybe I will have some rest. Alex stood up from the sofa with Selena clinging to him without letting go. She was too thirsty at the moment and Alex couldn't help shaking his head. Not so fast. Last time, I didn't use my full strength because I figured you were young, but I want a rematch. Diana quickly interjected and blocked his way. All right. Alex sighed and nodded his head. He snapped his fingers and all of them were to a room made fully from Inertron. One of the most indestructible metals in 31st century. Yes, Alex got to know the metal from the future when he went there last time. We can fight here with our full power. Nothing will be damaged. Alex said and clenched his fists in a combat stance. Diana also followed suit and took her combat stance by crossing her forearms in front of her face. She charged up to him when she him not moving and kicked out. Alex dodged the kick and tried to sweep her legs from under her, but she jumped back lightly and dodged. Alex followed up without giving her a chance to rest and landed his kick in her. Diana blocked the strike with her arm and got sent flying back to the wall of the room. She rolled away without pause and punched Alex's fist coming towards her. Their fists collided and made a loud sonic boom along with a huge shockwave. The air between their fists was compressed tight. Alex ultimately couldn't win the contest of strength against her without gold experience equipped on his back and went sliding back. He had already scattered most of the strength behind the attack in the surroundings. A wide smile started to appear on his face because he started to enjoy the fight with this warrior princess. That's more than 3,000 years of combat experience and technique refining for you. He thought in his mind. Wonder Woman can be considered one of the best combatants from her 3,000 years of daily practice and duels with people on Themyscira. Chapter 128, 119. Spar. Alex sped back and dashed at her. He deftly reached behind her and kicked her head in the back. Diana ducked below the kick and tried to counterattack, but Alex was long gone from the place. A kick came from behind and bit her right in the temples, which sent her head first into the wall uncontrollably. Her forehead was bruised up with a purple mark on it when she hit the wall with her forehead first. Diana didn't pay it any attention and stood up. She stomped the ground and rushed at Alex with all her strength. Alex dodged her left hook and kicked her in the stomach. Now he was using all his skills against her. He dodged and attacked at the same time. Her attacks were faster than him by a big margin, but he could see them and dodged them before she made the attack. All her moves and her combat style had already been learnt by him like the back of his hand. Now it was just finishing the match with her. There was inexplicable smile on Alex's face. He rushed close into her guard and gave her the best acupuncture treatment. In a moment's notice, Diana was immobilized and couldn't move anymore. This ends our match, Alex said and relieved the restriction on her body. You have gotten better. Diana nodded her head and smiled. I should be the one saying that. Alex pointed it out for her. My turn, my turn. Coriandar came running into the room when she saw the match was over. Okay, I will spar every one of you today since I am doing it anyway. Alex nodded his head and motioned Diana to go out. He stood leisurely in front of Coriandar without even taking a combat stance. There wasn't a need to with her amount of skill. Coriandar rushed at him impatiently and tried to punch his face. She could see an opening on that place. Don't go for too obvious openings, Alex said and caught her fist before flinging her at the wall on the side. She got wind knocked out of her when she hit the wall with her back and slumped to the ground. Coriandar stood up and again started to punch towards him, but this time she learned her lesson and tried to see a chance before striking. Alex nodded his head slightly and disappeared from her vision. He was behind her and gave a drop kick right on her head. Coriandar slumped down and fainted on the floor. She was knocked out cold from that kick. Next. Alex snapped his fingers and sent her out of the room while bringing in Hancock. Hancock didn't waste any time and rushed at Alex to fight in close quarters. Alex punched, but Hancock dodged like a slithering snake without a shred on bone in her body. She used her charm ability and confused Alex for just an instant, which was enough for her to land a kick in his gut. Alex strengthened his core and took the attack head on like a champ. It wouldn't tickle even if he didn't strengthen the core for impact though. His defense was already way past that point of impact. He could very well take a 100 megatons of impact from a punch. This is already equal to a blast from 10 kilotons of TNT. He sparred with every single one of them in turn. Some lasted for more time than the others. Mara, Diana, Zatanna, and Barbara lasted the longest from the bunch. Zatanna especially because of multiple abilities of her magic. Alex also gained some valuable experience in fighting a magician from this. After finishing the spars with everyone, Alex was a bit mentally tired and wanted to get a good sleep. Sleep is essential for any fighter if you want to perform at your peak at all times. I can reduce my sleep and put it in a pattern like taking a nap 6 times a day for only half an hour to keep me going like Bruce, but fuck that. I love my sleep. Alex thought to himself and then shook his head before laying down on the bed. Oh, what now for fuck's sake? Alex cursed in his mind when he felt a black swirl come in his room. Azathos metrios zinthos. A small chant was heard and the black swirl expanded with a girl coming out of it. Miss, this is really a bad time to visit a male's room, Alex advised with an annoyed expression while laying down on his belly. He had no plan to move at the moment. He was too lazy to care. I have come to seek your help. She spoke in a neutral voice while looking at the lazy Alex without changing her face. Yeah, I know. Trigon isn't going to invade Earth today. So no need to be so hectic. Go get yourself a room in the mansion and let me sleep. We will talk about this tomorrow. Alex waved his hand carelessly while burying his head in the cushion. Raven narrowed her eyes as soon as she heard his words. She didn't know how he knew about her purpose before she even said it, and she couldn't read any of his emotions. How did you know? Her eyes turned into six and black mist started to ooze out of her. Yeah, no need to get so flustered. I don't want to deal with this right now, please. I just came back from space and had to face another fight with a lot more coming afterwards. Just go to sleep. Alex waved his hand and Raven was bound tightly while laying next to him on the bed. Alex didn't care and turned his back to her before closing his eyes finally and sleeping peacefully. She was powerfully bound and couldn't even move her mouth or any energy inside of her. She was like a statue and fully bound by Alex's powers. She could only lay down there. So for the first time in years, she closed her eyes and tried to sleep. She was afraid of hearing the voices again or letting down her guard and allowing Trigon to take control of her body. Chapter 129, 120. Raven. The next day, Alex woke up with a curtain of black hair on his face and an arm and leg pressed on his body. He looked down and saw a gray-skinned and black-haired beauty drooling on his chest contentedly like she slept for the first time. It was like she had no sense of herself and she was knocked out cold on his body. At first she tried to resist falling asleep, but seeing Alex sleep so peacefully and without any care, she hesitated. How long has it been since she last dared to fall asleep? Probably when she was a child in Azeroth and in her mother's protection. That was the only time she ever dared to peacefully close her eyes for a good night's sleep. Ever since the destruction of Azeroth and her mother's death, her emotions have been haunting her, trying to take her to the dark side of herself. Alex didn't say anything or even try to move. He knew the hardships of this girl's life and maybe the single peaceful sleep could give her the energy to go on. Guess, the formation of Teen Titans has to be put on schedule. Alex thought to himself. I will get it done today. I have already done the framework. Even have the residences ready. Just need to give the League a heads up. He mused to himself and patted the girl's head on his chest habitually. All right, wake up, miss. I need to talk about some serious matters now. Alex shook her shoulders to wake Raven up from her sleep. 5 more minutes. Raven shook her head and squirmed before tightening her arms around Alex. Huh. Suddenly she felt that something was not right and quickly distanced herself from Alex with a very small blush on her face that disappeared instantly. Raven just looked at Alex without saying anything more on the subject. She couldn't read his emotions. So she didn't know any of his motives. Maybe that's what gave her the courage to actually be able to sleep next to him. If she could read his emotions and felt anything negative, then she would never allow that to happen. So, you want my help with Trigon? Alex asked while looking at her. They were already transported to the sofas in the room and sitting face to face with each other. Seeing this, Raven didn't even flinch and kept her face straight. How do you know? Raven once again asked the question while squinting her eyes. There are many things that I know, dear. You may be surprised if you know them. Alex said with a smile and leaned back into the couch leisurely. Trigon is a bastard that cannot escape my eye. I know all of what he has done in the past, and I also know that you are his daughter and a half Azerothian. Alex said and smiled at her meaningfully like he had the game in his hand. Now you want freedom from this devil and want to stop him, right? I know that you tried going to the rest of the League members, but they didn't listen. He unfolded some more facts to make her be a bit more obedient in this. Yes. Raven hung her head in hopelessness when she heard his words. Maybe I am destined to be alone. She thought sadly in her head. She had been alone for many years and maybe it will not end anytime soon. Why are you dejected? I never denied the help. Alex suddenly shook his head with a smile when he saw her dejected appearance. Raven looked up at his face when she heard his words with her eyes full of hope. I can stop him, but it is not going to be easy for me either. I will have a dimensional entity and a reality warper on my ass after helping you. So you also need to give something in return. He said with a meaningful smile. What? Raven asked back almost reflexively when she heard his words. She just wanted someone to help her with this. Anyone would be fine, she could even collude with a villain for this. I am making a group of young heroes. All the troubled metahuman teenagers can live there and will be provided stable lives, education, and so on and so forth. It is up to you if you want to join the superhero team, but I guess that most will join. Combat training will be mandatory. Last but not least, you cannot betray my trust that you will not use your powers for any bad or evil. Rest is up to you on how you use your powers. I won't stop you. I want you to be a member of this. I mean, you have nothing to lose. You will be protected under me as long as you are a member and you get to make friends and have a stable life. Alex said and enticed her like the whisper of the devil. Cassandra and Coriandar will also go there in the future along with Dick that Bruce has just brought home as his apprentice. Barbara and the other two problem girls will be coming as well. They are getting a bit out of hand lately, or let Mom handle them. A little pep talk. Alex mused to himself while imagining their suffering in his mind. Are you willing? Alex asked with a small smile that said, you have no choice. I am willing. Raven nodded her head. She found no problem in this. She found that close to him, she couldn't hear any of her emotions and they were very stable. She could express them freely if she wanted to. Alex was using his spirit force and a faint power from Avalon to suit Raven's inner emotions and keep them from going out of control. It was one of the helps he thought of for this girl. Avalon is the land of utopia, peace, and hope. So it can be considered a good harbor for her. Okay, I will establish it today and you will be able to get to your new residence shortly. Alex said and disappeared from the room. As soon as he was gone, Raven again felt her emotions going in havoc and trying to force her onto submission. She immediately closed her eyes and started mediation to keep the emotions in check and prevent Trigon from controlling her body. Chapter 130, 121. Link. Alex appeared in the watchtower and perceived that not everyone was busy with the villains. For once, it was a bit more peaceful than normal. Probably because of the Doomsday's failed attempt. The villains are biding their time. Well, since nothing important is going on, then call everyone. Alex snapped his fingers and everyone was teleported straight to watchtower and on their respective seats. Man, they were just about to make a goal. Flash whined when he saw himself appear in watchtower. I was with my girlfriend. Hal sulked in his seat. He finally had time to spend with his girlfriend and he was here again. Alright, stop pouting on me. I will arrange special trips for you. You can enjoy those. Alex waved his hand and dismissed their whining. Cyborg was also pointing at himself when he heard Alex's words. Yeah, you get one too. Alex sighed and shook his head with a smile. I am thinking of forming another superhero team. This one will be for the young teenagers and kids. They can either join superhero team or just live a normal childhood to enter society later according to their wishes. I am thinking of naming it Young Justice. Will be a good way to handle weaker metahumans and incidents while you guys can focus on the bigger things. Alex joined his hands and leaned on the table while looking at everyone one by one. I approve of the decision. Clark lifted his hand in approval as soon as he heard the words. I approve too. Everyone followed suit and approved the suggestion immediately. One thing was that Alex was the head of this project and other thing is that the metahuman kids who are ostracized can grow up safely and properly. Then it's settled. I already have a site prepared for it and some members are there too. Alex nodded his head and disappeared from the room. Others were also teleported back to their respective places at the same time. He wasn't that big a jerk. He came back to the mansion and saw Raven meditating in his room and trying to keep control on her emotions. Poor girl, anyone would go insane from this torture. Alex thought in his mind and pitied her fate. It's just that the one coming after her and rioting her emotions is Trigon. I have to grow more powerful to help her out. He looked at her for a couple more seconds before sitting down in front of her. Raven opened her eyes and looked at him for a second before closing them again, but this time she was much more relaxed. She didn't need to meditate anymore to keep her emotions in check and this felt absolutely good to her. It was also a good experience to her. She felt magical when she thought no having to be burdened by these emotions like she was in her mother's embrace. Alex was looking at the very slight smile on the corner of her mouth. He smiled himself when he saw it. Suddenly he had a thought when he saw that Avalon could help her emotions. Can Avalon be linked to other people? I mean, it is a realm and I am its master. Alex thought in wonder and immediately closed his eyes to see if he can implement this. I can feel some connection like a link between me and other people. Alex's eyes flashed in wonder and understanding when he felt this. The connections were currently dim, like they weren't activated and needed to be used for them to work successfully. Hancock. Alex called with his mind. What is it, dear? A sweet voice immediately greeted him back. Can you come to my room? He asked and stopped talking. In under a minute, there was a knock on the door of the room and a figure walked in without waiting for a response. Dear. Hancock called affectionately and hugged Alex while sitting down in his lap. Raven's eyebrows twitched when she saw this. They were being lovey-dovey in front of her face with no shame at all. Hancock, on the other hand, didn't even spare a glance towards Raven. All she cared about was getting spoiled by Alex. I want to try something. You tell me if you feel anything. Alex said and with a smile while patting her head. I feel something. Hancock nodded her head and immediately replied. So fast, I haven't even started. Alex looked at her with narrowed eyes when he heard her words. He wondered if she was lying to him. Hancock didn't say anything and just pointed with her finger. Alex looked down and saw his boner hitting her ass. He very naturally turned his head and just smiled at her. His smile clearly conveyed everything that he wanted to say to her. Hee hee. Hancock gave an embarrassed laugh like she was caught doing something naughty and behaved obediently this time. Alex closed his eyes and felt the links again in his mind. He found the link connecting him to Hancock and lighted it up. The link came to life and glowed red. It slowly went from him to Hancock like a progress bar. The connection was established and Alex could feel that he was connected to her in a more intimate fashion. He could talk to her whenever he wanted through his kind and he could also feel their existence. It wouldn't matter where he went, he will always be able to tell how the person on the other side of the connection is doing. So to make the connection, some requirements have to be fulfilled. They have to be either intimate with me, related by blood, or be my subordinates that are utterly loyal. Alex felt the prerequisite of the power and nodded his head with a very good mood. This power was very practical and he liked this. All the links that are lit up can also visit Avalon with Alex's permission and Alex then let Avalon remotely heal them. This in his opinion is the biggest boon from this link or connection. Because he can remotely protect them with Avalon's defense if they are in danger. Chapter 131, 122. Young Justice. I suddenly feel lighter and feel that my head has become a lot more clearer. Hancock said after ascertaining her situation. I can also feel a connection to you, dear, like I can talk and feel you at any time. She continued to observe with her eyes closed. That's good, you can use Avalon through this when you are in danger. This also give you a teleportation ability. You can enter it and go to anyone who is connected to Avalon. Alex said with a smug smile. The features and abilities provided by Avalon were the best auxiliary abilities he can get at the moment for others. Okay, can you go for a while? I need to talk to our guest here. Alex asked with a smile and pecked her cheek when he saw her frown. Okay. Hancock ran off with a smile when she got compensation. All right, I have gotten the full approval and we can start the Young Justice. Now, are you willing to go and see your new home? Alex asked and looked at Raven. Yes. Raven gave a concise answer and kept her eyes closed in comfort. All right then. Alex smiled and snapped his fingers. Both of them disappeared from the place at the same time like a fading blur. They appeared in front of a huge building near a mountain ridge. It was like Twin Towers in Malaysia but just a bit smaller in size and a more futuristic looking. There was a fountain in front with a small rainbow on top of it. A big signboard for Young Justice was right on top of the entrance. Raven looked at all this with a bit of astonished and she was a bit dumbfounded by the amount of extravagance here. Don't just dumbly stand there and follow me. Alex shouted in her ear and started walking with a big laugh. Raven pouted when she got teased by him and followed behind him while sulking. Why am I behaving like this? She quickly shook her head and controlled her facial expression back to neutral. Alex smirked when he felt her actions with his perception and hockey. She has no emotional development at all. Because she has been suppressing her emotions the whole time. She doesn't know how to confront them. Alex thought while moving into the building. This right building is for activities like school, playing, hero stuff, and other things. The left is where you guys can live and spend your day-to-day lives. Alex pointed and told her before they entered. Inside, it was a magnificent hall with a reception that was currently empty. There were elevators built all over to allow for people to go up and down the building, but you have to have the permission to step onto that floor. Here, ordinary people can also come to make their requests from heroes that aren't being solved by the government for whatever reason. The passage to the rest of the building allows permission from one of you guys as the members of Young Justice. The left building will not allow any outsiders whatsoever, even if they are your relatives. You can only meet them here or you will need my permission. All the glass and other materials are made of the hardest things in the universe. So they can withstand even Superman's attacks for a while. Providing enough safety for the residents inside. I mean, if someone can break it easily then only I will be able to fight them head on. Alex instructed slowly while showing her the different areas in the buildings. You accommodations here are made of the highest standards with every comfort that you can think of. You don't have to worry about any food or anything else. There are chefs to cook for you and maids to take care of your daily needs. All of them are trusted personnel and there is no issues with their loyalty. So you need not worry about this. They will die before they can open their mouths about any of the secrets here. It is a failsafe to prevent any leakage. You are the first member of Young Justice and also the first active young superhero on duty. Alex said and showed her the accommodations and introduced the maids and chefs. You can choose any room at will. There are room cards in front of the door. When you have chosen, just keep the room card and try to think about it in your mind. It will connect to you and no one will be able to use it in the future. Alex climbed the stairs with her and showed her the rooms on either side of the hallway. The rooms here are at least as big as flats in a normal residential building. All of them are at least 500 square meters and made by space expansion inside with Alex's reality manipulation. Meaning that he can squeeze a good 100 doors and maybe even more on one floor and you can enjoy a big apartment all to yourself. Raven throughout the whole process tried to keep her face straight without showing anything but failed from time to time by looking at the extravagant and the luxurious atmosphere inside. She got the room key to one of the rooms and thought about it in her mind. The room card turned from green to red, signifying that the room was occupied and the card was already in use. This card is now bound to you. Even if you lose it, it will automatically come to the front of the door if it gets 10 meters away from you. Alex said and opened the room with her. The room inside was better than a luxury suite. There was a living room, dining room, a study, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms inside. There was also a jacuzzi here. It was the ultimate luxury that you could find in a 7-star hotel. Everything was just that spectacular here. Like it? Alex asked with a smug and teasing smile on his face. He felt really good while teasing this expressionless girl. There is also an arcade with all the games and consoles here. You can ask someone to guide you through here. Also, no one can pry on you in this building. That also includes Trigon. So feel free to let go. Alex disappeared from the place with a smile. He had to go and assemble the rest of the people that he had in mind for the young justice. Chapter 132, 123. Robin. Alex appeared in the Batcave after disappearing from the young justice building. Dick should be here. Never met this brat after coming back from OA this time. He has been here for a month and I've been busy. Alex thought and looked around the room. He found a child of about 13 to 14 years of age sitting in front of a computer and looking through something. Alex came behind him silently and covered his face with his hands and hooked his neck with his elbow. Little guy, you should be more vigilant of your surroundings. Hasn't Bruce taught you anything? Alex let go after saying that. Although he was smiling in his mind as much as he can. Who are you? Dick asked while turning around and looking at Alex vigilantly. Due to the darkness in the cave and Alex's own interference, he couldn't see clearly. Did Bruce never tell you about your uncle? Alex said with a smile and stepped forward towards Dick. Alex. Dick exclaimed excitedly when he saw Alex clearly in front of him. Brat, who are you calling Alex? I am your uncle. You are Bruce's foster son. I don't know what he is thinking, not introducing you to the others still. Alex circled his neck with his arm and rubbed his head with his fist. Dick cried out in distress from the pain while Alex's rubbed his head vigorously. Humph, you are not much older than me. Dick smiled and turned his head with a snort. Little brat, I am 21 and you are probably only 14 or something. Alex said while laughing and looking at Dick. Hee hee, you can only be my elder brother. Dick laughed and cheekily said to Alex. Then Bruce is your elder brother as well? Alex raised an eyebrow and asked. Of course. Dick nodded his head and agreed readily. Just then, Bruce stepped into the room and heard the conversation between the two. What's the matter about being the elder brother? Bruce said while silently standing behind Dick. Dick jumped and turned around to look at Bruce. He was scared shitless again. He wasn't properly trained by Bruce yet. So his vigilance and crisis response weren't all that good. This brat wants to be our younger brother. Alex rubbed Dick's head and said to Bruce. No. Bruce denied flatly and walked over to the computer. You heard the guy. Better call me uncle from now on. Alex smiled smugly while looking down at Dick. Okay. Dick said in a downcast mood, but there was a small smile on his face. How old are you now? Alex asked. I am just 15. Dick answered and lifted his head. Well, since you are Bruce's apprentice, I will not interfere with your training. After your training finishes in about a year or two, you will join another organization under me. Alex nodded his head and explained while moving towards Bruce and Dick following behind him. He was listening intently. Alex was his idol. In fact, Alex could be considered most people's favorite hero and idol. Bruce listened and didn't object on the decision. This is what he wanted anyway. He was busy fighting crime every day in Gotham City and had minimum time to babysit and train Dick. Alex could be considered the most busy and the most laid-back hero out of everyone in the Justice League. He had no regular villains to fight every day, but when he was needed then things weren't so simple anymore. So having him in charge of the kids and teenagers was a better choice for everyone, plus he was a good trainer. Hee hee Bruce, oh Bruce. You done and fucked up. You didn't tell Mom that you took a foster son. Alex smiled evilly while looking at Bruce and thought to himself. Bruce suddenly had a chill up his spine and turned to look back at Alex with narrowed eyes. He suddenly thought that something bad would happen to him today and he was quite sure about it. He just didn't know what. What mischief are you thinking about now? Bruce thought while looking at Alex. What is it? Alex asked gently like an obedient younger brother. Nothing. Bruce shook his head and got back to work. Alex nodded and patted Dick's head before disappearing like Kamui. He was going to implement his snitch right away. He couldn't wait when Bruce would come out of Batcave. He appeared in the lounge and looked around. He saw Martha sitting on the couch and chatting happily with Hancock. Hancock lived in the house and could be considered a permanent member of the family already. Just marriage was left and everything else was already done. She was already living in the house anyway. Mom. Alex called and laid down on the couch while putting his head on Martha's lap. What is it, honey? Martha smiled tenderly and caressed Alex's hair with her hand. Alex squinted for a while and enjoyed his mother's tender caress on his head with a sense of fulfillment. He just felt content when he laid down in his mother's lap and had her caress his head like this. Hancock on the side just smiled slightly and watched the pair of mother and son. Mom. Alex called again after a while. What is it? Martha asked again while smiling from ear to ear. She loved peaceful moments like these. Bruce got a foster son. Alex broke the news while gloating inside his mind. What? Martha was so shocked that she subconsciously stood up from the couch. Are you joking? She quickly asked and shook Alex by the shoulders. No, he has taken him in for a month now but didn't bother to tell us. Alex shook his head and added more fuel to the fire. This boy has grown up, huh? Martha said with a sweet smile that made both Hancock and Alex sweat profusely. She may be weaker than them but she is his mother and when she gives a lecture, you can only listen obediently. It's because they live and respect her that they fear her anger or they wouldn't give a rat's ass about it. Chapter 133, 124. Retaliation. All according to Kikaku. Alex laughed evilly in his mind and looked at Martha's angry expression. Hancock on the side smiled with a knowing smile on her face. Now, all they had to do was wait for Bruce to get out of the Batcave and they will have a fantastic show in front of them. Should I add a bit more fuel? Alex thought in his mind. Hee, why not? He looked ahead at Martha and opened his mouth. Mom, that kid is so poor. He just had his parents die recently and Bruce doesn't take care of him properly. Always busy with work. He said pity like he was deeply hurt. Let him come today. If I don't show him how to respect his parents then don't call me Martha. I need to tell Thomas as well. Martha clenched her fist and stood up to make a call to Thomas. She hurriedly went away to operate the phone and break the news to Thomas. Alex laughed playfully and under his breath when he saw this. Is it good to do this? Hancock asked a bit worriedly from the side. It'll be fine. This is our usual routine between each other. Alex waved his hand playfully and laid down his head in Hancock's lap. Want me to clean your ears? She asked with a smile while caressing Alex's hair gently and massaging his temples from time to time. It's getting colder and colder outside, huh? Hancock said and looked outside through the window. Yeah, Christmas is close as well. Alex nodded his head and kept his eyes closed. He enjoying the lap pillow on Hancock's superior thighs. What shall we do on Christmas? She asked with an expectant smile on her face. We can have everyone at home and just do a normal Christmas at home with everyone. A warm little celebration would be best. Alex said and turned around. His face was towards her navel. That would be good as well. Hancock nodded in agreement. Hancock didn't talk anymore and quietly started to clean Alex's ears with the buds that he gave her. These were specially made for the ears to clean them. They didn't push the wash forward and actually cleaned it safely. Hancock was expertly using them and cleaning his ears while humming a tune. She loved to do these small things for Alex and take care of him. Very soon, it was getting dark and Thomas had hurried home after listening to Martha in worry. He was sitting on the couch opposite to Hancock and Alex with Martha accompanying him. Alex was still laying his head on Hancock's lap and Hancock was playing with her phone. Suddenly, a click was heard and Bruce came out from behind the big clock near the wall. It was like an elevator behind it. Mr. Self-Important Grown-Up is here. Martha said sarcastically and looked at Bruce with a vicious gaze. Bruce's lips twitched and he knew that things were not good from the moment Martha spoke. You snitched on me with Satana. Now take my vengeance. Alex was floating while looking at him. What happened, Mom? Bruce asked while walking towards Martha with a harmless and peaceful smile. Oh, you don't know what happened. Martha narrowed her eyes and looked at him like she was going to eat him alive. Bruce hesitated but quickly took control of his face. His face was serene like nothing ever happened. Alex told me that you took in a foster son. Martha put her hands on her waist and looked at him with a glare. Bruce was suddenly taken aback and finally understood why the pandemonium happened today. Mom, listen. Bruce said calmly and tried to speak. What is there to listen? You have taken him in for a month and still did not plan to show us our supposed grandson. Martha didn't listen and immediately started firing her shots. Mom. Bruce wanted to say something but was cut off again. Get that child in front of me right now. Martha demanded in a strong voice. Son, this time, you made a mistake and you have to listen to your mother. Thomas stood up beside Martha and said solemnly. Go get the poor child and introduce him to us. Martha commanded and sent Bruce away without letting him make excuses. Bruce sighed and gave Alex the side eye before heading straight back to the Batcave. Shortly after, he came back with a nervous Dick following behind him. Oh, so this is our grandson. Thomas smiled and walked over to Dick. He patted Dick's shoulder and nodded his head again and again. Hello, Grandpa. Dick said awkwardly. He wasn't used to this thing and just did what he felt right. Come on, say Grandma first. Forget this old man. Martha came up and took Dick's hand affectionately. Grandma. Dick called again with a smile. He actually liked this and wasn't opposed to this at all. Don't worry, you will be a member of this family. You don't need to be awkward and a stranger. Martha said and led Dick to a couch. Bruce was totally ignored in the background. The poor guy lamented the day he brought Dick here. Hee, Bruce, you should learn something from me. Alex patted his chest and laughed happily. Bruce's lips twitched and he wanted to smack one into Alex's face properly. He just couldn't stand that smug grin of his. He could withstand taunting from anyone and wouldn't even change his expression, but when it came to Alex, he just couldn't control himself and had to retaliate. Oh, I totally forgot. Where's Coriandar? Alex asked and looked over to Hancock. She is on a shopping trip with Barbara today. Hancock answered. Alex nodded his head and just calmly sat back down on the couch while looking at Dick being pampered by Martha. The kid should be fine. Alex thought and smiled to himself. I am going to the watchtower. Bruce excused himself and first went back to the Batcave to wear his costume before going to the watchtower. Chapter 134, 125. Taken away. Alex was about to go and lay down on the bed lazily in his room, but something caught his attention. Another interference with reality. Alex thought in his mind. He had tried to find out about this interferer, but he could get nothing. Which means that the entity is stronger than him in reality manipulation. He is probably even stronger than Mr. MXYZPTLK. Alex thought and started to meditate. He wanted to grow his powers and he could only think of this without fighting a powerful being. Like getting powerful beings is a good thing. Alex mocked in his mind and didn't bother to care anymore. Trigon is one of the people I can try my hands on. He was getting distracted by the thoughts of fighting. His body was aching for another good fight. Superman was just sucked into a dimensional vortex. Alex suddenly got the feedback from reality when he tried on what interference has happened this time. Meanwhile, Superman was getting pulled through a vortex to another reality itself. He was caught off guard by suddenly being pulled into a powerful vortex that even he couldn't escape from. But he didn't panic and guarded himself vigilantly while traveling through the vortex that he was in. Very soon, he was at the end of the vortex and quickly speeded up to exit. Swish. With a swift movement, Clark was out of the portal and was looking at the metropolis like he had always been in the same place. Then why did I travel through a portal? Clark scratched his head while looking around in confusion. Maybe go to the watchtower. He thought and flew up to the orbit. Getting there, he didn't see anything other than the space debris left by humans. Everything else was empty with the watchtower nowhere in sight. This is not good. Clark thought to himself and quickly used his supervision to scan the whole Earth. No Justice League members and no powered individuals for that sake. Clark analyzed by looking at the crimes and everything else around the world. This world was normal, as you would say. There were extraordinary metahumans. Here and everything was just normal. Suddenly, Clark caught onto the only individual with powers here that looked like him, just younger. He rapidly flew back to the surface and sped off towards that guy's direction with all his power. In less than a second, he was hovering in front of another Kryptonian Clark on the younger side of the spectrum. Who are you? Superboy asked while looking at Clark with a vigilant and eager expression. At first, he was dumbfounded but then was a bit ecstatic when he finally saw a person the same as him with superpowers. This means that he has a companion that he can rely on. He can also confide his secrets in the other person. I am Superman. Clark said with a smile and straightened his chest. I am Superboy. Superboy also straightened his chest up and said. I see that you are not fully accustomed to your powers. Clark said and rubbed his chin while looking at Superboy. His habit of always helping people was coming up again. Rather than asking for help and figuring out the situation, he was thinking about helping first. Really? Superboy asked skeptically and looked around at himself. Yeah, you don't know how to fly. Which is a sign of itself. Clark nodded with a smile and landed on the ground. He started walking up to him while Superboy distanced himself from Clark in vigilance. "What do you want?" he asked and put his guard. "Oh, I totally forgot. I was sent here through a portal. I don't even know where I am." Clark remembered why he came to find Superboy after hearing the question. "Oh, are you from other parts of the universe?" Superboy's eyes gleamed and he asked excitedly. "I would say that I am from a different reality altogether." Clark shook his head and said, "Really?" Superboy was taken aback. He didn't know these things and felt very intrigued when he heard it. "Do you know anyone that can help?" Clark asked with a smile. "I know a super intelligent lady. She should be able to help." Superboy nodded his head and told. "That would be great." Clark smiled and patted Superboy's shoulder. "In the meantime, I can help you with training your powers," he said and started following Superboy's lead. They were both running towards the direction of Superboy's friend. "It should be in front," he said and looked forward. There was a hilltop with a single white laboratory-like building standing on top of it. There was a road and some trees on the side that made it look picturesque. A good location for a villa rather than a lab. Clark thought to himself while looking at it. "Shannon, open the door." Superboy pushed the buzzer and spoke loudly in the mic. Click. There was a click sound and the door opened on its own. "What brings Superboy to my abode?" Shannon asked mockingly and sarcastically when she saw Superboy coming in. "Don't be like that." Superboy laughed wryly and went ahead to give her a hug and a kiss. Shannon was a beautiful black-haired and brown-eyed girl. She was wearing a lab coat with glasses on her eyes. She is Superboy's girlfriend and the only one apart from his parents that knows his true identity. In this regard, he is much better than Clark. He has a girlfriend and Clark still hasn't confessed to Lois. "So who's this?" Shannon asked and pointed over to Clark. "Oh, that's why I came here. You see, my friend here comes from a different reality and he doesn't know how to go back and I thought that you are an expert in this and may be able to help." Superboy rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment when he saw Shannon's expression. "I'll see what I can do. Follow me." Shannon nodded her head and motioned the two to follow after her. Chapter 135, 126. Going back. Both of them nodded obediently and followed after her silently. Both Superboy and Superman came to a dark room but with their powers. It was like daylights to them and didn't hinder them at all. Shannon turned on the lights and the whole room was lighted up brightly. Inside was a big, half-finished portal sitting in a corner and collecting dust. "I have been working on this previously and I should be able to finish it in a week. So you just have to sit tight." Shannon pointed towards the portal and said apathetically. She was yawning while talking. She probably didn't have much rest in that regard. She had been working on various different things related to the portal and barely had any rest in that regard. Just now, she was still working on the equation. She barely sleeps 3 to 4 hours a day and it's taking its toll on her. "You should rest more, you know." Superboy went ahead and hugged her from behind in worry when he saw her yawning tiredly. She has been all-nighters non-stop and he could see dark eye bags already etched on her face. "I am really close to finishing. I will rest when I finish it." Shannon yawned and waved her hand carelessly without worrying about it. "Okay, but take care of yourself." Superboy let go and nodded his head with a helpless smile. Shannon arched her lips when she heard his words. She felt a bit sweet from his care. Clark just looked at this with an embarrassed expression on his face. He couldn't really say anything and just waited for them to finish their conversation. "Since we have time, why don't we start your training?" Clark said with a smile and came up to Superboy. "Okay." Superboy nodded his head and headed out of the lab. "What training?" Shannon asked a bit puzzled at their conversation. "I am learning how to fly like him and some other powers," Superboy said cheerfully with an eager expression on his face. "Okay, go have fun." Shannon waved them away and went back to her lab. Clark and Superboy nodded before heading off to a deserted area as well. "I will train you for a week in your powers and it should be more than enough," Clark said and started to show him the different powers. He did the heat vision, X-ray vision, Arctic breath, and various other powers that Clark has. Superboy watched with gusto and totally immersed himself in seeing the powers. His heart was beating fast from anticipation at being able to learn some cool powers and growing stronger. They spent a week training like this. During this time, Clark got acquainted properly with Superboy and told him all about his dimensional world as well. Superboy also listened with a smile and had a lot of fun with Clark this past week together. Clark also visited this version of his parents with Superboy and had a fun time with them. He didn't feel any awkwardness at all and just felt like he was having a vacation while training a disciple of his own. But all good things must come to an end. It was finally time for Clark to head back to Earth, too. His own dimension and get back to his duties. "Can I come and visit your Earth with you?" I also want to meet other metahumans. Superboy asked when he saw Clark getting ready to step into the portal. Stop wasting time. The portal will not run for too long. Shannon said impatiently when she saw them acting like that. Okay, but you will have to go back after a day or two. Clark nodded and agreed. Superboy jumped in joy and hugged Shannon happily like a kid. Take care of yourself there. Shannon said softly in worry. Although she didn't stop him because she didn't want to get in his way. And don't worry, I will tell Uncle and Aunt about it. Shannon said and let go of the hug. Thank you. Superboy nodded with a smile and came over to the portal. See you then. He waved his hand and stepped in with Clark. They flew through the portal like when Clark arrived here and kept themselves vigilant of any changes. Swish. Soon, the end appeared and they exited the portal swiftly. They were back at the alley where Clark got sucked into the portal. He immediately used his supervision and looked around to see what date it was. Phew, it's good that only a week went by. Carl sighed in relief when he found out the date. That's good for you. Superboy agreed and looked around curiously after getting out of the alleyway. They were already making their way through the street by leisurely walking. The people were looking at them curiously because it was not every day that you see Superman walking on the street. Some people even came up to take selfies and autographs from him from time to time. As soon as they had landed back on Earth, too, Alex opened his eyes from his session of meditation. So Clark is finally back. I am not a babysitter. So, I didn't go to save his ass this time. Alex shook his head after thinking about it. But I have a very bad feeling about this sudden phenomenon. He thought and decided to use his powers to see what was wrong. Alex closed his eyes and concentrated to see what he could find out about this phenomenon. His intuition has always been correct. Plus with the power of reality manipulation, it has become even more accurate and stronger. Someone is stopping me from probing. This feeling is so frustrating. Alec thought irritatedly and he wanted to smash something to vent his anger. He stepped into Avalon and got to his training grounds to smash some Inertron. After venting his anger, he came out and calmed down before attempting to see what's going on again. Alex closed his eyes and summoned Gold Experience as well. This way, his power can be amplified. He might be able to see something. Oh shit. Alex stood up and exclaimed. He was dreadful of what he saw. Chapter 136, 127. Changes. Somewhere in a dead universe, a massive fight was going on between Overmonitor, or the Monitor for short, and Anti-Monitor. The fight was in full swing and none of them were willing to back down from this. They are brothers and were made later than their elder brother, but all of their roles are different. Anti-Monitor spreads destruction throughout the multiverse and destroys universes that are behind in development, while Overmonitor tries to bring prosperity to the universes through various means and leads further in development. That's why these two brothers can never agree to each other or mix with each other, because they are inherently different in nature. They would fight every time that they meet each other across the multiverse. Overmonitor was ready to fight Anti-Monitor in front of OA last time, but due to Alex's insistence, he waited. Now, they have been fighting here for a while and haven't finished their fighting in such a short time for them. Fighting for a couple of years straight is not a problem for them sometimes, and now it hasn't even been a fraction of that time. Their concept of time is different from other sentient beings because they are immortal and don't really have to worry about time. Ha 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 ha, Overmonitor, how long can you protect these universes? Anti-Monitor laughed out loud while punching towards Overmonitor. As long as it takes. Overmonitor answered and received the punch head on. Ha 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 ha, but I won't be giving you that time. Anti-Monitor laughed and spread out his hands without connecting the punch with Overmonitor. The punch carried forward and punched a hole through Anti-Monitor's chest plate armor. This would set off a catastrophe that would swallow all the universes in its wake. The antimatter in Anti-Monitor began to riot and boil fiercely when it saw an opening for it to escape. Not good. Overmonitor was startled and his face changed again and again multiple times when he saw the situation. They may fight all the time, but grievously wounding the other party is not good for either of the two. Overmonitor just does to stall for time and make sure that Anti-Monitor can destroy less universes, but this is different. If the antimatter inside Anti-Monitor is allowed to spread, then all the universes will be destroyed in a short amount of time. It may be a short time of 10 years to anywhere near 200 years. But this is the worst that could happen in this situation. He still wants to salvage this. Anti-Monitor, we need to take you to World Forger. Overmonitor quickly said in a panic and took Anti-Monitor by his hand. Ha ha ha, why do we need to go there? I am perfectly fine. This is what I wanted. Anti-Monitor took his hand away from Overmonitor and continued to swell at an alarming rate. It was like he was going to self-destruct his own body, and he was having fun about it. You come with me. Overmonitor shouted and tried to control Anti-Monitor before it gets too late. It's already too late. Anti-Monitor said with a ferocious look on his face. His size had already bloated up to look like a giant ball. He was as big as half a universe in size already. It wouldn't be long before he pops and blasts everything. All the antimatter will spread like a ripple with him as the center. Overmonitor didn't waste time with him either and disappeared from the place to go and find Worldforger for the job. This is the only thing he could potentially do now or the situation will truly be out of his hand. Overmonitor quickly teleported to the Worldforge to get Worldforger to help him. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Barbados sitting on Worldforger's seat with his hand propping up his chin. "Where's Worldforger?" Overmonitor asked and looked at Barbados. "He is dead. I killed him," Barbados answered with a sneer. He was totally unafraid of Overmonitor. "How dare you?" Overmonitor yelled and punched Barbados in the face, sending him flying through the forge walls and into the void. The punch was heavy and he used his whole strength behind that punch. Barbados spat blood from his mouth and finally grew a bit afraid of Overmonitor. He didn't understand who Overmonitor was because he was created by Worldforger to destroy and collect dead and decaying universes for recycling. It took the chance of a moment and successfully got rid of Worldforger, or he will never be an opponent of the Worldforger. Barbados didn't even turn around again and disappeared from the place without missing a beat. He didn't want to die after getting his freedom finally in such a long time. He still wanted to enjoy and cause some destruction before. This was the only fun thing for him. Ha ha ha. He laughed wretchedly before disappearing completely under Overmonitor's eyes. TCH, escape to the 6th dimension. Overmonitor clicked his tongue and looked around at the place. Have to find Mother to deal with this, Overmonitor said and disappeared as well. All three of them were made by only one being alone. Her name is Perpetua and she is one of the members of the Hands. She was the first creator of the multiverse and the most feared as well in the greater omniverse. Most of the crises in the history of the omniverse have her name behind it. But this time, the crisis was initiated with someone else's instigation and interference. Overmonitor went to the greater omniverse to find his mother. This crisis had to be resolved or the consequences would be very dire. Meanwhile, in the Wayne mansion. "Oh shit!" Alex exclaimed when he got a glimpse of what was about to happen, and he wasn't very fond of the idea. Fuck, the absolute worst thing is about to happen. Alex clutched his head and groaned when he thought about the consequences of the coming catastrophe on the multiverse. Crisis on Infinite Earths is here. Alex looked up to the ceiling and said to himself in a helpless tone of voice. Chapter 137, 128. Revenge. Clark at the moment had just brought Superboy back with him from Earth Prime and was currently going to the Watchtower. He was unaware of the fact that his travel through the portal and bringing Superboy here was an interference that will set off a storm. He was just happily showing him to the whole Watchtower like a father taking his son to his work building. How it would impact the whole multiverse. He will know when the time comes and there will be no time to regret. Meanwhile, Alex was frowning while thinking of the imminent crisis on the multiverse. This will not stop now. The crisis is inevitable, but there is still time to make preparations. We still have at least 2 to 5 years ahead of us. Alex thought and sighed in his mind. He just couldn't find the guy that was interfering with the whole reality and making his life hard, or it would have been simpler. Perpetua will not listen to anything at this moment because I know for sure that she instigated Anti-Monitor into blowing himself up, or the chances would have been small for this. Alex was thinking hard of all the possibilities in his mind. A simple interference in reality made such a big change that it is ridiculous. Alex shook his head and stood up from the ground neatly. Then let's take our revenge first and then think about other things. Alex thought and closed his eyes again. Come out, wherever you are. He sang in his mind while thinking where Ra's al Ghul is. Wonderful, he is in the last fortress of his and guarding the last Lazarus pit. Alex clapped his hand once with a pleasant smile. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers before disappearing from the room. His whole attire was changed in the process to his favorite Reaper costume with a black military suit and a jester mask on his face. This makes people frightened and terrified. It also allows Alex to act like a homicidal maniac out for blood. Alex appeared in a dark with a small candle flame blowing inside of it. There was an old man sitting in the middle of the room and meditating in a cross-legged position. Alex silently walked behind him with a smile and looked down at him while smirking. Now would be a good time to wake up, he said in a cheerful voice like he was just waking someone up from sleep. Who? Roz reacted quickly and distanced himself without missing a beat. He, the one who has been having fun with killing your people. Alex laughed wickedly and tilted his head left to right. So you're the one. Roz looked at him with squinted eyes and said word to word. He has been feeling frustrated because they haven't been able to find out who has been doing this. I suppose you are enacting your revenge on our failed assassination. Roz said and took a deep breath. He already knew that he was dead the moment Alex stepped into this room. A person who could silently stand behind him without him finding out wasn't something he could fight against. A skill disparity can be identified with just small things like this. Roz was sure that their skill disparity may not be too far, but he still felt that he would die today no matter what. Alexander Wayne aka the Reaper. Guess, today is the final day for me, huh? Roz let down his guard and just stood there looking at Alex calmly without a ripple in his eyes. Oh, you have accepted your fate? Alex asked with a little surprise in his voice. He thought that Roz would at least put some form of resistance and he would be able to torture him before ending his life. Boring. Alex said in a bored voice and just walked over to Roz. Yeah, there is no point in fighting. I will be dying anyway. Roz nodded his head without moving his body. As you wish. Alex nodded his head calmly and lifted Roz by the neck. He lifted him all the way to the top and squeezed his neck. Roz's face turned red and he flailed his legs a bit before going still. He struggled for a long time before he died, showing his inhuman stamina and strength. Off with you. Alex said, and Roz disappeared in different particles. That was anticlimactic. Alex sighed to himself and looked up with his eyes closed. He stayed like this for a while and then opened his eyes when he saw someone approaching the room. He gave a cursory glance at everything once and disappeared from the room when he made sure that he didn't leave any evidence of his crime. Right after he left, the door to the room was blasted open without weight and a feminine body stepped into the room. She was wearing a black combat suit from head to toe and her face was covered as well. You couldn't see the face and could only tell that it was a female. Where's father? She looked around and muttered to herself. She had just felt that her father was talking to someone in there and she sped up to get there as soon as possible, but it was already too late. I have a bad feeling about this. Talia looked around but didn't see any signs of a struggle. So she couldn't infer anything, but her gut was telling her that things weren't as simple as they looked. I need to find him. She thought in her mind and started to move around the whole base to find her father. Only place left is the Lazarus pit. She thought and finally headed there. When she got there, she saw that whole Lazarus pit was gone and there was nothing left there. It was just big crater and nothing else there. Roz was nowhere to be found and even the Lazarus pit was gone. Father is dead. Talia closed her eyes and shed a lone tear from her eyes before gathering herself back together and went to convey the news to the rest of the people. Chapter 138, 129. Revenge 2. Alex came back home and laid down on the bed while looking up at the ceiling with a blank face and eyes. Now that the revenge is enacted, I feel kind of empty and bored inexplicably. It was my favorite time pass, to be honest. Alex lamented in his mind and was very bored. He loved messing with League of Assassins and taking down their bases in his free time. Now that he had enacted his revenge, everything was over and he felt kinda empty, but he had some other people to pay a visit to. Oh yeah, I totally forgot that I had to visit the Court of Owls as well. I was too caught up with the League of Assassins. Alex sat up straight suddenly when he remembered his other enemy. They have had enough liberty. Now it's time yo slaughter some greedy bastards. Alex smiled and closed his eyes. Every one of them is doing something and talking to some shady people. Guess they are planning something big. Alex thought while looking at what all the members of Court of Owls were doing. It had slipped my mind, but isn't the new leader of Court of Owls, the second in command of League of Assassins, the sensei? Alex mused when he suddenly remembered something about the owls. Well, let's pay Sensei a visit. Alex murmured and disappeared in a swirl. Meanwhile, with the Court of Owls, His Majesty is dead. The sensei had just gotten the news that Raz Al Ghul was dead. He was sitting on the chair and tightly clenched his hands. He was grieved from the news. Raz was like a father to him and he taught him everything that he knew. Now that Raz was dead, he couldn't help being sad and sorrowful over his death. Miss Talia will have my support. The sensei stood up from his chair and prepared to go out. He wanted to see Talia and give her support to succeed as the head of the League of Assassins. Now that Raz was gone, many were vying for the seat of the head. Taking the seat from under the tigers wouldn't be an easy task for Talia alone. She would need a full-blown support. Just then a swirl opened up in the room and a masked individual came in front of the sensei. Beware the Court of Owls that watches all the time. Ruling Gotham from a shadowed perch, behind granite and lime. They watch you at your hearth, they watch you in your bed. Speak not a whispered word about them, or they'll send the talon for your head. He was singing the Court of Owls poem while walking towards Sensei. It isn't the Reaper aka Alexander Wayne. Sensei spoke lightly and backed off towards the table in the middle of the room. Oh yeah, and the Reaper is here to do his job. Alex said with a cheerful voice and walked over to Sensei. What do you want? Sensei asked with squinted eyes and looked at Alex gloomily. Just your life. Alex said with a light tone like he was asking for a pen. This is the Court of Owls. Sensei said with a grim and angry voice. He was sweating in his palms. This thing wasn't good by a long shot. He had to do something to get out of this situation. You know, the Talons will not be coming and you are not much of a deal if Roz couldn't stop me. Alex said and stood just a meter away from the guy. You were the one who killed the leader. Sensei suddenly blew his top and lunged at Alex when he heard his words. Don't be so hasty. Alex smiled and the sensei froze in midair. It was like someone was clutching his neck with their hand. Good job, buddy. Alex said and patted Gold Experience's head with his hand. Afterwards, he looked straight into Sensei's eyes with a very dangerous glint. So I heard that you wanted to kill my parents, huh? Alex sat down on the chair in the room and made Sensei face him. It was decided by all the members. He said calmly like he wasn't even feeling the tight hold on his neck. Don't worry. It will be their number after you. Alex shook his head with a smile and looked at him with a joking expression. Ah, how I loved when Ras Al Ghul himself had his neck clutched in my hand and died of suffocation. Alex said provocatively with a long tone to his voice. Shut up. The sensei yelled angrily when he heard Alex's words. It was infuriating him to no end when he heard how his mentor died in Alex's hands. He wanted to tear Alex's flesh and drink his blood to satiate his anger that was burning in his heart right now. Now off with you. Alex motioned with his hand and nodded at Gold Experience. Gold Experience didn't hesitate for a second and squeezed the guy's neck to pulp. The spine was shattered and the neck was squeezed to the utmost limit in Gold Experience's hand. Alex evaporated him whole after finishing his job in the room. Now just to kill all the members and get this done with. It's been a day since I left Raven there and need to go check up on her. Alex thought and disappeared again in a swirl. Alex went on his hunt. He closed his eyes for a while and recorded the location of every single member one by one. Then he disappeared in a swirl and started to hunt down the owls in a rhythmic fashion. The Talons were innocent. They were just some brainwashed people that were abducted from the orphanages at a young age. So Alex didn't take it out on them. When every single member of the owls was hunted down and dead, Alex breathed a sigh of fulfillment and relief like a huge burden had been taken off his chest. Now I can finally focus on collecting the members for young justice. Alex thought and laid down in the bed to sleep peacefully. Chapter 139, 130. Sigh. Alex woke up and did his usual morning routine before thinking of the day's schedule. Now what to do today? He thought while looking up at the ceiling in a daze. All the members of Owls are gone. Ras Al Ghul is dead and I don't have anyone to take revenge on. This era is so dead. Alex rolled around in the sheets while feeling bored out of his mind. Some action would be nice. Maybe go and meet Raven. He stood up from the bed after thinking about it and disappeared in a swirl. The girls are all busy. Diana and Barbara are handling criminals. Selena and Pamela are off to their usual shenanigans. Mara is back at Zeeble while Zatanna is busy with her magician show. The company is handled by Bruce and Thomas. So he is the only one free at the moment and it is killing him, just sitting around like this. Hancock as well is with Martha and doing God knows what. The pair of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law get along surprisingly well. No maybe, let's go after Mongol. That will be enough entertainment. Alex suddenly clapped his hands and thought of an idea. His face beamed with joy like he found the oasis in a desert. He suddenly felt enlightened. Then what are we waiting for? Alex clapped his hands and disappeared in a swirl. He reappeared in the spaceship that was traveling to some unknown direction and SAE Mongol sitting on a throne in front of him. He was lost in thought and had a hand propping his chin up. Alex silently got behind him and looked at him for a while with a smirk on his face. Gold Experience. Alex commanded in his mind and Gold Experience quickly clutched Mongol up by the back of his neck like a chicken. Hey old friend, we meet again. Alex made Mongol's face turn towards him and spoke with a gentle smile. Why are you here? Mongol asked with squinted eyes like he wasn't even feeling the pressure coming from his neck. To take your life. Alex smiled mischievously and said in a cheerful tone. Go ahead. Mongol nodded his head and motioned for him to continue. Oh, aren't you gonna fight? Alex raised an eyebrow and asked with astonishment. He was a bit dumbfounded by the words. He didn't expect this result at all. It was totally out of expectation. I'll just construct another body. Mongol shrugged his shoulder like it was not big deal and spoke calmly without a single fluctuation on his face. Well, sit down first and let me tell you something. Alex waved his hand and let Mongol go. He sat down on a throne that he conjured. Both of them faced each other and Alex was silent for a minute. This universe is under my protection. You may be a multiversal entity but you know that you can't step into Perpetua's initiated universe. Alex spoke calmly and Mongol flinched at his words. He was right. Mongol couldn't bring his true body into this universe no matter what or he will have to go to a war with Perpetua which he didn't want to see. Perpetua may not be able to step into this multiverse herself, but her children stay here and she will not allow other gods and multiversal entities to step in here. He continued and observes Mongol's facial expression. People who can interfere here are the ones with any kind of omni ability like omnipresent etc. You, my friend, certainly don't hold any of the three. So you are no match for Perpetua at all. Which you should know yourself. And as long as you don't step into this universe with your true body, you will never get anything here. I can guarantee you this. So why don't we make it easy on ourselves and forget about making another avatar, because I can know when you step into this universe again. So as long as you come here, you will die every time, and I promise you that I will not spare a single avatar of yours. Alex joined his hands in front of him while speaking and looked at Mongol carefully. Mongol was silent for a long time. He was musing on Alex's words carefully in his mind and found that the words may be direct but they weren't false. The best he could send was an avatar with a universal strength, and he knew from the news later that the guy in front of him was able to repel anti-monitor. So things weren't in his favor at all. I see. Mongol spoke after a long time with his eyes closed. He knew that his conquest on this universe will be highly difficult if not impossible. Damn reality warpers. He cursed under his breath and looked at Alex gloomily. Alex smiled happily at his frustration after he heard his words. Reality warpers really are the most terrifying enemies to handle in all situations. They can be said to be just a step away from having omni abilities because depending on their abilities and strength, reality moves at their fingertips like a toy. They can manipulate space, time, elements, teleport, move, create and destroy dimensions at will with a wave of their hands. There is just no way to fight a guy like this unless you can counter or restrict these abilities or overpower them. Like the case with Anti-Monitor's casualty manipulation. That was also a form of resistance against reality manipulation, but if Alex was stronger then it wouldn't stop him at all. Gold Experience's Requiem ability is actually the perfect counter to his problem, but he has found a very big problem. At first he thought that it was just his suspicion, but he deep in that someone was watching him at all times like a ghost and he couldn't spot the guy at all. Then all the bizarre interference with reality started to happen that changed a lot of things and made a lot of trouble for him. After knowing that his suspicions were right, he stopped using that ability altogether and saved it as a trump card. Chapter 140, 131. Sigh 2. Okay, we talked enough. Now what is your answer? Alex waved his hand to get his attention and said with a bored expression on his face. Mongol was dragging this thing for too long and was just sitting there like a statue. No, I will still be coming here. Mongol lifted his head and said indifferently. How could the great Mongol just back down from a threat like this, and he had heard of a very good thing in the greater omniverse. The others like Eternity and all the others were thinking of killing Perpetua because she keeps on provoking them and is too unruly. If Perpetua dies then he can try to descend on this universe with his true body to kill this bug in front of him. I see, so you have chosen death. Alex nodded his head with a dangerous expression and looked at Gold Experience. Gold Experience didn't even waste a second and grabbed Mongol's neck before he separated it brutally from body with his spine coming out together with the skull. My guy just performed fatality on Mongol in its full glory. The blood splashed on Alex and his lips twitched from annoyance. Next time, please do it a bit far away. Alex said with a wry smile and made the blood vanish from his body. Now, let's break the news to the people in the ship. Alex said and projected himself to all the residents of the ship. Hello, residents of this ship. We meet once again. Wonderful, isn't it? Well, I just wanted to tell you guys that I kinda killed your monarch because he was bugging me too much. Alex started with a cheerful tone and showed them Mongol's head with his spine attached to it and the body laying a distance away. There was an uproar as soon as this was shown in the projection, and some of the guards and other people were shivering in their places. You are free from his rule and can go back to your home. No one will be able to stop you now. Alex said, and the electric collars on all the prisoners' necks snapped open on their own. Everyone cheered in joy when they felt the collars open finally. They were able to regain their freedom after so long. But everyone wasn't fortunate. People that were already criminals before didn't have their collars open. They were still closed, and the collars even looked tighter and more stronger from the looks of it. Now, if you would allow me. Alex said and disappeared from the place in a swirl. He had enough fun and Mongol was dead. So there was nothing left to do here. He could just go back home now. It's already dark. Alex looked up and saw the dark sky on top of his head with stars and the moon shining brightly. Time works so bizarrely in space. Alex sighed in his mind and walked up to the front porch of the mansion. There was no point in staying outside when he was already home. Alex looked around at everything and nodded with satisfaction on his face. A loving family, the best thing a man can ask for. He thought in his mind and pushed open the door of the villa. In the lounge, Martha and the others were sitting and watching TV together. Alfred was standing behind them with his hands folded behind his back and was enjoying the TV with a smile. This rigid guy. Alex chided in his mind, but the smile on his face was just as bright. This is my family. He looked for a minute while standing there at the front door. Come in already. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hancock quickly motioned with her hand and hurried him over. Coming. Alex shook his head with a smile and walked over to her. He sat down on the couch and Hancock laid her head on his shoulder. There was Zatanna's magician show playing on the TV and everyone was watching it with a smile. She has come far, huh, and she looks quite famous. Alex also looked attentively and commented when he saw her performing magic calmly with a graceful smile. She is a popular actor, you know. Hancock said and continued to watch the TV. She has worked hard. Alex nodded calmly with a smile and continued to watch the TV. The show was going great with Zatanna's improved acting and calmness. The show was even better than the initial episodes. A lot of people were addicted to this show and the ratings of the show were also quite high. Welcome back. Martha spoke from the side when she saw Bruce stepping into the lounge with Dick in tow. I'm back. Bruce had a rare smile on his face when he heard the greeting and sat down on an empty couch close to them. Yo kid, where did you go with your father? Alex lifted his hand and asked. I was registering in the school. They took so long to do it. Dick whined and sat down close to Alex on the couch happily. Oh, Zatanna is on the TV. Dick happily exclaimed and watched with gusto. He was quite a fan of Zatanna and liked the show very much. The magic looked really good and he was very fascinated. That's your Aunt Brat. Show some respect. Alex smacked on the back of his head with a prideful expression on his face. Huh. Dick lagged for a moment there when he heard Alex's words. Hey, Aunt. He turned his head mechanically towards and asked in a stuttering voice. Yeah, she is my girlfriend. Alex nodded his head and agreed. But how? He looked at Hancock and Alex in turn while questioning. He was very puzzled at the moment. Oh, you have plenty of aunts. I will take you to meet them sometime. Alex said with a smirk and looked over to him. Dick's mouth was agape and he couldn't process the words in head for a while when he heard the words. Chapter 141, 132. Flash. Barry had a busy day today in the police department and he was about to go home now. He wanted to go to Iris and spend some time with her. He was feeling a bit lonely. How good would it be if you were your mom? I wish I could do something. Barry clenched his fists and looked up at the sky and thought. He wanted nothing more than for his mother to be there when he got home and to celebrate Christmas and other festivals with her. No, I can do something. Suddenly, this thought mysteriously appeared in his mind and grew like a plague that sent ripples through his mind. Barry started to run. He bypassed all the people and ran as fast as he can. He took off the tie on his neck and threw it aside. His attire changed midway and he ran even faster. His speed started to increase more and more and his body started to disappear slowly like he was teleporting. Barry's speed had already bypassed the speed of light by multiple times and it was still increasing. It was getting faster and faster. Not even a second had passed in the real world and Barry had circled the Earth multiple times already. The speed grew so fast that after images were left at the whole circumference of the Earth and a round red and yellow flash appeared on the circumference of the Earth. Suddenly, Barry disappeared altogether and vanished from the face of the Earth. Ugh. Barry groaned and appeared on a highway close to the residential area. He looked around and found the familiar-looking streets and the brand-new house in front of him. He was finally back in the past. He had achieved what he wanted. Finally, I can save you, Mom. Barry thought in his mind with clenched fists and waited calmly to solve the incident before it happens. Just as expected, a burglar broke into the house and threatened the young Barry and his mother with a knife. Barry quickly took action and stopped everything in its wake. Barry's mother and the young Barry were in a daze and dumbfounded there. They couldn't figure out what just happened suddenly. The robber was none other than Reverse Flash, who was here to get things done right. Barry tackled him through the house with his phasing ability activated. It allowed them to move out of the house without damaging anything in the process. Why are you doing this? Barry yelled on Eobard Thawne's face with anger bubbling in his eyes. Thawne just looked into Barry's eyes without saying anything. Tell me why. Barry yelled even louder when he didn't get an answer. This has to be done. Thawne replied and just looked into his eyes without flinching. Why? Barry punched him in the face and questioned again. Thawne didn't reply at all and calmly took the beating until he was knocked out cold from it. Barry took a deep breath and sighed heavily. He felt like a boulder was lifted off his shoulders. Barry looked at the sky and took another deep breath before he started on the run one more time. This time going back to the future to enjoy his time with his now revived mother. He was looking forward to it. He wanted nothing more than to go there right now and be welcomed back home. Barry ran back to future and got home as soon as possible. And there she was in all her glory. His mother, standing in the kitchen and making dinner for him. Mom. Barry choked up with emotions and started walking towards the kitchen. What happened, Barry? Nora looked back and saw Barry looking at her with faint tears in her eyes. She was suddenly worried that something happened to her dear boy and quickly came over to him and asked. Barry hugged her tightly and buried his face in her neck. He stayed like this for a whole before letting her go, but he was still very reluctant. It's nothing. Barry shook his head with a smile and turned his face away. Barry. Nora looked at him with worry and wanted to know what happened. It's nothing, Mom. Quickly make something, I'm starving. Barry pushed her towards the stove and sat down on a chair close to her. Okay, then wait for me. Nora nodded her head with a smile, but she was still very worried. The TV running in the lounge started to display an urgent news. We have found out that Themyscira and Atlantis are going to wage war against the rest of the world. A familiar and feminine voice rang in the TV. What? Barry was startled and quickly came to the TV to see the news. These have been displayed every day for the past week. Nora came in and looked at the news with some worry in her eyes. No, this is not right. Barry shook his head and looked like his soul left his body. What happened, Barry? Nora asked while grabbing Barry's arm. Wait for me, Mom. Barry said and tried to activate the Speed Force, but it didn't work. He was running like a normal man and not like a speedster at all. No, this is way too ring. Where is Alex, Superman, Batman, and the others? How could this be? Barry shook his head and decided to visit a place where he might get the answers. He took a taxi and went straight to Gotham City to meet up with his old friend. It took him hours to get to a place where he could go in seconds and made him realize the convenience of Speed Force. Barry quickly found the entrance to Batcave and barged in skillfully like entering his own home. Who are you? A rough and heavy voice sounded behind him as soon as he stepped into the Batcave. Bruce, it's me, Barry. Barry didn't turn around in fear that he will get attacked and just spoke excitedly. Thomas squinted his eyes when he heard Barry's words and knocked him out without even asking anything further. Chapter 142, 133. Flashpoint Paradox. You. Barry groaned when he woke up again and looked around. He tried to move his limbs but found that he was tightly bound on a stretch without the ability to move. Yo mate, you done and fucked up. A voice sounded from beside him. The voice was really familiar and Barry quickly snapped his neck towards that side. Alex. Barry exclaimed happily when he saw the person standing there. How did you get here? Barry asked in a bit of surprise when he thought of where he was. Well, that's quite a short story actually. Alex thought in his mind of what he had felt before. He was sitting in the lounge with Hancock and the others by his side and watching Zatanna's show on the TV. Dick was completely astonished by Alex's words of having multiple girlfriends at the same time. Humph, don't learn from this playboy. You better be honest for me. Martha snorted from the side in dissatisfaction. If glares could kill, then Alex would be dead by now. Mom, don't say that you are not satisfied with the girls. Alex smiled cheekily and nudged her with his finger. Humph, who said that? The girls are all lovely. I don't know how they got into your hands. Martha turned her head to the side with a smile, but her words were still strong. Hee hee, it's because of my charm, right? Alex smiled smugly and looked towards Hancock for confirmation. Definitely, dear. Hancock smiled charmingly and laid her head on his shoulder. See. Alex moved his eyebrows at Martha in a teasing manner. You don't have to ask her. She is never going to refute you anyway. This girl is hopeless. Martha snapped back in a funny manner when she saw his smug face. Everyone laughed happily and the atmosphere in the room was very good. Fuck. Alex suddenly felt something, and after checking it out, he couldn't help but curse in his mind. Gotta go. He stood up and ran out of the estate before teleporting himself to where Barry was bound. By the time he appeared in the alternate reality, Barry was already bound on the stretched by Thomas. Dad, you can come out now. Alex said and kept looking forward towards Barry. Who are you? Thomas came out of the shadows and walked over to Alex silently. Well, you can say that I am your son from an alternate reality. Alex said and looked back at Thomas. He looked haggard and there were deep eye bags below his eyes. Alex could clearly see that the stress on his body was beyond recognition and he was using drugs to keep himself going. Ugh, I know he is from an alternate reality, but it pains to see my own father like this. Alex thought and sighed before shaking his head. We can't have you like that in front of guests, Dad. Alex said and snapped his fingers. Thomas was kind of lagging right now because of Alex's words, and the next second he felt his body completely refreshed and all the wear and tear from the years was gone. Excuse me, but I could use a hand as well. Barry broke the atmosphere from behind. He was looking at the father and son with hope. He wanted to get out of these as soon as possible. It was kind of like torture for a speedster to stay still like this. You better stay like this. Alex's eyes glowed dangerously while looking at Barry. Barry quickly shut his mouth and didn't dare to make a squeak in front of Alex anymore. So Dad, what were you doing just now? Alex turned back around to look at Thomas and asked while raising his eyebrow. Thomas was looking at Alex silently with trembling hands and body. He couldn't believe his eyes and ears when he heard what Alex said to him. Are you really Alexander? He asked in disbelief. In the flesh. Alex nodded his head and spread his arms apart. Thomas turned around and walked out of the Batcave without saying anything anymore. Sigh. Alex sighed and turned to look back at Barry. Barry was still silent and didn't dare to make a noise in all this while. Get up. Alex said, and all the bindings automatically came off from Barry. Man, your father sure is rough. Barry rubbed his wrist and said with a grimace. You are lucky that he didn't put a hole through your head with the shit you pulled. Alex said and conjured a chair to sit down. Haha, he won't do that, right? Barry laughed awkwardly but grew quiet when he looked at Alex's face. He is not the same as Bruce. His main weapon is a modified gun that can cross your head clean through. What do you think? Alex crossed his arms in front of his chest and asked. Haha, I was just trying to find someone. Barry scratched the back of his head and hung his down in defeat. Ah, you literally created a new timeline. Where Wonder Woman and Aquaman are at each other's throats while the rest of world suffers. Superman is locked up in some containment chamber while Bruce and I died young without being able to do anything. Alex sighed and looked at Barry with an annoyed face. All the mess that is already going on and this genius goes ahead and does this. Alex thought in his mind and felt like punching Barry in the face. Alex rubbed his temple and Barry shrunk his neck while looking at Alex's frustrated face. So how can we solve this? Barry asked tentatively. I can't abandon a whole world to die, and going back into the past will just solve a paradox and nothing else. This reality is never going to go away and will just keep expanding more and more. This is the consequence of you messing with time like your own background. Alex looked at him and spoke calmly word for word. Sorry, I didn't know this would happen. Barry shrunk his neck and apologized quickly. He didn't dare to argue on this point. Chapter 143, 134. Flashpoint 2. Alex rubbed his temples and thought of what to do to salvage this situation as much as he can. First, we have to stop Wonder Woman and Aquaman from going apeshit on the Resistance. Alex spoke crudely, but the words expressed his mood right now. I need to get back my powers first before we do anything else. Barry objected again with his hand lifted in front of his face like a student asking teacher's position. Let's go up. Alex sighed once more and moved up the mansion and onto the roof with a tired face. It was like he couldn't be asked for this shit anymore. Barry followed behind quietly and both of them moved to the top of the mansion on the balcony. What are you doing? Thomas suddenly swooped in like a phantom. Ah. Barry jumped a little from fright and patted his chest. Can you stop doing that? He asked in an annoyed manner. Thomas completely ignored him and kept looking at Alex. Going to get him his powers back. Alex pointed at Barry and spoke. Thomas nodded his head and disappeared from the place. It's bought like he trusted Alex very much, but he could also the faint resemblance Alex had to the young Alexander. So he decided to hold it for now and see what is what before making a move. Now get on the chair. Alex made a chair that was used in the comics for Barry to gain his powers. It was designed on the Speed Force formula and would help Barry gain his power. Barry sat down on the chair solemnly and repeated the formula in his mind. The sky started to turn dark and rain clouds covered the whole sky. The moon and the stars were hidden and only thick clouds could be seen above. Lightning started to dance in the clouds. It brought a magnificent and a majestic sight to the viewer. Barry gulped his saliva when he saw the lightning flashing in the clouds. Alex also looked at the clouds above and could feel the endless strength inside the clouds. Speed Force is truly vast. He thought in his mind and couldn't help but feel a bit of awe. The forces in DC are really too powerful for anyone other than the truly powerful ones. Alex could feel that he wasn't at the level yet to be able to contend with the whole force on his own. The lightning after brewing the clouds for a while and smashed straight on Barry's head. Barry stiffened and trembled for a while before he suddenly grew quiet. There were burn marks on his body that looked horrible to anyone who saw him right now. Alex smiled because he felt that their experiment was successful and he healed Barry quickly with Avalon. Here we go. He picked Barry up on his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and took him back to the Batcave. He put him back on the stretcher without binding him and sat down on a chair facing the computer to see the situation in the outside world. Alex looked through the whole web and the classified files in the world to gather all the information that he could. This thing is more terrible than I thought. There is not order or law left at all. The Amazon army and the Atlantean army are already squaring off on the coast of Europe and the resistance is kind of powerless. Cyborg, Shazam, and the others are just barely resisting the onslaught, and some of the OG Justice Leaguers aren't even there. Alex shook his head in frustration when he thought about it. If I could just make this whole verse vanish like the plague it is. He thought but felt powerless because he didn't have this strength right now. But will it really disappear if Barry can stop the other Flash by going back in time? Alex thought with a bit of puzzlement in his head. Guess there is only one way to find out. He thought and got up from the chair. Alex walked over to the knocked-out Barry on the stretcher and slapped him in the face. Wake up. He gave another slap to wake him up quickly. What? Barry woke up with a startled expression and a red print on his face. Wake up already. We have things to do. Alex said and turned away from him. Couldn't you use a more gentle approach? Barry asked with an angry expression when he felt his cheek sting heavily. With the shit you pulled. I am already gentle enough. Alex turned his face towards him and said with squinted eyes. Want to experience more gentleness? He asked with a raised eyebrow. No more, it's enough. Barry twitched his lips and quickly waved his hands. Good. Alex nodded and continued going on his way. Now the two armies of Atlanteans and Amazonians are meeting in Europe. We got to go and stop them. I will take that up on me and you will try to go back in the past to solve what you started. Alex said and disappeared in a swirl. Barry nodded his head and tried to run again, but he couldn't turn as fast as he was previously. Alex appeared back in a closed room with a guy bound to some kind of machine with his limbs in an X position. He had a silver body and looked totally haggard from his face. Yo, I am here to get you out. Alex said and waved his hand which unlocked the bindings on Captain Atom. Who are you? Captain Atom asked weakly. He couldn't even lift his head because he couldn't even lift his head from all the draining of his powers. Me, I am from an alternate reality. Came here by chance and saw this happening. Alex waved his hand and both of them disappeared from the place in a swirl. Now rest up. I need to go and save some of the others before we continue this thing. Alex laid him down on a bed in the mansion and disappeared again. Chapter 144, 135. Flashpoint 3. Barry, the poor guy, was still trying to run but felt that someone was blocking his path forward. Like there was some kind of barrier that prevented him from moving at his full speed. He was trying his best but he just couldn't muster up the speed to move back to the past. He was very frustrated from this and finally stopped when he couldn't take it anymore. Guess, I should find Alex and talk about it. He thought and ran towards Europe. He knew that Alex would be there. Alex, on the other hand, had just rescued Captain Atom and was also teleporting over to Europe. First, let's go to Cyborg and Shazam to know their situation. Alex teleported over to an empty building. It was a run-down building amidst the war between Atlanteans and Amazons. Inside, there was a meeting going on and everyone was looking at each other solemnly. Alex just froze the time and walked in leisurely before sitting on a seat with his legs up and his back leaning on the chair lazily. The time started again and he appeared in front of everyone's eyes like a phantom which made all of them alert. Who are you? Lois Lane said with anger while pointing her gun straight to Alex's face. A visitor from an alternate reality. I am here to see what is happening with the Resistance. Alex yawned with a bored expression and said calmly. This question has been asked so many times that he grew bored of it already. Lois, stand back. Cyborg said and motioned to her with his hand. He could clearly feel that they weren't Alex's opponents even if they all ganged up on him. So it was better to not have a conflict and just see what he wanted to do. I can stop the fight between the Amazons and the Atlanteans but then you'll be on your own. Alex said and stretched his body while standing up. Can you really? Shazam asked with an eager and happy smile on his face. He was only a young child in the body of an adult after gaining his power. So he is quite gullible in that sense. Plus he can feel Alex's strength through his powers and wants to take this chance. He might have Solomon's wisdom but most of the time, he doesn't even use it. Why would you help us? Cyborg asked scrutinizingly while holding Shazam's arm with his hand to stop him. Because I am a good person. Does that answer your question? Alex asked with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Cyborg looked at him for a while to ascertain if he was telling the truth but then shook his because he couldn't get anything from him. If you really want to then please help us. He bowed his upper body a little and asked. That's a given. We also have another guy to free though. Alex said and vanished from his place. Do you think he was telling the truth? Shazam asked and looked at Cyborg. Who knows? Cyborg shrugged his shoulders and resumed his meeting with the others on the scene. Alex had teleported to a hidden facility. It was like a containment building. There was a red light all over the hallways and corridors and the security in the building was really strict. In the most secure part of the building, there was a skinny figure that looked haggard and was wearing a white bodysuit. There was the Superman symbol on his chest and he was weakly looking at the ground. General, we have contained the alien for so long and the experiments are not coming along very well. Suddenly, a voice sounded outside his cell. Useless. The general was furious and almost slapped the researcher in the face. Alex suddenly appeared in the room amidst their exclamations and turned invisible. He looked towards the front and saw the bound Clark Kent in the cell. His head was hung down weakly and he was looking at the ground. Alex snapped his fingers and all red sun equipment malfunctioned at the same time and started to display yellow sun radiation. Superman looked up in hope and looked straight at the yellow sun radiator filling the entire passageway in the cell. The yellow sun radiation bathed his body and he started to feel energized from it. The general and the researcher were suddenly sluggish when they saw this and immediately reacted. Shut off the reactor quickly. The general roared in the intercom as soon as possible, but it was already too late. Superman already had a full sauna in the yellow sun radiation and his eyes were already glowing red. The bindings on his body snapped one by one with the movement of his limbs and he blasted the general with his heat vision. A burnt hole was blasted through the general's body immediately. Superman was not satisfied with this and immediately moved his eyes to cut the researcher in half. His hatred for these people could not be measured in words. They slaughtered his parents and put him in this facility for the rest of his life. It would be a surprise if he could calmly walk away. Yo mate, can you calm down for a bit? I didn't save you to go on a rampage. Alex's voice suddenly came into his ears and he looked towards the side. Alex materialized in the room and looked at the skinny Superman. Okay, just a second first. Alex materialized a camera and took a picture of him real quick to tease Clark in his reality. After seeing the picture, he nodded in satisfaction and put away the camera. Why did you help me? Superman asked in a hoarse voice. He hasn't spoken for so long and his throat is so dry that a desert will have more water than him. Because I am a good guy kinda. Alex also replied back with a bit of question in his voice. Well, I freed you and you are free to do what you want now. I just wanted this picture anyway. Alex waved his hand to dismiss him and disappeared from the place himself. Chapter 145, 136. Flashpoint 4. Superman was left there with a puzzled and confused expression on his face. He didn't know what just happened and looked around at the containment facility. I am going to destroy this place. His eyes glowed dangerously again and he started to use his powers at full blast. He used Arctic breath, heat vision, and all the other abilities to kill and slaughter his way out of the entire facility. Bodies appeared in the whole facilities and corpses could be stacked into a big mound. Superman didn't give two fucks about it and continued his onslaught. His rage and anger knew no bounds and he was out for blood today. Alex, who had freed the god of slaughter, was currently looking at two opposing armies surrounding him from both sides. So, where were we? He asked while looking at Aquaman and Wonder Woman alternatively on his opposite sides. Who are you? Orin, Aquaman, shouted in rage when he saw Alex acting like a fool. Me, I am here to stop you and that's all that matters. Alex said and smiled kindly. Mongrel. Wonder Woman shouted and directed her sword towards Alex's face. The rest of the Amazons behind her also roared to the sky and prepared to charge at him. I love your enthusiasm, but I am only one man. It will take a while to get everyone a turn, but we can work something out. Alex held his chin and spoke slowly. All his words rang in their ears like thunder and made the Amazons scowl more and more. Their anger clouded their vision and they charged at Alex like savages. They had been fighting for a long and slaughtered a lot of Atlanteans. Their blood hadn't calmed down from the excitement and this provocation made them even more out of control. The Atlanteans all laughed uproariously when they heard Alex's words and liked his guts a lot. But fun goes to fun. The fight in front of them is more important. Yar yar. Alex shook his head and used his powers. Space lock. Alex thought in his mind and all of them were locked in place. I can't use the Requiem ability or this will be easier to do. Alex lamented in his mind and continued to look at all of them. Are you guys ready to withdraw? He asked Orin and Wonder Woman. Why should I? She killed my wife. Orin shouted and pointed at Wonder Woman. She came to challenge me in a fair duel. Wonder Woman said with a plain face like it was no big deal. But you still killed her. I want your head. Orin said gloomily and angrily. He may have had some affair with Wonder Woman, but his wife is his dignity and pride as a man. If someone just kills it, then what good is he? He will avenge the blood of his and no one can stop him. Then you can take this fight back to your own domains. I don't want you here. Alex said and looked at the two with squinted eyes. Who are you to decide? Wonder Woman looked at him with a frown and said. Because I am strong and you cannot beat me. Alex shrugged his shoulders and answered simply and directly. The crude words hit both Orin and Wonder Woman face. It made their frowns deepen and irritated them to no end, but they couldn't refute it. Now be on your way and don't come here to make trouble. Alex waved his hand and the two armies were sent away to their hometowns. Alex dusted his hands together like he did something trivial and walked along leisurely on the road while repairing the infrastructure with every step of the way. This is the only thing that I can do for you. The people killed are not my responsibility. Alex thought in his mind and continued with his stroll. He walked along the whole destroyed part of city and repaired to like it was before and went back to the Wayne mansion. In all this while, Barry was looking for him and met up with the resistance before he got the chance to find Alex. Alec was already back at the mansion and the whole script of Flashpoint Paradox was messed up by him. But he was just leisurely strolling around in the mansion like it was no big deal. Mom, Dad from alternate reality, come here. Alex thought, and the Joker Martha and the Batman Thomas appeared in the room inexplicably. I finally have the time to get down and talk to you guys. Alex sat down on the couch with the two restrained on the couch in front of him. Haha, this is really interesting. Mind telling me who are you? I promise I will only boil you in oil. Martha laughed strangely and said with a wide smile. She has been like this ever since their deaths. Batman sighed with regret and shook his head in dismay. He lives his wife and children a lot, but they died when they were young, and Martha's live for them drove her mad to this unrecognizable point. Don't worry, Dad. I will handle this. Alex said and looked at Martha before he snapped his fingers again. Martha's face cleared from the pale Joker-like makeup and brought her back to her beautiful image. Her mind was also repaired by Alex and made her more sober. Mom, Dad, let's talk about things. Alex said solemnly and faced the both of them together. Thomas had seen Alex doing the experiment and helped Barry gain that power. He also knew the moves that Alex had made in Europe. It had caused quite a commotion. So it was easy to find out. Are you really Alex? Martha asked in disbelief, but she couldn't help believing a bit. Yes, Mom, I am Alexander Wayne, but from a different reality altogether. Alex nodded his head in affirmation. Look, I can help you meet with Bruce and Alex from this reality, but then you have to move on. I think they would want the same. Alex said and looked at the two of them with a lot of seriousness. I will try. Martha sighed and looked into Alex's eyes. Thomas didn't say anything and just kept looking at Alex seriously. All right then, let's go. Alex snapped his fingers and all of them disappeared. Chapter 146, 137. Meetup. Alex appeared in the underworld with Martha and Thomas. They appeared in front of a giant and gothic-looking castle that spread dread in a person's heart with one look. Thomas was okay because of his willpower, but Martha looked a little restrained and fearful of here. Alex was about to knock on the door of the castle, but it opened on its own to allow them passage into it. Let's go, he said and led the two of them inside the castle. He perceived Hades in the castle and started walking straight there without stop. What does your excellency want with me? A cracked and heavy voice descended into their ears before they even stepped into the room. I want you to allow them a meeting with someone, Alex said and looked towards Hades. He was sitting on a black metallic throne with sharp pointed ends all over the place. Think he is trying to make a heavy atmosphere with this, but he looks like a cosplayer to me. Alex thought in his mind and continued to look forward. Ah, Thomas and Martha Wayne. Your children are indeed here, and they are about to get reincarnated again into someone else. But why should I allow you to meet them? Hades nodded his head with a smile but then squinted at Alex in question. Because I asked, Alex said with an equally strong momentum. Thomas was holding Martha's arms from behind Alex while looking straight ahead. And you have no choice. He continued and started to walk over to Hades. So, are you going to do it, or should I help you a bit? He got close to Hades' face and spoke for word to word. Hades was silently looking at Alex and counting his chances in a fight against him, but found out that he had no chance whatsoever. Follow me. He stood up gloomily from the throne and started walking out of the castle. All of them followed him silently and came to a separate little house that looked quite shabby from the looks of it. Hades stopped in front of the house and motioned Alex to go in. Alex opened the door and saw the two that they wanted to meet. He nodded his head and motioned for Martha and Thomas to go in. Thomas and Martha took a deep breath together before entering the house. Alex also turned around to look at Hades standing close to him. I will come for them in 24 hours. I won't make it hard on you. You did me a favor and I will also return it. Alex looked at him nonchalantly and said, Here, take this, it will help in contacting me. He gave him a phone-like device that could only call him. Thank you. Hades nodded his head blankly without any emotions and disappeared from the place. Alex also snapped his fingers and disappeared in a swirl. He appeared back on the couch in the mansion and looked at the clock. It's already coming near dawn of the next day. Alex stood up from the place and prepared to go to sleep. Meanwhile, Barry was stuck with Lois. Hey, what are you doing, Bao? Barry asked and followed behind Lois. He was getting bored out of his mind. We are going to launch missiles straight at Themyscira. Laos answered back and slowly made her way through the facility. No, you will kill thousands of innocents on Themyscira. I cannot allow that. Barry stood up in front of her with his arms crossed in front of his chest. They already killed millions of our people and you are saying that I cannot even do this. Lois looked at him with anger bubbling in her body. She couldn't make much noise or she would have punched him in the face. No. Barry insisted strongly and stood in her way without moving. Lois got more and more annoyed with him. She took a deep breath and decisively turned around. She couldn't stay here for long and couldn't do anything here or this would end very badly. She came outside the facility and operated the walkie-talkie on her to make contact with the others. She quickly connected and started speaking a hushed voice. He is not letting me go and operate the missiles. What should I do? Lead him back to the HQ and we will handle it. A mechanical voice answered back and cut the communication. Lois turned to look back at Barry and took a deep breath to calm herself. Let's go, she said and started walking towards a hidden place. She had parked her car a distance away from the facility in order to not be found out by the surveillance. They boarded the car and headed straight to the Resistance headquarters. Good thing that you stopped. I might only be able to beat some of you guys, but if my friend does it then none you will come out of it alive. Barry patted her shoulder and tried to console her softly. Humph. Lois snorted her nose in discontent and didn't continue to talk with him about this. She was already very pissed off with him and it was better to just keep quiet or she won't be able to control the urge to beat him up. Barry also tacitly kept his mouth closed after hearing her response and just looked ahead silently. They soon arrived at the headquarters and Cyborg came out to greet them in person. Hey man, come on in. He cheerfully led the Barry in while winking back at Lois. She nodded her head and waited for them to go inside the HQ before she also silently left with the car at a slow speed to not attract attention. Barry was led into the building and led straight to a room. You can rest up for a while and we will meet you tomorrow on some important topic, Cyborg said and went out quickly after settling him in. I feel a bit weird at their enthusiasm, he thought and decided to look around at the facility. Chapter 147, 138. Stop. Barry phased out of the wall on the side and walked down the hallway silently to look for some clues. Barry surveyed the whole building and would just phase into another wall if he saw a patrol coming his way before coming back out again. He did this multiple times and successfully came to the meeting room of high-level members. Has he been led away? Shazam asked while looking at the rest. I did it personally, Cyborg answered with his arms folded in front of his chest. That's good, we need to make them pay. Another member stood up and said passionately. They cannot just come to our home and ravage it like they please. We have to retaliate against them, another one said with his fists clenched and a fire burning in his heart. Barry listened to this quietly and shook his head in dismay. This reality is too far gone. I have to do something but I can't run fast enough. Barry lamented to himself and thought about the solution again and again. What are you doing here? Someone spotted him from behind and yelled. Due to Barry's distracted thought and self-pity, he didn't notice the approach of the other persona and got found out. He didn't wait to explain and ran away from the facility in a moment's notice. I need to go to Alex, he thought and ran with all his strength. In seconds, he was standing in front of the Wayne mansion and ready to find Alex. Come in. Alex's voice came into his ears just as he was about to go in. Alex was about to go to sleep and suddenly found that Barry had come to visit. So he couldn't really do anything and asked him to come in the mansion to talk. He saw Barry enter the lounge and sit down on the couch to wait for him. Alex gave a sigh and wailed over to the lounge unhurriedly. What's up? He sat down on the couch and motioned for him to speak. The Resistance is going to launch missiles on Themyscira. They will kill thousands of innocents. I need your help to stop them all. Barry took a deep breath first and laid out the facts. I told you to go back in the past and stop your other self to resolve this issue. Alex tapped his fingers on the table and said calmly. But there is something blocking me from gaining access to the past. I can't cross the barrier at all. Barry shook his head and said in dismay. He tried multiple times and he just couldn't do it no matter what. This fucking guy. Alex shook his side to himself. He waved his hand and a guy in a yellow suit appeared next to Barry on the couch. Here is your culprit, he said and pointed at Reverse Flash. Barry looked at Reverse Flash with anger and astonishment. Why do you keep doing this? He questioned to him with anger bubbling in his eyes. Because I want to test your limits, Barry. You are the best Flash and the host for Speed Force and I want to know where you can go. Reverse FLSH answered with a smile like a mad scientist. Pretty gay if you ask me, Alex said from the side with a plain face like he was stating a fact. Insolent, Reverse Flash yelled back in anger. I would keep my mouth shut if I were you. Alex said with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Reverse Flash stagnated for a while because he felt a primal fear coming from deep in his bones that made him shudder. After taking a breath that was hitched in his throat, he turned away his head and didn't look back at Alex. Alex nodded his head and relaxed back in the sofa with his legs lifted up on the table. Go now, he will not hinder you. Alex waved to Barry and motioned for him to go. He couldn't wait to end this whole mess and finally go back home to relax with the girls. They had been complaining to him that he didn't go to visit them in a while and he was feeling bored now. Barry also didn't waste any time and immediately went on the run. He ran with all his strength and the previous phenomenon of lightning flashing and him disappearing happened again. Barry was back again in the past and looked at the house in front of him in a daze. He didn't want to do it but he couldn't stop now or the things will never change. He saw his other self try to intercept Reverse Flash but he intercepted in between and quickly took him out of the house. What are you doing? Flash asked Barry in anger. Trust me man, I have already done it and it will kill millions. Barry said to Flash in a sorrowful voice because he was also regretful that he had to do this. This is the problem with heroes. They live too much for the others and less for their own or this choice wouldn't be hard. Flash looked up at the sky and ran off back to the future. Barry slowly disappeared from the timeline and the other Barry went back to the future. Alex was sitting in the lounge and waiting for the thing to happen and saw the world start to crumble around him. It was like sand being eroded by the ocean. Everything turned to dust and slowly floated away like a mirage. Alex also sighed in relief and decided to head back home to the future. He went back to the time when he just left from this reality. He looked around for a bit and went back inside the mansion. What happened just now, dear? Hancock asked worriedly while holding Alex's hand. I'll tell you later. Alex said and focused his attention back on the show while relaxing on the couch. Everyone tacitly kept quiet and just enjoyed the show. They could see the tiredness on Alex's face and decided to question him later. Chapter 148, 139. Young Justice 2. Alex woke up from a pleasant sleep and looked around at the nearly destroyed room around him. 8 girls were laying down on his body at various places and he was covered with hair like a blanket. Good thing, the weather is getting colder these days. Alex thought and looked at every girl in turn. He squirmed a bit and the hold on his body got stronger. The girls were in no mood to get up right now because they had just barely slept after having SE for so long. Alex had spent a total 5 days fucking the daylights out of them. By the end of it, the girls didn't even have the energy to lift their hands, much less wake up now. He had done it in the span of one night in the outside world due to time dilation. Cassandra and Coriandar were enjoying a girls' night in their bedroom together and didn't know about this at all because the girls were teleported here by him. So the whole process went smoothly without any hiccups. Even if they knew, it wouldn't really change anything because they knew that he had multiple girlfriends. You guys keep sleeping, I have some things to do. Alex gave a cursory glance to all the bodies on the bed and slipped away from under them. He quickly entered the bathroom to take a shower and freshen up a bit before going to Cassandra and Coriandar. He exited the room and it was still early in the morning. So everyone was sleeping except Bruce, Dick and Cassandra. Alex made his way over to Cassandra's room and heard faint signs of heavy breathing. She is exercising. Alex saw through it with his hockey and confirmed what she was doing. He didn't wait any longer and barged into the room like it was his own. Yo. He greeted the blank Cassandra. She was looking at him a bit dumbfounded. Then she didn't care and continued on doing her training in front of him, fully naked. Oi, why are you training naked? Alex questioned when he saw her behavior. Free. Cassandra replied with a single word and looked at him plainly. I know it's more unrestrained to train like this but do and put in clothes. Alex struck his forehead with a palm and sighed before giving her a set of clothes. My room. Cassandra again pointed down at the room. So you are trying to drive me out of your room, bow little brat? Alex asked in an annoyed voice and immediately threw her on the bed. Tickle attack. He shouted and immediately jumped on her with his wolf claws out in the open. Cassandra tried to dodge his attack but Alex caught her firmly. He started to tickle her with Hammond or she won't even feel it due to her training. Cassandra laughed loudly and writhed under Alex's hands due to his intense tickling. Just then, the door opened and Coriandar stepped into the room. This looks fun. Let me in as well. She jumped in the bed and tried to tickle Cassandra but Alex and her ganged up on Coriandar to tickle her. She was caught between a rock and a hard place and couldn't get away from them. So she was tickled till tears spilled out from her eyes and she was breathing hard. Why you guys almost killed me. Coriandar took deep breaths for a while before her breath finally stabilized. Don't worry, we won't kill you. Alex waved his hand carelessly at her complaints. Coriandar and Cassandra eyes each other once and quickly made pitiful and puppy dog faces. Ugh, what is it? Alex groaned and asked in defeat. Let us tickle you. She asked pitifully, and Cassandra followed along with the legendary assist. You can try. Alex lifted his shirt to show them his abdomen and said carelessly. Both girls smiled like a flower and immediately got ready to tickle the life out of him. Something worthy of note is that Cassandra is still naked. Both of them jumped on him and started to use their slender fingers to try and tickle him all over the place. Alex just made a plain face like he couldn't even feel a single tickle coming his way. The girls tried to tickle him in various places like the underarms, abdomen, and even under his feet, but he didn't even twitch his face. Humph. Both of them snorted in discontent and pouted their faces to a round ball. Okay, stop pouting on me and let me take you to another place. Alex quickly waved his hand to dismiss their pouting. Both of them looked curious and looked at him with their big eyes unblinking. Alex smiled and waved his hand. All of them disappeared from the place and appeared in front of the Young Justice headquarters. The girls looked around at the building in a daze and saw that the building was quite beautiful. Let's go, this will be one of your homes in the future. Alex said and quickly led the way inside the building. Coriandar and Cassandra quickly followed behind him without saying anything and just looking around at the building curiously. Someone will tell you all the rules of the building naturally. So don't worry. Let's see the first member of this building first. Alex said lightly and led the way in front of and came to the dormitory building. Alex didn't forget to make clothes appear on Cassandra's body before he took her here, or this shameless girl will come without wearing clothes if he was there. I'll have to put some shame in her head, or this girl will give the view to someone else. Then I won't even be able to cry. Alex mused to himself while lightly glancing at Cassandra. They walked into the building without being hindered and saw the whole lobby of the building. The first floor was just a lobby in the real residence, and other facilities were on the second floor of the building. Alex led them up through the elevator and they came to the lounge. Raven was currently sitting there and playing with a console in front of her. She was playing on a PlayStation and the game was WWE. Alex smiled and silently sat down next to her. Boo. He closed the gap to her ear and yelled loudly. Raven was startled and dropped the remote from her hand. Chapter 149, 140. Young Justice 3. All three of them burst out laughing and even Maid standing on duty snickered a little bit. Raven gave him the side eye in discontent when she saw him laughing and wanted to punch him. Here, let me introduce you. This is Raven and the first member of Young Justice. These two are Cassandra and Coriandar. The following members of Young Justice. Alex pointed at all of them one by one and introduced them to each other. Great, another friend. Coriandar beamed up happily and went forward to give Raven a hug. Raven dodged the enthusiastic girl's arms and nodded her head lightly at Cassandra. Cassandra also nodded her head at Coriandar lightly in greeting. I have the feeling that these two will be the best of friends. Alex thought in his mind and shook his head with a smile. Coriandar looked sullen when Raven dodged her arms and made a pouting mouth at her. Raven sighed and stretched out her hand for a handshake at least. Coriandar smiled happily and shook her hand as hard as she can. Raven rolled her eyes in exasperation and took back her hand with a forced smile on her face. Alex smiled teasingly at her from the side and continued to observe their interaction. These two will be the members of Young Justice as well. So get along with them, will you? Alex patted Raven's head with a smile and explained. Raven tried to dodge his hand but found that she couldn't even move for some reason and gave up struggling. Although it did feel nice being cared for. She just wasn't used to it and was a bit awkward about it. She nodded her head and sat back down on the couch. Cassandra followed along and took a controller as well. Raven saw this and pointed towards the screen to ask her to choose the character. Cassandra also pointed and chose a character that she liked. After choosing the characters, they got down to a match and started playing with fully engrossed faces. No fair, I want to join as well. Coriandar pouted her mouth in dissatisfaction and sat down between the two forcibly while holding another controller in her hands. Raven looked at her sideways and finally sighed when she saw her puffed up mouth like a ball. She quit the match after taking a look at Cassandra and getting her permission. These two just developed the best tacit understanding in a moment of meeting each other. Alex was exasperated with this discovery and just left them to their own devices. Since they have gotten busy with each other. What should I do now? Alex mused to himself and thought of what to do now. It's been rare for him to ever be free from something. So he wanted to enjoy this rare moment of peace and maybe have some fun as well. Now that I remember it. Didn't Zeus fuck with me like 4 years ago? I should pull his beard and cut off his dick. He thought and chuckled to himself evilly. He disappeared in a swirl and girls looked around them in a shudder. They suddenly felt that the temperature in the room had cooled down by a lot. Hey, do you think Alex is going to do something bad? Coriandar asked the other two sitting next to her. I don't know / shake. Raven replied in a plain voice while focusing on the game and Cassandra just shook her head. Coriandar tilted her head for a while and thought worriedly to herself. Hey, no fair. You performed a move on me when I wasn't paying attention. Although her attention was quickly pulled back to the game by the other two. Alex on the other hand was already in the Greek pantheon and sneaking around to find Zeus' residence. He walked through the whole grounds and saw that it was an incredibly beautiful city. There were white marble roads and marble houses everywhere. Alex was actually looking around at everything eagerly because he got fantasy vibes from this city and it felt like a new adventure to him. He walked through the whole city slowly while enjoying the scenery here. Now enough enjoyment. I already know Zeus' place of residence. Have to say, the guy is quite careful. Alex looked around for a while before he merged into the crowd like an Assassin's Creed and disguised himself on the way. Who's that? Alex suddenly found someone lingering in the Temple of Olympus. He sneaked up on the guy and took a closer look at him because he couldn't see through him with his hockey for some reason. Huh. Alex hitched in his place for a while when he saw the guy in front of him. He's lost quite far this time. Alex thought and decided to talk to him and maybe help the guy out. Yo, what you doing here? Alex asked and walked over to the guy. Huh, who are you? The guy asked back with a bored look on his face. Are you List? Alex asked and looked at his facial expression. His face was just a small distance away from changing but he controlled it very well. No, it was just a straight path and I was following Luffy. He was taking Robin to some hotel. Zoro said with a straight face like he was totally oblivious about where he was. Guess that idiot took her somewhere and got lost. He said in dissatisfaction while looking around the place. Is that a prediction to a new novel? Alex wondered in his mind but then suddenly the thought was completely erased from his mind by an unimaginably higher being of power. Mate, you are definitely lost. Alex couldn't help retorting in his mind but he didn't voice it out. He is an idiot. Don't worry, I will send you straight to him and give my regards to Luffy as well. Alex said with a smile and waved his hand casually. He created a black vortex-like portal right next to Zoro. You know Luffy? Zoro asked with skepticism. Yeah, he's an old pal. Now hurry along or God knows where you will go. Alex shooed him off quickly because he had other things to deal with. Okay. Zoro nodded and stepped into the portal. Chapter 150, 141. Nasty Revenge. Now that that's done with. Let's go and have some fun as well. Alex rubbed his hands together evilly and started trotting over to Zeus's room. He's having sex like always. Alex perceived it with his hockey and decided to wait for him fall asleep after having sex to implement his plan. So he found a hidden place that was close to the room and hid away to wait for the arrival of the time. After a couple of hours, Zeus finally fell asleep from having sex. His partner was already knocked out cold and the fucker was actually fucking an unconscious body. Such a fucking cunt. Alex cursed him in his mind and thought that the punishment was even more justified on him. He tiptoed into the room like some kind of Looney Tune and looked at the knocked out Zeus on the bed. The fucker was sleeping like a dead log after having intense sex with just a kind of corpse. The woman is unconscious. So it is not much better than a corpse and this was fucking her with relish. Alex felt very disgusted when he thought about this and wanted to kill the guy right here but it wouldn't do much. This guy is an actual god in DC. This thing in front of me is just an avatar. So it wouldn't change anything to kill him. It's better to be sinister. Alex smiled evilly while looking at the pig ready for slaughter. Get wrecked, bitch. Alex cheered in his mind and summoned a giant pair of scissors. He used his power to give Zeus a strong anesthesia that would actually work on him and cut his dick off. Now to cauterize the wound so that he won't regrow it. He used the power to quickly seal the wound and make it like he never had the thing in the first place. Then he looked at his face and summoned a shaver in his hand with a smile. Alex shaved everything on his head to make him except a small patch that was turned into the shape of a dick. He also turned the beard on his chin into a big dick shape as well. After setting it up, he snapped his fingers. Now if he tries to change them, they will only grow in this shape again and again. He felt extremely pleased with his masterpiece and there was just one more thing left to do. He summoned some tweezers and picked up the dick that he had cut off earlier. Open wide. Alex said and opened his mouth by pulling his beard. As soon as the mouth opened, he shoved the dick straight down his throat. It went in all the way to the base of the dick. Alex quickly cleaned his hands with disinfectant and whatnot because of disgust even though he used tweezers to do the job. After finishing this operation, Alex didn't forget to take a commemorative photo of it. Click. With a small click, the pic was taken and Alex left the room to wait for Zeus to wake up and see his reaction. He just couldn't wait and snickered to himself while thinking about it. Wake up soon, little twat. He thought to himself and hid away somewhere else. Gradually the sky darkened again and groaning voices came from the room. Then a huge blast happened and the door of the room was blasted open. Hee hee, it is starting. Good thing, I sent the woman in the room away already. Alex looked ahead in anticipation. Who was it? A furious roar followed the previous blasting of the door. Snicker. Alex was trying hard to control his snickers from coming out when he saw Zeus coming out with a fuming mouth. His eyes were red with anger and he was using his powers indiscriminately to destroy anything that came in front of him. Your Majesty Skyfather, please calm your anger. The other gods came running in while asking Zeus to calm down. Which vermin did this to me? He looked at the incoming gods with absolute rage and was just a step away from blasting them with lightning. Your Majesty, we have locked down the whole realm and the culprit will soon be found. Apollo bowed his body and spoke as politely as he can to not incur Zeus' wrath upon him. Give him to me as soon as you find him. I will skin him alive. Zeus' eyes burned with even more fury and he left the place huffing to himself. The gods at the scene wanted to laugh when they Zeus conditioned but didn't have the guts in them to FO it. Otherwise Zeus' rage will all be let out on them and they will have nowhere hide. Ha ha ha, I am rolling on the floor after seeing his rage and the hairstyle that I gave him exclusively. He can never change it no matter what. Alex was so comfortable and seeing his masterpiece. I should give one to some else as well. Alex's eyes shone when he thought about this but couldn't really think of a suitable person. Why do I have find my own enemies? Can't I go to other realities to do it to a bad guy? Alex mused and finally something clicked in his mind. Yeah, let's go and mess with Ultraman. Alex hit the palm of his hand and thought about going there as soon as possible to do it. But I should ask the girls if they want to follow along as well. Alex thought and disappeared from the place after taking another glance at Zeus and laughing to himself. Diana. Alex appeared in Watchtower and called Diana loudly. What is it? Another shout came from her room, telling that she was inside. Alex didn't care and pushed in. He saw her changing clothes and without saying anything just walked over to the bed and sat down on it. What is it? Diana finished changing and sat down next to him. Wanted to show you something. Alex smiled cheekily and showed her the picture that he took. Diana looked at the picture and was puzzled for a while of what just happened, then she carefully looked and identified the person inside the picture. Ha ha ha, did you do this? She laughed out loud happily. Yeah, he was being all stuck up on our engagement. So I gave him his just desserts. Alex nodded with a smile. Chapter 151, 142. Punishment. I am thinking of traveling to another reality for a while. Wanna come along? Alex looked towards her and asked seriously. No, I have to stay here to look after the city. You can go with the others. Diana shook her head and just laid it on his shoulder for a while peacefully. It all right, I will talk to the others. Alex nodded his head and agreed. He didn't force the decision too much. It's up to her if she wants to go or not. He could go alone for sightseeing. After staying together for a while, Diana received news of criminal activity and had to go. So Alex also took his leave together with her and went to the others. At this time, Pamela and Selena were both sitting inside a bar that they had created for themselves when Alex found out about their activities. It wasn't a pleasant experience when they had to deal with it together. It still made them shudder when they think about it. Alex had finished having sex with the girls and all of them were resting on the bed contentedly. But unknown to everyone of what happened. Alex's face was like he suddenly remembered something and some anger flashed in his eyes. Oh, I had totally forgotten, but let's see. His voice was a bit bad and he stood up from the bed. Your wings have gotten hard these days, haven't they? You don't listen to others' persuasion and want to do some criminal activities. Especially Selena, you have no need to steal. Like literally no need, because you have my card for spending on what you want and you still go to steal jewels from exhibitions. And Pamela, you are too extreme with your approach. If you want to change the people and preserve nature, then go for the high-ranking guys. No need to trouble low-level people, who can't change anything. Alex's sermon started and he didn't stop there and kept on talking and talking. We are sorry. Selena and Pamela acted pitifully to appease his anger because it worked most of the time before when they used it. Alex gave them a hard look and didn't speak or act on anything for a while and was just looking at them scrutinizingly. Both PF them gulped their saliva and the girls in the room tacitly took their exit when they see the situation turn more serious. No, it has nothing to do with you. I didn't teach you good enough. Let's go, I will teach you how to be bad in the future. Alex put down his foot and before the duo could argue, he snapped his fingers and the three of them disappeared. They appeared in the Innertron base that Alex had built for sparring and was like a bunker to keep others safe. Alex. Both of them tried to act coquettishly with him when they saw where they were and knew that the situation was really bad this time. Hee hee, no need to butter me up today. It will not work. When you don't have the strength to move, then I'll see how you do crimes. Alex laughed angrily and looked at them with a strict face. Get down and give me 5,000 weighted push-ups in 10 minutes or the amount will double. Alex conjured a stopwatch and started talking strictly. The two gulped and picked up the equipment in the corner of the room. It was like vests that you could put on your body and it can freely increase or decrease the weight of the vests. Selena operated it at 4,500 tons and Pamela operated it at 6,000 tons. They came in front of Alex and started their push-ups diligently. At first it was okay and they didn't feel it much, but from 2,000 push-ups, it started to go downhill for them and they started to get tired. At the end of it, they were panting hard and barely supported their upper bodies. Their arms were feeling numb and they looked pitiful and seductive with the sweat making the clothes stick to their bodies. Alex didn't pay any heed to it and continued to look at them coldly. Now, 5,000 squats after 2 minutes of rest. He gave the command and started the stopwatch again. Exactly after 2 minutes. Both of them were back again on squats and were groaning from time to time due to the weight. Don't you have fun doing crimes? Then every time you do a crime, we will come here to do some much needed exercise to keep you busy and take your minds off of it. Then I will see how you have the energy to do crimes under my watch. Alex folded his arms in front of his chest and said sarcastically. The two couldn't even open their mouths to argue because their strength was needed to do these squats or they would die under these weights. Alex kept looking at them apathetically like this and from time to time ordered them to do different exercises. He did punish them with a lot of exercise, but his exercises were very targeted and only helped them grow stronger and not destroy their bodies. Someone else might have paid hundreds of millions to be able to get trained by Alex, but the ones getting trained now weren't happy at all. At the end of the whole training, both of them were lying on the ground like dead dogs. Their chests kept falling up and down vigorously like they were having trouble breathing. They felt like their lungs were burning and they couldn't breathe properly at all. Alex didn't help them in this regard at all because it was a punishment for them. Justice League has tolerated them somewhat and didn't lock them up permanently, all because of Alex. Otherwise, Selena might have gotten off with a lighted punishment, but Pamela would have gone in for a long while. She only damaged public properties and other stuff, but she made sure that no one was killed during her rampage. She still had that much conscience because of Alex, and that is also the reason why they were tolerated and only locked up and put under supervision. Chapter 152, 143. Asking. Both Selena and Pamela looked at each other with sympathetic smiles and laughed suddenly when they imagined it again. Hey, what are you two laughing at? Let me in on it as well. A somewhat crazy and cheerful voice sounded from beside them. It completely destroyed the helpless atmosphere between the two of them. Harley, it's something complicated. So I would rather not tell you. Pamela answered while swerving the wine glass in her hand. No fair, you have to tell me. Harley pouted and crossed her arms in front of her. No. Pamela replied plainly and continued to drink the wine in her hand. Hee hee. Selena giggled from the side at the two's antics. They were good friends with Harley for some reason and they hit it off rather well with her. They had even made her bot kill people when she does her crimes these days. Harley was also good to her word and made sure that she didn't directly kill anyone. Death as an accident was another matter and she didn't really care about it. Mr. J has broken up with me again and now you are treating me like this as well. Harley said with dissatisfaction and tried to take out all the grievances in her heart. HAAA. Pamela sighed when she heard her words and then looked up straight into her eyes. How many times does this make, Harley? He treats you like shit and you still go back to him again and again. Find someone better, maybe you wouldn't be so lonely then. Pamela said in a soft voice to her. No matter what, Harley was still her good friend that had helped her out with some things. So she could at least give her some advice. But I don't know anyone. Harley said with a long voice that showed her sadness and dissatisfaction. Maybe show me to your man. She suddenly beamed up and asked expectantly. No way. Both of them shook their heads at the same time when they heard her words. What about me? Just then, a playful voice sounded from their side and a guy appeared beside Selena. Alex. Both of them said with a smile. Hey guys, I see that you have opened a rather good bar here. Alex looked around the place and commented with a smile. Thanks. Both of them said with a smile and some pride in their voices. They had designed the whole place themselves and were quite satisfied with the place as well. It felt good when they heard Alex's approval of it. I am going to another reality for a while. Do you want to come along? Alex suddenly brought up the topic without a warning and the two were taken aback a bit. Oh, take me, take me. Harley quickly jumped up and started to jump on the place with her hand in the air. Calm down, Harley. Pamela caught her arm and put her back on the couch. Harley snorted in dissatisfaction and just sat there pouting to herself. Sure, I can get some gems from that place. Selena nodded with her eyes gleaming in excitement. Yeah, I want to as well. Pamela nodded her head gracefully and took a sip from the wine she was holding. Well, that settles it. You can bring her along as well. Alex waved his hand and stood up before disappearing from the place. Next time, he appeared in Wayne Mansion and used his perception to look for Hancock. There you are, he thought in his mind and immediately headed towards their room. Yo. He greeted her and looked at Hancock sitting sullenly on the bed. Dear. She called out weakly and looked at him. What happened? Alex frowned and asked worriedly when he saw her face. Do you think I am impotent? Hancock said abruptly, and Alex was completely startled. His lips twitched fiercely and he asked, probably guessing the answer already, what makes you say that? I mean, we've had sex so many times and I still don't have a child. She looked down at her flat belly and said with a bit of sobbing tone to her voice. You silly girl. Alex smiled helplessly and hugged the cute girl to his chest. You know, I have been restricting it because it is too soon for us to have a child, he said and rested his chin on her head. Really? She asked while resting her head on his chest. Absolutely, and even if you were impotent, do you think I wouldn't be able to cure you with my power? He said with a soothing voice. Hancock hummed and agreed to his words. All right, we will going to another reality in a while. Do you want to tag along? Alex suddenly smacked her ass and asked with a smile. Wherever you want. Hancock answered with a sweet smile. All right then. Alex nodded and disappeared from the room again. This time, he appeared in Zeeble and directly into Mara's room. Alex? Mara asked, a bit puzzled when she saw Alex suddenly appearing in front of her. Yeah, just wanna ask. We are going to another reality. Do you want to tag along? He cut the conversation short and asked quickly. Sure. Mara replied in a puzzled manner and Alex disappeared from the place. Like this, he asked the other three as well. Zatanna had a shoot coming, so she couldn't tag along, while Barbara had her duties in Gotham to look after. Commandar was also learning management as the crown princess, so all three of them were too busy to accompany him there this time. Alex didn't see RE and asked them to take care of themselves and take appropriate rest. The team has been settled that will go there. It's me, Selena, Pamela, Harley, unfortunately, Hancock and Mara. Alex thought of everyone accompanying him this time. Not Lime, it matters though. All of them have a link to Avalon and can come to any time that they want now. He shrugged his shoulders and just relaxed back on the couch. They were going to visit tomorrow, so he decided to chill while watching TV. Chapter 153, 144. Visit. Next day, all of them were assembled in Alex's room and ready to go. They were going to visit Earth 3 and some duels with the Crime Syndicate of America. Alex was raring to go. He wanted to rip a new one to Ultraman and have some fun toying with him. He could potentially suck out some life energy from him after he is fully charged with kryptonites. So where are we going? Selena asked and came walking towards Alex with her seductive walk. Alex turned back and took a good look at those seductive hips that were swaying with the movement of her legs. This seductress knows exactly where to push, he thought in his mind, and his member wanted a piece of that booty. We are going to a fun place with some very good people to fight. Alex took back his eyes and said with a grin. Oh, but what about jewels and other things? Selena gave a weak reply and hung her body on Alex's by circling his neck with her arms. How much do you love jewels? Whisper, don't worry, after we come home, I will let you play with mine. Alex first sighed at her request and then cheekily whispered in her ear. Hee hee, sure. Selena laughed seductively and pecked him on the lips. Ha ha ha, let me use my bat as well. Harley laughed after hearing Alex's words and swung her bat left and right happily. This time, there were 5 girls with him and they will also be fighting some villains from that verse. Hancock can handle someone like Johnny Quick with her strength and hockey that can see it lead a second or two into the future. Pamela will handle Superwoman, Selena will go after Allman and Mara will go for Power Ring. Harley will just do what Harley does. Alright then, let's roll. Alex snapped his fingers and all of them disappeared from the place. Next time they appeared, they were surrounded by destroyed streets with debris everywhere and dust scattered in the surroundings. The metropolis of this world doesn't look all that great, huh? Alex looked around at the destroyed buildings and roads carefully. The whole street was deserted with no one in sight. There was literally no soul on the streets. This is really gloomy. Much worse than even Gotham. Pamela looked around and sighed to herself. Yeah. All the others agreed with her statement, even Harley. But doesn't it mean that we can destroy as much as we want? Harley beamed up immediately and looked around with shining eyes like she found her favorite toy. Well, that is a plus in this city. Alex also nodded his head when he thought about the destruction they will cause while fighting the villains here. Boom. A loud blast-like voice was heard from a long distance away from them and all of them were immediately alerted. Alex quickly flew up and looked towards the blast's direction. He saw two people duking it out on the streets and destroying the surrounding buildings in their battle. One of them looked like Dr. Fate and the other one was Ultraman. The only difference was that the Dr. Fate of this universe was a female. We got a situation on our hands. We will have to speed up the process of interception. Alex quickly came down and spiked to all of them in a hurry. Let's go. Harley cheered and waved her bat high up. Let's help them then, dear. Hancock spoke up and her eyes flashed seriously. Alex was quite pleased with the response from everyone and immediately teleported all of them near the fight. Yo guys, mind if we join? Alex asked and appeared between Ultraman and Dr. Fate. The others were already in front of their own opponents. Who are you? Ultraman paused and asked while snarling at him. Me, I'm the Reaper and I am here to take your life. Alex said with a smile and immediately punched forward with all his strength. Hey, rather than standing there blankly. Go help others. Alex shouted back at Dr. Fate and met Ultraman in the air with a punch. Their punch caused a shockwave and blew and debris on the ground. You will regret this. Ultraman said with a dangerous aura and his eyes glowed red. He fired a heat blast and Alex just backhanded it away from him. He was wearing gold experience on his body and his strength was anything but ordinary. Swish. It was immediately followed by an arctic breath. Alex just charged through the blowing wind and punched Ultraman in the face. You know, you and Superman have only one thing in common. Alex said after punching him and paused slightly. You are too overconfident in your defense. He gave him a roundhouse kick in his gut while saying this. The kick knocked the wind out of Ultraman and sent him hurtling through multiple buildings at the same time. Alex dusted his hands and waited for the guy to come back. Ultraman rubbed abdomen and flew straight towards Alex with his fist cocked back and ready to punch. Alex effortlessly dodged the punch and kicked him in the back with an axe kick and planted him straight on the ground. He was completely toying with him in this match like an adult playing with a child. Ultraman was weakening by the minute. The more beating he took, the more he weakened. In just 5 minutes, Alex beat him to a swollen face. He looked totally unrecognizable from the beating he took. Get out of here. Ultraman yelled because he felt that his power will be over soon. Others looked towards their direction curiously and felt Ultraman's direction and saw the situation. I want to get a piece of that guy. Superwoman licked her lips when she saw Alex being able to rough up Alex to such extent. Hey, you are getting nowhere, bear to deer. Hancock sneered and used her charm to confuse Superwoman before delivering a kick to her gut. All of them quickly snapped back and decisively chose to withdraw from the fight. Ullman used his various gadgets to create and took everyone away from the place. Chapter 154, 145. Resistance. Alex just let them go because he had his surveillance on them at all times. If they did anything, then Alex will be able to intercept them easily without missing a beat. So he didn't care and turned to look at the female Dr. Fate of this universe. Yo. He greeted her and looked at her for a reply. Dr. Fate looked at him for a while and spoke softly. Thank you for your help. She bowed her head a little in gratitude. No need to sweat it. We are just doing our job. Alex waved his hand and smiled at her. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is my girlfriend Boa Hancock. This also my girlfriend Mara, the Princess of Zeeble. This here is also my girlfriend, Poison Ivy. This one is my girlfriend too, Catwoman. The last tag along is Harley Quinn. Alex introduced the four with a wide smile and gave a little intro for Harley. Hey, introduce me properly too. She protested as soon as she heard Alex's words and pouted at him. This girl is like a kid. Alex thought in his mind and turned to look at Dr. Fate. The poor girl was standing there completely dumbfounded by the introduction. They are all your girlfriends. Her voice couldn't help increase a little when she heard his words. Not all of them. That happy bag of pudding for brains is not my girlfriend. Alex pointed at Harley and said. Hey, who is pudding for brains? But it might taste nice. Harley protested again and then muttered to herself. Alex heard it clearly along with everyone and just shook their heads. Anyway, I am not pudding for brains. She crossed her arms below her boobs and harumphed. See. Alex pointed it out again for Dr. Fate. Her lips twitched from this exchange and she didn't know what to say for a moment. I've never seen you guys before. Where are you from? Dr. Fate asked a bit expectantly after putting the matter aside. We are from a different universe or reality, you can say. All the villains are actually heroes in our universe. Alex said and introduced their origins. I see, that must be a wonderful world. Dr. Fate sighed to herself and lamented their fate. Stopping these villains has been the goal of her and her partners for all this while, but they haven't had much success. As you can see. Every time we lay down a trap or barely try to win, they run away and try to pick us off individually. We don't have much manpower left on us now. We are literally running short on people to protect and stop these villains. A lot of the heroes from Resistance have been killed by these abominable things. Dr. Fate clenched her fists in hatred and spoke in a sad but angry voice. We have tried everything we can to stop them, but we can only be counted as some annoying nuisances to them now because they have grown too big and recruited a lot of members. She continued after a sigh and letting go of her fists. Don't worry, we will put an end to their reign. Alex patted her shoulder and reassured her. He could see the pain hidden within her eyes. She nodded her head a bit and looked at Alex and the others one by one. Please follow me, she said, and flew off towards a different direction. Alex waved his hand and all of them flew together with him. They were slowly following Dr. Fate. Alex made sure that no one was following them when he followed after her. They soon reached a very dilapidated part of the city that looked totally barren. There was nothing around except debris and broken buildings. Just here. Fate stopped and her eyes glowed before all of them were teleported again. This is our safe house in the area. Sorry, but I cannot tell you the exact location. Fate turned around and introduced before apologizing softly. It's all right, I don't even need you to lead me to the area to know everything about your safe house. Alex waved his hand carelessly without minding it, and the girls quickly started to survey the whole base curiously. Do you have sweets? Harley didn't care about the safe house at all. All she cared about was tasting the sweets in this reality. Haha, yes, please follow me. Fate laughed wryly and led Harley away from the place to get her some sweets. She's not all that bad. She has a strange charm. Alex thought to himself and looked at the cheerful back leaving with Fate. Snap out of it, mate. You don't stick it in crazy. Alex quickly shook his head to dispel the thoughts growing in his mind. Then he started walking around the base to look at the things inside. The base is basic, but it also makes it easier to defend and more difficult to find because they can't really hack into anything. Alex nodded his head when he saw this layout. Then he perceived where everyone was and started walking towards there. Knock. Alex knocked on the door and got in after getting permission. Now that I think about it, this is the first time that I haven't a door properly after getting Requiem, huh? Alex was kinda puzzled by this phenomenon himself. Guess too much freedom can also make you forget your manners. He shook his head and looked at the people inside the room. Yo bitches. Alex greeted everyone and sat down on a seat around the conference table. These are the guests that came from another reality. They have already had conflicts with the crime syndicate of America. I invited them here to help us deal with those vermin of society. Fate spoke first, introduced them briefly, and then her face flashed with anger and disgust when she mentioned the crime syndicate. Don't worry, I will smash them for you. Harley smashed her bat on the table with a bang when she said this. Everyone turned to look at her and she just gave an excited laugh in reply. Chapter 155, 146. Plans. As I was saying, I invited them to help us take the vermin out of this world, she said with a strong and serious voice. With no disrespect, Fate, but you've just met them and we also know nothing about them. So we cannot take the risk when we are already down to a few members. The Lex Luthor of this universe said while looking at Alex and the others. I have no opinion for the time being and I can see his point. So you guys decide it yourself. Alex looked at them calmly and just closed his eyes. Fate wanted to say something in their defense, but after hearing Alex's words, SHS didn't force it and just looked at the others. She had taken off her helmet for some reason, was just walking around without it in her hands. Lex, Cyborg, Joker, we only have this chance to finally get those bugs out and bring some order back to this world. Even if it is a risk. It is a risk that I am willing to take. Fate clenched her fists and spoke grimly to the other three in the room. All three of them and Fate are the four heads of Resistance at the moment because they are heroes in the verse and most of the members have been killed off or recruited by the crime syndicate. Lex, Cyborg, and Joker shared a look with each other, and though about Fate's words, it was true that this might as well be their only chance or shot at taking back this world from the crime syndicate. But they weren't sure if they really wanted to do this with some strangers who claimed to be from another reality. They will be risking their own and their subordinates' lives if they took this decision hastily. All this time that they were talking, the girls were busy with each other and whispering something in each other's ears. The only one with some anger on her face was Hancock, who felt that her dear was insulted because they didn't trust him. It's only because Alex didn't say anything and just sat there after the initial speech that she was still sitting there while restraining herself, or she would have opened them all a new hole. Alex also knew of her mood and had made the initial in the first place to make sure that Hancock didn't make any rash moves here. They weren't here to fight the Resistance. They were here to just watch the fun for a while. Alex didn't need their help in the first place to take down some non-reality warpers. So he was just having fun. And you say I am crazy, but I will take the chance. Let's open them a new 1 inch. Joker looked at the other two and finally spoke. He may be a bit crazy in the head, but he was no fool to be able to give Batman a run for his money all this time. But he dares to take risks and challenges that come his way, and this was the case this time as well. 2 people have joined and I can't really stay behind like this. Lex smiled and answered as well. He sighed in his mind that they had fallen to this point that they had to be on the mercy of others. You guys. Cyborg looked at the others with a flabbergasted expression. I will join too. He lifted his hand and gave up arguing. Good that you have decided. Alex finally spoke up after they had done discussing. He could have easily solved this with reality manipulation, but why do that when you can have some fun? Plus no one was dying under his watch. So it was all good and dandy. We can actually take another member to our side from their side. Alex spoke with a smile and looked at the others mysteriously. You mean Superwoman? Lex broke the mysteriousness of Alex as soon as he said the thing. Yeah. Alex nodded naturally, like he didn't just try to make a mysterious atmosphere. Giggle. All the girls laughed in the room at Alex's embarrassment except Hancock. She kept her face straight. I can't laugh at deer like this. She thought in her mind and controlled her face to be as natural as possible. She is currently quite clean in criminal activities actually. She hasn't killed anyone and hasn't even stolen anything. Her only downfall is that she seeks fights everywhere. That is the only reason why she is in the crime syndicate, to be able to fight Ultraman because he is stronger than her. Lex spoke while telling all her records and showing them some files on her. Alex looked through every and knew that he was telling the truth with just one look at them. So we have a potential ally. Alex said and looked at them with a smile. Yeah, but we need to confront her up front and then make her defect, or she will never agree if it isn't a fair duel. Lex nodded his head in understanding but didn't forget to remind him. Leave that to me. I can take care of that easily. Alex didn't even change his like he was talking about a trivial thing, but he was jumping on the inside. That is Superwoman, one of his waifus from DC. He really liked it when he saw her in the DC movie at that time. His heart was literally jumping with joy when he thought about this and couldn't wait to just go and challenge her right now. She has a special charm and style to her with her battle-hungry nature. She will never betray you as long as she knows that you are stronger than her and can fight her. Alex likes these kind of girls because you don't have to be wary of them and thinking all day that something might happen behind your back. That's fine, we will wait for you to handle this matter. Lex nodded his head and agreed with Alex's words readily. Nothing could be better than one more ally for them to fight the crime syndicate. Chapter 156, 147. Prank. Alright then, wait for my good news. Alex stood up from the chair with a somewhat eager smile and disappeared from the place immediately. The girls shook their heads when they saw his smile and sighed to themselves. Maybe we can finally beat him in bed with another addition. All of them thought of this and also turned to look at Harley sitting there. What? Harley just smiled cluelessly and turned to look at all of them. Nothing. Pamela said, and all of them shook their heads but didn't forget to peek at Fate standing on the other side. We will have to work hard. They looked at each other and thought of the same thing at the same time. Alex on the hand was clueless that there was a big conspiracy going around Harley and Fate on the other side in the resistance base. He was running off eagerly to get a duel with Superwoman and win her over to their side. Then he will have plenty of time for follow-up development. Just have to put the fish in your own pond first. He has never been an upright person and is shameless enough. He has never been ashamed to admit it either. He was already in the crime syndicate's base and was treating it as his home ground. No surveillance or anything was enough to stop him. He was taking a look around the place curiously before he would go to have the duel with Superwoman. This looks like the throne room or something. True evil taste of an evil guy hub. Alex's heart was eager and moved when he found this thing. I suddenly thought of something. A sinister prank brewed in his mind and he couldn't wait to implement it immediately. He stepped into throne sneakily and bypassed all the surveillance easily to reach the throne. First, install some good video cameras to watch the prank live when it happens. Alex's hand moved and spy cameras appeared in different positions in the room. There were at least 4 cameras that covered all the corners of the room. There was also mics to clearly hear everything. Then he waved his hand to tinker with the throne in front of him. Make sure that it will look normal even if looked by X-ray vision. Install a blue kryptonite drill in the seat and voila, we have our prank ready. Alex installed the drill in such a way that it won't be found no matter what they do. He probably doesn't check it extensively by dismantling it every time before sitting. So this will work easily. Alex finished installing all the gimmicks and took his leave with a sinister smile on his face. Now we will see how you withstand this round of slaughter. Alex laughed strangely to himself like a villain. He didn't just install the drill though. No, that would be too cheap. He made the whole prank way more sinister before leaving the said room. Alex was smiling to himself wretchedly before slowly restoring his face and taking off towards Superwoman's room. He reached the front of the room and looked inside with Hockey. She was currently moving her fists in the room and performing different stances. So she is the kind of girl that can't sit still. Alex thought in his mind and immediately teleported into the room. He appeared beside her in the room and looked at her silently without being fined. Yo. After some time, he finally greeted her. Who? Superwoman was immediately alerted and took some distance from the voice. You are the guy from before. She squinted her eyes and looked at him. Yeah, I am here to talk to you about something. Alex nodded his head with a smile and sat down on the bed in the room. Superwoman put down her hands when she saw Alex's behavior, but she was still vigilant of him. What is it? She asked while maintaining a certain distance from him. I want you to defect to my side. Alex said and looked at her with a pleasant smile. Why should I do that? She asked and squinted her eyes at him. Because I am stronger than you and a better fighter than a brute like Ultraman who only knows how to wave his fists. Alex said and pointed at her. So you are saying that you will spar with me regularly if I defect to your side? Superwoman questioned, but a smile couldn't help from appearing on her beautiful face. She was really tempted by the thought that a stronger fighter than her will fight with regularly and also help her advance in her skills. Battle junkies only like to fight and hone their skills in battle against others. Yes, Ultraman can help her with satiating her battle lust, but it doesn't help much with her skill when all he can do is move wildly like a brute. She was also very much agreeable with Alex on this point and also felt that the suggestion might not be so bad. How about a duel? If I win, you defect. If I lose, I will still come to fight with you when you want. Alex clapped his hands to gain back her attention and suggested. Okay. Superwoman agreed after a small amount of thought. She had nothing to lose from this proposition anyway. She could care less of where she belonged if she could get some much-deserved fights. Well, since it has been decided, then let's go. Alex quickly jumped from the bed and narrowed the distance between the two of them. Go where? Superwoman asked, a bit puzzled by the statement. Someplace to spar in it. Alex said in an authentic British accent and teleported together. The both of them completely disappeared from the place and reality itself. Alex was going to take her straight to his Innertron room to spar with her. With their strength they might put some dents into the floor and the walls, but it wouldn't really be a problem for Alex to fix that. Chapter 157, 148. Duel. This is our place to spar to our heart's content. Alex appeared with her in the sparring room and spread his arms in a show of introduction. What is this made of? Superwoman looked around at the room and tapped the metal wall with her hand. Innertron, one of the strongest metals known in the universe. Alex said and smiled at her smugly. So this whole room is made of this metal. She looked around at the room with shining eyes while speaking. This could very well be the best training grounds. With her. She can move about here with all her strength. Yep, so we can start our duel. Alex's face turned serious after he finished speaking and he folded his arms in front of his chest. He was already wearing gold experience on his body to fight with Superwoman. Superwoman smirked wildly when she Alex turning serious and looking at her to make the first move. She stomped on the ground and rushed at him before trying to deal a punch to his face. Alex dodged the punch and kneed her stomach immediately. She arched her back to dodge the move and tried to sweep his legs by crouching down. Alex lightly jumped over her sweep and again tried to deal a knee straight to her face. Superwoman rolled away from the place and stood up with a wide grin on her face. She was finally having a lot of fun fighting someone for real. Ullman is really good at combat as well, but he doesn't have the strength to match, which makes it unsatisfactory. Plus the Innertron room can take some beating and allow her to do whatever moves that she wants. Superwoman used all her strength and immediately narrowed the distance again. She tried to deal a roundhouse kick to Alex, but he arched his back and dodged easily. Then he caught her leg and smirked happily and evilly. He picked her up by the leg and smashed her down to the ground, which knocked the wind out of her. He didn't stop there though, he kept smashing her left and right again and again. There were dents in the floor of the room with the amount of strength Alex used to smash her. One of the strongest metals couldn't hold his strength properly and was immediately dented in. Alex didn't care because he could repair it with a snap and just kept on smashing a few more times. Then he lifted the bloodied Superwoman by the leg and looked at her appearance. Her hair were disheveled and she was totally out of it with her face covered in blood. She was knocked out cold from the smashing that she took from Alex. Alex laid her down beside him and sat down on the ground. He snapped his fingers and completely healed her injuries before he waited for her to wake up. Got you. He was smiling wildly in his mind while thinking about it. He waited for a few minutes before Superwoman groaned and woke up from her beauty sleep. Rise and shine, princess. Alex teased as soon as she woke up. What happened? She asked while clutching her head tightly. She was feeling a strong headache trying to remember what happened after she dealt a kick to Alex. Well, you got your face smashed in by me literally and lost consciousness. Alex smirked and said in a playful tone. You lose, so honor your bet. He said and stood up from the floor. Of course. Superwoman smiled brilliantly and agreed readily. She would be stupid not to agree to a powerful and skillful sparring partner. She finally got someone to spar with and she wasn't leaving this chance for anyone. Alex also smiled and nodded his head when he heard her words. All according to Kikaku, but it wasn't much of a plan though. Alex thought and just shrugged his shoulders. Then he suddenly felt an indication in his brain and tried to find out what happened. Oh, my masterpiece is coming to fruition. Then we gotta make it quick. He found out quickly and acted immediately. Let's go. He motioned her and without waiting for a reply, snapped his finger. Both of them appeared in the conference room of the resistance base. Everyone was still sitting there and waiting for their arrival. Guys, keep quiet and watch. Alex immediately and without explaining. He opened a holographic screen from his watch. It turned into a 50-inch TV screen and it was more clear than a 8K TV. All of them turned quiet and watched what was going on with intrigue on their faces. They saw Ultraman moving along the hallway and entering the throne room. He activated his powers and took a vigilant around the surroundings before walking towards the throne. The others quietly followed behind and stood in 2 rows on either side of the room neatly like soldiers. Ultraman walked up the few stairs before the throne solemnly with a serious face. He turned around and slowly sat down on the throne contentedly. But that was the beginning of his biggest misery that he would face. As soon as he sat down, several hatched opened on the throne. They quickly clasped his hand and feet and even the neck wasn't spared. All of them were made of blue kryptonite that can weaken Ultraman. Ultraman was tightly restrained and couldn't move at all due to the blue kryptonite restraints on him. Alex's smirk kept widening as he looked at what was happening through the screen. A hatch opened below Ultraman's ass and a whirring sound of a drill came out. All color was drained from Ultraman's face when he heard the drill sound. Why are standing stupidly? Move. He yelled at the top of his lungs to snap others out of their stupor. The only problem with this was that the others couldn't move their bodies at all. They couldn't even speak. They could only watch helplessly. A bit of gore. A saw appeared from the front as well and it was lowered at a very precise angle. The drill slowly reached Ultraman's chrysanthemum and started to touch the thing that shouldn't be touched. Even the saw was lowered and was dangerously close to a certain thing. Then the rest followed and the 2 tools did what they were intended to do from very start. They cut off his dick and drilled his asshole into a gaping hole. Ultraman's cries of pain were endless during this time and he was howling at the top of his lungs. Chapter 158, 149. Changes. The others in the throne room had a live show to the whole thing while the others in the conference room were also watching live. Everyone's faces were weird in the throne room while they looked at the love show in front of them. Alex was gloating on his masterpiece of what he has done to Ultraman. My personality is becoming twisted from reality warping. Alex thought in his mind and shook his head. I should go for a long meditation session in Avalon. He thought and glanced at the others in the room one by one. Lex, Joker, and Cyborg felt a chill in their asses and crotch at the same time. They were sweating a bit on their foreheads. That was so cool. Harley cheered from the side when all the things finished in the TV and it closed. You should have taken me with you when doing this. She complained with a smile and kept on fantasizing in her head. The others shook their heads when they heard her words and turned to look at Alex. What? I just decided to give him some much-deserved punishment. Alex asked while raising his head arrogantly. You could have easily killed him, right? Fate asked with a complicated mood. Of course. Alex nodded affirmatively like it was a small thing for him. Then why didn't you? Lex asked and held his forehead with his hand. He just couldn't fathom the thought process of this guy in front of him. So, what do we do now? He finally sighed and took a long breath before looking up and asking Alex. Now, we wait for the crime syndicate to leave the headquarters and take them out one by one. Alex smiled mischievously when he said this. You may not know, but my girlfriends can be very powerful assassins. They have been trained by me in all sorts of combat situations and other things. Alex pointed at the 4 girls beside him and said triumphantly. He took pride in having powerful girlfriends and they were trained with his own 2 hands. But you never trained me. Mara said under her breath when she heard his words. Alex turned to look at her and squinted his eyes a little, which immediately shut her up, but some of the people in the room still heard her clearly. They tried really hard to control the laughter from coming out of their throats when they looked at Alex's cold face looking at them. But 4 people weren't so restrained. Harley, Selena, Pamela laughed uproariously while Hancock snickered as well. Alex's face twitched when he heard their laughter and a bad thought came into his mind. You guys continue and give me na hour, I will be back soon. He snapped his fingers without waiting and abducted his 4 girlfriends from there. Harley was also tied up like a chicken on her chair in punishment. R18. Alex quickly came to an isolated room and blocked it with a time-dilated barrier. Then he threw the 4 of them on a bed that he just conjured and smiled evilly. You guys laugh a lot, right? Then let me plug your mouth a bit. Alex said and made the clothes disappear on everyone. Hee hee, let's see who is afraid. Selena laughed and immediately crawled up to Alex like a cat. Pamela also smiled and walked over to Alex after getting off the bed. Mara and Hancock were just waiting and sitting there for the fun to start. Alex immediately hugged Selena and started to kiss her soft and plump lips hungrily. Hee hee, then don't mind me. Pamela smiled seductively and started to lick Alex's cock. Hancock and Mara shared a look before both of them surrounded Alex as well. They caught his hand and licked his fingers with their tongues before using the same fingers to play with their pussies. Alex was multitasking fiercely. At one side, he was kissing Selena and moving his dick in Pamela's mouth. He was also using his hands to expertly play with Mara's and Hancock's pussies. He knew all their weaknesses and was using his fingers and hands to stimulate their weak points. Come here. Finally, he had enough and immediately separated from Selena and threw Pamela on the bed. He aligned his dick to her snatch and pushed in. He geared up and started to ram his dick in Pamela's pussy rhythmically. Hey, my turn. Mara pouted and immediately jumped on Alex's back. Come to the front. Alex pushed her in front of him and started to ram her pussy as well. The others also lined up neatly and Alex took turns fucking them one by one in turn. They continued doing for a whole while before they finally decided to rest after the sex. Alex properly plugged their holes with his cock and filled them up full of his cum. So that they can't speak anymore. Humph, I win again. Alex was very well aware of the fact that it had become a competition between them to see if Alex would lose in sex. That thing has never happened till now. Even when all of them gang up on him to milk him dry. They have never succeeded even once till now and Alex has always triumphed on them. I do have a faint suspicion that they are looking for some helpers. Alex thought in his mind but shrugged it off since it will be a plus to him anyway. Most girls in DC have a good figure and appearance. Even if there is no emotional attachment at first. It can be built over time. So he has never sweated the small stuff like that and keeps his vision wide and open for anyone mostly. After getting some much-deserved rest. They all woke up and dressed up neatly after some cleaning. Only an hour passed in reality. Alex said to the other four beside him. This power of yours is so convenient. Selena said with a smile and combed her hair back into shape. The other three nodded together and completely agreed on this point. Chapter 159, 150. Plans. Okay, let's go back to the room. Alex stretched his body and said to the others. You roughed us up so hard. Mara said a bit sullenly and looked at the clothes that they were wearing. Alex just smiled a bit cheekily and waved his hand to restore their clothes back to original. Mara smiled a little again when his clothes were back to normal. Thank you. She jumped on Alex's back and said in a sultry tone of voice. You know, from being an ignorant girl. You have gotten quite naughty these days. Alex turned around and picked her up in his arms and said. Hee hee, and whose fault is that? Mara laughed cheekily and pecked him on the lips. All right, let's move on. They may be waiting already. Pamela interjected and got out of the room first. Dear. Hancock called softly and clutched Alex's one free arm in her peaks. Alex smiled arrogantly and led the way for the others. They were following behind Pamela and Alex was watching the view. Sorry for the wait. Pamela was about to knock on the door but Alex barged straight in. No worries, please sit down. Cyborg politely replied and motioned for them to sit. Alex nodded his head and sat down on the chairs with the others. Harley was still struggling to get out of the bindings but no one was helping her. She was looking at Alex sullenly to make him release her. Alex gave her a glance and totally ignored her before looking at the others. Like I was saying, we will make their lives living hell. As soon as they step out of the base, someone will be ready to assassinate them immediately. Alex said with a sinister smile and everyone in the room shivered from this. Is it necessary? Lex asked and looked at Alex. He was a bit afraid of this maniac in front of him. Ha ha ha, I like the idea. Joker laughed on the other hand because this was quite comfortable to his style. And to know when they leave and enter the base. I have already set up surveillance in all parts of the area. I didn't just go there to get Superwoman. I also surveyed the whole base and set up some surveillance there to monitor their moves. Alex smiled smugly and showed them another hologram of an empty hallway. Then the hologram kept on changing and showed different places in the base. There was not a corner that couldn't be seen in the surveillance. The surveillance was quite complete and you couldn't fault a single thing in it. All the equipment was well hidden from their probing as well. So there was no risk of exposure at all. Which made this plan all the more deadly for those criminals. Everyone except Alex's girlfriends gulped their saliva when they saw this and felt that being his enemy was the worst thing ever. How do you think? Alex closed the hologram and relaxed back in the chair leisurely. I'm impressed. Lex nodded his head and smiled in relief. This will be fun. Joker rubbed his hands with shining eyes. They deserve this. Fate clenched her hands in joy and some anger flashed in her eyes when she mentioned them. Cyborg was the only one there that was still silent about all this. It was like he was having a moral debate about all this and couldn't let go of it for some reason. The problem is Lex doesn't care about means to achieve his goal. He can practically do anything. Fate lists her family in their hands and her hatred clouds her vision to a large margin and she will not object. Joker is just a lunatic and will never disagree with her, but is this really right to do? Cyborg was having a mental debate while thinking of Alex's proposal. Everyone was suddenly silent and looking at Cyborg's frowning face curiously. He is the only one that hasn't expressed his opinion on this matter yet and just keep frowning on the side. Let's do it. After some more debating, Cyborg sighed, gritted his teeth and agreed to the proposal. He also couldn't see a better solution to reduce enemies' combat power to manageable degree. Good that we are on the same page because we already have one target. Alex smiled and suddenly opened another hologram. That's Biker, one of the many important thugs in the syndicate. Cyborg pointed out as soon as he saw this guy. Well, let's watch the fun then. Selena, if you would please. Alex smirked and turned to look at Selena smiling while looking at the hologram. Okay. She nodded and stood up from the chair with a sway of her hips. Immediately afterwards, she was gone from the place and could be seen in the hologram. Alex had transported her out of the base and near a building to where their target currently was. The biker wasn't alone though. He had at least 20 other people with him on bikes and they were all roaring and speeding up on the road. Selena silently encroached from behind because with her strength, she was faster than some fighter jets themselves. She makes no sound when she approaches someone, making her a very effective assassin. Very soon, she started to take the members from behind while they speeding and yelling at the top of their lungs. She very expertly broke their necks without sound and handled their bikes as well. When the numbers dwindled down to 10, they finally found something wrong, but it was already too late. Selena jumped and came behind Biker and lifted him off the bike. The bike went crashing into the other bikers around. Bye-bye. She smiled coldly and broke his neck before flinging him at the others. The others weren't even given the time to react before they were all killed off by her and Selena was back into the headquarters like nothing happened. She didn't have a speck of dust on her clothes like she had done nothing. All of it happened in a couple seconds and it was over in the blink of an eye. Chapter 160, 151. Distress. How many times does this make? A gloomy voice rang in the throne room and everyone lowered their heads in fright. This was the 20th member of the syndicate that got killed. Now our members don't even dare to show their faces outside the base. Ullman reported while operating a tablet in his hand. We should just blast their asses. Power Ring said with anger and his ring glowed dangerously. I can check out their location quickly if you want. Johnny Quick said in a fast speed that only Ullman, Ultraman, and Power Ring could understand. Even Superwoman is gone somewhere we don't know. Ultraman turned even more gloomy when he thought of this and the previous incident that happened to him. He had regeneration and all the parts of his body were intact, but that still left a dark shadow in his heart. Alex didn't do the same to him as he did to Zeus and did it permanently. There was no point anyway because he was going to kill the guy after having his fun anyway. Everyone was silently looking at Ultraman in the room. Their hearts were a bit nervous and they were thinking of what to do now. They were like beasts locked in a cage with a guillotine for the door. If they stepped out of the cage, the guillotine would fall and chop their heads. So now no one has the courage to step out of the base and their supplies are going to run low in a few days. We cannot go on like this. Let's march together and see how they stop us. Ultraman punched the armrest below his arm and turned it to dust in anger before he spoke solemnly to everyone. Everyone looked at each other and gulped their saliva. Then they hurriedly agreed with his words and prepared to go out. Meanwhile, Alex and the others were watching all this contentedly. Our plan has been a massive success. Lex laughed and couldn't put down his smile while looking at the scene in the hologram. Now they are getting truly desperate because we literally cut off their supplies. Cyborg was also a little excited after seeing the success of the plan to just start assassinating. Deer is always the best. Hancock cheered when she heard them praising Alex's plan. Alex was complacently leaning back on the chair and looking at everything in the hologram silently. This will be their last stand against us this time. They will come out in full force. So get ready to get rid of them. Alex said and pointed it out to them. The others turned silent and a little nervous at this. The calm were the girls, Fate, Alex, and Superwoman. There were even other people in the room but they were unimportant in Alex's eyes. They were the deputies of Lex, Joker, Cyborg, and Fate. The deputies were even more afraid than their superiors in this regard when they heard Alex's words. Start preparations. Lex ordered immediately and the deputies left one after the another after saluting them. They were going to assemble every member of the resistance and assemble some military as well. They couldn't sit still now that they had such a good opportunity to take them down. Alex smiled at this scene with satisfaction. He wasn't a nanny and was just helping them out. They had to solve their problems themselves and gain freedom. He could only help them now, but what about the future? He doesn't want to always be there to help them. They will rely too much on him. One reality's protection is enough for him. I think they will take about 2 hours to prepare and we have enough time. Alex reminded them before taking his leave from the room. The girls also followed suit immediately. Along with Harley and Fate, the two of them also decided to go with them. Alex just came to their assigned room because the 4 girls only slept with him these past 2 days and he had no complaints. So they familiarly entered the room and sat down on the couches in the room leisurely. Alex turned on the TV and put on some Tom and Jerry to amuse himself. He had actually made the girls a fan of Sailor Moon. Especially Harley, she was hell-bent on watching it the other day that she even missed her breakfast, lunch and dinner in one go. She binged the fuck out of the other day completely. They had to forcefully drag her out of the room. The other girls liked it but weren't as hell-bent on it as Harley was. Alex didn't dare to put on Sailor Moon again in fear that Harley would indulge again and wouldn't move from her place. He had given some blur kryptonite to Lex to cook something up for Ultraman. He wanted them to handle Ultraman themselves if possible. He would just take the spoils and kill Ultraman when he needed to. As soon as everyone sat down, Fate stood up from her place and walked in front of the others. They looked puzzled at what she was trying to do but they didn't say anything and continued to look at her. Thank you a lot. She had faint tears in her eyes and bowed deeply to everyone. Ah, honey buns, don't be like this. Harley spiked before anyone and helped Fate up to stand straight. Yeah, like Harley said. No need to sweat it, but we accept your gratitude. Alex didn't try to be a hypocrite by saying something else and just accepted her gratitude. You don't know, but this means a lot to me. She shook her head with a smile and continued talking, but there was blooming smile on her face now. They can be considered my friends, right? She thought in her mind. She has spent past couple of days with them and has gotten quite familiar with everyone, and there has been some secret talks with the girls as well about some very private battle tactics. They have trying to pull her into the group of warriors and she is slowly getting brainwashed by them. Chapter 161, 152. War. Fate's real name is actually Inza Kramer Nelson. She has green eyes and pinkish blonde hair that actually look really good on her. She usually keeps wearing her blue Fate suit and it provides a good defense against physical and magical attacks. Plus it's sexy and that is all that matters. Aya, you done with soap opera? Superwoman yawned lazily and asked in a bored voice. Fate's face twitched when she heard her words but she completely ignored her. Don't sweat the small stuff anymore and sit down to watch the TV. Alex waved his hand carelessly to make her stop crying already because she was smiling and crying at the same time. Fate kept her smile and sat down between the girls finally after letting everything off her chest. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye and the whole resistance was ready to march with the army as well. Alex still felt that their speed was slow but he couldn't do anything when the opposite hadn't even gotten out of their headquarters. Let's go, they are ready. He said and stood up from the couch. Okay. Everyone nodded and stood up to go to the meeting place. Alex smiled and all of them walked out of the room together and went straight towards the meeting room. Everything was ready and all the people were assembled in a big room in the bunker. Everyone, our enemy has finally gotten desperate and will come at us with everything they have, but we also have our own people and weapons. We have everything needed to confront the top 4 of the syndicate. So only problem will be the others and we have a good chance of winning and finally taking back our homes. So are you guys with me? Do you want to get rid of those criminals and finally let your family see the blue sky fearlessly, or do you want to hole up for the rest of your lives? Lex gave the speech in a loud and passionate that turned on a fire in everyone's hearts and aroused their fighting spirits. The morale of all the people in the room soared when they found out that the biggest obstacle can be blocked. Then there was nothing to be said. Everyone cheered loudly and finally couldn't hold their hope in their chests and it burst out. War. War. All of them yelled loudly and banged the back of the car on the ground. Good, then get ready to march. Lex nodded his head with a smile and everyone started to prepare for march. All the cars were loaded and every weapon was equipped. They were ready to roll out. Autobots. Roll out. Alex made his voice heavy and said in low voice, but the girls around him heard it and rolled their eyes. What? I couldn't help it, okay. Alex looked at them, shrugged his shoulders. Hee hee. All FO them giggled at the same time after watching him refute them. Everyone slowly boarded their cars and got out of the base with a great fanfare. Cars could be seen as far as the eyes could look and there was nothing else in sight other than that. Soldiers had heart palpitations from nervousness about finally meeting their biggest enemies now. They couldn't help tightening the grip on their guns and looked forward with hope. Everyone was ready to die because will be inevitable in this war. Some will die while some will live, but they will secure this for their family's future. The convoy marched on and very soon reached the halfway point between the resistance base and the syndicate. All the vehicles stopped and everyone got out the cars while laying in a way to arrange cover for the upcoming gunfight. Very quickly, a neat barricade was formed with sandbags and cars to build a temporary bunker-like structure. The army had also joined them and all of them were garrisoned here to intercept the syndicate. Just in time. They have moved from the base as well. Alex said and conveyed the message to Lex. Everyone be sharp. The enemy has left the base and is currently marching towards us at full force and we need to prepare for interception. Lex's voice came from the mechanical suit. He had constructed a bug-ass mechanical suit with blue kryptonite at its core to take care of Ultraman. He was fully prepared with blue kryptonite bullets and the mechanical suit was also very powerful. Cyborg was also raring to go against the power ring because that was his own nemesis. They were literally arch-enemies by now. Joker will handle Ullman head-on. He was also fairly confident in handling this. Only one left to be handled is Johnny Quick, but that guy will be handled by Fate herself because he isn't much of a big deal. The girls will help with the rest of metahumans in the opposite camp and the army will deal with the cannon fodder. They have long gone past the point of reconciliation and arrest. With the amount of crimes that these people have committed, it will only take a miracle for the army to spare them from a hanging. So, they just decided to finish the job right here and right now. Everyone was vigilant and sharp. They all looked forward to await the syndicate's approach. They didn't have to wait too long because they saw Ultraman slowly hovering in the air and flying towards them with the rest of the army from the syndicate. Slaughter them all. Ultraman's voice boomed in everyone's ear and he said with all his majesty. Roar. Everyone roared up to the sky and started firing their guns without waiting a single second. Boom. Someone threw a grenade in front of the resistance and they immediately hid behind cover to avoid the impact. Go. Lex yelled and immediately went straight towards Ultraman. Time for some action. Mara smiled and immediately went into the fray. Other also smiled and got ready to take action. They will be taking out the important members. Chapter 162, 153. War 2. Alex was waiting behind to intercept if any of them were in danger to make sure that they got out of this unscathed. Mara was using the blood spilled on the ground to water bend and use it as her own weapon. She was currently fighting a guy with some kind of defensive ability. His body could turn into metal at any place and he had some good defense going for him. See how you take this. Mara smiled sadistically and immediately used the amount of blood on the ground to practically drown the guy. Alex nodded his head at this and was quite pleased with her use of the power rather than just blasting the guy head on. Selena was shuttling through the hail of bullets and taking the thugs out faster than a Gatling gun. She was even punching faster than the speed of sound and blowing people away with the shock waves. Pamela was against a guy that restrained her completely. The guy's body was practically composed of flames and he was using everything to his advantage. Pamela frowned and waved her hand to compose a massive spear made from vines. Its tip was sharper than any metal spear that you could see. She sought the spear and covered it in blood to gain some resistance to fire. She shot the spear so fast that the guy barely had any time to react. So he used all his power like a flamethrower and tried to destroy the spear, but Pamela just sent additional ones like a rail gun and all of them quickly surrounded the guy. The guy was soon overwhelmed and impaled from every direction like a porcupine. Hancock on the hand was sitting on Alex's legs and cheering for everyone with a content smile on her face. She has no interest in dirtying her hands with some random man's blood. She would much rather just stay with Alex and enjoy her time. She feels content with just this and sometimes acting spoiled also helps to change the flavor, but she seldom does this. Hee hee, come to mama. A crazy laugh rang from the crowd followed by the sound of a grenade exploding. Harley's having fun. Alex looked at the place and saw Harley using grenades and 2 different automatic rifles in each hand to kill people. She had a huge smile on her face and blood was splattered on various places of her body as well as her face. Yeah. Hancock also nodded and a gleam flashed in her eyes, but she hid it immediately. Alex didn't notice this gleam because he wasn't paying attention to her. Looked at the others fighting the syndicate bosses. Lex's armor was quite good and had Ultraman on the run all this while. Ultraman was truly frustrated by this piece of armor and couldn't wait to tear Lex to pieces. Fate had already restrained Johnny Quick with her magic and he was trying his best to get out, but she didn't let him move at all. Joker was using his laughing gas at full blast and even surrounded Ullman with his thugs, but Ullman was also giving them a run for their money. Cyborg was fighting Power Ring and was completely passive in front of the guy because Power Ring's abilities are just too versatile. Ugh, would appreciate some help. Cyborg yelled towards the others and looked around to see if he could get some help. Finally, some good action. Superwoman smiled and immediately joined the battle with Cyborg. Although she didn't care about cooperation and Cyborg was left feeling awkward in between her and Power Ring. So he opted to leave the thing to her and opted to find someone else to fight against himself. Alex looked at this and smiled a bit at his predicament but didn't do anything about it. Should finish it soon now. He was getting bored just sitting here now. He also wanted to have some action. You can go, dear. You feel very impatient to me. Hancock turned her head sideways and looked at him. Then don't mind me. Alex smiled and disappeared immediately. This time, he was using his fighting skills and not reality manipulation. Go away, it's my turn now. Alex grabbed Lex from the back of the armor's head and flung him aside. Lex was perplexed for a while but could only tuck his head and start fighting other people on the battlefield. Remember me? Alex questioned with a smirk and looked at the miserable Ultraman. Here. He took out a big piece of kryptonite and threw it at Ultraman. Fatten the pig then slaughter it. Alex had a certain gleam in his eyes when he gave the kryptonite to him. This time, it was Ultraman's time to feel perplexed of the sudden change in the situation. But he didn't hesitate and immediately absorbed the whole kryptonite to gain its power. His eyes glowed red and a satisfied smile appeared on his face when he felt the power run through his veins. Come. Alex motioned him with his finger with a smile. Ultraman immediately sped off and flew straight at Alex with a punch. This time, he was way faster than the last time that they had a fight. Alex sidestepped his punch but Ultraman turned halfway through and tried to kick him, but he dodged that as well and grabbed him by the leg before whipping him down to the ground. The ground cracked with a massive crater and Alex spun Ultraman on the spit before throwing him into the distance. Ultraman shook his head and immediately went back to Alex for more beatings. Enough, man, you are boring. Alex yawned and grabbed Ultraman by the head before disappearing from the place. He took him inside Avalon and used his power to drain Ultraman's life force out of him at full force. Leave me. Ultraman shouted at the top of his lunge when he felt his body drying up from his feet up. Alex didn't give him any mercy and drained his whole body of life force while keeping him awake. Phew, that was nice. Alex took a deep breath of contentment and smiled to himself. Chapter 163, 154. It's over. Alex felt the changes inside him and felt that his power has increased exponentially from this round of absorption. His power increased at least 10 times more than before. He could feel his defense has increased way more than before. Even Avalon's defense has improved and it's not just a small improvement either. It can withstand multiple universe-threatening attacks. Before its limit was one attack at a universal level and it will crumble like dust before it can start rebuilding, but now it has improved even further. His strength improvement also broke the limit on his hockey that couldn't be improved before and he can feel it as well. His control on Avalon has also improved and now he can cover his body with Avalon's defense, which means that he can deal universe-ending attacks and not take any backlash from it. Which is also an indirect boost to Gold Experience's power because it was only restrained since Alex couldn't withstand its full power. Now the situation is much better in this regard. Alex cheered in his mind and immediately exited the Avalon to look at the rest of the battlefield. Your leader is dead, surrender now or all will be killed. Alex said and lifted Ultraman's head in the air. He had spared the head part from sucking out the life force. He needed the head to contain the thugs still fighting others on the streets. And as he predicted, as soon as they saw Ultraman's head, everyone in the area stagnated with disbelief. Run! Don't know who shouted, but the thugs abandoned their weapons and tried to run away from the place, but they didn't get the chance because they were surrounded by the army on all sides. Kill! Alex gave the order while looking at Fate and she didn't hesitate either. She used her magic and killed off Johnny quick as soon as Alex's voice came out of his throat. The only ones left to lead the syndicate were Allman and Power Ring, but Power Ring was also on the verge of defeat right now. Allman saw immediately that the situation was not right and tried to slip away by throwing a smoke bomb, but Alex froze him in place. Stay where you are, he said and looked at the others. The army also responded and started to fire at those that tried to resist or run away from the place. Some of them that were about to break out were apprehended by Alex, but the rest were restrained effectively. Good, now bring all of them for trial, Alex said, and that marked the end of the whole scuffle. This put an end to the terror and reign of crime syndicate of America. You are too dangerous to be left alive or put to trial. He turned to look at Allman and cut off his head without saying anything further. Some people can't be put into confinement at all for them to just break out and start the same thing again. Especially people similar to Batman that can find countermeasures on you to make your life a living hell. So Alex would much rather get rid of them when they are not prepared. It's time for us to go back as well, huh? We already had all our fun. Alex looked up at the sky and said, yeah. Hancock nodded and made her way over to him. We should get going now, Mara said while looking at the area. She was watching everyone doing their job intently. Let's go. Harley waved her bat in the air when everything was settled and cheered loudly. Yeah, guess we should. Alex nodded and prepared to go back. Wait, I am tagging along as well. I have nothing here and you promised me. Superwoman walked over with a confident gait. Hop aboard, I guess. Alex nodded and didn't refute her. Are you guys leaving? Fate suddenly teleported in front of them and asked sullenly. Yeah, we have to return. Alex nodded and didn't deny it. Wanna tag along? Selena smiled seductively and smirked at her. Fate suddenly turned a bit red from Selena's suggestive expression and turned her head to the side. I don't know. She shook her head while talking. You have nothing to do here anymore. All the villains have been taken care of and your revenge has also been fulfilled. So why don't you come with us? Pamela spoke up this time to try and persuade her to come along with them. Can I? Fate answered a bit unsure. Yes. Pamela answered and nodded her head with a victorious smile. Hee hee, you are boarding the ghost ship. She was smirking in her mind with a lot of bad thoughts. Well, if it's decided then we will take our leave. Alex smiled and snapped his fingers. All of the selected people disappeared from the reality and were teleported back to their own reality. Salute. Some soldier shouted and all the soldiers stood straight up and saluted together. A loud cheer and stomping sound rang out when the soldiers saluted Alex and the others. They were completely gone but they brought peace to this reality in turn. That was great. A happy voice cheered and jumped on Alex's back. Glad you liked it. Alex smiled and nodded his head. Now get off. He picked her up by the neck and dropped her in front of him. No, you are my honey buns now. So I will never go down. Harley protested and clutched his neck tightly. Get off. Alex exhorted and forcefully pried her off his neck. Finally. He shook his head when she finally came off of him. Now I'll get a good night's sleep. They have only been for a couple hours from this reality and it didn't affect anyone because the time wasn't too long. Alex smiled to himself and decided to head towards his own room to rest, but he didn't know that rest was just a luxury to him. He had more pressing matters to solve before he had a chance to rest up. All 8 girls were present in his room before even 5 minutes passed and ganged up on him again. Avalon's link also made his life easier and harder at the same time. Chapter 164, 155. Time skip. A young man could be seen sitting in front of some teenagers dripping with sweat from their heads. Guys, be more persevering. You can't back out just yet. Alex said and chewed on some popcorn and drank some juice like he was watching a movie. All of them glared at him when they saw him enjoying himself at their misery. Why don't you restrain your power and train with us as well? Raven snapped at him finally after staying silent for so long. Why not? Alex shrugged and used some acupuncture to seal off his strength to peak human like all the brats in front of him. Let's go. Alex said lightly and got into the push-up position immediately to start some push-ups. Let me count. Beast Boy immediately got in front and started counting immediately. Soon, the count started to get bigger and bigger but Alex didn't even break a sweat from his body. That already makes it 10,000 huh? He said lightly and stood up to flex his muscles at them. He put his arms up and curled both his biceps at the same time with his back. His shirt burst open and his muscles were visible in everyone's eyes. Beast Boy, Wally West, Blue Beetle, Robin, and the other boys were hooting when they saw him flexing his muscles. Not all of them were hooting because Aqualad and some of the others were looking at Alex calmly without changing their face. Some of the girls weren't better either. They were looking at Alex like a delicious piece of meat. Hey Alex, remember your promise? Kara immediately came forward and asked with shining eyes. Hey, it's my turn. Wonder Girl complained and blocked Kara's front before she could get a reply. Stop fighting, guys. Starfire interjected in between and stopped them before it could escalate further. These two are considered rivals in the guild and easily get into fights over anything. Meanwhile, Cassandra was calmly sipping tea next to Alex and hadn't moved from her chair in all this while. Suddenly, the chair below her disappeared but she was still fixed in the same position and kept on sipping her tea. No fun, TCH. Wally clicked his tongue when he saw his attempt failed at making her fall down. This was young Justice now after 2 years. A very beautiful and chaotic mess of teenagers and kids mixing together. When powered individuals like them get together like this, they just have to make trouble with their powers. That's why Alex trains daily to keep them in control. Mgan, wanna go on a date? Suddenly Beast Boy yelled again like always in the building when he saw Mgan standing quietly with a smile. Go away. She waved her hand like shooing away a fly from her side. Beast Boy's face dropped like a puppy and he drooped his shoulders in defeat. Oi, how many times was this? Blue Beetle asked Aqualad while laughing. 500. Aqualad replied plainly but even his face was twitching from this. He just didn't know how could someone take so many rejections like that. Don't worry, I have a girlfriend and you will have one too. Wally came to Beast Boy's side and rubbed salt on his open wounds. Ugh. Beast Boy held his heart in a fake way like it hurt him so much. Critical hit. Alex thought when he looked at it. He was feeling some pity for the guy now. Let's go. Out of nowhere, Raven to his side and abducted Alex right under everyone's nose. Before I disappear, another assignment has come through. So go and take care of it. Alex said before disappearing and updated the files on everyone's devices. Oh man, this is the 10th time today. The world is getting more and more chaotic. Dick whined when he heard Alex's words. Ever since Anti-Monitor started to expand for detonation in the past 2 years, the situation in the multiverse has gotten more and more chaotic. The Phantom Zone has been unstable and Kara was able to escape it because of that easily. More and more villains and incidents have started to happen on the daily. The overall integrity of the world is going downhill because of the incident and Alex is powerless to stop this. He can only do something when Anti-Monitor finally erupts and sweeps away everything. Prime Superboy has also gone back to his verse after visiting for a couple of days because he was missing home. His relationship has also been going great with everyone. Raven and Cassandra have started to cling to him more in front of everyone in Young Justice. Most of the Justice League members found their sidekicks and sent them to Young Justice for training and to perform hero duties that can be handled by them. Alex was happy to oblige. He wanted to start this thing anyway and having additional will only be welcomed. Martha also comes along sometimes to look after the kids in the building like a dean. She loved it and Alex never stopped her from doing it either. Thomas has been handling the business very well and Bruce has been liberated a lot to do his Batman business. Bruce is almost always being Batman but her sometimes disappears off the radar and comes back after some time like nothing happened. Alex never asked but he is sure that he goes see a girl at the very least. He is not as stiff as his canon counterpart but beside Alex and family. No one has ever seen him smile. The kids were also coming along nicely. He has saved plenty of powered individuals in the past 2 years and this number will only rise in the future. He has set up a lot of boarding schools for the orphan kids as well. He can't expect to save everyone but he is doing his best with whatever he can provide. And his help has proved to be the least effective since the start of Anti-Monitor's expansion. The chaos just keeps spreading every single day and it won't be long before this thing finally erupts in full. Chapter 165, 156. Raven. Sit down. Raven ordered Alex to sit on the edge of the bed and cupped his cheeks with her hands. This is not the first time that she has been this assertive about it. She does this plenty of times but she never properly finishes the thing and hasn't taken the last step as well. Alex does feel frustrated about it but she finishes it off with a blowjob so it saves him some frustration. Guess, it's time to deal with you father as well. Alex said after they finished the kiss. No need hurry about it. I am pretty well these days. Raven shook her head and denied him. She has been stalling this matter for a while and even Alex is starting to get a little impatient. My power has grown since 2 years ago. I am confident in dealing Mr. MXYZPTLK and Trigon is a small fly in fro tea of him. Alex said with a bit of impatience in his voice. I know but I want to do it myself. Raven shook her head and finally said what was in her heart. I can understand. Alex nodded but just thought that he will keep a lookout for her to make sure she doesn't do anything stupid. Listen, you know we are all your family and you can ask our help. Alex pulled her into his arms and spoke to her softly while stroking her back. I know but I just want to do it myself. Raven nodded and put her head on Alex's shoulder. She just wanted to prove to herself that she was worthy and strong enough to stay by his side. She just couldn't let go of this obsession in her heart to finally defeat her father herself. Get rid of this abomination from her life once and for all. Sigh, you just never listen. Alex shook his head in defeat and sighed. Raven kept her mouth shut and didn't say anything to aggravate his mood. So when you telling Cassandra about your little thing with me? Suddenly, Alex smirked teasingly and asked. Raven turned her head aside when she heard his words. Cassandra was her best friend and she somehow couldn't tell her about Alex and herself. Everyone knew about it except Cassandra for some reason and Raven had made them shut up about it as well. She also knew about Cassandra and Alex but she just couldn't tell Cassandra in turn for some odd reason. You better tell her. I think she is suspicious and will erupt if she knew that you didn't tell her. Alex warned her with a smirk. He wanted to enjoy when Raven would tell Cassandra and see her reaction to it. It wouldn't be much considering it's Cassandra but she won't let Raven go if she knew how long she has been hiding this from her. I want to grow stronger. Raven looked up at Alex and said firmly with blazing eyes. You sure? Alex raised his eyebrow and asked. Yeah. She clenched her fists and replied with conviction. Then let me give you a taste of how strong Trigon is. Alex finished saying and snapped his fingers to take Raven to a dead planet. You will come at me with the intent to kill and don't worry, you won't be bailed to kill me. Alex said and just stood there with his arms folded in front of his chest. Raven turned serious and the darkness that she controls flared up around her like a tsunami. Azarath Mitrian Zinthos. She chanted a spell and the darkness turned into a giant demon that started to punch towards Alex. Alex just looked at it and swatted it away like a fly. The power behind it was amazing but nowhere near what it's needed to be. Azarath Mitrian Zinthos. She tried to control Alex's body with telekinesis but Alex just broke out of it easily. Trigon isn't all that strong. He is only strong because he can reality warp in his dimension that just gives him a big boost in power. Otherwise, the guy is only about solar system level in power. You are barely at a power level to destroy a planet but your power is nowhere near enough yet. Alex commented on her use of her powers. Then what do I do? Raven stopped attacking and asked. Be more ruthless behind your strikes and tamper your will because your powers work on your will. Alex gave her some advice after thinking about it a little. He has felt hesitation in her strikes even though her face looked serious and ready to kill. If she just takes the hesitation out of her strikes then she will be able to pinpoint her attacks at an enemy's weakness, which will maximize the damage she deals to the opponent's body. Plus strengthening will allow her to tap more power out of her own being. She has huge reserves of power. Her will is just not strong enough to tap into that power. She has been suppressing her emotions rather than facing them head on and controlling them as her own. Her feelings may be less chaotic around Alex but that's because he is helping her with his powers. Facing her own emotions will allow her to grow phenomenally and Alex is just the thing for it. I will out you in a time dilation area. My realm will cover it in full power at first but it will slowly weaken the effect to allow you to slowly confront your emotions. If you are able to fully control your emotions fluently, then you will have the power necessary to confront Trigon. Alex said and snapped his fingers to make a small area covered with a time dilation barrier on the dead planet. Thank you. Raven said softly and walked into the barrier immediately. Only a day will pass outside the barrier but she will have at least from a year to 10 years inside depending on her speed on mastery. She won't grow any older inside the barrier. Alex made sure to preserve her age at the same point as she goes in. Chapter 166, 157. Raven 2. Alex waited outside while watching some movies and TV because he was afraid of an accident. So he decided to just stay here. She will be alright if she just has confidence in herself and let go of her remorse. He chewed on some crisps and thought. Raven has been cursing herself for the death of the people of Azarath and her mother. She feels responsible for everything that happened. If she can overcome that knot in her heart then she will progress a lot in controlling her emotions. The other part would be her hatred for Trigon but Alex doesn't want her to let go of that. The hatred of blood can only be repaid with blood itself. He doesn't care about the cycle of hatred. If it comes down to it, then he will keep killing as many as they come plus he kills cleanly. So no one knows who did it in the first place. He snapped out of his thought and continued to wait for Raven to sort out her stuff. It wouldn't be taking long in Alex's perception at least. Since he is just waiting outside and he only has to wait for a day at the maximum. Alex used his hockey and saw the situation inside the barrier. Raven was currently frowning and her eyebrows were twisted into knot. It was like she was feeling a terrible headache and it wasn't going away anytime soon. Try to let go of your remorse. It wasn't your fault but Trigon's. He killed them, you had no part in that. So just pay them a tribute with his head later. Alex conveyed his thoughts straight to her mind and tried to help her through the difficulty. Okay, I'll try. Raven replied back in a strained voice and continued to confront her emotions and feelings. Come on, you can do it. Alex kept on cheering her when he felt that she was faltering. Like this, Alex spent a whole day on the dead planet for Raven. As soon as the day passed, Raven was ejected from the barrier and stood in front of Alex with a small smile on her face. I see that you've made some good progress. Alex stood up from the chair and came in front of her. I feel much more refreshed like a burden has been lifted off my shoulders. Raven nodded her head with a smile but her insides were even more grateful to Alex. She has already been indebted to him for everything that he did for her without anything in return and now he also helped her with this. She just doesn't know how to repay him for all this and this made her just feel strange and awkward. You thinking about nonsense again? Alex took Raven's hand and asked. I just don't know how dash. She didn't get to finish her words and Alex sealed her mouth shut with his own. I know how. He smirked and looked into her eyes. Ugh. Raven groaned but obediently helped him. Hee hee. Alex laughed wretchedly like he was kidnapping a girl. After a quick little session, Alex was refreshed and Raven was cleaning her mouth with her powers after what she just did. Now that we're refreshed, I think it's time to see your progress. Alex stretched his arms and looked at Raven with a smirk. You mean you right? Raven glared at him and her eyes glowed dangerously. Don't be so stiff. I know you liked it. Alex wriggled his eyebrows at her and smiled widely. No. Raven turned her face and didn't dare to look at his wide smile. Let's go then. Alex took his combat stance and waited for Raven to make her move. Raven also turned serious and spread her arms wide. She started chanting and Alex felt that a force was acting on his body to crush him. Telekinesis, huh? He raised an eyebrow at this, but Gold Experience came out to just swat it away like a bug. Raven groaned because her telekinesis was counterattacked like this. She raised her arms high and froze the time around Alex to a standstill. Another new ability. Alex muttered to himself and saw Gold Experience shuttling through the time-stop area like his home ground. Raven waved her hand and a massive ice spear Alex's way, and the power behind the spear was amazing. Gold Experience held the spear by the tip as soon as it appeared near Alex. He flicked his fingers and the spear shot back at Raven with even more power. Raven quickly dodged the spear and used darkness to teleport the spear back at Alex with the same speed. Gold Experience just destroyed the spear this time and didn't bother to send it back. It came in front of Raven and was about to punch the shit out of her when Alex stopped it. That's enough. Alex waved his hand and stopped Raven as well. You have gained some pretty useful and can fight Trigon if you can resist reality warping. Alex said after a little thought and analyzing. Your strength is just a small distance away from totally catching up with him, but your different abilities more than make up for it. He complimented her with a smile, and Raven also smiled in return when she heard it. Although her smiles are and aren't all that wide, but she has to smile now and it is all that matters. Guess that training wasn't in vain. Alex smiled while thinking and looking at Raven's smile. What are you looking at? Raven asked with narrowed eyes. Your smile looks good on you. Alex said and walked over to her. Thank you. Raven nodded and thanked him without feeling embarrassed about it. All right, we should head back now. This is enough training now. Alex nodded and waved his hand to take the both of them back home. Go get some rest and we will talk tomorrow. Alex motioned for Raven to quickly get out of the lounge and she just nodded her head before disappearing in a dark swirl of energy. Chapter 167, 158. Field Experience. The next day, all the members of Young Justice were sitting in the lounge and listening to Alex. Today, we are going on a field trip. Alex said and showed everyone a crooked drawing. Field trip? Wally questioned in puzzlement. Yes, a field trip to hell. Alex nodded his head with a smile. Everyone's mind exploded when they heard his words. Hell. Beast Boy stuttered out of his mouth. Yeah, hell, we have a member that has some beef with one of the demon lords and we will be helping her since we are all a family, right? Alex smiled and nodded his head. He glanced at everyone once and saw them appearing thoughtful after hearing his words. If it's one of our own, then bring it on. Dick clenched his fist and said emotionally. Yeah, we will MOT back down if it concerns one of our friends. Others nodded at the same time. They may have not spent a lifetime together, but the friendship they shared together during this time was real and they were ready to face everything together. But who is the one with the beef? Aqualad asked the most sensible question out of them. Well, here she walks in. Raven walked in the room a bit puzzled. She didn't know what's going on here at all. She can't perceive anything with her senses when outside the room. All the rooms are made so that others cannot peep inside the room with their senses and see inside what's going on. This restriction is only lifted for the members when under attack. Otherwise, it will stay like this at all times. What's the matter? Raven asked plainly and sat down on a chair. We were talking about your beef with Trigon. Alex answered simply and winked at the others. Yeah, we should open him a new one. Blue Beetle waved the beetle arms on his back. You shut up. Jamie, Blue Beetle host, spoke up immediately and tried to shut it up. Dude, you talking to yourself again? Wally said and looked at him oddly. Jamie groaned and shut his mouth. He didn't intend to speak any more on this. Raven, we will kill him. Kara, like always, replied in a headstrong way. You won't even be able to touch the guy. Wonder Girl mocked Kara as soon as she spoke. What did you say? Kara snarled with anger at Wonder Girl's words. Humph, I said nothing wrong. Wonder Girl snorted and turned her head up arrogantly. Let's go. Kara prepared her fists to fight her. Do you think I'm afraid? Wonder Girl also prepared her fists to fight. Bonk bonk. Immediately, two bonks followed right after on their heads. That's enough. Alex said with a frown and both of them settled down immediately like obedient kittens. Good. He nodded his head and got back to his position. Like I was saying. He resumed talking naturally. In 25 years of my teaching career. Alex said solemnly. But you're not even 25. Mgen muttered under her breath. Is that so? Alex narrowed his eyes at her. Miss Mgan, 2,000 push-ups pronto. Alex didn't talk nonsense with her and motioned her to start on the spot. Ugh, my mouth. Mgan groaned and lamented, then she started to do the push-ups. She has to do these push-ups with a restricted strength which will leave her breathless and tired. Now, you two will also do 100 laps of the training grounds each after the trip. Alex of course didn't forget the two girls who made trouble. Raven has some beef with her father and we will help her resolve that beef this time. You guys will work together to hold back the demons while she attacks Trigon and fights with him. This will be your training and will also help you gain the much-needed experience of a siege war. Alex finished talking and saw that everyone was listening seriously and intently. Now, go and make your preparations to move. Alex dismissed them all and let them go to make preparations. He didn't forget to help Mgan recover her strength before she exited the room. After all of this was done, he saw Raven still sitting there in a daze and Cassandra was glaring at her from the side. I know she didn't tell you about her feud with Trigon, but don't take it out on her. Alex walked forward and rubbed Cassandra's head to appease her anger. Cassandra closed her eyes and actually purred like a cat when Alex rubbed her head. Alex was immediately stunned and took back his hand reflexively. Another one, he said in disbelief. Did you learn this from Selena? He narrowed his eyes at her and asked. Cassandra nodded her head obediently and didn't refute his words. As I thought. He also nodded his head in understanding. Don't learn bad things from her in the future. Just be yourself, you don't have to imitate others. He rubbed her head again and Cassandra nodded with red cheeks. She was a bit embarrassed when she did TI as well, and Alex pointing it out made her even more embarrassed. Her emotional development has also been great during these years. She expresses herself openly and has developed a sense of shame as well. Although, she still doesn't have any reservations in front of Alex at all. Heck, you can see her walking around naked in front of Martha and Raven as well. This is one of her ways to express her trust in others, like a wild beast that has no reservations after it open UPS to you. She treats Martha like a mother and Raven like a sister that she never had, but the situation with Alex is clearly different. She has already been corrupted by the other girls like what happened just now, and she learned this from Selena. Okay, you guys go and prepare as well. Alex rubbed both of their heads and made them leave already. Cassandra snorted at Raven and went back to her room without looking at her again. Don't worry, she will be back to normal in no time. Lex assured Raven, and she also walked back to her room after nodding. Chapter 168, 159. Field Experience 2. Alex gathered everyone after a couple hours, and it was getting near noon by this time when they all prepared themselves completely. Ready for the beatdown. Alex cheered and everyone followed suit. Yeah. A loud shout followed that rang in the whole building. The workers just shook their heads because this was like the daily routine nowadays. Then let's go. Alex waved his hand and opened a portal in front of them. He moved first and walked through the portal, followed by Raven and Cassandra, who was back to normal now. The rest then followed behind the two in a straight line and passed through the portal. They arrived in a world with a red sky and black dead soil on the ground. There was boiling magma trickling everywhere around them like a stream. Wow, so this is hell, huh? Wally looked at the sky and around the ground before exclaiming in surprise. 1pf the hells actually. Aqualad corrected Wally immediately. Yeah, smarty pants. Wally waved his hand carelessly and stopped talking to him. Hey, I think I can change into something awesome. Beast Boy suddenly exclaimed and turned into a spider-like monster. He had a hard carapace with thin knife-like limbs and an elongated head like those creatures from the Alien. Wow man, that's cool. Robin exclaimed and immediately started to look around at Beast Boy. Yo. Mgan looked creeped out by it and distanced herself from him immediately. This out a huge stop on Beast Boy's enthusiasm, and he changed back immediately with a sullen face. Okay, stop enjoying yourself like being in an amusement park and look around you. Alex put an end to their enthusiasm and all of them were startled. They hurriedly twisted their bodies to look around and found that they were already surrounded. Do you think it is simple to just come to hell? We are already treated as enemies and prey by the demons here. Alex said grimly, and all of them gulped when they saw these many demons here. Azarath, Mitri and Zinthos. Raven chanted her spell and the demons were crushed into meat paste instantly. Learn from her. Be prepared at all time when you come to a new environment. Remember your training and do not let your guard down. Alex instructed and decided to give them some lessons. It is stated as a field trip by Alex after all. So he decided to give them some much-needed education here. You see that new succubus that just arrived? Alex pointed at a seductive-looking demon walking while swaying her hips towards them. Wally, I choose you. Alex pointed and shouted. Wally didn't know what happened, but he instinctively followed Alex's command and ran towards the succubus. The succubus smiled seductively and winked at Wally while blowing him a kiss. Hey beautiful. Wally was immediately enamored and started his flirting with her. Well, for the snake demon. We choose, Beast Boy. Alex clapped his hands and Beast Boy was in front of the snake demon. Could they be Hancock's parents? Alex thought for a moment about it but then shrugged his shoulders and ignored the matter altogether. Then they were followed by some arachnids, lizardmen, orcs, and various others. Alex one by one assigned those demon armies to each of the young Justice members and took Raven towards the depths of hell. I see that you have come home. A loud and heavy voice greeted them as soon as they stepped into the inner circles of hell. This is not my home. Raven squinted her eyes in a frown and spoke coldly. Then are you here to see your father? Trigon didn't relent and continued to talk about the same thing. Not in a million years. The coldness and the emotionless feeling in her voice didn't go away. She was boiling and ready to punch Trigon's face in as soon as possible. She couldn't stand the voice coming into her ears and made her feel nauseous and disgusting. You are still hellbent on it, huh? Then suffer till you know. The voice stopped abruptly and immediately followed with a geyser of lava and lightning falling on them. Alex didn't intend to make a move since this is Raven's fights and he wants her to handle it herself. He just stood there waiting for her to do what she can against this attack. Raven's eyes glowed red and 6 eyes appeared below her cloak. She levitated up a little and released a massive ice blizzard towards the incoming attack. The clash of the attacks caused massive earthquakes and shockwaves for miles on end. The hell is way more durable and stable than some ordinary realms and planets. So their strength cannot cause much damage here. Even universe-ending attacks can't count it as much here. Alex was looking at the attacks calmly like Vegeta looking at the fight between Frieza and Goku. Dust and shockwaves swept on him but he didn't even move an eyelid. He was just calmly observing everything. Gold Experience was guarding the kids at the moment and making sure nothing happens to them. Alex was only using Avalon's defense to keep himself stable here. Raven dashed past and immediately made her way to the center, where she could see the existence that she loathed all her life. My daughter, if you work with me, we can set up a vast empire and rule this universe. Trigon held his open hand towards Raven and said enticingly. Raven ignored him and used darkness to conjure a very big giant that punched straight at him. Trigon didn't care about her attack and used a casual blow to block it. This was his mistake because Raven was already very strong and faintly nearing his level of strength. His punch connected and the sound of bones breaking was heard immediately. It hurled Trigon through the throne and straight towards the horizon. Raven used telekinesis to fly after him immediately and engaged him in a long combat of powers and physical strength. She is doing. Alex commended in his mind when he saw Raven's performance. Chapter 169, 160. Fight. Azarath Metrian Zinthos. Raven chanted and stopped the time for Trigon but it didn't work much. He just used his power to forcefully destroy which could have been done by Alex as well but he didn't do it to check her power. Still, there was a moment of delay and Raven didn't miss it either. She summoned a huge amount of ice to attack Trigon immediately. After encasing him in ice, she used her telekinesis to keep it tightly packed together. Suffocation is not gonna work on him. Alex pointed it out and gave her a hippie smile. Raven just gave him a glance to shut him up and focused on her battle. Her eyes glowed and she used telekinesis to see if she can twist and snap Trigon's neck itself. Trigon finally snapped and he used the lava around the place to melt the ice completely and sent a massive bolt of lightning her way. Raven dodged the attack by turning herself into a flock of crows and gathered in another place. Then she closed the distance between them and punched the shit out of Trigon immediately. She punched him in the gut and sent him hurtling through the air while spitting blood and bit of organs. You have successfully angered me. Trigon growled and increased the size of his body massively. He looked at Raven like an ant and fired laser beams from his massive eyes. A huge beam of heat traveled fast enough to reach Raven before she could react. Raven was hit hard and multiple burn marks appeared on her body at a moment's notice. Azarath Metrian Zinthos. She tried to use her magic to heal herself but it didn't work at all. Can only use that then. She then thought of her link to Avalon through Alex and immediately used its power to heal herself. Pretty soon, all the injuries inflicted on her were healed completely and she was as good as new. What power is this? Trigon felt a sense of oppression from the power that Raven had just used. Avalon is a force of good and purity. It is a utopia for the people and evil is condemned heavily inside the realm. It is no wonder that Trigon felt suppression and threat from the power radiated when Raven healed herself. Azarath Metrian Zinthos. Raven didn't speak nonsense and used her power again. She restrained Trigon with darkness and used the power of Avalon to actually suppress him when she felt his vigilance against it. Insolent girl. Trigon roared but he couldn't move under the double suppression on him. Good. Alex nodded thoughtfully and praised her that she didn't shy away from using Avalon's power. From what Alex saw in her mood and demand to handle this on her own, he was sure that she will not use his power at all. But she did use Avalon, which tells that she has overcome a lot of her emotions and has made progress with it as well. Which is a good thing, as it will not bind her to revenge and gloom for all her life. Good that she didn't go the Sasuke route. Alex rubbed his chin and smiled while looking at Raven making short work of Trigon. Curse you! Trigon yelled, but he couldn't do anything else because Raven was giving it her all. And with Avalon having half of Trigon's power, Raven's burden lessened considerably. She used her power to seal Trigon away into a purple crystal that shone with a mysterious light and looked especially beautiful. Not gonna kill him. Alex came to her side and looked at the crystal curiously. No, I want to torment him like he did to me. Raven said with a dangerous look in her eyes, and her face was fierce. This girl is fully emo. Alex thought in his mind and looked at the beautiful face beside him a bit apprehensively. Well, let's go back and see what others are doing. Alex took her hand and immediately asked Gold Experience to teleport him to itself. Then he discreetly appeared on the edge of the battlefield and saw a horde of demons besieging the others. He did plan to take action in this matter and didn't allow Raven to take action as well. The members needed experience, and this was a good opportunity. Wally was shuttling through the demons and killing them effortlessly with good utilization of his speed and hand-to-hand combat that he learned from Alex. The others were also making best use of their powers to help each other and assort the battle in a united way. Ngan was taking charge of the battlefield with her telepathy and coordinating everyone together very well. Starfire was fighting the brutal way with going into the horde and fighting one-to-one with all the demons. Cassandra was assisting behind Starfire to cover her back from any sneak attacks. Kara and Wonder Girl were competing like always to see who can take out more demons to impress Alex with who's better. Aqualad was giving instructions to Mgan like a leader and controlling the whole battlefield from behind them. Beast Boy was able to convert into demons in hell to wreak havoc and even camouflage his color to mix in for assassination. He was trained by Alex especially in this aspect since power was very suited to this aspect. He spared no effort in getting him to learn this. Robin was using all the gadgets and the special gloves made by Alex to deal some heavy damage to his opponents. All of them have been using their powers very well. Their strengths and weaknesses are very well covered. Alex was very pleased at their performance and was pleased with his own hard work paying off. It hasn't been easy training them, and he has always given it his all whenever he trained them during this period of time together. Everyone get ready. We are heading back. Alex yelled, and his voice rang through the battlefield, followed by the death of all the demons in the scene. Then he snapped his fingers without weight and all of them disappeared from hell. Chapter 170, 161. Raven, R18. When they got back, it was already evening when they appeared in the headquarters dormitory. Alex. Raven called out to him softly, and everyone turned to look at them. Hey, something's gonna happen. Wally elbowed Aqualad and whispered in his ear. He was anticipating what was about to happen here. He is the kind of guy that can't live if he sees something interesting. Alex turned to look at all of them and sent them to their rooms with a wave of his hand. What is it? Alex turned his head to look at her. Raven didn't say anything and just kissed him suddenly on the lips to express what she was feeling right now. Alex held the back of her head and engrossed himself in the kiss with her soft lips. He used his tongue to pry open her lips and invaded her mouth in an impatient way. Both of them closed their eyes and just focused on feeling the kiss. They finally separated after Raven had enough and her lips were a little swollen from Alex sucking on them fervently. She touched her lips and there was a healthy red glow on her cheeks. She was still feeling Alex's tongue in her mouth and couldn't wait to get more. Today, you are not running away. Alex said with a perverted smile and picked her up in a princess carry. He disappeared from the place and decided to take her to his room for some much-deserved action after so long. Raven was very proactive today and didn't even wait for them to fully appear before she jumped from his arms and took off his pants. Here. She quickly took out his dick and gave it a lick. No matter how much she denies it. She just likes to give him a blowjob. She just feels good doing it. Her mouth is very sensitive and feels pleasant when she does it. My turn. Alex laughed and picked her up before throwing her on the bed. Raven just turned her head to the side in embarrassment and didn't dare to look into Alex's eyes. Alex laughed at her cuteness and unclothes her slowly while tracing his fingers on her smooth and unblemished skin. Gorgeous. He complimented sincerely and Raven smiled sweetly at the compliment. Alex slowly reached out his hands to massage her boobs and sucked the pink cherry on top carefully. She is more sensitive than a normal girl and it didn't even take much to have her start moaning with Alex just playing with her nipples and boobs. Her snatch was drenched with fluids and she didn't even need any foreplay to start having sex. She literally orgasmed from her boobs being played with by Alex. Hee hee, look here. Alex touched her snatch and showed her his hand full of her fluids. Raven peeked a little from the side but didn't turn her head towards him. She just kept a stoic face and a little red glow on her cheeks. Alright, I wonder tease you anymore. He said and aligned his dick against her entrance. Raven's body quivered a little when Alex's dick touched her snatch, but she controlled her nervousness. Don't be nervous. Nothing will happen, trust me. Alex got close to her ear and spoke softly to lessen her worries. Then he slowly pushed his dick into her pussy. He barely met any resistance from the hymen and his dick reached the very end of her pussy without any pain. Now relax. He continued to talk in her mind and started to move his hips steadily. MMM. Raven kept on moaning while Alex fucked her cunt with his dick. He slowly increased his speed and Raven's moans got even louder than before when they started. She literally couldn't control her moans by this point and was moaning loudly. Coming. She said in a low voice and her orgasm came out like a flood. She literally squirted from the pleasure that she was feeling and Alex had amazing technique after having sex for so long with the girls. Let's give you a better experience. Alex's eyes gleamed and he aligned his drenched dick on her anus. No. Raven shouted but Alex pushed in without waiting at all. Raven's eyes went to the back of her head and her moans turned intermittent when Alex started to fuck her anus inside out with his dick. Hee, good right. Alex laughed strangely and moaned as well from the amazing grip on his dick from Raven's anus. He kept on pushing in and even started to fuck her pussy with his fingers. Raven's face turned into an ahigo. She felt even better with her ass than she felt with her pussy. He picked her up and Raven's back rested on Alex's chest while supported her from the knees up. More. Raven moaned in when she felt Alex spurting a large amount of cum into her ass. Hee, as much as you want. Alex laughed and started on another round immediately without stopping. They continued to fuck like rabbits for a while before Raven fainted and Alex finally stopped fucking her. Silly girl. He shook his head and took her to the bath for some cleaning before sleep. After washing her clean in the bath, he laid her on the bed and cleaned up the room as well. Doing some things manually feel much better. Especially after sex, it has a different feel of accomplishment. He thought and happily cleaned everything up. Now everything has basically been done. Everyone is stable in what is to be done. Young Justice is coming along nicely and the girls are also happy with me staying in the reality more. It's time to put the marriage on the agenda and finally have them officially join the family. Mom, Dad, and Bruce will be happy too, but first I have to find Talia for Damien and Bruce. Alex felt a headache again when he thought about it. Bruce and Talia hasn't contacted each other for so long and God knows what's going on between the two people. I will just take things as they come. He rubbed his head and decided to sleep with Raven in his arms. Chapter 171, 162. Cadmus. Next day, Alex woke up to a thumping sound on Biss' body. Something soft was enveloping his dick and hitting his abdomen again and again. Pretty extreme for morning, don't you think? He looked at her speechlessly and asked. Raven looked at him for a second and completely ignored him. She continued to do her own activity in the morning. He just gave up and kept looking at her thumping her hips on his dick. Have to say, makes a magnificent sight. He commented and kept looking at Raven's stoic face like she wasn't feeling anything, but there was still a look of pleasure in her eyes that she couldn't hide at all. After finishing the quick morning session, Alex dropped her back to Young Justice headquarters and came to his room in the dorm. His room is way bigger than the room for others in the building. After all, he holds parties here pretty with some nice ladies and it usually get out of control. So he needs a separate base of operations somewhere else and this is a perfect location for him to build it. Now to find Talia and Damien. Alex thought in his mind and sat down to scan the earth with his power to find them. When the fuck did he do this? Alex suddenly cursed halfway through his search. Need to inform Bruce and dip there immediately. Alex frowned and hurriedly got ready to go. Hey Bruce, I got something at Cadmus. Bring soups over, it's pretty urgent. Alex left a message and disappeared from the place. On the other side with Bruce. He was currently looking at a building in front of him and preparing for the charity event that was about to be hosted. Thomas was busy, so he had to come to this charity event, but he suddenly received Alex's message. Got something urgent, handle this for me. Bruce whispered to Lucius Fox and dipped from the place before Lucius could even turn his head. Batman to Superman, meet me at Gotham Harbor. Bruce said quickly and took his Batmobile to the harbor. Superman was already waiting there as soon as Bruce arrived at the harbor. He was floating above the docks with his arms folded arrogantly like a Chad. What's the matter? He came down and walked over to Bruce with a smile. Alex said something urgent came and asked us to go to Cadmus. Bruce replied and looked at Clark. Let's go then. Clark didn't even give him time to speak and immediately hooked his underarms from behind and flew away at a high speed towards Cadmus. Alex was already inside the facility and looking at a boy inside a container with a complicated look in his eyes. So it still happened and that fucker masked it from me. Alex clenched his fists with frustration at the thought of it. Someone has been messing with him for a long time and he has been manipulating this reality little by little since. This grinds on his nerves but he is very helpless at the moment. When you can't spot the guy, then how can you stop him? Alex snapped his fingers and bought Superboy out of the container immediately. He was already dressed in a black t-shirt and blue joggers. Wail up, brat. Alex smacked him on the head and this woke up the poor guy. Huh, who are you? Superboy looked around in confusion and asked Alex because he wasn't the researcher that comes to see him every day. I am here to get you out of here. Alex answered simply and observed the teenager in front of him. Superboy looked like he was 18 years old maximum with a fit and buff body to boot. Superboy was like a blank paper with memories injected on him and didn't have much experience in these things. Really? He asked with an excited expression. Any idea what you will do when you get out? Alex didn't immediately do it but asked a question first. I want to be a hero like Superman. Superboy replied excitedly and showed a very big conviction in his eyes. Very well, then you would be happy to meet your idol. Alex smiled and snapped his fingers to lead the both of them out. Just at the moment, both Superman and Batman had arrived in front of the facility as well. They were getting ready to enter but Alex was already out. Bruce moved his shoulders a bit after getting down and glared at Clark with squinted eyes. He didn't like this form of travel and would not do it in the future. Yo. Alex came and greeted the two of them immediately. What's the emergency? Bruce asked without missing a beat. This is our emergency. A very big test tube, baby. Alex pointed towards Superboy with both hands in a grand manner and answered. Bruce's brain's gears turned and looked at Superboy with some scrutiny. He already knew what was going on. Lex did this right? He questioned and looked back at Alex. Yep. Alex nodded his head lightly and conveyed a message to Superman's brain. Dimwit, the kid is innocent and has done nothing wrong. So you better give me a good performance or I will hang you naked on Daily Planet for Lois to see. Alex looked at Clark dangerously while warning him. Clark shuddered and immediately put on his best smile that he could. The frown that he had formed after learning the truth was completely gone. He gave a thought to Alex's deeply in that moment. After all, he can think at speeds faster than light and thought things through. Like Alex said, the kid is innocent and it is Lex's fault that this happened. He can at least let the kid not feel alienated for being a clone. Hey, are you okay? Clark smiled and walked forward to Superboy. Yes, I'm fine. Superboy's eyes shone and he smiled brightly in reply. That's good, whatever happened, don't take it to heart and welcome. Clark kept his smile and patted Superboy's shoulder reassuringly. Chapter 172, 163. Superboy. Alex was talking Bruce while Clark was entertaining Superboy with his boring talk. When did Lex do this? Bruce peeked at Superboy and asked Alex. I don't know, I can't tell you some things right now. Alex shook his head and denied any further questions. He can't say the thing about someone interfering with this reality on a massive scale. Otherwise, the enemy will be alerted that he knows and it will. OT bear any good fruits. Alex doesn't want to let the mouse escape from the hole and just keep him there for now until he is strong enough. Bruce looked at Alex for a moment but stopped questioning him altogether. Alex turned to look at Superboy. He was going to take the little guy to Young Justice headquarters for his internship as a hero. When he turned around, Bruce was gone from the place and he was able to cheat his hockey and perception completely. Alright, stop boring him and I will take him to Young Justice. Alex went forward and patted Superboy's shoulder. Sure. Clark nodded and flew away from the place. So kid, ready to become a hero? Alex asked and looked at him with a gleam in his eyes. Another test subject. Alex was quite excited and Superboy felt shiver in his body suddenly. Yes. Superboy exclaimed excitedly and his face had a massive smile on it. Alex snapped his fingers and teleported with Superboy to Young Justice headquarters. This right here is your new home. He showed him the massive building with a smile and waited to see Superboy's reaction. When are we going to fight the bad guys? Superboy didn't react to the building at all and asked Alex about his own interests. Really ni asterisk 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 asterisk. Alex's face was disappointed and screaming at the moment without saying anything. Sigh, let's go in. Alex sighed and led him inside the building with some sadness. Superboy was puzzled and looked at Alex with a confused face like he didn't know anything. We drift further and further away from humanity every day. Alex sighed in his mind again after looking at Superboy's face. Oh, new face. Suddenly a voice came and a yellow blur came running towards the two people. Yeah, he is the new addition. His name is Connor Kent. He is Superman's distant cousin. Alex introduced Superboy with a smile and pushed him forward. Hi, I am Connor Kent. Nice to meet you. Superboy was a bit nervous and introduced himself hastily. No need to be nervous, dude. We are all good people and came here to train and become heroes. Well, not all of them, but you get the gig. Let's go in. Wally fired all the things and at once encircled Superboy's neck with his arm before leading him in. Well, it's up to you to take care of the new guy then. Introduce the building to him and get him his own room. Alex dropped the responsibility straight on Wally, who froze immediately after hearing it. Finally some peace. Alex thought in his mind and completely ignored Wally's pitiful appearance. Wally, the poor guy, couldn't turn away from the responsibility and just led Superboy inside with a defeated expression. Superboy was totally confused from these new things in front of him. The poor guy didn't even know what's going on. Wally led him towards the lounge and some of the people were here playing games with each other while shouting. Raven, no fair, you attacked again when I was not looking. Starfire shouted angrily and pounced on Robin, who used darkness to flash away. Cassandra completely ignored them and used her controller to pull some moves on the two distracted foes immediately. Cass. Starfire shouted and both girls used their powers to try and teach her a lesson. Cassandra just gave them a look and both of them immediately calmed their temper. Beast Boy and Aqualad were the only other members in the room and they were playing their own game on another console. Kara and Winder Girl were out on a mission and Gen was resting after returning from a mission as well. These are the members here and the other kids don't really mix well with us. So they stay in a separate lobby since they are not official members of the hero team. Wally said braggingly and introduced everyone while pointing at them. Everyone, we have a new member. Wally shouted and successfully got everyone's attention. Raven and Cassandra just spared a glance and knew that they won't mix all that well with him and didn't bother to talk further. Hey, welcome to the team, friend. Starfire, on the other hand, was really enthusiastic and greeted Superboy cheerfully with an excited smile. She is always ready to make friends and this time is not an exception for her. This was her favorite thing, to make new friends, and she never let go of any chance. Hi, I am Connor Kent. Superboy smiled nervously and introduced himself. Don't hit her idea. She might look like this but she won't give you the time of day. Wally whispered in his war as soon as he saw Superboy's sheepish smile. Superboy was stunned by this piece of news and the feelings butting up took a little blow, but he wasn't discouraged. So what if she doesn't have feelings for himself? Feelings can be developed with time. All he has to do is try his best in increasing the feelings and everything will be good. Wally looked at Superboy's determined face and shook his head with a sigh. Some of them had made attempts on Starfire but she ruthlessly rejected them. So he knew the miserable end behind this route, but if Superboy was not reconciled then there was nothing that he could do to save this helpless guy in front of him. Alex, on the other hand, was currently going to watch some TV in his room. In between though, he received a call. Hey, we haven't fought for 3 days now. The voice was haughty and fused with bloodlust. Alex could feel it through the phone and immediately got the idea about the caller without looking at the caller ID. Chapter 173, 164. Different fight, R18. Hey. Alex greeted back lazily without replying to her previous statement. Come on, fight me now. Superwoman's whining voice came to his ear and she urged him to get out of the bed. CBA, to be honest. Alex replied lazily and sprawled further on the bed. Take that CBA of yours and shove it up your ass. Come here right now. Superwoman got pissed and yelled in the mic. Hey, if you want to fight then let's do a different fight this time. Alex suddenly had a smirk on his face and his voice was a bit bad. They have been together for more than 2 years and it was finally time for him to do some naughty things with her. Some necessary things need to be confirmed and he will not be backing down. What fight? Superwoman was suddenly puzzled from Alex's words and asked subconsciously. Obviously a fight that you cannot win, like always. Alex taunted in a haughty voice to set her fighting spirit ablaze. Who said that I cannot win? You bring it on for me. Superwoman was immediately angry and full of fighting spirit, like someone stepped on her tail and she couldn't wait to eat his flesh. Hee hee, you sure about that? Alex teased with a massive smirk on his face. All according to Kikaku. Yeah, bring it on you twat. Superwoman shouted again in the phone. Hee hee, you will not be disappointed. Alex laughed wretchedly and snapped his fingers. Next second, Superwoman came to the room and looked around in confusion with the phone still on her ear. What fight were you talking about? Superwoman said snarlingly and looked around at the room but she couldn't spot Alex at all. This fight. He replied from behind and quickly caught her in his arms and kissed her lips. Superwoman was totally caught off guard and couldn't respond for a second, but then the taunts he said before rang in her ear and her fighting spirit was lit ablaze. She hooked his neck and kissed back even more ferociously without giving in at all. She was trying to take control and dominate the kiss. Alex wasn't falling behind either and was using his techniques refined with years of experience with different expert ladies to dominate Superwoman in all kinds of ways. Superwoman was feeling so much pleasure from her mouth that she ended up moaning a little from his kiss only. Alex smiled triumphantly while kissing and looked into her eyes with a provocative look. Superwoman snarled and increased her efforts even more. They kissed like a competition for a while before both of them finally let go and stared at each other after the kiss. Next round. Alex said, and without giving her the time to react. He threw her on the bed and got into a 69 position on top of her body. First person to come loses. Alex said, and Superwoman immediately focused on Alex's dick in front of her face like a pole. She gripped it with her hands and started stroking it to make him come as soon as possible. Alex wasn't letting up either. He ripped her leather pants and fingered her pussy with his fingers while rubbing her clit with his tongue. Superwoman moaned and felt desperate when she saw that she was feeling extreme pleasure and it won't take too long for her to come. She looked at dick hanging in front of her face and lifted her head to take the thing in her mouth in desperation to provide herself a chance to fight back. Alex felt her doing this and didn't change his technique and continued to tease her pussy with his fingers and tongue in different directions. Superwoman moaned on his dick and used everything she had to take his dick to the very bottom of her throat and started to bob her faster and faster. She was learning extremely fast under pressure and even coiled her tongue around his dick like a snake to increase her chances. Alex finally felt some good amount of pleasure from his dick and couldn't help commending Superwoman for her efforts to win at all costs, but he was going to let up anytime soon either. They continued to tease each other with everything they have, and finally Superwoman exploded after holding back her orgasm for a while. Not a few moments after that, and Alex also ejaculated in her mouth, fully spraying his cum down her throat and into her stomach. Hee hee, how did you like the taste? Alex laughed and got up from Superwoman's face. It tastes like shit. Superwoman turned her head away and replied angrily because of losing again. So you've tasted shit, huh? Alex asked astonishingly and looked at her weirdly. Stop speaking nonsense. Superwoman immediately became more angry and pounced on him. Control, baby, control. Alex caught her into his arms and restrained her. Let's get on with the next round. He threw her onto the bed and aligned his dick to her dripping snatch. This is my first time. Superwoman said lightly and looked into Alex's eyes. Not to lie, but Alex was a bit startled from the news and looked straight into Superwoman's eyes for a while. I will take responsibility, he said, and plunged his dick into her snatch without waiting for her reply. His dick entered without much resistance, but her pussy was tight and coiled very well around his dick. Fuck. Superwoman moaned and crossed her legs behind Alex's back instinctively. Fuck yeah. Alex also repeated behind her and started to fuck her pussy in a fast piston-like movement. There wasn't a hymen in Superwoman's pussy, but Alex didn't doubt her words. Hymen can be torn during excessive movements in martial arts, and it's not much of a deal if you are not careful. They fucked like this until Superwoman started to give in and moaned like anything from the pleasure. She couldn't care about anything by now and only had pleasure in her mind. Chapter 174, 165. Another one. Alex finally finished fucking her, and it was already late at night by the time he finished his session with her. Let's wash up and sleep. He smacked her ass and gained a moan from her in return. He raised his eyebrow and looked at her in surprise. I am still sensitive. Superwoman glared at him for spanking her after having sex for so long. Let's go then. He picked her up in a Princess Carrie and went into the bathroom. One more session might not be bad. Alex looked at sexy body in his arms and murmured that was clearly heard by her. Superwoman looked at the surroundings and her mood was a bit aroused as well immediately. When you taste sweets for the first time in your life, you get a bit addicted, and Superwoman was in the same situation. They had a quick session before washing and returned to the bed to have a good night's sleep. Next morning, Alex felt a slapping sound on his body and he suddenly had a sense of déjà vu inexplicably. Cass, why are you so fiery today? Alex said groggily and looked at the silent girl fucking his dick like her own property. Cassandra completely ignored him and continued with her own activities without replying at all. Stop behaving like Raven and answer. He looked into her eyes and this time demanded strongly. Lonely. Cassandra said concisely and kissed his mouth. Alex smiled and followed suit in kissing her mouth as well and finally let go when Cassandra squeezed some fresh milk out of him. Sorry, I have something to do today, but I will spend time with you tomorrow. Alex touched her forehead with his and promised in a solemn tone. Promise. Cassandra pushed out her pinky finger towards him. Promise. Alex smiled helplessly and hooked his pinky with hers. After getting her promise, a beautiful smile bloomed on her face and Cassandra left happily while skipping towards the door. Alex just shook his head and got up to freshen up himself and start the day energetically. Superwoman took her leave in the morning and didn't stay as well. Alex came out of the room and suddenly felt fluctuation in the space fabric of this reality. It was quite intense and the aura leaked was full of destruction. Alex was immediately alerted and teleported to the area in a moment's notice. As soon as he reached the place, he saw a white shooting out of the portal. Alex went forward and restrained the target with his power before closing the portal with his power to make sure that aura doesn't leak out here. Guess, another universe was destroyed from Anti-Monitor's power surge. Alex lamented this fact and turned his head down to look at the new guest in front of him. It was a woman or a girl depending on age in a white costume with a red cape behind her. There was a large cutout on the chest area that showed some amazing potential. Alex couldn't help taking a second look and then confirmed that the target was unconscious and took her back to the Young Justice headquarters and let her rest in a separate room for a while before she wakes up on her own. He did check her fully and confirmed that there was no problem. She was just unconscious and Alex just let her rest for now. Now to find Talia and Damien. It is also time for Dick to graduate from Robin's role. Alex looked around the room and sat down at a comfortable place to use his power. He scanned the whole earth with his power and quickly found the mother and Sam without much suspense this time, but he was in for a surprise nonetheless. He smiled evilly in his mind and teleported directly to the place without warning. Yo. He suddenly appeared between the family of 3 on a rugged terrain with deep valley and mountainous area everywhere. There was the ocean flowing on one side of the terrain and it looked quite good actually. Who are you? Talia had her swords out of their sheaths and on Alex's neck as soon as he appeared at the place. Damien also reacted quickly and reached for his sword on his waist and held the hilt tightly to take action at any time. Alex. Bruce sighed and looked at Alex with complicated eyes because he knew that he fucked up one more time. He could only wait for another beating after going home this time, and he was sure that this brother of his will exaggerate the matter to no end. He is Alex. Talia turned back to look at Bruce and asked in astonishment. Alex has matured since he was 18 years old and the changes in his face are not small. Plus it was dark in this piece of the world and the visibility was low. So it came as no surprise that Talia mistook Alex in her haste and turned to take a good look at him to find that it was actually Alex himself. Yo, sister-in-law. Alex greeted with a smile when Talia was focused on his face. Why are you here? Bruce cut in before anyone else could say anything. I am finally thinking of holding my marriage and thought that you might as well tag along. So I was looking for your family as well. Alex said and looked at Bruce with a smile. Bruce was a bit touched by this. At least his brother still worries about him rather than just take advantage of him all day long. So he's my uncle. He doesn't look very strong. Damien turned to look at Alex and said ruthlessly. Brat, wanna say that again? A demon phantom appeared behind Alex and the pressure increased in several magnitudes. Bruce quickly reacted, stood in front of the shaking Damien and looked at Alex solemnly. Bruce, you know me. Family for me is above everything and I will not do anything to your little brat but just giving him some discipline. Alex looked into Bruce's solemn expression with a smile and said lightly. Chapter 175, 166. Taking back. Bruce looked at Alex for a while and sighed before moving away from Damien and letting Alex talk to him. Bruce. Talia couldn't stop herself and turned to look at Bruce. Don't worry, he won't do anything to him. Bruce shook his head and reassured her. Alex saw the exchange but didn't say anything and got close to Damien's face. Damien backed away a little as soon as Alex came near him. Little brat, have you ever gone to an amusement park? Alex crouched down and came to Damien's eye level. You mean that useless place with rides that people scream on? Damien answered arrogantly. He couldn't let go of his personality for a long time. Yeah, exactly, why don't we take your aunt and visit that place? I am sure you will like it. Alex nodded his head and rubbed Damien's head. Damien dodged his hand and turned to look towards Talia. He then turned his head towards Bruce. Bruce nodded his head and Damien turned his head back to nod at Alex. He was a bit insecure with this guy since he saw him for the first, but he was his uncle. So he still took a leap of faith and decided to follow along. At least he will have to stay in the same house for a while and can't be too distant. Damien is amazing in intelligence even though he is really young and not 7 years old yet. He is still about 5 only, but his intelligence isn't worse than a teenager. That's great, then let's go. Alex waved his hand at Bruce and Talia before teleporting away with Damien. Will he be alright? Talia asked with some worry. She might not care on the surface, but he is still her son. Like Alex said, he has always taken family first and this time will not be different. Damien can be the safest with him. Bruce didn't talk nonsense with her and after saying this, he disappeared. Talia just shook her head, but after everyone left, her gaze turned dangerous and bloodthirsty. She will be taking a death stroke without any worries now. Alex on the other hand had come to the Young Justice headquarters and straight to Cassandra's room. Cass. Alex shouted and looked around for Cassandra. A hum came from behind him and Alex turned to look at her exiting the bath. Get ready and let's take our nephew to the amusement park. Alex quickly urged her without waiting at all. Cassandra nodded her head and looked at Damien curiously. Seeing his stubborn look and the frowning face, she couldn't help associating him with a certain someone. Cassandra smiled at the little guy and went to get changed after taking her clothes to the bathroom. Which one do you want to go to? Alex turned to look at Damien and asked. The best one. Damien looked at Alex and spoke haughtily. Fair enough, I guess. Alex nodded his head and waited for Cassandra to get changed. Cassandra changed to a white dress and purple heels that really accentuated her figure and looks perfectly. Let's go then. Alex presented her his arm and then all of them disappeared from the room. They soon appeared at Walt Disney World Resort. This theme park was inside this place is called the Magical Kingdom. A very big theme park and a vast variety of things to ride on. Alex and Cassandra were looking forward to it with a bored Damien. Haha, let's go. Alex said excitedly and led the two inside with him. Hi sir, can you show me your passes? A clerk asked as soon as they got to the entrance. I want to buy 3 highest level passes that you have. Alex didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the topic. That will be $1,000 sir. The clerk replied with a smile and motioned with a smile. Alex paid the money and got the passes before taking the other two into the amusement park for the much-awaited rides. First thing on the agenda is the roller coaster. Alex laughed and took the two to the roller coaster with him. He used some illusions to let Damien pass through the inspection. Both Damien and Cassandra rolled their eyes at him when he did this. He didn't care and took the two into the roller coaster and changed the seat into a child's with his power. Damien was actually enjoying the roller coaster after it started to run. This was his first time into these kind of things and he enjoyed it a lot. Next, free fall. Alex again led the two towards another ride and did same procedures as last time. Cassandra smiled at his childishness and found it refreshing against his all-knowing persona that he puts on all the time. Like this, they enjoyed the whole day in the amusement park to let off some steam and take Damien to all the different things here. By the end of it, Damien had a small smile on his face and he was holding Cassandra's and Alex's hand. Exactly how it should be with a 5-year-old child rather than being a brooding combatant that he shouldn't be. Let's go for dinner and then we'll head home. Alex said and led the two towards the resort for some quality Disney dinner. After the dinner, he looked at the already late night and saw the Damien sleeping on his back tiredly and smiled. Cute. Cassandra commented from the side and looked at Alex carrying Damien with shining eyes. Haha, why thank you. Alex laughed and hooked her waist and kissed her lips. Cassandra also responded passionately and they ended the kiss after some time of making out. Let's go home. Alex said and teleported to the Wayne mansion after a long time. Mom. Alex shouted and attracted the attention of the 3 people in the lounge. What is it, dear? Martha asked gently when she saw Alex. I brought back your grandson. Alex said and turned around to show Damien on his back. Chapter 176, 167. Awake. What? Martha was astonished and subconsciously stood up from the couch. Here, this is Bruce's kid, Damien. Alex said and showed them the sleeping Damien on his back. He wasn't speaking loudly but his voice traveling to their ears very clearly and he was also masking Damien's ears with his power to not wake him up accidentally. Soon, Martha came to her senses and looked at Damien with complicated eyes and didn't know how to handle this child of hers. Bruce was getting more and more secretive by the day and she really wanted to have a good talk with this guy about how to treat your own family. And just in time, Bruce came back as well. It's not that he was on time but Alex times it so that he will appear just in time. What do you have to say? Are we really untrustworthy in your eyes? Martha sighed and looked into Bruce's eyes. Mom. Bruce didn't know what to say at the spot when asked a question like this. That's not the case, Mom. He shook his denied and denied the accusation. Then why didn't you tell us? Martha asked calmly. She was just upset and was oddly calm right now. His mom didn't want him to be known to anyone else and I was helpless. Bruce sighed and shook his head. Hearing this, Martha's heart softened and even Alex didn't add fuel to the fire this time. Just let them resolve this between the mother and son. It's good that our grandson is here. So ask the chefs to make a grand feast. Thomas was too happy and couldn't wait to hold Damien in his arms. Here you go. Alex smiled and the sleeping Damien appeared in Thomas's arms automatically. Thomas paused and held the sleeping Damien gently in his arms and looked at the identical and cute face lovingly. Who knew that this day will also come? Thomas had some tears in his eyes when he looked at the face of his own grandson. I thought I was dead when those guys attacked us and never thought that we would be able to see our own grandson. Thomas continued emotionally and rubbed the tears with his sleeves. Honey. Martha couldn't help showing tears as well and put her head on Thomas's shoulder in support. You know how much a man feels the sadness and happiness when he lets off tears like this in front of others. Men are taught from very young that men don't cry and you have to be strong. It becomes written in their bones and it becomes hard to shed tears in front of others or show weakness. Because showing your emotions is considered weak and no one wants to be weak in front of their loved ones because they are their pillars even if the sky falls down. They are there to shoulder it for you. A father, a brother, and a husband are essential in any family like mothers, sisters and wives. There is nothing good without each other. A woman makes the house a home and a man makes that home run through all difficulties and a child makes that home warm. That line may be a bit blurred in society these days, but it still remains in some families. Dad. Bruce and Alex called softly and joined the hug as well. They were also very emotional when they heard Thomas's words. Master, madam, young masters. Avid also wiped the tears from his eyes when he saw this. He has spent half his life with them and he was also sad and happy. Alex saw Alfred's mood and pulled him into the hug as well without giving him room for resistance at all. Cassandra couldn't hold back and also joined the hug. Poor Damien woke up cluelessly in a bone-crushing hug of superhumans. It was fortunate that Alex used his power to shield the little guy or he will become meat paste after getting squeezed between them. Father. Damien looked at Bruce solemnly and spoke seriously. No need to be stiff, kid. Bruce smiled and rubbed Damien's head. Damien was a bit astonished with Bruce's smile and couldn't wrap his head around it for a while. His father has always been serious and this is the first he saw a smile on Bruce's face. Damien could only nod his head in a daze and then looked at the new faces around him except Alex and Cassandra because they were not new. So kid, you had your fun in the amusement park. No, go get some sleep. Alex picked Damien up from the back of his t-shirt and lifted him to his room. Be gentle. Martha struck Alex's hand to chide him and gently hugged Damien in her arms before going towards her own room. She is going to sleep with her grandson today. Even Bruce cannot stop this and only motioned for Thomas to go as well. Thomas smiled and took his leave to go back to the room as well. He was also very enthusiastic to sleep with his own grandson for once. So when is Talia joining the family? Alex finally saw them get busy and elbowed Bruce's waist. She still has unfinished business that she needs to complete. Bruce's face turned solemn and he replied. Why don't you join her then? Alex turned to look at him and asked. I don't kill and Gotham needs me. Bruce shook his head and headed towards his own room. Today's the 10th day that he hasn't slept at all and he needs some well-deserved sleep. Being Batman is really and he has to always be on the run. It is only because of his connection with Avalon that he is still going or with the amount of stimulants that he takes. His body would have collapsed long ago. Let's go to sleep as well. Alex hooked Cassandra's waist and started walking to his room. Hancock was not in the mansion today. She was having some fun girls' time with Selena and Pamela in their new club that they opened. Our guest is awake. Alex suddenly said when he was about to reach his room. Chapter 177, 168. Power Girl. Alex took Cassandra and immediately teleported straight to Power Girl's room at a moment's notice when he felt her waking up. You are finally awake, sleepyhead. Alex joked and looked at the dazed Power Girl looking around the room curiously. Who are you? She tilted her head to the side in confusion and asked. I am the owner of this building and the one who rescued you from the portal. Alex smiled and introduced himself. And this is Cassandra, my girlfriend. Then Alex pointed at Cassandra and said. Thank you, but why did you save me? I don't remember anything. Power Girl clutched her head lightly and asked in distress. So it's that, huh? Alex sighed and looked at her with pity. Do you want to know the hard truth? He sat down on a chair that he conjured and Cassandra sat down on one beside him. Yes. Power Girl clenched her fists and prepared herself for whatever was coming. You are from another universe and that universe has been destroyed. Alex said in a solemn voice when he mentioned it. What? Power Girl exclaimed and nearly jumped out of the bed in astonishment. Yes, I get no advantage after lying to you. Alex nodded again and his face was showing a bit of regret and sadness. How can this be? Power Girl looked deflated and slumped in the bed sadly. She couldn't wrap her around the concept that anyone from her universe that she might have ever known are dead and she is the only one left alive. It brings people a sense of loneliness. The sadness very overwhelming for her and she couldn't help shedding some tears while blocking her eyes with her arm. Let it all out. It will be all right, at least you don't remember. So you can make some good memories here. Alex spoke softly while patting her head reassuringly. Thank you. Power Girl kept crying and thanked him in between her sobs. We should give you some space. Alex prepared to get out of the room with Cassandra to allow Power to have some alone time. Please don't go. I feel alone. Power Girl held onto Alex's sleeve and said with some hope in her eyes. Okay. Alex smiled and motioned Cassandra to sit back down as well. Both of them sat down to accompany the sad Power Girl and just talked about all kinds of random things with her. Well, why don't you join Young Justice like I told you? You can make some friends and also make some good memories with everyone. It will allow you to get out of the shadow of the news. Alex asked while looking at Power Girl in front of him. She has gotten a bit better after crying for a solid 30 minutes and has been able to laugh at some of Alex's jokes. He even told her about the Justice League, Young Justice and all those things. This proposal also came from that news. Power Girl stopped speaking and pondered on Alex's words and really thought about the prospects of it. I will. Then she smiled and nodded her head in agreement. This proposal didn't sound like a bad deal to her. It will only allow her to have something to do and also be able to make some friends. Plus, Alex and Cassandra are also here. So that was a plus point for her as well. So she readily agreed to the proposal. Welcome to the family. Alex smiled and presented his hand for a handshake. Power Girl smiled and also shook his hand like in a dream. Today has been very surreal for her and she has experienced a lot in a very short time. Now get some sleep and I will introduce you to everyone tomorrow. Alex waved his hand at her and disappeared with Cassandra. Today has been very hectic. Alex thought while laying down in bed with Cassandra sleeping with her head on his chest. The next day, like promised, Alex took Power Girl down into the lobby to meet everyone there. All the members were here since it was the morning. Yo brats, we have a new addition to the family. Alex greeted everyone loudly to get their attention. She is the newest member of the family. I present to you all, Power Girl, also known as Kara Zor-El. Alex did a grand pose and pointed towards Power Girl. Starfire, you are in charge of showing her the base and touring her around. Alex suddenly looked at Starfire and ordered. Yes. Starfire exclaimed cheerfully and ran towards Power Girl and took her hand before starting to introduce everyone. Hey. Wally on the other hand was focused somewhere else. He elbowed Superboy and whispered. What? Superboy also whispered back. Her boobs are really big, right? Wally said with a very perverted light in his eyes. Yeah. Superboy subconsciously nodded but then reacted quickly and denied again and again. Dude, no need to deny it. I know you like it. Wally slapped his back and laughed happily like he found an accomplice. Alex heard their words but ignored it. Soul fun is also necessary or they can't be just restricted all day long and exercise. Plus, this is not a school but an organization and people have different circles and opinions. You can't just erase them. Power Girl was handed over to Starfire and Alex was finally free to do what he wanted. Haven't seen Commandar in a while. I should visit her as well. Alex pondered and finally settled on this approach. But this time, he won't be going alone there. He will bring another guest with him and may even bring a lot of guests with him. As soon as he decided on it, Alex teleported to the Wayne mansion at a moment's notice. He had to first bring them with him. When he got here, he saw Martha spoiling Damien while feeding him and Thomas looking helpless on the side. Let the kid eat himself. Thomas said helplessly again, nth time now. You keep quiet. I just want to do it this time. He can do it himself later. Martha glared at Thomas and focused back on Damien. It is true that grandsons and granddaughters are more loved than sons and daughters. Alex couldn't help shaking his head at this. Chapter 178, 169. Visit. Mom, Dad. Alex called and strode towards the busy couple and joined them for breakfast. Oh Alex, come sit down. Thomas smiled and motioned Alex to sit down beside him on the other side of the table. Alex also didn't waste time and sat down. The maids quickly brought the food and another serving for Alex as soon as he sat down on the table. Yo brat, want to go with me for sightseeing on another planet? Alex motioned to Damien and said while eating some toast in front of him. Another planet? Martha asked bit puzzled. Yeah, going to visit one of your daughter-in-laws and was thinking of taking you guys along as well. Meet your in-laws and all right. Alex laughed and nodded his head. Good idea. Thomas nodded his head in agreement. He wanted to take a vacation and a few holidays anyway. This could be a good tour to relax and enjoy himself. Okay, we will go. Martha also nodded in agreement and focused back on feeding Damien. The poor guy looked really helpless against his grandmother who couldn't wait to just smother him with all her love. He couldn't really push her away either. So he was forced to stay like this helplessly. He has always led a disciplined life since he could start walking and martial arts was his very creed, but this totally changed his whole lifestyle in one day and he was a bit comfortable. Although he liked this a lot. He was receiving plenty of love and couldn't really argue against it. So he also gave up and went with the flow. Let me ask the other girls as well. Alex said after finishing the breakfast and took everyone to the lobby. With a snap of his fingers, all the girls suddenly appeared in the lobby and looked around in confusion. They finally knew what happened and looked at Alex helplessly. Wanna go for a tour to Tamarin? Alex didn't beat around the bush and asked immediately. Me, Harley, Hancock and Pamela are having our girls' time. So you guys can go on your own. Selena waved her hand and Hancock agreed with her surprisingly. I am also paying with Power Girl and want to against her. Starfire said with a blazing fire in her eyes and both her and Power Girl left from there. I am free to accompany. Zatanna came to Alex and said while looking closely into his eyes. Good, you dumped me last time. Alex nodded with a smile and looked at the others here. I have to handle the affairs of the kingdom. I am going to become the new queen of Zeeble and have to be there. Mara said with some regret and disappeared from the place. The old coot is really cunning. Alex thought looking at the disappearing Mara but didn't say anything. It was all the same to him anyway. So that leaves us with Zatanna, Barbara, Raven, Cassandra, Kara, Cassie, Wonder Girl, and Diana. Alex said and looked at all the members in the room. Shall we go then? Alex asked and saw everyone nod their heads. Then he snapped his fingers and all of them teleported together. He didn't make the teleportation immediate but opened something like wormhole to let home have a taste of space travel. They were automatically teleported inside a new spaceship and were traveling in a spaceship. So guests, look around you. We are inside a space turbulence which is also called a wormhole. We are currently on our way to Tamarin. Alex rated as a tour guide and the walls surrounding them turned transparent immediately. Whoa. Cassie and Kara exclaimed together when they saw outside. Damien had a stoic face but you could tell from his eyes that he was also very curious about this new thing. Barbara and the others were already used to they because they have traveled in the wormhole before and it is not a big deal to them, but the new guys were very fascinated, including Thomas and Martha. Alfred wasn't any better either. All of them were looking outside and looking at the new phenomenon in front of them with absolute wonder in their eyes. Cassandra and Raven weren't interested in this at all. They were just sitting beside Alex and talking to each other with their eyes. Soon, they got bored of watching and it was also about time that they reached Tamarin for their visit. There was another purpose behind this besides sightseeing, and that was to let Commandar prepare before they reach. They exited the portal and came to the planet patrol area. A guard ship came flying towards them and stopped a few hundred meters away from them. Please identify yourself. A polite voice came from their spaceship because they were alerted that the royal consort was coming or they wouldn't be this polite with an unknown spaceship. It is me. Alex's projection came out of the spaceship and his voice was recognized through the comms. Please follow us. The guard ship said respectfully and escorted Alex's spaceship to the planet slowly like a courteous minister. Beautiful. All the girls exclaimed when they saw the lush planet and the scenery from high above in the spaceship. Tell me about it. Alex laughed and looked at his little nephew who couldn't hide his eagerness. Damien still hadn't been trained for a long time or he would have controlled his expressions better, but Alex likes this better. Brat, we are going to meet your aunt. So don't be stiff in the castle. Alex smiled and rubbed Damien's hair. Stop. Damien shouted and ran out of his seat to his grandma. He knew that the only one that could restrain this uncle of his here was his grandmother. So he took shelter in her arms and poked his tongue at him. This guy also knows how to play this trick, huh? Alex laughed helplessly while shaking his head. The girls also smiled at Damien's cute behavior and couldn't wait to cuddle him in their arms like Martha. He was just too cute. This guy will be a playboy like me. Alex thought while looking at the girl's expression towards the little guy. Chapter 179, 170. Pictures. All of them landed and got off the spaceship immediately to look around at the scenes here. That was what they were here for anyway. Alex, uncle, auntie. Commandar came forward and hugged Alex tightly before greeting Thomas and Martha. Hi dear. Thomas and Martha nodded back in greeting and smiled with satisfaction. Their boy may be a bit bad with his relationships, but he has always found good girls for himself. So they can't really blame the girls and the boy doesn't listen. It's better if they are all happy and they have learned to just let them go and handle this thing on their own. This will be better for them and Alex along with his partners. They just have to wait to play with their grandsons when they are born. Let's go, I will take you to the palace. Commandar said and led the way in front. Alex just leisurely walked forward with his hand behind his head and arms spread apart. He was looking extremely lazy. The girls were looking around the place curiously. They were trying to observe everything here because everything was so different from Earth. We made the right decision to come. They thought when they looked at the new technological things and the sci-fi atmosphere here. Hey, let me take some pictures. I will show these to Power Girl and others to make them jealous. Cassie immediately took out her phone to take some much-needed pictures of the place. All the members of Young Justice have been provided with special smartphones that are even more advanced than the phones in 2021. The performance has no limits and Alex sometimes makes some good games for it as well to keep himself and the children entertained. He only needs to snap his fingers for it. So it doesn't take him much time to do it and everyone gets happy as well. Yeah, good idea. Surprisingly, Diana also agreed with her. Hee, I am going to show it to Mara. She gloated in her mind. Rivalries have formed between all of them and this also makes them better friends. They tease each other and fight with each other as well. Donna, Superwoman, should have come with us as well. Alex couldn't help lamenting in his mind when he thought of her missing the opportunity to challenge some Tamaranyans. She would have loved the challenge and the thrill of so many sparring partners that she could find here in a warrior-based society. Here we are, the royal palace. Commandar pointed towards the palace in front with her hand and spoke loudly to everyone. It's so big. Zatanna exclaimed in wonder because the palace is just really big. Maybe even bigger than Burj Khalifa itself, which makes it look like a wonder. Right. Commandar puffed her chest in pride when she heard their words. Something else is also big. Thomas and Alex thought at the same time and looked at each other before shaking their heads. What are you thinking? Martha twisted both of their waists with squinting eyes when she saw shaking their heads. Nothing, honey/mom. Both of them immediately defended themselves from the hell claws. Good. Martha nodded her head in satisfaction and let go. Snicker. Both Raven and Cassandra snickered at their misfortune because the two were the only ones near them. The others were too busy looking at the sights here to pay attention to them. They were taking pictures of everything that they could. Obviously taking pictures of restricted areas was not allowed, but this didn't dampen their moods one bit. They found their goals and they doing everything to carry them out now. They all wanted to show these pictures of show off later. Alex, let's take a selfie. Barbara came running to Alex with her phone and took a very seductive pose while leaning on him and taking a picture. Me too. All of them clamored, and even Raven and Cassandra took out their phones. Commandar wasn't behind either. You live here? Alex pointed it out for her. But I can still take a picture. Commandar didn't let down and started to line up for the picture. Now let's take a group picture. Raven, please. Alex and everyone lined up and he requested Raven. Raven nodded and used her telekinesis to lift the phone and take a picture of them with the castle in the back. Done. She said and projected the image holographically to everyone here. Hey, my hair are not right. We are taking it again. Cassie said with dissatisfaction and immediately combed her hair. Now, let's do it again. She bubbled up and looked around but found all of them walking into the castle while ignoring her. Hey. She yelled and followed after them, but no one paid any attention to her. You skinny stick, wait for me. She decided to fire her shots at Kara to gain her attention. What did you say? Kara immediately flared up after hearing the taunt. I didn't say any name. You can think what you want. Cassie denied the accusation without changing her face like she was telling a fact. Hee hee. Everyone snickered at their exchange and even the guards beside them couldn't control themselves. All right, stop fighting. You are not at the base. So show some manners. Alex finally intervened and chided them without much effort. It didn't matter if they don't behave here anyway. It's like his own playground with his identity and strength, and no one will find faults with him. Father has been anticipating your visit as soon as you called. So we better head there, everyone is already waiting. Commandar smiled and led the way to the throne room. Everyone's body tensed a bit except Diana, Alex, Thomas, Martha, Alfred and Raven because they are people in power and have been interacting with big shots. Raven especially, with her father being the Lord of Hell and all. The poor guy was still in a gem on her forehead and watched his daughter having sex with another frequently. Raven proved her words of torturing the guy and tormented him severely. Chapter 180, 171. Meet and fight. Let's go in. Commandar said, and the guards beside the gate quickly opened the door. They didn't even check them for weapons because they were already instructed not to, since it was pointless with Alex there. They all stepped in and saw 3 people sitting around the throne and looking towards the door with a bit of eagerness. Welcome, son, you finally decided to visit again after so long. Mayandar spoke loudly with his heavy voice. Yeah, I have just been busy lately. Alex nodded and made a random excuse that even a fool won't believe. Let me introduce everyone. Alex said and started to introduce everyone standing beside him one by one. Oh, welcome. I didn't know that you were coming as well. Please sit. Mayandar personally got off the throne to present the chairs to Thomas and Martha. Even Alfred was treated very well with the same respect. Strong are respected not only in Chinese novels but also in any verse that is out there, because strong people don't have the scruples of law when they take action. Martha and the other were also didn't dawdle and sat down on their seats with a smile and started talking to Mayandar about the planet. Well, I guess they are more interested in socializing. So why don't we go for sightseeing? Commandar said when she saw that these guys had no plans to move. Let's go to the Colosseum. Diana stood up and spoke about her wish. Yeah, good idea. Commandar, Cassandra, and Cassie immediately agreed when they heard Diana's words. Soon, all of them came to the bustling Colosseum city and saw the huge crowd surrounding the Colosseum in all directions. Vendors, shops, and pedestrians as long as the eye could see. People were coming and going while laughing and shopping around. Very peaceful. Diana commented when she saw the happy smiles on everyone's faces. Of course, we don't rule with tyranny. Commandar spoke with pride when she heard Diana's words. Let's register for some matches. Commandar said and led everyone inside the Colosseum quickly. After getting in the Colosseum, they were led to the counter and registered themselves for the upcoming matches. Huge billboards rose from the ground with massive screens that showed their pictures and names on it. People were immediately surprised and intrigued to see the power of the visitors. The whole Colosseum was full of people in no time, and some of them were even standing outside to look at the massive screens. It was like Football World Cup was being held here, that the clamor was so big. Everything was crowded with massive amounts of people. Oh, the first match is actually between Cassie and Kara. Alex looked at the billboard and was surprised at their luck. Today I am going to smash you, skinny stick. Cassie's eyes burned with flames and she banged her fists together while looking at Kara. You fat pig, I will smash you in. Kara also imitated her, and both of them were on the verge of explosion. They get along so well. Zatanna commented while nodding her head sagely. Everyone looked at her very strangely with the only thought that how do you think they get along well? The match came close and both of them entered the ring immediately. Alex waved his hand to erect a barrier so that they don't literally destroy everything here. Begin. A loud shout came amidst the cheering from people and the match began in full. Kara didn't wait and dashed at Cassie with a punch. Cassie used the bracelets on her arms to block the punch and punched back with equal fierceness. Kara blocked the punch with her forearms and took no damage. She then swept Cassie's legs with a kick, but Cassie swayed to the side and dodged. They repeated multiple attacks against each other and both of them couldn't take the lead over the other by any means. They have been trained well. Alex couldn't help nodding his head when he looked at their performance. There was a massive barrier surrounding them, or this wouldn't have been this small a fight. They would have already destroyed half the Colosseum with their violent impacts. But it is also a show of their strength that Alex approves of. When fighting, there is no need to hold back against strong enemies. The two continued for a while more, but seeing no end to this charade, they decisively stopped and the match ended in a tie. The next match was between Cassandra and Commandar. They quickly got on stage and faced each other vigilantly. Cassandra could tell from Commandar's muscle movement that what amount of strength she has. This made her quite vigilant because even with Alex's training, she can't match Commandar. Commandar's strength is able to lift planets and she isn't at that level at all. So she decided to kite the boss like in the games. Commandar was vigilant because she couldn't find any place where the guard was even a bit down in Cassandra's stance. This told her that she wasn't at the opponent's level in skill and had to keep her vigilance when fighting, or this would cost her dearly. Seeing both of them didn't make a move, Cassandra took the initiative to get into the opponent's close range. She lightly jabbed and tired to strike at Commandar's throat with her fingers. Commandar also didn't sit idly and immediately backed away from her. Both of them exchanged moves wildly and it was clear that Commandar was mostly on the receiving end of it. She only sustained for so long because she had better defense and endurance than the opponent, or she would have been out of commission long ago. The fight came to an end with Cassandra's face a little flushed from the attacks and lack of breath due to the high-intensity fight in a short moment. You are a great fighter. Commandar complimented sincerely after the fight finished. Thank you. Cassandra smiled and thanked her as well. The audience cheered for the two fighters enthusiastically because they got to see a goose fight and this was what they wanted most. Chapter 181, 172. Time skip. A/N, last arc of the novel. Another 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, with Clark again bringing Superboy from Earth Prime to this reality. Both Connors came face to face with each other once and there was a hell of confusion, but it was cleared pretty soon without much suspense. Alex was also currently watching over everyone's training. He is officially 26 years old now and Bruce has become 31 now. Damian became the new Robin after Dick became Nightwing and stepped down from being Tobin himself. Surprisingly, Bruce still found Jason Todd as his apprentice for 3 years, but Alex made sure that nothing like canon happens to him. But Jason couldn't handle the pressure of seeing so many criminals just running rampant on the streets and his mentality broke a little from the peaceful guy to a proper vigilante. Alex had to go and control the guy or he was slaughtering even minor criminals. The guy even killed those who steal. So Alex caught him hope and repaired his mentality, but let him forget his own experience and what he did to all those people. Damian is also not that broody and laughs along with everyone since he spent 5 years under everyone's care. All the girls have had some form of relationship. Alex and the date of their marriage is also coming near. He is so looking forward to it that he can't wait. He has already guessed when the crisis on Infinite Earths will erupt and he has time before it happens. Marriage is the first priority before it erupts everywhere. Oi, now let me go already. Alex yelled to all the girls lying around him and some of them were holding him tightly. Not until we are satisfied. Cassie laughed and continued with what she was doing. This was supposed to be my bachelor's night. Alex lamented in his mind when he saw them not giving up. So he could only pick up his pace and beat them one by one to make sure that he can be on time for his bachelor's night with the other guys. After finishing it, he looked at the time and an hour had passed outside the room. So Alex quickly tidied up and teleported to the already booked venue. "Alex man, you are late." Hal came walking over and handed him a drink. "I couldn't do anything. The girls weren't letting me go." Alex shrugged his shoulders and went to the table to have a drink with everyone. "Come sit down." Barry patted the seat beside him and gorged down on the steak in front of him. "You never miss food, huh?" Alex shook his head and sat down on the chair like Barry asked. "The steak is just damn delicious." Barry spoke with his mouth full of food and without any care. "You all came here secretly, right?" Alex looked at all of them and asked. "Yeah, no problem." All of them nodded with a smile. "That's good." Alex nodded with a smile and clapped his hands. A row of ladies came in and started to surge food and alcohol to everyone here. A lot of people were invited and all of them were Alex's friends. Friends from school, Justice League, even older ones from Young Justice. The hall was brimming with people and the atmosphere was good. "Hey guys, you guys don't even congratulate me on my wedding." Alex stood up on his chair and shouted to get everyone's attention. "Cheers." All of them shouted and gulped down the glass of whatever alcohol they had taken. "Let's all get drunk and we won't go home tonight." He shouted again and took another glass to down it. "Yeah." Everyone followed suit and downed another glass of whiskey or beer. Things were getting pretty heated here. "Hey, sit down." Bruce pulled Alex from the chair and made him sit down honestly. "Why are you here?" "This is a bachelor's night." "You are already married, you idiot." Alex turned his head towards Bruce and asked with scrutiny. "Mom sent me to keep an eye on you." Bruce kept his face straight and replied while taking a sip of whiskey. "Oi Constantine, can you take this guys away from me?" Alex took some distance from Bruce and yelled towards Constantine. "Handle it yourself, mate. I am busy." Constantine puffed a whiff of his cigarette and took a sip of beer while eyeing the different beauties in the venue. "Well, can't rely on that guy. So who's gonna take him out of here?" Alex looked towards John and Clark for some inquiry but both of them shook their heads. "Fine, you can stay but don't interfere with us." Alex acted like he was dissatisfied and the music began in the venue. "Now this is what I call sensation." Barry laughed and went to dance with the others on the scene. "I will see you guys as well." Hal hesitated for a while but after seeing Barry enjoy himself, he also got up to have fun. "Hey, this isn't all that interesting." Arthur shook his head when he saw this scene. He goes to nobles' banquets all the time and has seen a lot of these things. "Let's play some pool or bowling." Alex also didn't have any interest in this and used a separate area to make these two things. "Let's do some bowling." Arthur stood up and when he came to the bowling area, he felt his clothes changed on their own. This bowling can withstand your powers and only technique will work here rather than strength. Alex walked over and his clothes changed as well. "I see." Arthur's smile widened and he picked up a bowling ball from the rack and got in position. "This used to be my favorite thing on the land," Arthur said and threw the ball expertly. Strike. A great fanfare sounded and all the pins were smashed down to the ground. "You are quite good at it." Barry came over in a flash when he saw the interesting bowling game. "This guys just can't sit still in place." "Then let's all give it a go," Alex said and also took a ball. Chapter 182, 173. Bachelor's Night. Gold Experience. He walked forward and said in a heavy voice with Jotaro's pose to boot and pointed at the pins in the distance. Gold Experience came out of his body and took the ball before rolling it forward with extreme precision at every one angle of the ball. The ball rolled forward in extreme smoothness and threw down all the pins simultaneously like someone pushed them together. It created a bizarre and beautiful scene at the same time, completely conquering the scene like some kind of magic. This game is not about pin score but about style. Whoever has more style in making a strike at the end will win. Alex smirked at the others and said triumphantly, "Hey, you didn't tell that to me earlier." Arthur's smile vanished and he looked at Alex squintingly. "Don't worry, I was first and you guys can go now." Alex backed off from the rack and sat down on a chair to watch the show. Who can have more style than a Jojo pose? He tilted his head up arrogantly and didn't put any of these guys into his eyes. Jojo for the win. Alex continued to look at them trying to outperform him in style. Arthur went first and summoned his trident. He used the power of the trident and did some kind of power dance before the ball was rolled in waves and scored a strike. "Heh, let me." Barry scoffed at Arthur's attempt and picked up the ball with his own design on it. He charged the power of speed force and threw the ball extremely fast with a lightning storm behind it. The ball went through the bowling pins and they soon fell after a while as well. He created a delayed fall from the pins. "I'm the best." Barry dusted his shoulder with his hands and his confidence swelled high. Humph, watch me. Hal went forward and used his lantern ring to roll a ball in a fist-like hologram. Then he punched forward and the first flew straight to the pins and knocked them down into tiny splinters with all his strength. Boo, no style at all. Barry jeered at Hal's poor attempt. This guy's was too into the game right now. Let me. Clark came forward and put the ball down on the ground in front of the land. Then he blew up his lungs and his chest inflated before he blew the Arctic breath towards the lane. The whole lane froze and the pins were instantly covered with thick ice. The ball flew at the pins and shattered them into tiny particles of ice that created a very beautiful scene for everyone to see. Nice. Alex complimented when he saw this scene and was quite impressed by Clark's method. Watch me, mate. Constantine puffed his cigarette and took the ball. He started to mutter some unknown incantation. His hands flowed with fire and the ball was enveloped in a blood-red fire with wisps of black surrounding it. He rolled the ball forward and it created a blazing trail with molten lava behind it like a gully. The ball impacted the pins and melted them all down into lava as well. Nice. Alex applauded again along with everyone. The performance was good and all of them were impressed. Alex's school friends couldn't close their mouths when they saw the scenes of these powered individuals just chilling beside them and playing a game of bowling. This was Justice League that most people thought of as their idols and heroes. Now the same people were among them and playing bowling. The shock was evident and imminent in this regard and they couldn't be blamed for it either. It was just new to them. Come on, continue. Alex clapped his hand to make all of them to snap out and continue the game already. All the ordinary people will forget about the real identities of the heroes here after they leave the venue. They will just know that they spent a day with the heroes and that's it. So no one has any reservations in showing their powers. Arthur doesn't care either way because he is already the King Atlantis, but others are different. Well, Clark's identity can't be known even if he uses his powers after wearing those glasses of his somehow. Alex has always been puzzled about this fact that Lex in the comics even tried to use AI to help out with identifying the real identity of Clark but couldn't find it. The biggest troll and mystery of DC is this, and Alex is also super puzzled about this fact somehow happening every time. All of them focused on the game and John literally used heat vision to melt the ball along with the pins in a very bland style. Bruce on the other hand closed his eyes and with the changing power bestowed on balls. He changed the ball however he wanted. He rolled the ball forward and when it hit the pins, the ball exploded into bat shadows and batarangs. It also rained money that highlighted all his powers. Show off. Alex rolled his eyes when he saw this, but he gotta admit that it was a nice show. The matches continued and not surprisingly Alex won the match because Jojo is unmatched. He opened a bottle champagne and spread it all over the floor. The whole thing turned into a game parlor with a variety of retro games and other attractions with a dancing floor for the hyperactive people to enjoy. Street Fighter, Tekken, King of Fighters, Alien Shooter, the Claw Machine. There was everything here that you could ask for and everyone was having a blast. The normal bachelor's party evolved into this and no one had any objection to it either. Some of them took a girl to accompany them in playing and some just formed their own groups. Meanwhile in the house. Do you think he is mixing with other vixens? Selena said while dangling her legs in the big bath. Maybe. Diana shook her head also unsure about it. Little did they know that their man was currently playing Street Fighter against Bryce and getting shit stomped as well. Chapter 183, 174. Marriage. Day after the next from the bachelor's party, and today was Alex's wedding day with the rest of the girls, and wedding was being hosted on a private island. All the close friends and relatives were invited to the wedding and no outsider was invited because you don't do that. Okay, a wedding. It was only announced that today was Alexander Wayne, the world's first hero's wedding, and the world was instantly boiling. It was unknown how many girls will cry themselves to sleep tonight and Alex couldn't care less. His wedding was too important for him. The wedding brides were actually quite a lot and Alex will have to put a lot of rings on fingers today actually. The brides were Hancock, Barbara, Selena, Pamela, Zatanna, Diana, Commandar, Coriandar, Cassandra, Raven, Cassie, Kara, Donna, Kara 2, Mara, Mgan, Fate, Black Canary and Harley. Alex literally took all the girls that he got around him and he was more than happy to accompany them. The wedding preparations were finished and everyone was waiting for the groom and the brides to show themselves. The walkway to the podium was very large because there were a lot of people that were going to walk up the podium for the marriage today. So this detail had to be taken care of. A lot of people were a bit confused here about the huge podium except the members of the Justice League. Not all of them knew that Alex wasn't just marrying one bride today and he would be creating history on this day. Soon, the groom and the brides came from different sides of the hall with wide smiles on their faces. A lot of people were instantly shocked after seeing so many top-notch girls walking beside Alex towards the podium. Bruce was serving as the best man and had already prepared the rings and everything for Alex. Talia was also here and ready. Damien was sitting between his grandparents and watching the show. I must be like him. There was a blazing heat in his eyes when he saw Alex walking to the podium. All of them walked up the podium and lined up in front of Constantine, who was acting as the father of the marriage. Constantine glanced at the brides and Alex and gave him a thumbs up before he started to recite the marriage vows. You may kiss the brides. Constantine finished and Alex didn't wait either. He took the nearest him in his arms and started to kiss them one by one. The kissing went in serial order of when they became his girlfriends and he continued to kiss them in that order. After kissing everyone, Alex made a giant cake appear in the middle of the walkway and looked at all of them. Everyone smiled and went ahead with him to cut the cake together. The cake was wobbly after so many cuts were made on it, but it didn't fall. Alex, don't ruin my makeup. Barbara yelled when Alex put some cake on her nose and cheeks. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed seeing them acting childish on their wedding day. You are not the only one. Alex smiled mischievously and started to go after every single one of them. The girls dodged his hands, but how could he let them go so easily? He surrounded them one by one and rubbed some cake on their faces after feeding them a little of the cake. Then he made them all stand in a row with his powers and took a commemorative picture himself. All of them glaring at him for this, but he didn't care. This boy. Thomas and Martha shook their heads at Alex's antics. You don't need to pretend. You weren't any better than him. Martha suddenly glared at Thomas and made him shut up. Honey, I didn't do anything like that. Thomas smiled calmly and replied. Martha didn't reply and continued to watch. Mom, Dad. Alex walked over with the girls and first came to Martha and Thomas. You have our best wishes, son. Thomas said and patted Alex's shoulder. He was also a bit emotional today and couldn't hide his wide smile. He was just too damn happy today. He finally saw the marriage of his two sons and now he was fully content with this. Only thing left now was to get a bunch of grandsons and to spoil them rotten for Alex to handle them. He really wanted to see the scene where he had a headache like them. Then he will know how hard it is to take care of a child. I am too happy today. Alex couldn't help saying it. He was just too damn happy. We are too. The girls nodded as well after hearing his words. Let's down to start the banquet and you guys still have to throw the bouquet, remember? Alex reminded them and started towards his seat. The girls walked up the podium again with their backs facing the audience. Everyone quickly crowded behind them to catch the bouquet. With so many girls, their chances of catching the bouquet are also higher. So it didn't matter if you catch it or not first. The Amazons were also lined up after they heard the importance of this ritual. They couldn't wait either. Some of the people from Atlantis and Zeeble were also present at the wedding along with some Tamarans. The venue was full and everyone were chatting with each other happily. They just had a lot to talk about. Everyone was enjoying the occasion and the banquet quickly started after the bouquet throwing event was over. A lot of Amazons caught the bouquets forcefully for no reason. Since they don't marry men anyway, then it was kinda useless for them. The banquet had all kinds of different foods present on the table. From lobster to steak, there was everything you could think of. The wedding barely finished by night and everyone went to rest in their own rooms in the buildings around the whole island. You will pay for putting the cake on our faces. Starfire said and all of them took the lead to surround Alex. Bring it on. Alex wasn't going to back down either and taunted them. Chapter 184, 175. Night of Consummation, R18. They all came to the master bedroom of the villa on the island and crowded the whole bedroom instantly. Alex had to use his powers and expand the space inside the whole room for better fighting that was going to happen now. Me first. Starfire jumped in front of started to kiss Alex's impatiently. You cannot steal from your sister. Blackfire spoke annoyedly and also got on Alex's other side to snatch his kiss. Selena and Pamela shared a look before diving straight for Alex's pants and taking the lead first before others could react. Hancock just silently came to Alex's side and took his hand and licked his fingers before putting them on her pussy. Zatanna also took this chance and teleported the short distance rather than wait for others to react and took Alex's other hand. Alex was busy multitasking. He was doing his best to move his hands, dick and tongue at the same time please them all. The situation started to get more and more heated. Alex was finding it hard to even be able to satisfy all of them at the same time. Can I make clones with my consciousness connected to all of them? I will be controlling them myself rather than give them autonomy. Alex thought and decided to give it a try. His brain can multitask and process information really fast anyway. So it shouldn't be a problem. So he decided to make clones according to the number of girls present. All the clones are controlled by Alex himself and he shares everything with them. They are more like copies rather than clones and he feels everything that they do like his real body and he can control them all with his brain. Oh my. Diana was pleasantly surprised when she saw so many Alex at the same time. All of them were doing different actions and started to walk towards them one by one like they were fully alive. Don't worry, I am controlling all of them. So you are with me when you are with them. All the Alex said at the same time and started to hug the girls individually. You know what, fuck this, it still feels like NTR. Alex thought and erased them before they could even kiss his girls. He just couldn't stop having this feeling, even thought he was controlling the clones himself, and decided to just get rid of the problem before it happens. No need for these. We have plenty of time. I already put time dilation on the room. Alex said and threw the girls on the bed and got on it himself. He started to have sex in order of putting the rings on their fingers as well. This is to make sure that they can't be dissatisfied because it makes something like an order to things. All of them went wild in the bed and the walls of the room creaked from the intense fucking session going on inside the room. All of them were going crazy and Alex had no rest, unlike the girls. If he finished fucking one, then the other will jump out and take him on. He was surrounded with fairies and he was afraid that he'd die on a woman's belly. That is also a good and the best way to die though. Alex rubbed his chin in thought when this idea crossed his mind. He didn't mind dying while having sex. At least, he will die in pleasure and happiness, which is the best thing to ever happen before death. Just put some anime beside it and this will be perfect. Alex mused and shook his head to concentrate on the current task at hand. They were all going wild in the bedroom and the thing even went to the bathroom and in the bath as well. When their bodies got too sticky, they would just take a short wash and come back again. Alex, the poor guy, was under a massive siege. Oh, fucking hell. Took me a fucking month inside the room to finally satisfy all of them. Alex sweated on his forehead when he thought of this. Now he thought that maybe too much stamina was also a bad thing to have. Not for the men but for the girl, because the men gets too tired. Even Alex was mentally and physically tired after fucking for 1 month straight without a single break. Finally some rest. Alex closed his between a pile of bodies and finally got to get some much-deserved rest. The situation was hectic and very tiring for Alex, but he enjoyed the senseless fucking every once in a while when you have too much stamina. All of them slept peacefully and with content expressions after they were done with their orgy. Meanwhile, in the other areas, Alex is working hard, huh? Thomas looked at Martha and Spike softly. Yeah. Martha nodded her head thoughtfully. Should we also do some hard work? Thomas smiled wretchedly and said. He learnt this move from Alex when he saw him talking like this. What nonsense are you saying? Martha blushed and chided Thomas softly. It works. Thomas's eyes shone and he didn't speak nonsense. He just picked her up and withdrew to his bedroom. It was late at night and both Thomas and Martha were still young because of Alex's interference and their connection to Avalon. They basically had eternal life because their cells just decay and die, since they are repaired as soon as they are decayed. Same is true for Bruce, Talia, and Damien, since they are counted as Alex's family members. So he didn't wait to just put them in a link with Avalon as well. Same is true for people who are connected to Alex by any means, whether it be relation or blood. They also have the option to be included in this. Alex has also built an entire city inside Avalon and is thinking about building it into a base as well. He can't just take his family and friends without interacting with other people at all. It will get boring. Chapter 185, 176. Start. It's been a month since Alex's wedding and they even went on a week-long honeymoon through the universe and on different places and locations. The time has come. Alex thought while looking at the inflated anti-monitor in the dead universe. He lamented the fact that no one stopped him and he was allowed to hit the stage before the explosion. This will truly devastate everything and Alex wasn't strong enough to stop it. He already had his hands full with this verse. Good thing that I trained the kids before this happened. Alex looked at the inflated balloon-like anti-monitor and prepared for him to explode any minute now. Now focus on keeping this reality intact when he explodes. Alex concentrated deeply and grasped the space-time continuum of the whole universe in his mind. He wasn't just chilling in these years but has been training himself. Mr. MXYZPTLK can lick his shoes when it comes to power of reality warping now. So Alex was worried, but he could still handle the aftermath of the explosion on his universe and it wouldn't be that huge. Soon Alex made the preparations and everything was ready. Now he was just waiting for anti-monitor to explode. The whole Justice League was already on alert and no one was allowed to slack off today because of Alex's instructions. Today even the villains were afraid of doing anything bad because Alex had said on the press yesterday that he will be monitoring the whole world and if he saw someone doing something bad then death is the only answer. He couldn't anything else because he needed peace and quiet to protect the universe itself and he couldn't be asked to handle these guys in between. Right on the cue, anti-monitor exploded and waves of antimatter spread in the whole dead universe and ate it away faster and faster. World Forger cannot be contacted and I can't leave this universe to go to the higher omniverse or it might be gone by the time I come back. Alex was truly helpless in this regard. Alex used all his powers and even turned up Avalon and covered the whole universe inside it to protect it from being destroyed. So much destruction. Alex couldn't help sighing when he saw hundreds of universes getting destroyed as the waves rolled in steadily. The dread is here. I am currently suppressing it. Alex conveyed his thoughts to the rest of the Justice League and focused on keeping the universe safe. Meanwhile, in the Justice League headquarters, we need to help other universes. Clark stood up on his spot and said passionately. What about here? Barry asked and frowned when thinking about it. This place is already protected by Alex. John said and focused his attention on all the members in the conference room. Literally everyone from Justice League and Young Justice was here in the meeting room and focusing on the hologram of destruction that was being projected in front of them. Who is in support of my idea? Clark looked at everyone and spoke solemnly. I. Dick raised his hand and agreed. I agree as well. Aqualad also raised his hand in support. You should tell this to Alex first. Raven looked at everyone readily agreeing and brought up the topic. Do you think that I am not paying attention? Alex's voice reverberated through the meeting room. Since I am monitoring the whole Earth, it also means the watchtower is also under my surveillance. Alex said indifferently and cut the voice transmission. Since he didn't say anything, that means he is in support of our idea as well. Hal said and looked ready to take action. We need to travel through to other universes. I can ask Cisco to open the portals for us. Barry said and looked at everyone for any differing opinions. That is a feasible idea. I can work on other portals in the meantime. Bruce stood up and went away through the boom tube after saying that. They have incorporated boom tubes like portals into the Watchtower travel system with Alex's help, and it has become quite convenient for them to travel through the universe. So everyone is in support of this idea. Clark looked at everyone one final time and nodded before sitting down in Biss' seat. So they have concluded their meeting. Alex stopped watching when he saw the conclusion. He was looking through the whole meeting while trying to make sure that the universe doesn't get destroyed. He is busy enough to not even be able to move from his spot. He can only move in a 5-kilometer radius from this place's center. Gold Experience can hold this place as well, but Alex cannot move too far away from it either. This is his movement limit. Hope you guys can save some of the universes somehow. Alex closed his eyes and focused on maintaining the safety. Meanwhile, Barry had already gone to Central City for the portal device. Cisco, is your portal device ready? Barry came through the wall without waiting and asked. Yeah, why? Cisco nodded her head and inquired with confusion. No time to explain. We urgently need your portals. Barry shook his head and urged her to hurry up. I'm coming with you. Cisco stood up from the chair and started to rummage through all the junk that she has stored up in her lab. Why? Barry frowned and questioned. You won't know how to operate this machine. Cisco shook her head and finally found the portal device after looking for a while. Okay. Barry nodded and both of them entered the portal to Watchtower. You are here. Clark stood up and looked at Barry and Cisco questioningly. She has made the device and is here to explain how to operate it. Barry explained and sat down on his chair. Cisco took a deep breath and walked to the head of the table near the projected hologram. She showed them the device and started to explain the operating method. Everyone paying rapt attention because they needed to know this thing clearly or it could become a problem. Chapter 186, 177. Undercurrents. Perpetua, you have tormented us enough. Eternity said to the cornered Perpetua. Hee, do you think you can kill me? I am immortal. Perpetua laughed and didn't care. She decisively decided to escape from their encirclement. Even if we cannot kill you, it doesn't mean we cannot seal you away. Time looked at her and answered coldly. Come, Cosmic Raptor. Eternity yelled and a very powerful energy started to gather at the Hands members' hands. The Hands are a super celestial race that work for the Source to sort out the omniverse and keep everything in check. Perpetua is also one of their members, but her actions have angered the Source and she cannot be left to roam free. You cannot do this. Perpetua yelled when she saw the Cosmic Raptor being gathered by the others. We will. All of them answered at the same time and the Cosmic Raptor quickly sealed Perpetua away along with all her powers. Now what can we do with this multiverse? Eternity looked the antimatter running rampant in the multiverse and asked the others. Leave the multiverse alone. If it can survive or if they can reach this place, then it's their fortune. One of the members suggested and every one of them agreed to his proposal. Thus, it was decided that no help will be given to this multiverse by the Source, making it that the beings of that multiverse will have to solve all this by themselves. What can you do to solve this, I wonder, Mr. Anomaly? A bluish-looking guy heard their words and looked towards the multiverse with intrigue. This was the guy who has been messing with Alex ever since he found about him. He wanted to test something and it was coming along nicely. Alex was like a pawn in the palm of his hands, but this pawn has also been unknowingly getting stronger without this guy's knowledge. Reality warpers are considered a menace for a reason, and when they grow powerful enough, they can even match beings with the power of the 3OS. I am again having this irking feeling. Alex frowned and looked up towards the sky for some reason, like someone was spying on him. This guy is still not in my reach, but soon. He clenched his fists and felt the power coursing through it. He has gone to multiple realities to kill some villains and take their powers for himself by sucking out their life energy. His strength has grown to very high proportions, and he has stopped caring about how much strength he has. He knows that he can easily move a planet out pf its orbit like a breeze. That's the amount of strength he has accumulated in the previous 3 years. Destroying planets and stars is a cinch for him now, but he is not at a solar system level yet. But that day is not too far either. My reality warping strength increases along with my base strength. Alex felt it and continued to assess the total damage behind the incident. Cisco had also stopped explaining on how to operate the portal device to everyone on the Justice League. I need to go back to my reality. Superboy from Earth Prime quickly spoke up. Cisco, please. Clark looked at Cisco and requested. Cisco pointed the portal towards Superboy, and his body's analogy was quickly connected to his PWN universe, and he was sucked into the portal. He can handle himself well. He is quite strong. We need to start focusing on other universes now, Clark said solemnly, and they quickly targeted the universes that needed protection immediately. Everyone get on the work, Diana ordered, and everyone started to walk through the portals. My gift to you guys, Alex said, and all of them felt some kind of info was placed in their minds. Alex gave them all a small portal access that they can use one time to quickly come back to this universe if they feel that the situation is hopeless. He can at least do this much for them. Even if he cannot go himself, he doesn't need to worry about the girls because they have access to Avalon and can come back at any time. It is a very big cheat if you really think about it. Alex was already too busy with his hands full at maintaining the boundaries of space-time and reality. The antimatter was really concentrated on the boundaries of the universe and was slowly trying to overpower Alex's control. He was spending a lot of effort to keep maintaining this amount of output at all times. It has only been an hour, but this is really relentless. Like this, it will never come to an end. This might span for several years before we see any hope. Alex got depressed when he found that he cannot leave Gotham for the next couple of years. No, I can solve this if we can somehow bring World Forger back to life. Alex's eyes gleamed and he looked back at Watchtower to see who was available. There were Zatanna, Bruce, and Hawkgirl currently in the Watchtower. Everyone else were already gone to other universes. Guys, Alex called and tried to get the three's attention. What is it? Bruce asked immediately when Alex called them. I have some work for you, Alex said, and transferred some information about World Forger into their minds. You might encounter Barbados. He is also the reason why you became Batman, Alex said, and all of them were a bit taken aback at this discovery. What do we have to do? Bruce looked especially serious, and he was analyzing all the info in his head while summarizing any countermeasures. You have to help me find World Forger's remains. Barbados shouldn't have been able to destroy them completely. I need his remains at all costs, Alex said solemnly to emphasize the importance of this matter. Leave it to us. Hawkgirl nodded and clutched her mace tightly. I will give you a week to make your preparations fully, and then you'll be on your way. Alex finished speaking and cut off the connection. Now to just wait. He looked at the massive antimatter rolling in and sighed. Chapter 187, 178. Batmite. The week has passed. Bruce and the other two are ready to take action at any time now. They have done all the preparations that they can. Are you guys ready? Alex looked at the three once before nodding his head and opening a portal for them. He has been surveying the residents of World Forger. He got to know the coordinates through Overmonitor's help. Last time when Overmonitor went to World Forger's residence, Alex tracked him down and found out the residence. He has been keeping track of Barbados after seeing him, and Barbados has been roaming around the Forge ever since. Now with antimatter spread through the whole multiverse, Alex finally saw Barbados leaving to harvest some destruction energy. This was the perfect chance for them to search through the residence and get World Forger's carcass for any new solution. If this fails, then I can only go to the 6th dimension. Alex prayed that it works, because 6th dimension is not the easiest to handle. You can't just go there and come back as you please. He has to follow some rules, because if he can enter the place, then that means he might never come back. So all the preparations have to be made before he thinks of stepping into that place. He might even need some powerful helpers for it. You might have the risk of facing Barbados, and if he comes, then you will have to make your exit immediately, Alex warned before they fully stepped into the portal. We will. Bruce nodded his head, and the three of them disappeared from the place. They came to a dark room with a huge throne and a massive forge on the side of the room. It had very basic furniture and there was nothing else here. Zatanna, use your magic to see if you can locate it. Bruce ordered and looked at the surroundings vigilantly along with Hawkgirl. Erist I Todd Nif. Zatanna used all her strength and chanted the magic. A clear path formed in front of them and they started to follow that path to another room in the forge. Alex was also looking at their actions from his position and nodded his head that it was a good decision to send Zatanna with them. Now I have to protect this universe myself. Alex closed his eyes calmly and kept his vigilance extremely high in case anything happens. This is not the first time and it won't be the last either in a world like DC. You just have to wait for the surprises. And like he had feared, another nuisance came knocking on Alex's door when he felt someone popping into existence. It is also a fifth-dimensional being to top it all off. Extremely annoying creatures that you don't want to face at all. What do you want, Pipsqueak? Alex projected his annoyed voice to the other imp-like guy. Where's Brucey? I came here to meet him, not you. The imp-like creature was dressed in a bat costume and was looking around the bat cave. I will only say this once. Go back to where you crawled out of or I will make sure that can never do. Alex's mood turned more and more sour when he heard Batmite's words. Humph, it is not that easy to get rid of me. Batmite snorted and laughed wickedly before teleporting next to Alex. Is that so? Alex replied with a gentle smile that sent shiver down Batmite's spine. On second thought, I just remembered that I left the stove on in my house. Batmite got really scared and gave a lame excuse before running away from the place. Good riddance. Alex shook his head and finally stood up after a week-long sitting session on the same place. The preparations to keep the universe safe are done. Now I can calmly walk around my limited radius. Alex shook his head and got out of the room. He came to lounge and saw that his parents and Hancock were here. The rest were out in different realities helping people out. Mom, bake me some pie. Alex acted spoilt because he likes to do it every once in a while. Makes your stress go away when you get spoiled by your parents or lover. All right, sit down, I'll come back in a while. Martha shook her head and stood up from the sofa. She went straight to the kitchen to bake a pie herself, or usually the cooks does them for the people in the mansion. All the workers in the mansion are under Alex's contract and they cannot disclose even a single squeak out of their mouths to the outside world. He has given them very high salaries in return that can make them live in luxury with satisfaction. You have to lose something to get something. Dear, come here. Hancock patted her thighs and invited Alex with a smile. Ho ho. Alex laughed and rubbed his hands while moving over to Hancock. Hancock didn't go to other universe because she couldn't care less if everything was destroyed. She only knew that she wanted to stay here and spend some time with Alex. Hee hee, how do you like this? Alex laid his head down on Hancock's lap and she slowly brushed his hair with her hands slowly. It is quite peaceful today, huh? Alex said when he felt the peace and quiet in the mansion. Yeah. Hancock nodded her head with a sweet smile. She switched the channel and put on some Tom and Jerry. Thomas had already took his leave when he saw Hancock and Alex getting intimate on the sofa and went to the kitchen to get some action as well. A father cannot be behind his son. Thomas rubbed his hands and looked for Martha in the kitchen. So Hancock had free control on what to watch and she decided to watch her favorite thing. Which was to put Tom and Jerry on TV. Both of them just silently watched the Tom and Jerry show with smiles and laughs escaping their faces. Chapter 188, 179. Destruction. It's been a week more since Bruce left to World Forger's residence with Zatanna and Hawkgirl. Their journey has not been the best actually. The amount of traps that they faced were endless and they were barely contending and continuing on their way to the carcass. It was like a treasure hunt and this treasure was proving a bit too much by now. They were just getting very tired because of this. Let's rest for a bit. Zatanna said when she felt that her eyes couldn't keep open by now. Constant vigilance and not sleeping for a week was now taking a toll on all three of them by now. There is only so much that you can handle mentally. You sleep first, I will keep a lookout. Bruce nodded and let the two fall asleep. Then he closed his eyes and kept his other senses extremely active. Zatanna and Hawkgirl nodded. Both of them took rest against the wall and fell asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. The stress was so much that they couldn't even control their mind when they closed their eyes and fell asleep directly. They were in the deepest sleep and practically near unconsciousness when they fell asleep this time. They had no vigilance towards their surroundings. They are working hard. Alex sighed when he looked at the situation of the three. He cannot even talk to them due to interference from the forge itself. He used a lot of effort just to take a look at their condition and then he has to cut off the connection immediately or it may backfire on them as well. What about the others? Alex closed his eyes and started to survey other realities and universes. In a remote universe with not much advanced technology, Superman was currently helping people out by moving planets to other universes and clearing out everything as quickly as he can to the more stable and powerful dimensions. This was all he can do since he cannot stop the spread of antimatter himself, then he can only improvise with this thing. In another universe, Diana was pulling planets as well with her lasso and her speed wasn't slow at all. It was like all of them had the same plane to just take everything away from destruction. They have lost count on how many people they have saved with this and how many ridicules that they got for doing it as well. Alex surveyed all this and couldn't help sighing at their sacrifice. They were really heroes and ready to do anything for the helpless. Keep it up, guys, this will be resolved soon. Alex's eyes gleamed when he thought that Bruce and the others were close to getting World Forger's corpse. Now to see if I can get a hold of Cosmic Raptor a little to revive World Forger. Alex closed his eyes and concentrated on commanding the Cosmic Raptor unique to the hands. I can feel it. Alex continued to feel it and felt that he could maybe control if he just continued to focus on it more and more. In the higher Omniverse, otherwise also known as the sixth dimension, someone is trying to hold control of Cosmic Raptor. Eternity opened her eyes and frowned when she felt the movement in the source. We need to investigate. One of them stood up and prepared to go out for the search. The coordinates of the troublemaker were hidden and they couldn't find them for some reason. They may be nigh omniscient, but they are not fully omniscient, and some things can also be hidden from them. You go. They all nodded, and the one that had stood up disappeared from his place and tried to find the flow of Cosmic Raptor. He backtracked it all the way and appeared above Alex's head with frowning eyebrows. The situation was a bit more tricky than he thought. The operator was a reality manipulator and a powerful one at that. This will not be easy to solve if a conflict broke out. Welcome. Alex opened his eyes and looked above him like he could see through something. The hand member also didn't continue to hide and appeared in front of Alex honestly with his hands behind his back like an wise man. Why are you controlling the Cosmic Raptor? The guy spoke calmly and didn't waste time on pleasantries. It's an honor to meet one of the hands. Alex spoke calmly and kept sitting in his cross-legged position. You didn't answer my question. The guy asked again and didn't even change his face that Alex didn't answer his question. I need to revive one of Perpetua's creations to solve the crisis in this multiverse. Alex spoke out calmly and looked at the guy. The guy conveyed the message to the rest of the members and asked for their opinion as well. They couldn't arbitrarily take action. There were consequences to everything. If they spontaneously did it, it might alter the timeline and create another multiverse altogether. Aloud, all the members talked with each other and the guy agreed to Alex after the discussion was over and they reached a consensus. Thank you. Alex nodded his head and the guy didn't stay there either. Make sure you only use it for this purpose or the consequences are not something that you can bear. With the warning, the guy disappeared completely and went back to the sixth dimension. Phew, had me sweating there for a moment. Alex rubbed the sweat on his forehead and sighed in relief when he saw the guy disappear from there. These guys can assist the source and the source can assist them if their reason is valid and the action they take is in benefit of the multiverse. Alex then closed his eyes and continued to gather as much Cosmic Raptor as he can. This time, it was even easier than before because he had the hand's permission. He created a massive container and started to store the raptor inside of it for the future use when it is needed the most. Chapter 189, 180. News. It has been a month since the crisis on Infinite Earth started and a very sad news was heard a couple of days ago. Vixen, Rocket Red, Nemesis and Long Shadow are dead. Clark sighed and rubbed his temples tiredly. This was a piece of news that they didn't want to hear at all. How did they die? Even Alex was present in the meeting. He just asked them to hold the meeting in the mansion. They were caught in the explosion of the universes and couldn't get out in time. Barry said and sighed in regret. These are their comrades in arms and they have worked together on multiple occasions to take care of some criminals. The death of even one member hurts deeply and cannot be looked over as a trivial matter. They have given their all as heroes. We will give them a proper memorial and a burial as well. Even though we cannot recover their bodies, but they will be remembered. Alex spoke up with closed eyes. Even he felt sad for the death of the 4 people on the list. Every member has met him and has had some form of training from him. He can be considered the Justice League's trainer and bonds get formed during the training, which is inevitable. I even gave them means to get out of there with a portal, but those idiots still got caught. He clenched his fists and cursed. Their existence itself is gone after being swallowed by antimatter. Alex is powerless against it. He cannot bring them back to life. I just received some news from Captain Atom. Superboy from Earth Prime has gone rogue. He is attacking other heroes. Hal quickly spoke up with a bit of dread because Superboy is really strong. He may as well be as strong or even stronger than Superman at some point in comics, but these guys don't know that yet. We cannot go on like this. Clark, you will have to lure Superboy to me. Alex shook his head and looked towards Clark. How? Clark looked back at Alex seriously and asked while frowning. It won't take much. I will give you a portal device. When the time comes, you guys restrain him and throw him into the portal. I will take care of the rest. He gave all of them the portal device and explained the plan. Make sure to take Hal, Barry, and John with you on this one. You'll need them, trust me. He said solemnly, and Clark nodded his head. All right, let's go. Barry spoke quickly and entered the portal that Alex had put up for them to travel through. Everyone has been progressing with their powers these past couple of years. Everyone has advanced by leaps and bounds. Clark can easily pull galaxies amount of weight around the universe without getting tired at all. Barry can also run too fast that even Alex might have trouble catching up to him if it really comes down to it. Everyone is just making a lot of progress, and they have reached heights that cannot be imagined before. We will be back soon. Clark frowned and stepped through portal after a little greeting to everyone. All four of them disappeared and went at Captain Adam's side for their confrontation with Superboy. This thing cannot be left alone, or the consequences will be disastrous. He can still be retained and put on a better path. This way he will not just start killing every person out there. One more friend is better than one more enemy, and this is what Alex believes in. If he can save the poor guy, then he will do it happily. Now to wait for them to come back as well. Alex closed his eyes and folded his arms to wait for them to come back with Superboy. This guy has also met Alex multiple times and is a good lad, but Alex also knows why he is doing it, and he could become a massive threat to everyone if he is not neutralized. So even if it comes at the cost of erasing him out of existence, Alex will do it to save his family and friends from being harmed by him. There is only wait now for them to come back. Then he can solve it easily. He just can't move far from here, or it will be another matter altogether. Bruce has also reached the room where the carcass is, and they can come back with it if they solve the code on the door. Alex shook his head and felt that everything was quite difficult. Nearly more than half of the universes in the multiverse have been destroyed along with their different timelines. Alex is powerless to save them. His power is being honed as well under the constant barrage from antimatter, and he might be able to leave his position soon enough. It might take a while more, but that day is not too far, then he will be able to completely dominate the scene and stop the antimatter completely. Alex communicated with Gold Experience and meditated to increase his control over it. They usually practice like this to further their strength. Not even a couple hours later, Clark opened the portal and all four of them came through the portal with a restrained Superboy that they were ably holding down. This boy has gotten more powerful, and he even has the Kryptonian suit. Alex quickly analyzed everything as soon as he saw him. So you decided to go rogue? Alex walked up to him and crouched down in front of Superboy. My family died. Superboy's eyes were red with anger and he looked like he wanted to kill someone. Then why didn't you use the portal that I gave you to save them? Why are you taking out the blame of your doings on others? Alex looked straight into his eyes and his eyes turned colder and colder. You could have saved them yourself. You had every opportunity to save them, but you didn't save them. This your fault? He still didn't let up and continued to say. Shut up. Superboy yelled angrily and nearly pounced on Alex, but he was restrained even more heavily. Chapter 190, 181. World Forger. Oh, angry huh? Alex smirked and stood up from the place and sat down on a chair that he conjured on the spot. Then what do I do? I tried to save the people, but I lost my own family in the end. Superboy yelled in regret and his eyes turned red. He was literally shedding tears of blood by this point. Clark and the other four couldn't bear to look straight at Superboy's aggrieved face. They had to think about the four heroes that they had lost as well, and they turned more and more gloomy. This is the path you chose for yourself, and you should have known the consequences of it firsthand. Alex pointed at him and said plainly. You know your family would be disappointed to see you behaving like this. I have met Clark's father and mother, and I know for a fact that yours are similar to him. So you doing this will be a big disappointment to them, but you are in luck. Here, see this thing. Alex clapped his hands and a portal opened in front of them. 3 people stepped out of the portal with confusion. They were about to die due to antimatter but were suddenly transported somewhere dark. It was fortunate that Alex was paying attention to everyone at that time, and he thought of surveying for any anomalies and found them being attacked by antimatter. So he took the chance to quickly save them from the antimatter. He just put them in a coma and didn't have the time to let them out with everything going on. Mom, Dad, Shannon. Superboy yelled their names in astonishment when he saw them coming in. Well, I guess you guys heard what he said. Alex shrugged and cleared their front for them. He waved to the 4 restraining him, and they let go of him immediately to allow him some time with his family. Son, I am very disappointed. Jonathan looked at Superboy with some melancholy and shook his head. Dad. Superboy's voice was a bit weak when he heard his words. Don't worry, everyone makes mistakes, but it is important that we learn from them. Jonathan patted his shoulder with a smile and said. I will. Superboy nodded his head and agreed immediately like a good kid. There you have your family, and I suppose we also have some of the targets. Alex smiled, and as he was speaking, his speech changed in the middle. Alex, we have found the carcass. Bruce's voice came through his mind. Then let's get you out of there. Alex spoke and immediately withdrew the three out of there. Zatanna used her magic to store the carcass in another dimension and quickly stepped through the portal to return home. Somewhere far into the multiverse, a bat-like creature was flying and harvesting some destructive energies from the universes while laughing wretchedly. Not good, someone broke through the entrapment. Barbados quickly tried to go back, but he was so far away by now that it will take him a month to get back. I need to go back as soon as possible. Barbados sweated and tried to speed up as much as he can, but Bruce and others had already been inside the forge for a week by this point. Before Barbados had even come back to the forge, Bruce had already took the carcass back to Alex and returned home. Good job, guys. Alex smiled and teleported inside the Batcave. This place was especially fortified and was very durable. This was the perfect place to revive the World Forger. It was secure and Alex could put some enchantments that they will not be disturbed either. Lay out the carcass here. Alex motioned Zatanna and she immediately followed his command. She laid out World Forger's carcass on the table and immediately backed because the energy radiating from it was not something that she could bear. Everyone back. Alex ordered and stepped forward himself to check the carcass. This corpse still looks alive and without any decay even after 5 whole years. Alex shook his head in wonder when he looked at the World Forger's corpse. Then he waved his hand and the Cosmic Raptor container appeared beside him. It was time to reap the fruits of his hard work. Now to use the energy and revive the World Forger. Alex started to pull the energy out of the container and fuse it with the corpse in front of him. The process went smoothly at first, but Alex started to experience the problem when he found out that he somehow couldn't control the flow of Cosmic Raptor and it was trying to destroy the corpse. No, you don't. Alex used all his concentration and started to sort the trouble out as soon as possible. It was like playing a very high concentration requiring round in a game, and there was no room for mistake. It was do or die moment for him now. Alex gave it his all and fused the energy in every cell and muscle fiber of the being laying on the stretcher motionlessly. Once this fusion finishes, he will be revived. This gave him more motivation and he kept on fusing the energy into the corpse. Soon the corpse started to twitch and the energy was fully fused into it. There was still some surplus energy left that Alex stored away unceremoniously. Finally, Alex sighed and slumped onto a chair behind him. Bruce had quietly placed it there when he saw Alex's tired face. Now what? Zatanna rubbed his shoulders and asked in a soft voice. Now you guys go and rest. Thank you for your hard work. I will see what to do here now. Alex smiled and dismissed them from there. All right, I could sure use some as well. Hawkgirl yawned and stretched tiredly. See you then. Zatanna nodded and took her leave from the Batcave with Hawkgirl. They were really too tired after a month of that treasure hunting adventure. They could sure use some good rest and a peaceful sleep. You can rest in a room in the mansion. Alex yelled towards Hawkgirl and focused back on the revived guy. Chapter 191, 182. World Forger 2. Who are you? World Forger turned his head to the side without getting up from the stretcher. He looked really comfortable laying there. Me, I'm the guy that revived you. Alex pointed towards himself and said. Why? World Forger asked in a plain voice like it was something really trivial. I want you to make Anti-Monitor's armor again. He has blown himself up and is wrecking havoc on the multiverse. He explained and looked straight into World Forger's eyes. Let me go to my forge, but before that. World Forger nodded and his eyes gleamed. He stood up from the stretcher and looked towards empty space before stretching out his hand. A bat-like humanoid creature was pulled out of a massive space crack. World Forger looked absolutely livid when he saw this guy. He clasped the other's neck and hung him in front of his eyes like a chicken ready to be roasted. There was a lot of coldness and anger in his eyes. So you wanted to murder me, huh? World Forger asked rhetorically and looked into Barbados' eyes. Master. Barbados said with pleading voice. He could barely squeeze that word out of his mouth. I will show you today. World Forger's eyes glowed and Barbados slowly scattered into tiny particles like dust. So if you are finished with your things, then can you do the things that I asked for? Alex spoke up again after World Forger was finished killing Barbados. Okay. World Forger nodded and disappeared into a space crack. Now it won't be long before I can get the suit to put Anti-Monitor inside of it. Let's go and check up on the others. Alex stood up from his seat and disappeared in a swirl towards the outside. He was going to see Superboy and his family's situation and see what is going on with these guys now. Where are they? Alex asked Bruce as soon as he came to the lounge of the mansion. I sent them a specific house in this reality. Bruce answered while rubbing his eyes tiredly. He was still looking at a tablet in his hands. Go to sleep. Alex ordered with a strong voice and snatched the tablet from his hands without giving him a chance to refute. I will, just give me a few minutes. Bruce nodded his head and tried to take the tablet from Alex's hands. No, you are going now. Alex was vehement and didn't relent. So Bruce could only sigh and go to his room for some sleep. This guy, if you don't see him then he will never go to sleep like an owl. Alex shook his head and started to head towards Gold Experience as well. The poor stand was still sitting cross-legged in his room and controlling the antimatter from eroding the universe. Just as he stepped into his room, a massive space crack formed and a blue-silver suit was thrown in front of Alex. Well, that was faster than the last-minute Amazon delivery. Alex said and gave a thumbs up towards the portal. Buddy, we can finally be liberated. Alex laughed happily and patted Gold Experience's back again and again. The poor stand was shaking heavily under Alex's slaps on its backs and looked at him with an annoyed expression. Stop it. He finally couldn't help it and spoke out loudly to stop Alex. Sorry, I just got a little excited there. Alex coughed and rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. He hasn't acted like this in years and he just got a little too excited after seeing that his wishes were heard and he will finally be able to move away from the mansion. Let's go. Alex was still a little excited and asked Gold Experience to quickly move towards the edge of the universe. He wanted to use the suit and suck in all the antimatter. Once antimatter touches the suit, it will be automatically contained. Sati, two of them moved towards the edge of the universe and quickly found the antimatter flooding in from a gap left by Gold Experience. Alex didn't wait and immediately threw the suit eye to the gap and sealed it up again. This did the trick as suit started to suck the antimatter inside of it immediately. I also recorded the composition of the suit, so that I can make it in the future myself. Alex looked on with a smile as the suit did its work wonderfully. The suit kept on working and it will not be over in a very short while, but it halted the further spread of antimatter into the universe. This solves the immediate thing now. Now we can relax. Alex sighed and returned to the watchtower to meet with Clark and the others. Yo guys. Alex came in and saw that their faces were solemn and they were discussing something. What's going on? Alex sat down on a chair and asked. Nothing, just formulating on how to save more universes. Clark sighed tiredly and said. No need, I have stopped the further spread of antimatter. Now we only have to wait. Alex waved his hand carelessly while sitting on the chair. Is this true? Barry got really excited when he heard Alex's words. If what he said was true then they were saved. Naturally. Alex nodded his head and affirmed the words. That's really good. Hal also nodded his head and sighed in relief. This is the kind of news that they wanted to hear. Call the other members back as well. Alex said and looked at all of them. We will. They need to know the good news. John nodded and went to the communications terminal immediately. Well then, I will also take my leave. Alex nodded his head and took his leave from the room. Let me see what they are doing and just summon them back. Alex closed his eyes and saw the girls' situation. Seeing that they were just trying to save planets when it was not needed, he just snapped his fingers and called them all back. Good news, ladies, antimatter has been stopped. So we can have some fun. Alex said in a loud yell and all the girls' faces snapped towards his direction. The Hunger Games were coming. Chapter 192, 183. Finale. Bitch, now we see how you interfere. Alex cursed in his mind and looked at the Mobius chair in front of him. After solving the antimatter crisis, Alex became relentless and started to look for the Mobius chair because he had enough of this shit. He finally finding the Mobius chair after years of going around like a headless chicken. The journey was perilous but the results were gratifying. Alex stepped on the steps and sat down on the chair while his heart pounded like crazy. He was full of anticipation. He sat down slowly and firmly placed his ass on the chair. Then he leaned back and rested his back comfortable as well. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind flashed with countless knowledge and things. It was like someone stuffed massive amounts of knowledge in his mind. Alex kept steady and with Gold Experience's help, and made the whole knowledge his own in the shortest amount of time. Finally found you, you little prick. Alex's eyes flashed dangerously and he snapped his fingers eagerly. A blue-colored man appeared in front of him. There was an atomic symbol on his forehead and he looked around in confusion. First time that I have been confused since getting my powers, interesting. The guy looked really intrigued by this and turned to look at his summoner. This astonished him and he looked at the chair behind Alex with intrigue. He never expected that the guy he was looking at would summon him like this. You finally showed up, huh, Dr. Manhattan? Alex spoke through gritted teeth but there was a smile on his face. What is that chair? Dr. Manhattan looked at the chair behind Alex and didn't answer his ridicule. Aren't you omniscient? You should know this. Alex laughed mockingly and smirked at the guy. I can tell that it holds extraordinary power but my omniscience doesn't work in this room for some reason. Dr. Manhattan shook his head calmly and didn't mind Alex's words at all. Why have you been toying with my life? Alex also didn't bother to answer his question and went straight to the subject. I wanted to see if you would also make the same decision as me if you knew that the multiverse would just come to an end. Dr. Manhattan spoke calmly without any change in his expression. And what was that decision? Alex raised his eyebrow and asked. Two omniscients can cancel each other out, and Alex just found it out now. He didn't know that this was possible. Will you abandon your reality when you knew that it was hopeless? But I guess I was wrong. Dr. Manhattan said plainly and explained. You may have abandoned your multiverse and came here to wreck mine, but as long as my lived ones and friends are in this reality, I will never abandon it. Alex said resolutely with conviction. I have seen that. Dr. Manhattan agreed and didn't say anything else. So what did you do? Alex was also quite a bit troubled by this. So he couldn't help asking. I moved the lantern battery slightly 6 seconds before it was going to get caught in the hands of a Green Lantern, which led to his death, and the ring fell in Hal Jordan's hands. I moved Barbados with greed to make Bruce Wayne the Batman and kill the World Forger. Clark Kent had to show his powers, which led to him becoming Superman. I freed Doomsday from Phantom Zone and also incited Zeus to go and interfere in your engagement with the Princess of Themyscira. I did everything to reach where we are today. Dr. Manhattan answered without remorse, like he did with the most normal thing in the world. What did you get from it, and what will you do now? Alex looked at him frowningly and asked. Now I know that hope can be ignited and we can still save our people if we never give up. I will also go back to my multiverse and save it. Dr. Manhattan said, and there was a smile on Biss' emotionless face. Okay, but before that. Alex agreed, but he made a dramatic pause and punched Dr. Manhattan in the stomach to vent his anger. He has been tormented by this prick for so long, and how can he let him go just like this without any consequences? He kicked and punched Dr. Manhattan for a very long and good while before he finally took his grievances out and let him go. I can make everything back to normal and revert everything. Dr. Manhattan said, and just stood up normally. It's not needed anymore. Just roll back to your multiverse for Lotsu. Alex felt much better after giving a Chinese remark and finally found out why they liked to say it so much. Okay. Dr. Manhattan nodded his head and disappeared from this reality and multiverse altogether. Everything returned to calm, and now there would be no one to interfere with this reality spontaneously. Now I can finally be set free and let go of this as well. Alex stretched his body while sitting on the Mobius chair and couldn't help thinking that he was as strong as the hand now and could even contend with the source. I will take away the Mobius chair as well. Alex thought and moved the Mobius chair to Avalon in an isolated area. He is the absolute god in this realm. If he doesn't want it, then no one can take anything away from here. His peaceful life has finally come and all the troubles have been solved as well. Now he can think about having kids with the girls and even move into a new home together. A free man is a good man. Alex stretched his body again and felt all the burdens fly away like a mirage. It feels good to not have someone peeking at you all the time and try to mess up your whole reality and universe whenever they want. He is free and can do whatever he wants now. He is going to have so many kids that Martha will be tired taking care of them. She has always been urging him to do it, but now she will know the consequences of her words. Chapter 193, Epilogue. Alex was already 30 years old now, and he could be seen sitting in the lounge and enjoying his tea with a little girl sitting in his lap and watching TV. Daddy, is that Satana Mommy? The girls asked innocently while pointing at the screen with her finger. Yes, Lisa, she is. Alex nodded his head gently and rubbed the girl's hair dotingly. Wow, I will ask her when she comes back. Lisa cheered and quickly ran to her mother. She is Pamela's daughter and is very cute with her red hair and green eyes. She is also the most lively of them all. Selena usually takes Sean to go and play at the nearby park with some of the other kids along with their mothers. Martha and Thomas are also very happy with so many children at home. The home is just so lively and they cannot bear the loneliness anymore. Alfred is the most tired of them all. The poor guy runs behind all the kids to make sure that they are all right and don't get hurt. Even though every kid has strength in the tons. They are more powerful and durable than peak human athletes, but Alfred still doesn't relent. Alex never knew, but even Hold Experience cares a lot about the kids. It is the same as Alex. It also considers the kids as his own since Alex and him are bound together. He has a constant surveillance on them through his powers. Even if they are going to bump into something, he just turns the action into zero. So that they don't get hurt. You are spoiling them too much. They'll grow soft and I don't want that. Alex looked at Gold Experience and complained. Gold Experience looked at him and then ignored him with a snort of his nose. He could care less if he spoiled them. After all, children are meant to be spoiled, and he is also in consensus to this saying. Susie dear, can you rub Papa's shoulders? Alex yelled and he saw a shy little girl rubbing out from behind a pillar. She is Hancock's girl and has black with streaks of blonde and green eyes. She is really cute and shy around everyone. Papa, I want a chocolate. Susie came in front of Alex and demanded before she got to work. Okay, I will tell your grandpa that you can take it. Alex picked her up in his arms and rubbed her nose with his. Yay. Susie cheered and got behind Alex to rub his shoulders. Alex turned his head to look at Gold Experience and smiled triumphantly at him. His smile was very wide. Dad, are you being mean to Gold Experience? Susie suddenly wrinkled her cute nose and looked at Alex with a bit of dissatisfaction. No, I am just smiling at him. Alex shook his head and denied it straight away. Wait a minute, can you see this guy? Alex pointed at Gold Experience and questioned with astonishment. Of course. Susie puffed up her chest and agreed immediately. Then you need to tell Papa how you did it right. Alex patted her cute little head and asked. I don't know, I just saw him. Susie shook her head and said cluelessly. Alex was about to say something further, but then he suddenly felt a great disturbance in the space-time fabric. Go to your mom. Alex's face turned serious and he said to Susie. Okay. Susie got the hint and immediately left the place to go to her mother. All of you return back. Alex conveyed the message to everyone and waited for the guest to arrive. A man walked out of the space crack. He had blue skin and white hair. He was holding a scepter in his hand with a big black ball on it. Angels from Dragon Ball. Alex's face looked a little weird when he saw the angel stepping out of the space crack. Who are you? Alex didn't stand up and question the angel. I am here to invite you. You cannot refuse this invitation. The angel spoke with a smile and waved his scepter to isolate them into a barrier. What kind of invitation? Alex asked. The Tournament of Power. All the various members from different universes will gather in an epic showdown for the throne of the cosmos. No member will be killed. Every losing side will just be sent back to their home world immediately. Only the winners will stay and continue to fight against each other. And you are one of the selected members. If you win, you can become the master of the whole cosmos, which consists of countless omniverses. The angel finished speaking and looked at Alex. Can I take my family with me? Alex looked at the angel and asked. Of course, they will get their designated residence and can watch your every move inside the stadium. The angel nodded with a smile and explained. Well then, let's go. Alex nodded his head and urged the angel to go quickly. Since he has to do it at all costs, then he might as well do it early. Why wait in this thing anyway when you can't even deny? The angel waved his hand and Alex disappeared with him along with the others of his family, including his parents, Bruce, Damien, and Talia. They were suddenly transported to their own residence and Alex was already standing inside the ring that looked a lot like the Tournament of Power. Hello gentlemen, I am the Silent Reaper from DC. Alex bowed like a noble and looked at the other two contestants on the ring. Humph, do you expect me to fight these weaklings? Vegeta snorted his nose and looked at the two arrogantly. Hello there as well. Alex, Escaner, also waved back his hand in greeting to Alex, DC. Huh, so this is the ring, huh? King looked around the ring and looked at the other contestants curiously for a while. All of them were the mighty warriors of their respective omniverse and they were chosen for the sole purpose of the throne of the cosmos.